would have to center itself towards our center of the this point in what they say the Earth. It would have to explain that with water, why water would decide to go in that direction and conform specifically to every atom. If it was an atom 5 meters away from one atom that was heading towards the centre of the Earth, would be heading off at a different angle or whatever. So it would. How does it actually explain that? How sort of water is conforming to Earth, kind of thing.
The same way that the standard model suggests that water conforms to Earth.
It's more magnets and more electric, Ali, but they're still looking
No,
into
it's not. It's just gravity, and they're, you know, we have the bond, the very strong bond. Water has its own very strong attractive force to water, other water, but that's because of the bonds, the hydrogen, the covalent bonds, how they are, you know, and the balance of the electrical charge of the water and all of that. Water is just attracted to itself. It draws other water in. But that's not the reason why the water is on the surface. A lot of the stuff is the same. Gravity is the same, the force of gravity locally on Earth. But in the electric universe, gravity is not doing all the heavy lifting out in space. Therefore, you don't need dark matter, dark energy, all these made up forms of shit that we've never ever discovered at all anywhere ever. Right? It's just that we're saying that, well, there's probably dust out there. There's more plasma than we thought. And that dust and plasma allows for the small electric charge that's necessary to keep those rotational velocities in order the way they are. And every time
why does the sun then? And I'm interested. You know, I'm actually kind of I get it because
your daughter.
There's so much evidence that, well, do you know how they recreate or synthesize an electron proton? They need the electric to make that force for the to
exactly
bring that into existence. So it's quite absurd to me that not think about the electric universe. But that's what I'm saying. What about the sun? What is it that why does the sun, whatever it does around the Earth and the Moon, how's that work out on the electric universe? On that theory, why are they going around us or above us in a circle or around us? What's that about?
Well, we're in our same orbits in our local solar system as the standard theory. It's just that.
But why electrically? Why in that and from the sense of right, it's an electric universe. What's the explanation for the sun and the moon and or the other things that go around us?
Right. Well, I mean, we're bathed in plasma. We're plasma from the sun. The sun is in this model a Bennett pinch and in a long Berkeley current of it's like, let's think of it like a wireless wire, you know, a channel of plasma that self-collimates because of its flowing and magnetic, the self-perpetuated magnetic field from the flowing of the thing wraps itself in a column and continues the flow, and it basically accelerates itself around itself constantly. So it speeds up non-ionized material, turns it into ionized material as it ionizes things, and and separates charge somewhere in the system. And sometimes the system gets overloaded in certain areas, and what happens is a Bennett pinch forms, and that would be a ball of electricity. Looks like the sun. It's wrapped up in magnetic fields. It does all the same stuff, doubles itself in layers, discharges X-rays, flares. It shoots off like CMEs, coronal mass ejections and shit like that from its surface. It just behaves like the sun. It puts off the same fucking things as the sun. It's just crazy how they don't understand.
I think it was about, it's got to be about 6 or 7 years ago, right? They actually, it was advertised as wormholes, right? But what the
Oh yeah, magnetic portals they called
satellites,
it.
right? They discovered these things that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They came from the sun, right? But they couldn't track them from the sun. But they said they came from the sun, invisible, and then they appeared like what do you call it? Just outside the Earth's atmosphere. It was. I can't remember what they called them.
Yeah, magnetic portal they called it. And
yeah, right. That's it. And that was like and then it was like I read about that
portal.
and what you talk about the Birkeland currents, and when you
That's
see what they are, you're like, yeah, fucking hell,
that's
man.
what that is exactly.
Yeah. I remember we had this years ago. Man.
Yeah. They see that what they can't do. They can't make a magnetic portal in a laboratory anywhere. It has to have its electric for that magnetic portal to exist. So that's always been the case, and so we know that, right? So when we see what we thought, because we're only looking with a magnometer, we weren't looking with Langmuir probes and checking electron densities and doing what we should have been doing in order to detect that it's an electric current. So they go out and they measure it with a magnetic measurer, a Gauss fucking thingy, and they go, oh, it's a magnetic portal. Like fucking idiots. And I tell you what, that's on purpose. That's to mislead you from understanding that there's things that can happen very fast out there. I think
and the thing is, Grim, a quick addendum
flip
there,
of a switch could burn the earth.
It is to mislead you, because imagine you knew that, right? Suddenly you're going like, oh, for the curious person that's got a lot of time on their hands and likes electronics or whatever, we go, oh, that's interesting. Let me fiddle about with this, and suddenly they invent something that like is beneficial, like it will save them electricity or whatever and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah. So
just guess all.
Anyway,
look at all the billions of dollars they put into Large Hadron Colliders and all these things to prove these dark matter theories that they know don't exist. Where's that money really going? Because it's so popular that more people donate to it than you think.
Yeah, it's been that if you go down that route, you can look into NASA and all these universities and stuff like that. They get loads of public money and whatever. You can go down that route, but I always believe, right, the reason for those large hadron colliders. There's how, like, you could be looking at certain amount of certain data, and you go, oh, and you're harvesting that information. I believe there's other data coming through that's the real reason they're sending this round here, because you've got to remember, right? Scientists don't decide what they want to look in. They're getting funded by people that maybe want to know certain things, and it's like that pyramid system. They might be harvesting like sort of data from it, but there's harvesters of their data that they're using for something completely different. Because I can't understand why you would, what's that got to really, let's think about this. Why the fuck would you want to send protons? For what reason would you want to send and spend billions and billions of dollars for any of that shit anyway? But they send these things round and to discover where
what's the point
the
here,
universe started.
You took the whole conversation and it's 10 minutes later. What's the point here?
Yeah, but the universe started. But the universe started. Why would you? Always So what's the intent behind that? Why would you bother with that? I don't.
I agree. It seems like they're making it as confusing and as compartmentalized as possible, so that to verify this thing is impossible by anybody other than the people who told you and brought you the shiny golden chocolate ticket or whatever, right? So you're basically not gonna, you know what I mean? You'll have to learn to accept the word of authority, because these explanations are so grandiose and out of your reach to figure out for yourself, that you have to rely on them. See, that's what they want to do. They want to take away the physics from the people. It's about dependency. You need to be dependent upon them on every aspect, from your physics to your economics, to your safety, to your health, your children's education. You need to be dependent upon every aspect of life. Otherwise, you're not a good citizen. And that's what it's coming down to.
Yeah, but that fact about the science, there's been great science. There's real science out there that that's a fact. It's not like flat earthers are science. Well, I'm certainly not a science denier. I appreciate science, technology, and all that kind of stuff. It's just when it goes further.
Oh shit! Yeah, and then you foundationally support a theoretical physics with another
lots of inventions have come from because a theory is like maybe observance. A theory all is.
So when I'm speaking about theoretical physics, Ali B, I'm talking about dark matter and dark energy, neutron stars, pulsars, things that can't ever, black holes, they can't be tested and researched at all. And some of them don't even have the actual matter necessary known in existence for the theory to even make any sense at all, because the material there isn't even in existence necessary to fulfill 95% of a broken theory. Right.
It's just a consensus, isn't it? Yeah.
To me, it's the conditioning of the people to start accepting things that aren't experimentally functional, testable, repeatable things that they call observations behind stars. They're repeatable and testable. So they're assuming for what they see is not due to anything else, even though there's no way they can know, and that it must fit. It must be that gravity is bending the light. It must be, because there's just, and even though their theory suggested it would be happening from further out away from the sun, particularly, which it doesn't. It only happens far within the solar limb, the plasma limb of the star. Then that gives us reason to go, well, hold on a second. Now, your theory suggested that the gravitational lenses should happen a couple solar radii away from the sun, yet we never see it in that vacuum-free space right there. We only see it happening in the densest layer of the corona, the sun itself, which means it's happening due to obvious reasons, that we have material in the way causing the bending of this light. Duh.
And plasma, exactly. That's the plasma refraction. That's exactly. Yeah.
And and then when they do the same observation, they do the same observation 1,000,005 times and go, this thing has been already verified 1,000,005 times. Like, well, no, it hasn't. 1,000,005 people made the same stupid mistake is what happened.
Or a conclusion. They made the same stupid conclusion because it didn't fit in.
Which is a mistake, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's right. And that's the thing is, even though that you believe you've got your beliefs about the shape of the earth or whatever, and I've got mine, but you still realise that in what do you call it? That not indoctrination.
Right. I have no faith in their system, and I treat them like hostile witnesses when I take my data. That's the difference between me and an actual person who argues with flat earthers. Ballers.
Oh, whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
Want to argue
with them all the time and try to make them feel weird or different. That's just stupid, because I want to uplift you guys. I don't even care if we don't agree on those things, because you're willing to question the narrative. I don't give a shit anymore. That's what that's what matters, you know. And us being enemies isn't going to get us anywhere, because you guys can be useful to me and I can be useful to you in other areas. So why pick up the fucking gauntlets, you know?
Grim, Grim, are there any globe earthers that you you know, talk to, or that question the narrative like you do, or do you not find any that do that?
Yeah, only a couple, to be honest. I just see people as cowards. A lot of people are cowards. They don't like to stand out. They're afraid that they can't handle it. You know what I mean? Like, I can handle it. I can be different and stand out, and I don't need to be like everybody else. You know, I'd rather be a little different. I think it's a personality thing. Some people just rather be different, you know, so they don't mind
That's about
when they see
expressing
something that
yourself.
alienates
It's being
them.
honest. But it's
Yeah.
about being honest about the thing. That's why I never really cared. I don't care, people that think I'm something that I'm not. That's their problem. People that know me, that's fine. But it's about
I
being
feel that.
honest. And that's what you have been for the, or whoever talks about out against the narrative. That's it. No, I think it's not for me personally, but when I hear people doing it from a group of people that they're not meant to speak up about it, I see it as brave. Not personally myself that I think I'm brave or whatever. I just see it as fuck it, man. I've got a right to say that, but
No, you
when I
can
see
feel
other
it if
people,
you want. You get to feel that because you know it. You know it. It takes a little bravery to step outside. I mean, you know, if you're the type of person that's a human and you know what I mean, you have human nature, then yeah, it's a little bit brave to alienate yourself, knowingly alienate yourself, because you know how the conditioned responses of others are going to be. So you kind of, if you do know that people are going to come at you with conditioned responses and you're going to say what you truly believe anyway through all of that, that's considered bravery, because you're kind of a little bit, you know, afraid, but you fight through it because you don't really like people to, you know, feel uncomfortable about you or whatever, but you know that this has to happen in order for you to get out what you feel like you believe. So, you know, it's a little bit bravery too.
yeah, yeah, actually, okay, I'll go with that. And also, yeah, it also gets you to like confront your beliefs as well, because you can be proven wrong at any point. And if you decide to separate yourself from a group, you're being honest with yourself. So I suppose when you're confronted with, like, oh shit, man, I'm totally wrong about this.
Yeah, for the first,
You have
that's
more of
why
a
for like the
chance.
first 2 years, dude.
Yeah.
The first 2 years I was on YouTube, not YouTube, but just kind of like doing Google Hangouts, and not really, I wasn't like making shows or talking about the things I was thinking about and all of that with people yet, because I was really just gathering a lot of the information, because I couldn't believe it myself. Right? I wasn't going to go out and say, "Oh man, I really think it's an electric universe," even though my uncles always told me shit like that when I was a kid. They were really interested in worlds that collide, or worlds in collision, that Velikovsky book and stuff. And I mean, I was already familiar with that shit before the internet, came around. So I mean, once the internet came around and I saw other people interested in that same thing, I was like, oh man, that's, I know a lot about my uncles. I know they're amazing and smart, and they're also fucked up and a little weird at times, right? So they could be wrong too. The impressions you get from your family. So I'm thinking that maybe I should, call him up and give him some answers and try to debunk some of the stuff, or argue with him, or, somehow figure out more about what he knows. And turns out he didn't know nearly as much as what was, online and stuff, you know what I mean, about it. And I just started affirming I was just talking to him about stuff, and he goes, "Oh, wow, give me all of that," So it turned into a learning experience. And I realized
Yeah,
there's a
for
lot
him.
of real scientists that were involved in this in the day.
Yeah. It's like with every subject, Grim, if you go into paleontology or not anthropology, history and all that kind of stuff, you suddenly find out there's people that disagree. It's like I found out, wait a minute, there's another side. There's people that actually disagree, and let's hear their side. And that was the thing I was willing to accept, because in the end up, whether, you know, whoever existed, the earth is flat, a ball, electric universe, right? That to me, that's very interesting and stuff like that. But to me, in the end up, you know, it's not going to affect my life personally. You know, I've accepted. I'll believe what I'm going to believe, but it was just amazing. The information. Fuck, I was, and that proved, right. For example, that proved to me. For example, I was told one narrative, because here I met, not forget about flat Earth, but about history and stuff like that, or science, right? For example, forget about flat Earth. I was told there was guys saying, hey, by the way, that's rubbish, and here's why. And I was reading, and I'm thinking, oh, well, that's quite logical to think that. I think I'll err on your side, or whatever. But I was never taught that. So that sort of told me. Right,
the way they teach us too, it's like, this is the facts. This is what happened. You know what I mean? You're graded upon this thing that isn't actually a fact, and you don't know that, but the way you're taught, that you answer that question and you're rewarded for that answer. That's a fact to you now. They don't go in, well, exactly. That's to the best of our knowledge. It's the best we have, or it's the, you know, with the most confidence we can get. They never really teach the kids that. It's just, is this true or not? Yes, no, binary. Circle, square.
Exactly.
Which one? Exactly. So
yeah, it's a fascinating.
Might have something to do with why they're teaching us in this way.
The thing that gets me, right, the thing that gets me about it's just when I got involved in the flat Earth, it was more of a, because I got more into philosophy and stuff like that. When I got into that, into flat Earth, I kind of read about it, and it kind of made me realise, you know, even though I think the Earth is flat, and you know, I've got certain beliefs about certain things, is in reality I don't have a clue, right? So if I don't have a clue, other people don't have a clue. But the point is, I've got to understand that these guys or people have a other opinion or whatever. You know, they've got a certain, and that's for them. I could be totally fucking wrong with every single thing that I believe, whether it be electric universe, flat Earth, infinite plane, whatever I believe in. I could be totally wrong, and that's now how what flat Earth taught me was. That's how I approach life, and I accept. You know, if someone disagrees with me, yeah, okay, I could be wrong. You know, we could all be wrong, kind of thing. We don't have a clue, and that's the point. Is so when scientists and stuff like that. Now, I've realised that through science and through looking at science and quantum physics and listening to these people speak, they don't have a fucking clue. They'll tell you.
I gotta come right back. It's important.
I thought you were going. So if these guys don't have a clue, right, and they tell you they don't have a clue, or tell me how I perceive it, they don't have a clue what gravity is or light or stuff like that. It's all supposition or presume this and that. It'd be a bit absurd for me to think that I knew what reality was, or anybody else did, because even the experts don't have a clue what it is. But yet daily, or if I came in here daily or wherever I went in to have a discussion about, everybody's seems to know what reality is. When even people that study what reality is don't have a fucking clue about it. So.
I'm back. Ellie, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm back, man.
Yep, I can hear
you. I took a big ass dab, and then somebody called. Somebody called me about one of my rentals, and I was like,
I
having a
told
really
you to
hard
stay
time.
off that. How many times have I told you to stay off that now?
Oh, listen, I thought I was gonna have to not do anything today, and then all of a sudden I got fucking contractors and bullshit calling, and everybody wants to meet up and do things. And I have paralyzed myself with some of the best fucking wax in the world.
Grim,
So
do you make your own? Do you make your own wax, or do you make your own from your own plants?
Well, I do, but I don't make it. I send it to my my peoples.
Yeah,
They have a they have like a
yeah.
$200,000 fucking machine that they sit there and they CO2 it and process the whole thing, and they make all kinds of different crumbles and waxes and just
Nice.
amazing stuff. It just looks like cocaine, really. It's crazy. It's a big blocky, waxy block of coke or something from the movies. I had to clarify.
Is it like a light butterscotch colour? You know, like
even whiter than that. The CO2 extract is just white.
Oh, right, okay. Because my mate does the. It comes out just a little bit like a light butterscotchy colour.
That's a good one.
He does that.
Yeah, anything that's like, you know, I've got some of that, some sugar. I'll show you. It's about that color you're talking about.
Yeah, he's only just learning. He's only just well, he's not a couple of years, but he's kind of he gets high THC content, and he's got a. You can get an app or something now, so you can get a bit of. And it's quite crazy. I was like, "Are you sure you want to be testing this with an app that gets connected to the internet?" He didn't think. I was like, "Oh, okay, on you go, man." So he's got a little app that he measures it with his phone. He does it through his phone, right? And it's saying, which is a bit sus straight away, but I suppose he doesn't give a fuck. But as I say, he was getting high THC levels in his weed.
Well, how can you not, right? Because you the wax is just the extract, literally the extract. So if you're not getting 96 or 95%, you know what I mean, THC, then you're not extracting it properly.
From the but I'm
This
saying
is like
from his weed.
91.
Oh yeah, right, okay, yeah.
91, man. That's, you know, in my opinion, you don't even need more than 40, 50. 91, though, you know, you're fucking building a tolerance there. You're treating cancer.
Oh, you're a conspiracy. What do you mean? What do you mean you're treating cancer? How dare you say that? Don't
we know
start
that's
spreading
facts.
lies. You're lying, Grim. You're lying.
Remember when we were lying when we were talking about those nicotinic sensors in the brain? Yeah.
There's so
People
many
were not having a
cures.
hard time from COVID because they were smokers. They told us smokers are going to have the
imagine
worst
this,
time, and I
Grim.
was like, man, I don't think so.
How long have they been bad talking? Right. How long have they been bad talking the use of cannabis for cure for loads of ills, but specifically, shall we say, cancer? Right. It's been poo-pooed for years, right? And this take about the cancer about cannabis has been. It's fucking 56, but probably longer than I could say years ago. And it's been poo-pooed. And now, all of a sudden, it's like accepted about it. You know?
Well, I mean, some of us crazy people saw it coming when we were seeing those Monsantos and these pharmaceutical companies trying to patent certain compounds of the plant, alter them in just enough of a way that they can put a patent on it. And then those altered compounds, they were passing the safety studies off for those as the ones that were from the actual plants, and saying, since it's been known that this plant has been safe for this many times, and they did our legwork for us, and they fucked up because we were watching, and we were like, yeah, but see, you're not actually giving them that plant. We are. You're giving them a patented compound alteration. So
Synthesis.
can you give us the studies on those, please? Because these aren't the studies for those. These are the studies for what we've been trying to give the world the whole time. Thank you very much, though. And so now they've had now that their compound studies have been coming out with not the most positive results. They're in a pickle, right? Because now they just want to own plants. So now they've genetically modified the plants themselves in just enough of a way that. So what's happening is all the beneficial shit for pot is about to be gone. They're getting rid of it until it's in their name. And then they'll only re-alter the plants that are in their name to allow any beneficial, shit.
That's it, because the I'm totally
These
with
are
you there.
conniving scumbags, man.
Yeah, because you won't be able to grow an original plant because they'll be that rare. Right? So anybody that's grown plants and now hold your fucking seeds, man. Because what Grim is basically saying, what they'll do is they'll
pollinate all your seeds.
Yeah, but they'll have a
pollinate all your
genetic.
females.
They'll have a genetic code for it, right? For that, they'll patent it, right? So if there's none of the original left, the only ones are left are these ones that they patent. You'll have to buy it, even though it's a natural. It's not a natural plant, but it's a synthesis of
just marked with their brand
plant.
on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've got it. Yeah, and it'll have and it's patents and stuff. It's fucked up.
And all they'll have to do to control is what they already got caught doing in other countries, India and whatever, is spray your plants with their pollen. That's all they got to do, just spray your pollen. Then they come back and have the authorities test your fields because they suspect you've been using their, and then they go in and test your fields, and lo and behold, the DNA to their plants are in your fields somehow. You are guilty.
They did that in France.
Now you owe them for everything you've grown.
They did it in France. Monsanto did it in France. There was a French farmer actually took Monsanto to court. He won, right? But the point was, which actually happened in France, And what they did was, and they're clever fuckers, but hey, there's no conspiracy. But what they did was, is they bought up the land around this guy's farm or whatever, and done their experiments or whatever. Now, when the seeds, when the plants were pollinating or whatever,
that's what I'm talking about. They pollinated this man's
plant. They invaded his, exactly. They invaded his, but what he did win, right? But it was such a hard. The only reason he won is because he could prove that the genetic change in his wheat, it was wheat or something like that, got caused by that. But by fuck, it took him about 5 or 6 years, which cost him a lawyer. You know the crack, Grim, what they do, man. You know, they extend but it was a battle for the dude. But exactly what you're saying, it's like a fact. It's not a conspiracy. They've been doing it for, and this was a case 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, this is when
I know they've been doing this, and then it's part of their tactic. So expect it, is all I'm saying, because it's already an established form of manipulation that they've all done. It's like, I don't think they've been rehabilitated. Put it that way. The criminals are still going to be criminals, man. Even when they go to prison and come out, the 70% go back, and 90% commit crimes, and so 20% just don't get caught again. But 70% get caught again, so that we can for sure know that they do crimes again. So the rehabilitation thing, I don't think fining them $1 million when they made $6 trillion is really going to rehabilitate them or in any way. That's just like the cost of doing business. That's no big deal.
It's like that thing, Grim. You know how these companies, you know how there's loads of waste, like toxic waste that countries don't want, right? So there's companies out there. You could probably get a boat yourself and say, hey, give me your toxic waste. Get a license first of all to handle toxic waste. Get yourself a fucking boat, and then start putting yourself out of contract to dispose of that. Now the company's got a great disclaimer. Well, he's registered. I don't care how he gets it. They never ask you how you get rid of it. But anyway, there's companies, huge companies, that make money off this. It's more beneficial for them to dump the waste in the sea or whatever, right?
You know about the Sapphire Project, right?
And they pay their fines. The payoff between is they benefit getting paid to dump it than the fines that they actually pay, because when they register with a company, any shipping
it's quite
company,
a racket. Yeah.
Well,
It's racket. It's quite a racket.
It used to be illegal to ship used computer electronics to Africa because we were just dumping all our used computer shit there.
Oh yeah.
So they said, okay. Yeah, they said, okay, we're just going to label it as used computer electronics. That's not illegal, and we're going to still ship it to your country, bitch.
There you go, perfect example. That's it. But the thing is, that's the. But you're like that. But wait a minute, who did they pay the fine to, right? And what countries have signed on to the agreement that these countries are even, for example, right? Here we
to
go,
accept
right?
the fine
but wait a
money.
minute, right? Imagine this, right? So you're in charge of a country, right? And there's a company said, hey, by the way, we want to register our boats here or whatever. You say, yeah, no problems, mate. What'd you do? He says, well, do you know, we dump fucking waste that destroys or the ground that's got a half-life of fucking 600 years or whatever, or 1,000 years or whatever, but we just dump it in the sea. Now you've got a choice.
Cool. Let's make kids candy out of it.
Yeah, but well, that's it. So, but these boats or these companies have to be stationed somewhere, and you have to ask that question. That's what I'm saying. They're based in Britain, America. Yet these motherfuckers run about and tell us, "Hey, by the way, you're polluting the thing," but they're taking backhanders. We don't see any of that money. We don't see any of that money. I wouldn't even contribute to that fucking scam or give them tax relief or whatever. You know, there's companies. These
Well, remember that
companies
what they
have
were
to be
doing? They were paying those what were they, warlords or whatever, because they were the ones controlling the land. So they were paying the warlords to dump this stuff, this waste. They were so these people who didn't care
There's
about you
huge
in the first
boats.
place.
There's huge boats that fucking in London, right? There's a thing that's called it goes over Neasden. It's a railway line, right? And every night you can go there about 11, 12 o'clock, and you'll see a train going across with containers on it, big long train. You can stand there on the bridge, watch this go every night, right? Now that is transporting radioactive material or material that can't be left more than 24 hours on
That's what I was going to say.
Place.
You know,
it travels
the Sapphire
about.
Project, right? The Sapphire Project, remember that? Well,
No, I don't know.
one of their claims, one of their claims is they can mitigate the radiation from waste with this little electrical plasma system. Transmute the elements back to stable.
I'm telling you, the best one is to use electronics in Africa.
That's a big claim, dude.
That could be done, though, Grim. That could be done if you look at it. If radiation.
I don't know why they haven't been doing that, right? Like even just vaporizing the shit. Like, why haven't they been doing that a long time ago? Why store it? Why not fucking vaporize it?
But maybe they have, right? Maybe they have, and it affects.
Yeah, and they've been lying to us.
Remember, right? If you invent something that is like a benefit, say, energy-wise to our population, because we sort of pay a lot for that, and there's a big industry in oil. So, say you invent, like it's invented in a university laboratory or whatever. Do you really think that's going to end up in the public arena where they're going to let loose people, normal people, that might go, oh, wait a minute, I could make free electricity about that, and I'm going to give it to my neighbour because I don't want to fucking make money. I've got a job that makes more money. I'm going to let someone benefit. You understand that? And that's why that gets fucking doesn't surprise me.
I'm thinking that Will Ferrell movie when he made a spray to spray on the poop and it just disintegrated or vaporized or whatever.
Yeah, that's Jack Black. Jack Black and Ben Stiller, Vaporize.
Well, they've got Envy. How about this thing, guys?
It was called Envy, wasn't it? The name of the movie.
Yeah, but how about this then, right? So they've got technology, right? Nanobots that actually can break down the atomic structure of something. Meaning, just what you said there, Jeremy. I don't know what they turn it into or how they dispose of it, but they can literally you can get them and they'll break down. You set them. If you set them off, right? If you set them off on a table or whatever, they'll start and they'll break down the atomic structure of that. And that's tiny, not even nanobots, bots you can't even fucking, like xenobots almost, like the ones that they can put inside you. But they've got these bots that actually work on this fucking uber nano scale, where they whatever, they pick things off. You know, they pick whatever and whatever they do with it, they can actually break down it. So it's not that far away. And they had problems.
Sounds like just electrical machining. That's what it sounds like. Like they found a way.
Yeah, but it's like if you've ever seen the
one
guys thinking
electron
this
at a time or something. It's like they found a way to hit a couple electrons at a time. You know what I mean? With a discharge gun or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite on that, as I say, the atomic scale, but I'm saying on the scale, right? That like the nano.
Shit, I gotta go, guys.
Watt scale, but you can still see them. But they basically work with what do you call it? Tiny, almost atoms or whatever. So they can break things down. They can build things out of. They could, for example, you could put them on your table or whatever, and you could program them, and they would go at the table, break it down to its smallest that you wouldn't see. You know, it might not be in atoms, but it might be the tiniest slither, wood or whatever, and you could get them to build something else, kind of thing. That kind of mad take. You know, that's there. That's crazy, but yeah.
Grim, I'm gonna send you a link real quick. I don't know.
All right, I gotta run too,
figure
guys. Yeah, I just realized I gotta be in 3 different places at once. So.
No. I need this link. Look it out. This is super important. It's about the speed of light.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go do your shit. This is not important.
No, it's okay. I got a second.
First things fucking last. I need to figure out how to message a fucking link.
Oh yeah, man. Fucking, I don't even have a server.
Did I do it? I did it.
All right, cool. Got it.
I know you're into this goofy shit, so I'm into this goofy shit too. So the only thing is, just by looking at this
one of my
picture,
new favorite articles right here. I'm already enjoying the just the fucking title.
well, you don't get too fucking excited. You know how these science motherfuckers always do to clickbait. So
I know the title's always bullshit, dude. It's always bullshit.
Jeremy, what do you think of Alex Jones?
I never really got an Alex Jones. I don't know. I've heard him like screaming a couple times, but he's got that real raspy voice, right?
Right, yeah. But anyway, I was kind of leading question. It was the point was right.
They're talking about shit. Listen, when they called Pluto a dwarf planet and I saw the actual system, I was like, holy shit. There's continents on there. I can see them. And then this, to me, Pluto had, you know, it's such a complex system. It has hella moons. One of them orbits backwards and spins backwards in its orbit. I mean, the whole thing reeked of bigness.
Yep.
This is pretty cool.
What happened?
Right, so anyway, I'll finish my point then, right? So Alex Jones used to shout and bawl about these pills have got robots in them and they're going to take you over. About 5 years ago, I remember. And they can go to certain parts of your brain or blah, blah. So anyway, I was watching a video there. It was about molecular biology or something like that. And here we have certain, they can actually build little, like tiny
nanobots.
No, it's Xeno. But it's not. It's even further. It goes beyond Xenobots. What they can basically do.
Jones used to say nanobots.
Anyway, what they can basically but what they can basically do is right, and this is, you know, and I find it fascinating. I think that's a really good thing that they can do. But you know, in the hands of their own people, you can fucking your imagination can run wild or whatever. But the point is, these things can navigate themselves to a specific point in your brain, right? And then build build the what do you call it?
Build-A-Bear. Yo, they ain't gonna be
equipment to operate on your brain, right? Or the equipment that can self-build. You know, it's got the ability to build, right? And that's
self-replicate. Are they self-replicating nanobots? That's literally a doomsday scenario.
So is your point, Ali, that Alex Jones was correct all along?
No, I'm saying, well, no, it's no, well, he was talking about stuff, right? He was talking about information that perhaps most of the normal public wouldn't be privy to. Well, we talked about that. Holding back that. Imagine someone inventive, right? Understood that was a molecular biologist, wasn't privy to that information or whatever, or computer programming, or someone that built robots or whatever. He was privy to that information 5 or 10 years, or however long they've taken to release it. Wouldn't science have advanced? Wouldn't that a person have advanced that technology or understanding or whatever within that, you know, like the normal person? Well, that's it. They're retarding.
Since he said it, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the whole point. So whatever's happening, right, there seems to be an agenda, because it's us that invent shit. It's the normal person or the guy that fiddles about in the garage. Well, my point is,
well, that's how it used to be, Ali. Ali used to be the guy in his garage in his spare time or after he retired would come up with something. Nowadays, the shit's like most of that shit's been done. I don't think there's going to be a lot of shit in the garage being invented. You know what I'm saying? Now it's down to like molecular scales and
definitely less now
and all kinds of shit.
No, but it's very. Hey, listen, guys were working, guys that invented shit and stuff like that. They were the ones that went against sometimes the mainstream narrative or whatever, or they used the mainstream narrative in a certain kind of, not only can I do that with it, I can. They looked around, they thought, oh well, if it can do that, it can do fucking this, and it can do fucking this. Kind of disrupted national security or the better of whoever was fucking deciding shit was shit. But the point is, you know, that's why it's knowledge like that gets taken away. Not everything's been decided. It's absurd to take the stand that all information, new discoveries should be put out to every single person, because even the guy
Ali,
that's in the garage, that's the redneck, and whatever he does, man, it doesn't matter.
What Alex Jones is doing is he's reading the papers and the news reports, and he's just got a certain way of looking at the zeitgeist of stuff that comes out. So he's there saying they're about to do this. I've seen a few articles. They're doing this now. The devils, and that's why he's always correct every time.
Yeah,
they do it.
I agree.
Do it more.
I agree with you though, Ali. That there's definitely inventions that shouldn't be given out to everyone because they're mad dangerous, like artificial intelligence, those self-replicating nanobots. Like there's a lot of shit that they shouldn't just release to the public because it could be super dangerous.
Oh, yeah, I think I'll give you that too. Yeah,
that was a good point though you made about them knowing about it before and then going out and telling us and making it sound like they know something that we don't know. It's just they read something before we did. That's a good point.
I'm saying,
and I ain't gonna be impressed.
You can do that to get a tell on what's happening. You can be like Alex Jones and find these tips.
I mean, you don't know until they tell you anyways. They could have shit right now that's crazy. You won't know till they tell you. How are you gonna know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You read a weird science paper that wasn't meant for you to read. They don't know you're a truther, and accidentally inside it says there's huge human tissue farms, and then you repeat that as Alex Jones. Later on, it becomes larger news, and people say, "Oh my God, Alex Jones knew."
I'll tell you who's been lying to us for decades. You know that magazine, Popular Mechanics? they always were saying like all this crazy shit was going to come out, and almost none of it never came out.
Yeah, the weird prediction.
You guys used to read those magazines back in like the 90s? Popular Mechanics. We should have flying cars by now.
I had all the issues, yeah. I had subscriptions.
I love that magazine.
We had a
It's
BBC
fantastical
show
though.
called Brand New World. No, we had some BBC show where it showed
Yeah,
the next
but
step of technology.
Popular Mechanics. Sorry to interrupt you, Paul.
The next step of technology. It tried to show us on TV every Friday night, and it was never correct. None of it's come true.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why that magazine is so good is because it's so fantastical.
Yeah,
That Popular
the thing about
Mechanics.
Popular Mechanics,
You got an echo.
yeah,
Jen.
but you know, the Popular Mechanics magazine has taken it's taken the government's narrative on what happened to building number 7 and the Twin Towers. Yeah, 9/11. Popular Mechanics. They're saying it was the terrorists and all that. The narrative. They're not saying it. They're saying explosions never happened and things like that. I hate that magazine. Hate the author, the editor, the main man.
I mean, I haven't seen it in a while, but back in the 90s and shit, I used to love that magazine because they were like, this is coming, that's coming, all this cool. You're going to live to be 500 years old with the invention of medical nanobots, like all kinds of fantastic.
There you go.
Jen, you have an echo, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, I've just returned. That's all. But there you go. I'm just trying to talk. Basically, I think that Popular Mechanics magazine is fit for burning only. Fire, create your fire, keep yourself warm. Magazine. That's all. Don't read the crap.
All that stuff.
I tell you,
all that stuff.
It was really good though. Bill Cooper. He was quite accurate in his information. Bill Cooper.
Jen, you still got an echo, Jen.
Bill Cooper.
All that stuff came, Jeremy. All that stuff came, Jeremy. It's just that nobody got it.
What'd you say?
They didn't share it with us. All that technology that we heard I heard in the 70s and stuff like that. It came. They just haven't given it to us. Yeah, that's all.
I reckon that's true with some of it.
How about this, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I seen a program. One second. Listen to this about sound waves, because it's, there's like, Don, it's all about vibration and stuff like that, or perhaps, right? So how about this? There was a program, maybe Jen remembers it. It was called Tomorrow's World, right? And you had this program on that they designed a set of speakers, right? You could get a set of speakers. It was a sound system you could get, and you could sit at a specific point. And this is in the late 70s or mid 70s. This was out, right? This tech, and it came from speakers, and it could actually broadcast sound directly to you, and the person, they could be sat right next to you and they wouldn't hear it, and they could have a conversation. And this was back, and I always wondered, right, what the fuck happened to that?
Yeah, well, that's a military device now.
But that's amazing, right? Imagine that though, right? Imagine it's not the fact of
targeted individuals, Ali. That's where they've put that. They've put that tech into the targeting individuals, voice to skull technology.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm thinking about never mind what they used it for, the nefarious or whatever. I find that totally amazing, right? That they can that you can actually send a certain sound, a certain distance, to a certain person. It was like creating they showed what was happening with the sound waves.
Yeah.
To me, that, and then when I hear people saying about sound waves and stuff like that, how the fuck does that work, mate?
Well, you know what I saw yesterday? I saw Nate shared, I think, a video of someone vibrating with their mouth inside the pyramid and causing sand to change its pattern. Instead of just a clump of sand on a disc, it changed into circles and
all kinds of
stars.
Shapes.
Yeah,
it's called the voice of. Hold on, Ali B. It's called the voice of God. That's the name of the technology.
Yeah. listen. Yep, exactly.
And yeah, that's the extreme use of it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right,
God,
because
and you freak everyone out. That's the extreme use of it.
wait a minute. I have to agree with that, because the word of God is like, yes, that's a deep answer, but I totally agree with you,
Ali, what would you do with that technology? Would you pretend to be God? That was what I was thinking in my head.
And
no,
guess
I wouldn't actually. You know what I would do?
To the guy that created it. Guess what happened to the guy that created it? Guess what happened? 2 shots to the back of the head, called it suicide.
I think I'll take your word for it, because it makes. I've heard it happens a lot. I haven't checked it out myself.
There's a lot to be said about that. I always, when you'll get this done, because in Matrix is as well, probably a lot of people as well, other people. But it's all about that. Imagine that you can actually, broadcast something through speakers. That means you could do it yourself. And some people do that with projecting their voice.
The victim can't choose to listen or not. You're directing it straight to him, so he can't even get out of the way anymore.
Exactly.
That's where it becomes powerful.
And you can do that with, like, and I agree, you can also do that with thought, or if you want to say prayer or whatever you think. I do believe you can project or talk.
Yes, this voice, this sending a vibration of sound and speaking is a science version of cursing someone or brainwashing them or controlling their mind. What MK Ultra is, isn't it? It's the science version of magic.
Yeah, that was a good dangerous technology. Go ahead, Alan.
You were trying to explain. I remember, Don, you were trying to explain. I don't know. It was some conversation. I think it was on this channel, obviously, because you had a chance to talk. But you were explaining about magic, about words, how words are magic and sounds, and that was spot on. I was totally agreeing with you about it. How it affects. Like we've all heard.
Jeremy knows about signal. Hang on, I think Jeremy knows a lot about signal. Plenty about echo. Am I echoing now?
You cut out, Jen. You were cutting out.
Still cutting.
You're still cutting out. Yep.
Just rejoin and turn your speakers down a little bit.
I know. I got the gist of what you were saying, though, and I know a lot about echoing because you do it every day, Jen.
So this long-range propagation of voice or sound, I would think that that's where they're using phase discrimination, essentially, where they use constructive and destructive sounds to make it only appear to one user, right? Because I'm still looking for the voice of God.
I don't know. That's fucking dangerous, though. If you could just target one individual, they would just be hearing. You could drive someone crazy. You could make people do things. That's crazy.
Have you seen those documentaries where the targeted individuals, they say, someone's talking to me, they're telling me things in my sleep, I'm feeling this pressure in my head and all that. That's what I think the tech's used for. Harassing people.
Like if they did that shit
to me, saying that before the tech existed.
If they were to use that tech on me right now, and I tried to go in and telling people things like that guy's nuts, he's a flat earther. You know what I mean? They would already like dismiss it as just voices in my head. Hearing voices is crazy. They'd throw me in an insane asylum.
Jeremy, remember Max Eigen when he turned into a flat earther, and then 2 weeks later he said, I wasn't really a flat earther. They must have told me that through technology into my head. That's what he said.
I don't know. I don't remember that. The point is, that is some super dangerous fucking technology. And if that ever did come out, that's definitely not something you would release to the public.
No, you don't want freaks playing
Does
with
more
that
harm
in the
than.
park.
Yeah, I'm just wondering,
Yeah,
like,
really...
this voice of God stuff is like one of these, under perfect conditions where you have control of all the variables, you can propagate sound over a great distance in an open environment. I'm not sure how effective it is. I'm just reading up on Earth is Light thing to see whether there's any truth to the myth behind
We've all seen
you do in a lab.
It's hard to do. It's not perfect.
We've all seen the.
They're working on it, right?
Yeah, but some things are not conducive to coming outside the lab. Now, again, if this is just phase cancellation we're using, then you have to have the situation where I've got multiple speakers all aimed at this person coming at from multiple angles. I have to know all the distances between my targeted person. It's something you could set up in a lab with sound canceling walls and whatever else.
No, I think it's a good
make
point.
the sound appear, but it's not something that could practically ever exist in the open air.
I'm
not
thinking
sure if
like
that's the situation, but
I imagine it as a
Well,
special.
you got some kind of crazy feedback going or something.
I went through it just quickly. More, I imagine it as a special tech van with the black ops, like a black helicopter, but it's a black van. They've got some type of special military grade hidden speaker, and then maybe there's one other person, and they know all the weather. They know as many variables as they can know, and then like spies, they hone in on the person and say stuff to him and make him shoot a school.
It might could exist. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying that there's a lot of times when tech like this hits the internet and whatever else, it's not practical in the real world. It's stuff that you can accomplish, but you can't get the results that you're hoping for.
I explained about the tech there. I explained about the tech there. About what I've seen in the late 70s, you could broadcast sound specifically to that person in a room, and what Don's talking about is the exact same, but in the opposite way. In the opposite way that you can home in on people and catch in and tune in. It's all frequency. Doesn't matter what frequency. Once you tune on that person's talking frequency, I suppose you could connect you from a big long distance.
That's some technology where if they did have that, there's no way they would put that out there, because then you could just be sending signals to inside people's heads. Super dangerous.
Exactly. Yeah, and that goes down to, do you know what that most of the philosophers,
some people try and do it. Sorry.
1 second, Don. That's what
we didn't hear you.
I go with Jeremy, right? There's some technology that
Jen, you're echoing.
There's some technology.
Go ahead,
there's some technology that shouldn't be handed out to the public, but also, if the scientist discovers it, he should fucking hold on to his cell and retire straight away. He should think about the implications of it, because unfortunately it seems to get passed. It gets passed and it gets used against us.
Jen, I had to mute you, Jen. Let me know, Jen. Let me know when the echo's fixed in a DM. Send me a DM when your echo's fixed.
You know, it's like I was watching a lecture. I was watching a lecture the other day about it was about cyber security, or you know how governments. It's not a conspiracy. It was just a guy. He's a cyber expert, and he's just talking about the kind of spy kind of wear that governments have got, or he names specific. I can't remember the names. I can't remember the video. It'll be in my history or whatever. But he was just talking about, like, basically, even if you've got the best, blocker or spyware or whatever you've got, there's inherent in every electrical device, whether it be a television or whatever, it's this invasive spy network that's just, no matter if you think you're protected with whatever, it's and a lot of people say, well, I don't care, I'm not doing anything wrong, but that's not really the point, you know, because information, our information is getting gathered for whatever, to learn more about us so that we can be manipulated. But anyway, that was off subject. Sorry for rambling. When you go.
I think, just wanted to say, Mark's correct, it's really hard to do practically. That's why maybe if it is done, even if it is done, it's only some people doing it some places. So it's like a hidden, weird harassment technique or spy technique, which makes Jeremy correct that because it's so hard, that's going to help not everyone being able to do it. That's why we don't all get interrupted with these weird voices all the time.
Well, I mean, if it even exists, they're not gonna like be going around doing that shit all the time. The normal, you know,
because they want to keep it hidden secret, have their own little secret power, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I just want to know why they targeted Pete Shea so hard with this thing.
Because the narrative is, Jeremy, they use it on a few weirdos who happen to have YouTube channels.
Well, I mean, it could have came about after the MK Ultra Pro. Like, if you have that, you wouldn't need MK Ultra. You know what I mean? But yeah, they could have it.
How about this, Jeremy? One second, Don. How about this, Jeremy? Right? I was to do with smart coins, smart contracts and stuff like that. Right? So anyway, I looked at this smart contract, and you know how usually the ones I looked at, it was an app to go with this. It was patented, and I looked at the patent, and what it did have, it had an agreement with the US government as a backdoor. I actually had this program or a set of code that actually gave a backdoor to the, you know, the so-called secure program.
Yeah, some of those cryptos are probably, you know, part of the elites or whatever. I'm sure the elite is into crypto by now.
About the technology, Ali, I believe my computer IP sends where my computer is, so that's quite likely where I am all the time. Even if I use a VPN, there's ways where they can average and find out where your VPN comes from. And my phone obviously got GPS that does it, but I don't think my speakers or my headphones or my microphone is sending my location back to Big Brother or spying on me. So some things.
But they're not spying. That's the thing. People get this, you know, in their head, oh, they're spying on us or whatever, and the people that disagree with you, they think there's a specific person. No, it's not that at all, right? What happens is every action, every information, every web page, or every action you do,
by saying once I bought the speakers, of course they will have registered where I bought it and which card I bought it with. But since then, it's just a speaker. It's not helping Big Brother know anything about Dawn. It's just me and a speaker, right?
Yeah,
so
unless they can.
Technology is safe. I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just when the flag, that's what I'm saying. Nothing will happen to you. But the minute it's like, imagine you're in a little village, right? And you're dealing drugs, right? And you're doing it dead discreet. You drive out your village or whatever, right? So you're not getting any, there's no red flags to the police or whatever. You're doing it doesn't matter, right? But then imagine the other scenario: you're dealing drugs from your house, and there's hundreds of people. Now there's going to be a red flag. As long as you don't raise a red flag to whatever this algorithm that's watching you, or it's watching your subscriber count or the influence you have or whatever, you'll go up this level, and then eventually when you get to a certain level that you're going to raise a big huge flag, oh, he's going to change our paradigm or whatever, that's when they'll start, that's when a human being will start interacting. But otherwise it's like,
keep an eye on us. Obviously I agree on this. I believe in the big brother and the one eye, all of this. But all I was trying to distinguish is some tech doesn't have cameras or GPS, and it's not connected to any grid. So you don't have to be scared of technology. You can still use technology, and just be aware that some of it will try and spy on you.
Yeah, exactly. It's still fucked up. It's still fucked up that they use it to analyze it and either control us, give us a narrative, or sell us shit. You know what I mean?
That with everything.
That's the only bad thing. That's the bad thing about it, right? It's good to know.
It just makes it easier for them. They're always trying to do this to us with anything.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shitty side of it. There's nothing wrong with them kind of watching us and say, oh, this group of people, or that kind of thing. But it's when it's like, it's like that. With great power comes great responsibility, man, right? And if you were a true human being with that knowledge and power, you would recognise, right, I'm not going to use it to fucking sell shit or try to manipulate the way people think. No, I'm going to do it that way. And that's the shit that we live in.
I believe that even psychopaths are true humans. They're just a different type of true human.
Yeah, they just think, yeah, well, they are, aren't they? Because they're flesh and blood or whatever. And they weren't born. I don't believe, just me, myself, and I've had loads of arguments about it. I believe that people are born, you're born innocent. You're born innocent.
I'm not sure. It's quite a big philosophy question, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're born a certain way.
But that would be absolutely correct, because you're born innocent. Born innocent because you can do no wrong. You haven't uploaded any information yet. Sorry?
Was Ted Bundy?
Yeah, exactly, Jim.
Born innocent?
So you haven't been able to.
Yeah, when you're born innocent. You're born innocent, pure. You haven't done anything wrong. So you're innocent.
Still have an echo.
Committed no crime. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, it's the best I can do.
I'm not hearing an echo, by the way, Jim. I wasn't hearing an echo there.
I can't hear it. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I didn't hear it at all. Sorry, Jim. I didn't hear it, John.
You guys didn't hear the echo? All right, I'll unmute him. Let me know when you hear it.
I mean, fucking unmute my mic then. Yeah, don't mute. Jeremy, do me a favour, yeah? Don't keep muting me. I told you, you've got the problem. It's not me. I go everywhere else. I don't have a problem anywhere else. I come here. When you're not here, I don't have a problem. When you're here, there's an echo. You're the problem. Fucking hell.
Jeremy does in defense of Jim. Jeremy does hear shit.
7 fucking years. 7 fucking years. You're the problem. Okay? You.
Come on.
Say, fuck off. Now, when you're born innocent.
I've told Jeremy to do that as well. So
innocent and pure.
Jen, if I give you that even Ted Bundy, hang on, Jen, I'm trying to talk to you about it. If I give you that even Ted Bundy was born innocent, wasn't he born with a possibility to turn into a psycho, like slightly psycho, but an innocent psychopath?
Everybody has that. Yes, Dawn. Everybody has. Dawn, yes, Dawn. Everybody has that possibility, depending on the environment the individuals grow up in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because he's turned, that some people like him turn into such bad psychopaths. Maybe when they were born, they were already 10% psychopath. Right, that's the theory.
That would be absolutely impossible. That would be absolutely impossible.
What if
become a psychopath require? Can I not finish,
Yeah,
Jiddu?
sorry.
To become a psychopath,
Isn't it here to echo just there?
would require some. Jeremy, plug
No,
your mic, man.
no, Jeremy.
Now I'm going to talk
I
on.
didn't-
Yeah, please don't interrupt. Fuck off, will ya? Trying to talk here. Now, that it would require you, an individual, to be psychologically affected in some negative way, a conditioning over time. You can't get that when you're born, Dawn.
What
You're
I'm
born.
saying
How do you get that?
What I'm saying
can
is
have
maybe some
physiological-
births go wrong. Maybe
Yeah.
some births go wrong and it makes you into a slightly psychopath when you're born.
What, you mean some kind of pressure on the brain turns you into a psychopath? Okay,
Somehow the
it's a
DNA came
possibility.
together and it didn't make a perfect person, but it made a psychopath person.
I mean, it's a possibility. It's a grey area that I haven't looked into.
There we
I mean,
go.
where's the data on this? We don't have any data on this.
Exactly.
It's a good hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis. I'll give it that. Okay, I'm going to go with the usual. The psychopaths that we meet today have come through some kind of psychological conditioning from their childhood all the way to the present time.
Yeah,
that's what
I'll give you all of that's true. I'm just wondering if they were born slightly mad as well.
Well, there are some serial killers that come from really good environments. You know, nobody's ever been able to spot the defect in their upbringing. There's also kids who, at a very early age, manifest tendencies that are considered negative.
Yeah.
Psychopathic.
Fair, but there's some kids what bite and hurt people really badly from really young.
And they never catch on that it's a bad thing. They can't put themselves in an empathetic position.
I mean, it's just philosophy anyway, because we're going to get psychos either way.
Sounds like how Don treats flat earthers. No, no empathy.
Yes.
You hate them. You're so mad they know something you don't.
But there seems to be so many. That's why I keep bringing it up. There seems to be so many on Earth. It's not just that some have got power. There seems to be quite a lot. That's how they managed to have got together and got the power, I think. It's quite a few, more than we think.
Hey, everybody breaks out their little flat Earth checkbook. You know, there's a guy who's trying to fly over the South Pole. He's a pilot, and you try to arrange the flight. If all you flat Earthers chip in about $1, because there's millions of you, you should be able to accomplish this flight. No problem. He wants to take some of you along for the ride. I mean, come on, let's get this thing done. Crack into the wall.
Well, you're a flat earther, so do whatever you want.
Oh yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, because you flat earth. You're a flat earth enthusiast.
It's actually okay, Mike, when you present it as a good idea. It's just the McTimber. That's the only person like.
What was the idea there? I missed it. There was an idea that proposed for us flat earthers to do. To do what?
To fly from somewhere in South America, I don't remember, it's on the east coast of South America, I think from Brazil. Fly from Brazil over the South Pole and to Perth, Australia, directly over the pole.
Right, okay, I'll tell you
direct flight with you bringing your own compasses on board and stuff to validate video and whatever else.
I wouldn't do it for 10 million.
Why is it 1.5
Because
million
no other fucker,
instead of
no other
150
airplane
grand?
does it. Hey, listen. I wouldn't do it for all the money in the fucking world because no other airplane does it, and there's a fucking reason why they don't do it. And if they ain't going to do it, I ain't going to fucking do it. And it's not because...
If I win the lottery and I give you 1.5 million...
No, you can fuck right off with that, because I can assure you, the reason that nobody does it is because there's some reason why they can't do it, and it must be dangerous. or I'm going
The
to
reason
get
that
shot down,
I don't know the
or
reason
I'm
they're
going to
doing.
get shot down,
Hey,
or I'm going to get shot down flying over there, or whatever, just in case there's some anomaly they've been lying to us. Do you fucking honestly think that aeroplane full of flat earthers with cameras and all this kind of shit, even if they did find out, they get shot the fuck down, man? So it's no, I wouldn't.
I got you.
I wouldn't. No thanks.
Stop and let's continue on. Just, everything doesn't have to be book novel level conversation. We can have like back and forth, 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, not 10 minutes at a clip.
Yeah, I did. I stopped.
All right. So the reason it's 1.5 million, I didn't get that from the video. I don't know what it costs to fly a 747. I thought that was a class of plane he was talking about, and I think that could come up to nearly 1.5 million per flight. I don't know.
Well, we should do is schedule a big one. You get all up to get R.C. Meisty and Bob Nodell to fly the plane. We'll load
that's a
everybody
great
up.
idea.
Everybody on
Get a fundraiser. Gio, get a fundraiser. Get a fundraiser going, Gio.
Now
Come
it's
on.
1.5 million.
I'm up for that.
All of a sudden.
I'll go as far as maybe Argentina. I've always wanted to go to Argentina. I'll get off the plane at Argentina. You guys can fly further.
We'll get the entire Earth Not a Glob family together, and we'll take a trip.
On a boat. I'd do it in a boat. I'd sail. I can sail, so I'm up for sailing, but not flying. I'm not a good flyer.
Can I just say something, Ali? I think McTurn is trolling everyone because for 4 years we've trying to tell fathers it's easy to cross the poles and circumnavigate. You can do this. It's a few grand, 20 grand, whatever. And now suddenly McTurn's come along and says it's going to cost 1.5 million.
Well, this is a different guy. This is a different guy setting it up. This is McToon is putting down what the pilot said for doing it. A jumbo jet costs $25,000 per hour to run.
He's a bald little scammer, this pilot. I saw him on the video. He looks terrible.
Well, that's wonderful what his looks are. It doesn't mean
it does. He looks
his whole shtick is just telling you about commercial piloting, and somehow he got brought into flat Earth, and he's now dabbling around the fringes of.
It's McTurn we've got to blame, not him, not the nerd pilot.
The nerd pilot is the one who's setting it up.
15 grand. That would be normal, and it would just be another McTurn silly video. But 1.5 million. It's a complete troll on everyone.
Oh, really? So 1.5 million. How much do you think it costs to fly?
That's a bargain. That's a bargain.
Shut up, Alan. You fucking talk enough. Let somebody else speak for a second, for fuck's sake.
Sorry. Holy cow, man.
Okay, so it costs about $25,000 an hour, according to this site, to fly a jumbo jet. So I mean, it doesn't seem outrageous to be 1.5 million.
Yeah, it's too high. Price is too high. To me, it's embarrassing for me that McTurn's done this.
What, was he your hero, Don? Or what? Did you look up to him?
Everything he does embarrasses me because he's a second wave, third wave Glober, but he's got more ego than everybody else combined. Worse than Nathan Oakley. For some reason, it just ticks me off. Now he's pretending to try and raise 1.5 million, laughing like the worst flat earth theatre production I've ever watched.
Well, first off, this is not McToon's challenge or whatever. This is the pilot, the nerdy guy, is the one who said it was $1.495 million, and he's always said that. McToon is just passing it on.
It's getting Don. Come on, man. How many bets? You've been here a while. Remember how many challenges, how many bets have been reneged on? You know, I mean, nobody's ever going to pay.
Ali.
Even
that's my point. The Globe would still say, no, it's real this time. We're not scamming each other for money.
But on flat,
real
on both sides.
Million.
But on both sides, though, I'm talking about on both sides. There's been loads of bets welched on. We know about Anthony Riley his
Can't trust
with
any of these weirdos.
Well, in
you
this
know,
case, no money transfers hand until it's set up. So I'm not sure
come on.
what you're talking about.
Hey, what happened to his escrow? He had a Bitcoin escrow with what's his name, Brainy Beaver from Canada or whatever. Didn't he have a bet with that? And there was a Bitcoin pot going in there that he was getting off people to basically pay for into an escrow account for a bet. I don't know if it was the one Don was talking about, but there was another one not so long ago. 10,000, was it a $10,000 bet or something? Or
Were you talking about McToon offered 10K for a challenge? Now
yeah, I think that was it, and it was Bitcoin
for another made-up challenge.
Yeah,
that
and
one.
it was going,
What makes you think that's made up? That challenge is out there. He's shown the paperwork. He's shown it.
He's been known to fake paperwork, Mike. You fucking know this. He's faked paperwork.
I don't know that
in this community. Yes, you do.
I don't know that. I don't know all about McToon. I don't follow
know. It was the topic for months.
You do now. You know now that you faked paperwork.
I don't know anything now. I know somebody's scared.
I'll tell you what.
Well, go and look at it then. Go and challenge. By the way that you can challenge Don is by going, I don't believe him. I'm going to look into that for myself. And off you go.
I'm not really challenging Mark on anything except.
No, I was telling Moyle about he wasn't believing you. That was the whole point of, like, you know, if, for example, if Don said that to me, if Don said that to me about one of my heroes, I went, oh, how dare you talk about, I'm going to find that out.
I'll tell you what it is, so you can look. He's got a video about where he pretended there was a flat Earth document, a special one that admitted Earth was flat.
Oh, the fish.
He faked it. He faked it. Got everyone to click his videos, and then said, "Oh, ha ha ha, it's fake."
Okay, is that the same class as having a Kickstarter? I mean, I don't know which one to use, but having one of these crowdfunding things.
And
the crowdfunding is
when
there.
It shows you escrow paperwork ever.
The crowdfunding is there. Actually, I don't know the escrow paper. Okay, yeah, I guess he could fake. I don't know. I don't know. Is it online or is it not online?
I don't even believe you've seen the paper now for escrow. I think it's just him saying he's got an escrow, and that's nonsense.
So you don't know. You're just asserting that he doesn't.
Yeah, but Don, the thing is, Don, the thing is with the escrow account, right? The guy that was the, what do you call it? Not the beneficiary. The guy that was, you know, he was in charge of it. He had control of it. Was that Canadian dude, Brainy Beaver? I think he had control of the account Bitcoin for the 10,000 one. I've not heard about the 1.5 million.
It's all role play.
I've not
Even if
heard
someone has 10 grand, they're not really putting it up. They're not really giving it to anybody. It's nonsense.
The 1.5 million.
Yeah, exactly.
When the flat earther says, "Show me water on a ball, I've got 1 million quid," do you believe him? Because I fucking don't.
No, I wouldn't either.
Well, the 1.5 million is not a bet. The 1.5 million is the cost of the airplane and the crew.
Hey, Don, do us a favour, mate. Right, I'm up for this. Right, I think I've probably got about 6 or 7 grand in my bank. Any chance of a loan? I don't know, 900,000 or something like that. I'll maybe get a smaller plane.
Okay, so it is just clickbait. McToon has.
Yeah, of course.
Not going to write. What it is, Mark. Now, what I'm telling you is, it's not a real 1.5 million. Obviously, no one's going to pay for a real plane. But this GoFundMe is real, and it's already got 10 grand in it, and they're scamming each other as Globers.
It doesn't have 13 grand in it. It has 13 grand of promises. If the deal doesn't go through, no money exchanges hands.
That's what they always
there's
say.
no benefit for McToon or whoever Lars Wally. There's no value in him doing this, other than shits and giggles. He won't profit.
Raising 10 grand for the leaders of the Globe Cult when they scam
No,
each other.
there's no money that transfers hands. None. Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
That's what they tell you,
There
but it's
is
not
no
true.
money that transfers hands unless the Kickstarter is executed.
No, that's not how all Kickstarters work. You still get
Well, that's
money.
how this one works.
Don't know about that.
Well, maybe you should find out before you say that it's
If I tell you
a profit.
and there's literally no money involved, that means it's just clickbait nonsense.
Yeah, a Kickstarter takes money on it because if they do the Kickstarter, then they can attract proper investors to say, hey, look, we've got this amount of money. They just do people, companies or these things that do Kickstarters is only really to what do you call it? Sell the idea
with Kickstarter for 4 years or longer. They do it all the time, especially the second wave of Globers. McTurn, all those uppity girls that hang around with him, all the new phase of Globers, they scam each other for hundreds of pounds all the time.
Oh, okay. I don't even follow. I don't even follow that McTurn. I done an interview with him, I think about 3 years ago. And if you go in, or Chris F.E. Jackson when he first, it's called Coffee Time or whatever. His idea was to meet people, flat earthers, and talk about their beliefs. Very pleasant dude, not condescending. Fast forward, not 8 months later, and the guy's ridiculing flat earthers and calling them idiots and stuff. Hey, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the same guy I was fucking talking to like fucking 8 months ago, man.
I think
you know what I mean.
I like if it was our idea to tell flat earthers to put money together and find out what Earth is, yeah, so they can be correct. But it's not our idea. It's McTurn's troll idea. That's why I'm triggered even talking about it, because he thinks he can control the flat Earth community by orchestrating them like a little ego troll with his cheesy face. I hate it.
Oh no, he knows that no flat earther. It's just fun. I mean, ultimately, because no flat earther is going to actually attempt this challenge because they know inherently that it's impossible to navigate on a globe using flat Earth assumptions. Most of them know that for a fact.
That worked with the sextant one. It's a trick because they can't win. But that's even a scam. I'd call that a trick and a scam.
Well, no, it's not a trick and a scam. It's going directly against the people who...
What adult man does that? Bets someone money and says this is a serious bet. The money's in escrow. But knowing to themselves it's impossible. That's the work of a crook.
No, it does hopefully bring out some of the crazies from the woodwork who think that they can do it. And then when they try and do it, you get to laugh at them.
I could use a sextant. To navigate myself around your so-called globe without...
I know, yeah. You can't do McTurn's challenge because he's worded it to make it impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got to use flat Earth assumptions. You can't use any globe Earth assumptions. I mean, isn't that a fair scenario?
Yeah, but he's saying that you can't navigate around. You perfectly can. I could tell you the time if I cared to take one observation, stick the date down, and always remember what day it was after I took the observation, without looking at an almanac, without seeing any point apart from the stars. I could navigate my way about. I could tell you the time within 15 minutes without even having a clock and being out in the middle of the ocean. So
you watch it for you watch the stars for 365 days, and you'll have a pretty damn good idea of where it's going to be and how much it's going to progress.
There's a thing, I'll tell you. There's a thing called the Great Clock in the Sky. It's part of Ursa Major. It's the Great Bear, but we know it as the Dipper, right? Now, if the Dipper rotates around the North Star, and it's like a big clock, that actually follows it round like a big clock, right? So now, if you know the time, right, you have to know the time, or maybe before clocks were invented, you might have known a certain day or whatever, right? but you could tell by when you observe where the Big Dipper is pointing, the shape, which direction it's pointing. You'll write the date down, the time, and then as long as you know how many days have passed or whatever, you can tell exactly within 15 minutes exactly what time, if you had a watch, what time you actually set off in your journey.
So knowing what time it is, look at your watch, because you can look at your watch for what time it is. Tell me what
No,
time.
but before they had watches, this is the point. This is the point I'm making. So therefore, you didn't have to have a watch to discover what latitude or longitude or whatever. People already knew that because they already watched these stars going round.
It doesn't work, Ali. The reason it doesn't work is because you don't know what time it's going to be where you are.
I do, because
you
already
know that it's 3 a.m., but you don't know where you are. So you don't know.
Let me explain.
In what time zone you're in.
Right, let me explain. The position of the Big Dipper, where it's pointing, will tell me exactly what direction I'm heading in. And the observation of another star will give me a triangle. One of the stars, or Betelgeuse, one of the stars of the Orion's belt. I've got a triangle straight away. I've got an angle to where the Big Dipper is, or the north is. Because of the position of the Big Dipper, I know what time it is. I can take a measurement, so I've got a triangulation right there. So you didn't really need to know the action. You know, it's.
Well, it sounds like $10,000 is all yours. Go for it.
Yeah.
Say again.
Sounds like the $10,000 is already yours. Go for it.
No, it's not mine, because what Jeremy or Jen said, or Jeremy, or the other people that spotted it, it doesn't matter even if I came up with conclusive proof of it. They are not going to give me $10,000. Do you know why? Because these people have to admit the Earth is flat, even though by giving me the $10,000 doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is flat. It just means they're wrong. But you know, that's it. So they're not going to give that up. That's impossible.
Well, then at least you get bragging rights, and you can go and use the bragging rights.
I don't want to brag.
This is so simple. This is so simple. All you have to do is show that you can navigate using no assumptions of the globe. Go for it, dude. You get the bragging rights.
Yeah, but I don't need bragging rights, or I don't need to. I just have conversation, but I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat, or it's a ball, or space exists, or anything like that. It's way beyond. For me, it's way beyond that. I'm just having a conversation with people that have got good shit, and if you want to interact with me, I'm just giving you my opinions. It's not the truth or fact or anything. It's just what I think, the same as what you think.
Well, do it for your buddies. I mean, at least, it'd be nice for the flat earthers to use as bragging rights. Well, Ali B did it, you jerks.
Let me do that, see if I understand. You can say you can look at Ursa Major and Orion, Betelgeuse, and determine your location on the Earth's surface. Is that right?
I could determine what time it was, and if I did enough, if I did the calculations and had a compass, yeah.
Huh. Okay, I got Ursa Major at 35 degrees elevation, and I don't know where I am on Earth. What time is it? And not only what time is it, where am I?
I'm going to change. I'll change that about. Actually, now that I think about it, you couldn't really unless you had a map.
You have to know where you are first.
Right. Yeah. But once you determined on the map that that's the Ursa Major's in that position, that star's in that position, so that means I'm here. So you would have to obviously be at that time to take that measurement of the Ursa Major being there. But I could do the time. I could tell you the time, the direction with a compass. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Howard. Yeah, I couldn't say exact unless I had a map And then I would say, oh, right, so Ursa Major's there, it's pointing in this direction, it's this time. It was that time when I set off. I've come this distance, and Pluto's there, or whatever planet or star is there, Ursa Major there, and triangulate, you could tell. But yeah, unless I had a map, I could be anywhere. That's true.
Or anywhere within a bound. Yeah. It does help start zeroing you in a little bit, like with the North Pole. You can tell that I am at least this far away from the North Pole. But once you get to that damn annoying latitude reading, that's when all hell breaks loose.
I will not really think about this, right? Say for example, you had your, you could determine it. It'd be quite hard because you would have to understand the movement of the stars, right? But you could certainly navigate your, if as I say, you knew the time. I think you could actually locate places using the stars without. I don't think it was. What do you call it? Requirement of knowing the actual time. I think you could do that without it. Where the stars with the clock, so you would kind of know the time. So if a certain cluster of stars was in a certain position in the sky and you were facing that kind of thing, and you knew north was that way, and you would have been sailing for a specific point. If you set off at night time, you knew you were here, in the Bay of London, but you would have had to sailed that way first of all. But I think you could do it. I think you could do it without. I think people did it. I don't think a lot of people stumbled upon land or whatever.
I just think that's how most of the land was discovered. They took a chance. Got lost in a particularly bad storm, and then you started seeing signs of land. It was like, oh, okay, well, let's keep going this way. Land's this way.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But I think, this navigation with the stars, it's been going on for maybe because the specific, or one anyway, is the Vikings have been recorded as going down as sailing down to Egypt now, or turning up in Egypt now. I'm thinking, right, okay, fair enough. They've been known for lifting their boats and carrying them over, like mountains. I think, well, wait a minute, that's a bit too much. So they did navigate themselves.
Yeah, but I think that had a large part of land navigation involved. So basically what they would do is they'd sail along the coast, keep the coast on my left-hand side, and sail this way. And then each port that I went into, I'd ask them directions.
Yeah. But it's like I always think of the very first person that actually, I don't know, like where it started, like language or new lands or whatever. I always think, right, where did it start? Was it discovered by accident or whatever? So the question of, even sailing, going sailing or observations in the sky or stuff like that, like modern science can't claim that. And they can't claim the idea of atoms and how they interact and all this kind of stuff, because that was old suppositions from ancient people. They talked about balls. What's his name? Aristotle. His idea was cubes or something like that, because you couldn't reconcile the fact that off his balls, there's a space in between, and stuff like that. So, you know, these are the way we get described science, or the pictures that are put in our minds are science today's. So I kind of, it's like from ancient beliefs. So when they say there's nothing new in science, there's not. Quantum physics, you know, if you look at, you know, what they say quantum physics actually is, there's old tribes that believed in matter just coming into existence out of nothing. They could reconcile that, and that's what quantum physics is. You know, it's like this event that can't be proven, but it's just an ancient belief that a group of people believed, and it's just regurgitated. It's like music, you know, it's like a cyclical process kind of thing. But now we're getting into what do you call it, alternative universes and all that kind of stuff, and it's not even reality now. You know, they've taken it beyond that. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, quantum physicists are just like flat earthers like that. They get to the edge of knowledge and start being creative.
Yeah, but their creativity
that was
come
horrible.
up.
That was horrible, Don. Sorry, carry on. Sorry, what were you saying there, Mike?
Sorry.
No.
They come up with something, but then they try and take it as far as they can. They usually end up in the realm of mathematics. But it's like, oh, if this was happening, then we would expect this. And then
don't believe what we've just told you. You don't understand, or you less. And I've heard all the arguments about mathematics and stuff like that, but nature's not mathematical at all. There is some patterns to it, but it's not mathematical. All these, if you go to null school and you see all the wind patterns and they go and be whirly lines, perfect patterns. That's not a reality of it. It'll go in a kind of circular pattern, but not like what they reproduce or whatever. You know, it's like an idealized mathematics can only give an idealized perception, like the models. Or the models, they can only show well, they can't show entropy for starters, right? So it's like everything's all ordered, these wind patterns. Oh, look at the perfect circles, or they go in this pattern, and you zoom in and you see this wind pattern, you think that's not how it goes. That's just all the data the satellite or whatever's gathering, and it's replicating it in the mathematics. It's taking an average, and it's just turning into mathematics and these perfect circles and shit like that. It doesn't work like that. It's impossible.
They're generalized models. I mean, to predict something to the absolute degree, you would have to get closer and closer to knowing where every molecule is and every megajoule of energy is coming from exactly. It becomes increasingly more difficult to try and make it better. So we've got 10-day forecasts. They're okay depending on where you are in the world. But to try and predict it accurately for 100 years with the amount of information we have, it would be impossible. It would take a computer the size of the galaxy.
All right, what about global warming then? Or not global warming, it's called climate change now, yeah. What about that then, when they make predictive models to the 21st century that, you know, we're going to be 10 degrees warmer, it's going to be a fucking desert? What about that? Do you believe in that then?
A big generic thing like that, if I keep on pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and nothing changes, where will we be? I think you can get I don't know if you can predict it to the degree, but you can say that it will continue to get warmer. You could probably even guesstimate close to how much warmer we'll get, but you're not going to get it perfect. You're not going to get the individual weather planets that are involved.
It's getting colder though. It's getting colder though, yeah. You know the temperature is well, it's stalled, but now it's getting colder, right? You know that, so it's not getting warmer.
I don't know. I don't follow. What do you call it? Man-made global warming that much.
Okay. Do you believe it is? Do you believe that we could actually have an effect on the?
Well, when you look at the numbers, and we have appreciably increased the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It went from like 200 parts per million to like 450 parts per million in the past 100 years. That, I think, is in large part man-made, whether it be fossil fuels or deforestation, whatever else. So that's happening. I have no qualms, no doubt that that's happening. How much impact that has on the temperature?
Sorry.
How much impact that has on the temperature? I don't know. I don't know what doubling the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will cause. How much that will cause the atmosphere to increase in temperature.
Because they did do apparently they did do it. I go with the CFCs. I can't remember what they're called, but we had a big thing in the 80s.
Right.
Sort of late 80s with the CFCs, and they explained about the ozone layer and stuff like that. And I understand the techno. I'm like, yeah, right, okay. You know, even by people that are climate deniers, I'll accept or climate change or climate warming. They changed it. They changed it from global warming. The reason they did is because it's not warming, right? It's climate change now. But the point is, even the people that denied that it was man-made global warming, they did admit that the science was there, that CFCs, when they got into the atmosphere, they did cause, a major disruption or whatever. So it wasn't like that. It wasn't like people were denying about the CFCs or anything like that. But it seems to be that narrative's well, it's like it doesn't get talked about anymore, like global warming or whatever. Don't you find it a kind of bit suspicious how they keep changing the what they call it? In my day, right? I remember 1972, 1973. I'm 57, right? I can remember in the newspapers on the television, it was called the Big Freeze. The global temperatures are freezing. We're going to end up in polar bears. Scotland's going to end up in fucking 150 foot of
Oh my
ice.
God! Thank God! Thank God they didn't take any counteractive measures to combat that back in the 70s.
Oh my
when they were
God!
claiming.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's the truth, right? I remember that. Right?
They got cars that were inefficient in the 70s, man.
Yeah, but it was freezing, right? So there was cars that were less efficient. We were pumping loads of shit. Oil industry was a fucking the whole lot, man. We were poisoning the planet, yet it was freezing. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, in the 80s, it suddenly changed. We were producing more, and now it was warming. More of these fucking poisonous things. It's our fault. And now it's warming all of a sudden. That was the space of 10 years, right? I got told, and that fear porn was all over the papers. That was fucking, we had pictures of, the imaginary Britain covered with snow. They went through all the scenarios. If you were this much above sea level, you would be fucking under 40 foot of ice or whatever and that stuff, right? So I've sort of lived through that.
You'll forget what they said, Ali. And they say, oh, it's definitely just warming now.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. So just to sort of to give my perspective, guys, when, all this, it's got fuck all to do with flat Earth. It's just got to do with what I've went through and my peers, or what we got told. The narrative changes, man. Whatever you feel attached to the now. I used to hate corporations, nuclear bombs, which I do. I hate war and stuff like that. But only because it was affecting the planet, because I was a fucking eco warrior when I was like 15, 16, 17 year old. I was a fucking eco warrior. I was one of these loonies. I was one of these loonies that would argue about, you're destroying the planet. Yeah, let's fucking attack. I was one of these people that thought that way, not realising, well, wait a minute here. I'm only reacting because I believe what someone told me. And only like 20, 30 years later, you find out, fuck's sake, I was a load of bollocks, by the way. And not only that, they knew it was then, but yet I was reacting on a newspaper or a television story. I don't feel bitter, or I don't feel angry about it. I'm glad I went through it, because now I can, yeah, it's true what I think now, you know, we can be manipulated by people, or maybe I shouldn't believe that person or that organisation, and that's give me that. But by fuck, you know, everybody's under the same indoctrination, or whatever you want to call it, psychological raping, or psychological guidance towards a world belief, as I was then, as I am now. It's never changed, you know. So I don't hold any of my beliefs as in a fact, and I won't want to shoot anybody or call anybody a moron if they disagree with me. Only when they insult me, I'll call them out.
What if it was both true, Ali? It did get really cold, and now it's really hot, and Earth just goes up and down, hot and cold all the time. But I mean, serious levels.
Probably does do that. Yeah, it probably does do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, where I find it most interesting is that there's almost no downside to slowing down wasteful emissions. So I don't care if it's happening or not. Having a more efficient car and better use of the energy resources we have is always going to be a better solution.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. I don't
That's why I don't
rubbish.
follow it much. It's like, I think, yeah, we should be recycling, we should be reusing, we should be driving efficient cars, and be damned. Except for my boat, which fucking burns fossil fuels. Like, yeah, I can burn up a brontosaurus in 15 minutes on that boat.
All right, think about this. So, where do you get your power? Say you go all electric, or you get an electric car, you think you're saving the environment or whatever. You've got to remember that steel, every component of that car you bought or whatever was produced by energy. Can you guarantee that was energy harvested from the sun or the windmill or the batteries? What's going to happen to Tesla's batteries? Remember how hard it is to get rid of your little batteries. What about these batteries that are inside fucking cars? Where are you going to get rid of them? They're huge.
Yeah, I think that's an industry that's a lot easier than individual batteries, although it's made up a bunch of individual batteries. But
I'll do what I said. I'll do what I said earlier on, right? I'll get a license to handle car batteries, right?
Okay, Ali, can I get in there? You've had a bit of a monologue there, Ali. Can I get in? Get in there, Ali, just for a second.
I'll dump them. Let me finish my point, Jim.
You're monologuing for a while. Get in just for a second. Is it possible?
Well, just let me finish. I'll be finished, right? Well, let me finish.
How long are you going to be? Go ahead then.
Right, do you know what you can do, Jim? And you know, I'm usually a polite person.
You got 30 seconds.
Go and take. I don't need 30 seconds because I'm going to be finished in 5 seconds. Jim, with all due respect, go and take a flying fuck to yourself. On you go, mate. You're Mike.
Sorry, I had to do that, Ali B, but you were going on a little bit, and I was just trying to address a little point about the Brontosaurus burning of. That would be if they definitely existed, because dinosaurs never existed, and what's called fossil fuel really coming from fossil fuels.
You do realize that was just a joke? You do realize that was a joke?
Okay, yeah,
no bearing.
I'm just keeping that. I know it's a joke. I'm also following through the joke, keeping it nice and clean-breasted for those who are actually listening. A little reminder that dinosaurs never existed, folks, so he wouldn't have burnt a brontosaurus worth of fuel. You don't have that kind of fuel. Anyway, right. Ali B, please carry on. Sorry, I had to get in there. All right.
Oh, nice one. I apologise for saying that. But anyway, the point I was going to make, I'll finish. These batteries, so when you think you're doing a good thing for the environment, if you think a bit deeper about it, these things have to get charged up. What are they going to do with old batteries and stuff like that? It's a con. And if people stop buying into it and start sort of thinking for themselves, they'll realise it's a con. That was it.
And if it did turn out that that we were getting batteries or charging our batteries through alternative means, let's say fossil fuels, no matter how you slice it, the number of kilowatts used by an electric car in any form is still more efficient. So you're using less kilowatt hours in whether it be burning fuel or anything. Now
I think that's wrong.
Well, that's true. That is true. That I can get my car to travel, I don't know, 300 miles for $10 of electricity.
Yep. And where's that electricity produced from that you
can
get?
Do that with
a myriad of sources, including fossil fuels. However, those fossil fuels are more efficient in their use in a giant, in a giant power plant than being burned in individual cars.
So when you look at it in the bigger picture, right?
It's getting promoted. Fossil fuels, folks.
Oh, wait a minute, John. Wait a minute, John. So we're getting it sold. It's the fact that it's getting sold as this great solution to this mad problem we've got. But when you look at it, you actually use more electricity to produce an electric car and keep it running than you would ever with a petrol or diesel motor or whatever. When you look at the statistics of it and you actually look at it,
I've heard that. I've never
absurd.
seen the statistics. I've heard it a lot. I've heard the question how efficient it is. But I've never seen it really run through like the entire fuel cycle for gasoline to my car. The fact that I have to build my car, so I got to melt the steel. I got to build that car from scratch. I don't know that electric cars have that much less life expectancy. So really, the carbon footprint of building a car is about the same for electric and gas. So I need to know how much more those batteries cost from a cradle to grave ecological standpoint.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal amount of money. It's a lot of money. Can I not get in now? Can I not get in as well? Share the mic. Right. It's a lot of money to run these electric cars if you're talking about keeping it for a long time, especially concerning the batteries. They're quite expensive. And the inside story in the industry is that the electric cars will not completely take over the combustion engine, which burns fuel, what's known as fossil fuels, but they're not coming from any fossil. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are listening, the fossil fuel thing is a deception there, okay? And cars can run on ethanol and biodiesel, which is a better fuel source. But we are forced to use this crude oil, which is not a good, carcinogenic fuels, which are not good. But as for fossil fuels coming from dinosaurs, that there is a myth. Dinosaurs never existed. Hang on a second, I'm nearly finished. I'm nearly finished, please. I'm going to be 10
There was
seconds.
a pause.
And this channel, and let 10 seconds, please. This channel is Earth Awakening, and I'm just trying to awaken those who are listening. I'm finished. There you go.
All right. So, I mean, I did pass forth to you the total land use required for biofuels, and it didn't seem to come close to meeting the demand. And that was like making everybody live in a city, using every square inch of land as arable land, and it didn't even come close to having enough to power the USA.
It's definitely.
You simply can't produce enough corn to make enough biofuel to make vehicles go.
doesn't have to be.
I picked the highest.
It doesn't have to be from corn only. It doesn't have to be from corn.
I picked the highest capacity fuel, which I don't remember what it was. I think I did hemp, and then I picked the rapeseed oil. I think rapeseed is the most efficient, and all of those fall completely shy of the mark by orders of magnitude.
The thing is, no, not orders of magnitude. I think you missed it all anyway. It is definitely feasible. Don't worry. It's feasible to be using these biofuels, ethanol, and alike. There's lots of other plant-based materials that we can use to get this fuel quite easily. Plus, we can have cars running on water, seawater. There's so many other ways to go that's more environmentally friendly, very low, almost zero costs. But, you know, people don't want to look into this, but it's there anyway.
I mean, you literally got Elon Musk saying all we need to do is solar panel, a small piece of Utah, and we're good.
You can't transport electricity from Utah all over the country.
You don't put them all in Utah. It was just to give you an idea.
There's a lot of energy you could recover all over the surface of the earth. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, all you got to do is, in order to solve our energy issues, all you got to do is start making more. You got to fill the gap between what we use now and what solar panels produce. And then you just you build it up every year. Like if you bump our consumption up by, I don't know, 1,000 megawatts a year, or whatever, 1,000 kilowatts a year, or bazillion kilowatts a year, whatever. You make sure you make that many more solar panels. You'd even want to have extra, probably.
All right, here's the quick analysis I did on it. I don't think I have the links anymore. Per gallons per acre, and so that was a whopping 39 gallons per acre.
You don't even want to be burning oil at this point. I mean, that's like barbaric almost.
Yeah, but I'm going over. He's saying that there's biological impacts to how we're making fuels right now, how we're burning fossil fuels and stuff. This is a fossil fuel that is cyclical. As much as you burn, you're taking out of the environment to burn it again. So it's net zero.
It's not actually a fossil.
Yes, I know it's not a fossil fuel.
It's not actually a fossil fuel. And bioethanol is the cleanest fuel you can use. There's no soot, no pollution. It's clean. So is biodiesel. These are clean fuels, 100% cleaner than the fuels we're using today right now. So no, that's totally.
Really
you can
good,
drink the bioethanol. You can actually consume that. You can ingest. Hang on a second, please. You can actually ingest biodiesel. Bioethanol, and put it in the car and run it clean. You can drink it.
You can drink it. The only thing you can't do with it is power a country with it.
Yeah, you can. You can drink the bioethanol. It can be drunk as an alcoholic drink, clean burning, and then you put it in your car, and it runs, no deposits. They opened the engine, and the engine was clean inside. Okay.
That's beautiful, except for the fact that you can't power America with it.
Here's a thing. Here's a little fact. Wait a minute, John. Here's a fact that kind of blew my mind, because I was looking into what Jen was talking about seawater. You know how you separate the two molecules of hydrogen from the oxygen to produce hydrogen, right? By agitating it with electricity. What I found out during looking at that, just the fact that that's feasible to run a car on hydrogen or whatever. But the fact was, from a litre of water, you can get 1,000 litres of hydrogen. I thought, fuck's sake, that's going to take your car a long distance. And just knowing that, right, just having that, it's... I don't understand why. Well, I know people have come up with a hydrogen cell before, right? But I can't understand why. Well, I do understand, but as I say, it's a bit strange that there's not more of these cars. The system's quite easy.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know why? It's a shame because they're just following the make the government's main narrative, and they're using the petroleum money. They're making money hand over fist at the moment. Water's going to be much cheaper. So there's a motivation. There's the money. But as for that water, it's so good, it's clean. So there's no polluting there. And if people are worried about their engines rusting up and seizing up, no, because you can still use biodiesel oils, you know, which are from hemp again.
But
hemp
forget
oils,
about that.
which
What
make a
that
very
guy
good
was
engine
saying. Yeah, but the problem is what the other guy was saying against that. Right, I have to agree with that. Is because they did start trying that, but they were just fucking ripping down forests, and to supply it didn't work out. Put it that way, because they were destroying land, just specifically saying they were going to grow palm. I think they started when they first started that biodiesel. They were starting with palm oil or something, so they started clearing land. But it wasn't. But the thing is,
not, it's not necessary to
water
do that.
is
That was my
abundant.
point.
Yeah, but the water thing, what you were talking about, Jin, that's the fucker, man, because it's abundant. Our Earth, flat Earth, supplies us with an abundant supply. Like, it's fucking rains anywhere you want, you can harvest it, and you wouldn't be stealing anything. If you can get 1,000 litres of hydrogen, which is, you know, and how long is that going to last you for your transport? Just a simple.
It's going to last. It's going to last ages, isn't it, Ali? It's going to last ages.
Would you need oil?
And it's hang on, and let me get the point out. Let me get the point out now. It's a natural life cycle. So what comes out of the car goes back into the atmosphere to make more rain. So it's a natural cycle. So you're not stealing, you're using, it's sustainable, and you're laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, it's a waste product. I had a mad chat, and I was talking about hydrogen things. So I thought, and the waste product of if you have a engine, when it ignites and then it goes inside the cylinder, it's in a vacuum. There's no air. It's only the air that gets pumped in to ignite it, because you need oxygen or whatever to ignite it. And then the waste, once it goes through the exhaust cycle of it, when it gets pumped in, it turns back into water. So it's like, there's that fucking natural, you're exploding something, you're taking water, you're separating it supposedly into hydrogen or whatever, you're setting fire to the hydrogen. My question was to the ballers. I said, this is years ago, these guys. I was only
Is there any chance I can get my point out again now? You've got to balance.
Yeah, but just let me finish.
Okay, bear that in mind, though. Bear that in mind, please.
I'm just about to finish.
Okay, well, hurry up then. Go on. Honestly.
Dude,
I'm listening.
Man, honestly, do you know, that there I've been hearing for fucking 7 years off ballers. That is such an annoying hurry up.
Well, it is. You know, let me just explain it. Let me just explain it, please. You're not bearing in mind. Hang on, I'm not being rude here. I'm just saying to you, bear in mind, other people do want to add in to your interesting conversation. You're making a very interesting conversation. You're making comments, brilliant. When we want to add in, let us add in. That's all. Okay, that's all we're saying here.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, let's try to be more concise and succinct.
Well, I try to, but when I'm not, you're going to have to forgive me. But I find it offensive when you, like, for example, Jin. But anyway, let's get back to the point. So anyway, so my question was about the hydrogen. I says, okay, so we've separated the oxygen to the hydrogen. There's 2 molecules of hydrogen. When they get pumped out, the only way is because they bond with oxygen again. I said, well, where's the spare molecules of oxygen that's bonds with it? There you go. That was it. See how quick that was?
Well, yeah, we didn't. If I didn't say anything, it probably would have gone on. You know, I was just going to say that, you know, you raised a good point with the hydrogen car. As for
you're fucking wrong there. No, I wouldn't have went fucking on, Jin. Right, because you interrupted.
You would have gone on.
Let him finish, Ali. Just
I
let him
know
finish.
about you. You
no,
fuck
that.
No.
Do you know what I mean? That's gaslighting shit.
Jimmy, you scallywag. You would have gone on, and you know that, Jimmy.
Just finish it up, Jin. Finish
All
it
right.
up.
I haven't
With
even
your echo,
started
you got
yet.
an echo, by the way, still.
Yeah, all right. Never mind. Excuse me. But all I was going to say is that with the plant-based fuels, you get 4 harvests in a year, so it's forever. It just keeps coming back. So there's no
I
need to worry
addressed that in
about
my
destroying
numbers.
the land. Okay, no need to destroy the land. You know, in certain regions, maybe it's only 3 harvests a year, still enough to sustain everyone around the world.
In the assumption
Across the
of
flat
4
earth.
harvests, with the assumption of 4
Across the flat earth, it's definitely doable. Anyway, I yield for now.
with the assumption of 4 harvests per year, using only arable land, that only comes up with a negative 255 billion barrels of oil per. 255 billion gallons of fuel shortage in the U.S.
Yeah, but where do you think is arable land, though? I mean, we can grow shit anywhere. I could grow shit on top of a skyscraper.
Yes.
Did you count that as arable land?
Let's put it this way. I did it with all arable land, which means that we don't have any other crops that we can eat. So I think I'm more than fair in you putting up a few rooftop garden hemp farms on your roof.
Here's a, if I may, we're assuming that each one would be exclusive, so there would only be battery electric cars and only hydrogen cars, or only, farm-based, whatever you want to call it.
Right, supplemental, multiple sources, yeah.
Yeah, if you use multiple, then you're not stuck with one, are you?
You
The
want to
money
just go to
is all on batteries right now.
Yeah, we need batteries because you want all the cars to be electric. Because then once all the cars, then you still have an echo. Once all the cars are electric, a couple wind turbines, you're good. We need batteries, though. The key is batteries.
Jeremy's correct.
I'm always correct, especially when it comes to your echo.
Yeah, the only thing about the battery is that it's not environmentally friendly. It's very toxic. There is a disposal.
Yep, it's toxic right now and it's unfriendly right now.
Yeah, well, I believe that's from the big oil suppressing battery technology throughout the decades. Because, I mean, let's face it, if you're selling like $9-10 trillion worth of oil a year, the last thing you want is fucking good batteries for this reason alone.
And yet they still make progress in the batteries.
At a snail's pace. Snail's pace, man.
Well, you're making the assumption that it would be moving faster. I mean, there's no guarantee that that's true. That's a possibility that maybe it's been suppressed. Although this seems to be something that people have been working on steadily for
highly likely
for a century.
Yeah, highly likely it's been suppressed, though.
I don't know how you found the numerator for your denominator.
And I mean, that's just my belief, I guess you could call it. In my mind, it's highly likely that they've suppressed battery technology. I know if I had a product and I was selling $10 trillion worth of it a year, and there was potential for another product to come out to absolutely destroy my $10 trillion a year business, I would buy that. I would be going around buying these people, buying the patents, everything. You could spend $3 trillion a year on bullshit to suppress it and still come out way on top.
You can buy the patents, but the patents will still be there. Where's the evidence that these patents exist?
I mean, it's possible that people have been suppressing technology, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Everyone is rushing as fast as they can to get their car out as quick as they can with the highest range that they can. That day is gone. That day is over.
Yeah, there's a change.
Like, when you look
probably
at,
a change.
When you look at the technology that's in these batteries, you would have to like show me Providence where we had the precursor technology necessary for the backyard engineer to try and make these batteries in his garage. I mean, some of these things are using exotic materials, lattice matrices and stuff like that that are insanely difficult. And the technology didn't exist in the 1960s to do that. Nobody could have played with it in the 1960s.
Yeah, they're getting real fucking complicated now. I'm just saying, like, somebody could have came up with a better battery. Big oil offers them $5 billion. They sell it. They're happy. They can buy enough gasoline for the rest of their lives, and everyone's happy at the end, except for the whole population that doesn't have this new battery or whatever now.
Have
But
you
I
seen
agree.
the,
The day
have you seen the documentary Who Killed the Electric Car?
of course, they had to stop that shit, dude. They were selling a ton of oil back then.
Right, but that's not the. That's what I'm saying. That those days are gone. That's not the case anymore. There is no.
I saw that.
There's nothing trying to be. There's no one trying to squash anything. They're all, like I said, they're all running as fast as they possibly can to beat Tesla.
Maybe. I don't know. I think if I was still,
I saw that. I saw part 1 and part 2.
Jen, you have an echo.
I saw part 1 and part 2. Yeah, I saw part 1 and part Who Killed the Electric Car. Great documentary. Everyone should watch it because it's really good. It is a good documentary.
Jeremy, I'm going to defend Jim here. Whatever the fuck is wrong with your computer or your headphones, get it fixed because Jim does not echo for just about anybody else in the room.
I
can hear it.
Things twice. That could be it.
That's possible.
You're echoing too now that I hear it.
What?
Moyak was. You're good. No, you're good. You know how microphones work.
Yeah, I'm on headphones. It could be if you're using speaker on your phone or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, people with desktops and speakers, they get a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, I'm definitely using my speakers and stuff, so don't talk over me.
Yeah, I was despairing in the 70s and 80s when the batteries weren't coming along, and I was just thinking it's never going to happen. I'm kind of thrilled about it now, so that it is finally happening. About flipping time, 20, 30 years too late.
They could still be. You don't think Big Oil's still trying to put the kibosh on it?
I do not, actually, because what was it, Shell? Was it Shell or BP just put out a statement saying that renewables are the future. They are no longer trying to fight it. You can't fight this. It's a no-winner. It's a Kobayashi Maru thing. You can't win.
The only thing they have to do is they just make sure that they have their fingers in the making process.
Yeah, I think that's what's... and there are organizations and people now, or rather I should say there are organizations of people gathering and saying, we won't put our money in banks that support the oil industry. Can you believe that? And they're pulling the money out of these banks. I don't know, I think it was several million. And that's probably a drop in the bucket, but some people got organized and said, hey, we're not putting our money in oil supporting banks. We want renewables now. And I think the battle's over.
I may add this as well, just into the mix. The idea that the combustion engine and the fuels that are being used are killing people, so many thousand people are dying from the particulates, is a complete and utter lie. It's a myth. Proven in Germany, where they attacked the diesel engine, and some university students, together with the experts in the industry, researched the government's settings and sensors, and they found out that they put these sensors in the heavy traffic area at the traffic lights. When they actually did the test across the urban spread of a town, it was almost negligible to zero emissions that you were breathing in. In fact, they highlighted the fact that when you're in your house, cooking spaghetti bolognese or running your boiler, merchant heater to warm your house up, you are breathing in like 1,000 times more the government recommended safety level of nitrogen dioxide coming from the actual engine.
All right, so is it a conspiracy to stop oil from being replaced, or I don't get what you're saying.
Do you know? I don't know what the conspiracy is. All I know is that they're making the main thing that I see is that taxes have gone up. For example, in England, there's a double 3 taxes. You've got to pay the road tax,
right?
Then you pay the congestion charge,
right,
and then the ultra low emissions. That's 3 taxes they've hit in the last 20 years. Okay, that's not good.
Well, I think that for the low emissions, they're raising taxes because those people aren't buying fuel, and the levy on fuel is very high. So someone's got to pay for the road somehow. It's
well,
bad.
The revenue. Excuse me. The revenue from the road tax is more than enough it's more than enough to repair those roads. That's money. That's like a tsunami of money when you think about the vehicles on the road. Plus, they've got money coming in from the low emission charges, and now they've got the ultra low. That's silly. There's no need for it. No need for it whatsoever. But when you look into this, and the Germans did, the doctors were saying we don't have anybody dying from particulates from exhaust traffic fumes. We don't have it, not one single death. Yet the minister in Germany for health and that was claiming there was like 20,000 people dying every year, and there was not one single death.
I'm always
come on, man, it's a scam.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'll
try and do is I'll link you to the documentary.
I'm always interested in what is a conspiracy, what is who is conspiring against who, and all of this. It's never just this thing happens or these market forces take effect. It's always obvious, someone is pulling the strings somewhere. It's interesting.
Yeah, but you know what? Mr. Sadiq Khan and the government have always had it in for the motorists. It's the motorists who are not speaking up, really. They're the ones who are suffering in all this. Some of them are ignorant. Those of them that are knowledgeable are not enough to gather themselves into a mass and cause, like, what can I say, protests. That's what we need to do. We need to do the studies in Britain and then take the studies to the government in Germany, because they tried to outlaw diesel engines, but they couldn't because the masses rose up and said, I invested this car because it was cheap and clean fuel. Now you're saying it's more dangerous? Well, this is the data we have. They fought back in Germany. You see? That's the thing. That's the beauty of it all. I learned a lot from the Germans.
In support of diesel. So the oil industry, I'm confused about who is fighting who and who is trying to...
Yeah, but it's a clean oil. No one's dying, people. But it's not. So it is not killing people.
So you're in support of using oil instead of batteries?
That's what I'm saying. Let me just ask you one more question.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Hang on. Do you remember the catalytic converter that had to be bolted onto every new car that came out in the late mid-80s, 90s? Right, and now they bolted that on, and then a few years later, now it's congestion charge. A number of years later, now it's the ultra low emission charges. So you've had three, and it's not killing anybody. Don't you understand? Are you happy to pay that money?
Well, I'm not in London, so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you're in London or in Manchester, any UK city, as a motorist, if you had a combustible engine, would you be happy to pay those charges, giving to you what I've just given you as facts?
Well, they have the choice, right? So every election, they can choose to get rid of the guy who has the congestion, supports congestion charges.
Agree with that. Yeah, if we can trust the electoral system. Hang on, if we can trust the electrical system,
What other system can we?
If we can trust that.
What other system can be used to change things like that? I'm curious.
It's not about trusting. It's not about, sorry, John, it's not about...
Leave that for another day, but there are other ways. We don't need this fake democracy, which is actually... Hang on, it's actually a dictatorship. It's what we live in at the moment. We're not living in a democracy. Please don't think that's what we're in. Because if you do, then you're naive, then I think. Okay?
China is a dictatorship. South Korea is a dictatorship. We're in a democracy. If they wanted to take over, they could just enact a dictatorship like they did in China. What are you talking about? The easiest way to control people is to control people directly, like they do in China. It's called communism. We have elections. We can vote people out, and people do. Maybe I am naive, but that's just the way I see it.
Yeah, I think you are naive.
So we don't live in a communist country, do we? And anyone who's wanted to take
control
control takes control.
We actually do. We actually do.
So Britain is a communist country, so there are no elections and no leaders are accountable in any way.
Wait a minute. There's elections in Russia and China and stuff like that.
Well, Russia's not communist, but I don't know what the situation exactly is. But
like the whole world's communist, right? It's run by communists.
What makes you think a corrupt election requires communism openly?
It's the assumption that every election is corrupt.
Say what?
But you're assuming that every election is corrupt. We're getting off the topic. We're getting down.
Yeah, but back to the
you said control. You said control. Control. A method of control would be a corrupt election. Putting people in control doesn't require communism.
Okay, but the best method of control is communism. So if they really want to control, the best method of control is communism. So if they really wanted control, they would just have a revolution, just kill all their opponents, and then set up a junta and just that's it.
I'm sure you'll agree with me here because you said it yourself just a minute ago. You said all you got to do is vote. Duh. So the best method of control is to control while allowing everybody to think they're not being controlled. The elections actually
what would be the point
fair.
Of that?
No, you said it yourself. Just vote. I'm saying if it's a corrupt election and you think that you can just vote them out, then that's the best form of control.
Yeah, the best way to control someone is to not even know you're controlling them. That way, there's no kickback, there's no fighting.
Dudes. That isn't a thing.
Of course it is.
The best way of controlling someone is to not control them or to
not let them know they're being controlled.
Let them know they're not controlled.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, you know what?
Would you not agree with that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with that because I'm not controlled.
Okay, but do you think it would be? You think it'd be easier to have a slave or let someone have a slave, but they don't know they're actually a slave?
What would be the point in having a slave and then taking steps to have some facade to convince them that they're not a slave? What would be the point in that?
The point of that is because if you have a slave, you have to have guards. You got to worry about Spartacus uprisings and shit, right? If they don't know they're slaves, there's not going to be any uprisings. You don't need any guards, 20 chains and shackles and all that.
How many uprisings has China had?
I think precisely 0.
There's been a couple of grumbles.
Yeah, there's
those even here.
That's all the ones we know about because we don't know about the rest, if there are any, because the media is controlled. That's control. China has control. That's what control looks like. The idea that we have control and then there's this scheme to make us believe we're not controlled. How are we controlled? That's the question I have.
The media is controlled in the U.S. quite clearly.
But how am I controlled as to what I do, where I work, and who I get married to, and what job I have?
You have lots of freedoms. Remember the slaves where they could go outside the walls of their captors and go do their shopping and go run errands and stuff? This is basically like the ultimate form of that. You know, we can move around. You're free to walk around and do whatever, but, you know, deep down, they're controlling you.
I disagree. I think the ultimate control would be imprisonment. So control where you can still walk around and do what you want, that's not control.
In order to have prisons, you got to have 24-hour guards.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, which provides jobs for people.
You're controlled. Hugh, you're controlled. You're controlled by your beliefs. Every decision you take is based on your worldview of what reality is.
That's true of all human beings. That's true of all human
beings.
Right,
exactly. Right, exactly. Yep, good. You accepted that.
There's
Therefore,
I get what you're saying, but then you're implying that then there's someone pulling the strings and the puppet master's above everything.
No, I never. No, I never said
then
anything
I'm wrong.
like
Okay.
that. I was just pointing out. That you're controlled by your beliefs. All your actions, your interactions, or whatever are controlled by your beliefs or whatever your perception of a guy, a government, a corporation, or whatever. It's just even though you're unaware of the personality of that person or beliefs or whatever. So you're actually controlled by your belief, right? And unless you know the truth, you think you know what reality is.
What is the truth?
No, I don't. Well, the truth is what is. That's what the truth is. What is. Exactly what is. That's the truth.
Okay.
And that's reality as well. It's what is. Just a fact. Now, to define what is, that's the bigger question, but that's what reality or truth is. It's what is. You know?
Well,
in my opinion.
Sure. I'm not restricted in what I can learn and what I can find out about what is. There are some restrictions. There are places I can't go. There are military bases I can't just walk in. But generally speaking, I can pretty well explore.
Yeah, but when I talk about reality, when I talk about what is, I'm talking like in the bigger picture, you know, like say, like for example, in what direction is humanity going if it continues the way it's going? Like, you know, they're kind of what is kind of interests for me rather than the microscopic thing, because in the end up that involves me, that kind of thing. You know, that kind of, I don't know, did I say that right? I don't know if I said that.
I mean, do you not understand how much cheaper it would be if you could have the people all being controlled or being slaves or whatever you want to call it, as a, you know, by letting them run around thinking they're free, as opposed to, you know how much money it costs to have guards?
Well, they own the money, do they not?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what? They can't just. So what?
Well, what is China? China is effectively what you described in a lot of ways. They're a free population in prison.
Yeah, Moyak, your mic's doing that thing where it cuts in and out. So we're missing like parts here.
You.
Well, the other guy said it first. I wasn't going to say anything, but
yeah, here he goes.
Well, I don't know if I believe you. You have bad ears, Jeremy.
The other guy said it first. I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, but.
All right, try again, Moy.
I done a guy. I moved a guy from Brussels to Sweden. I got talking to him. He'd just been to Shanghai, and we had a discussion about China, right? And he's a diplomat. The guy was a diplomat, and he was saying to me, he said, "Yeah, it's weird. It was weird coming over to Europe, and the perception of what China was about on the news and stuff like that." He goes to me, he says, "Guess how many billionaires there are in China?" Now that's regarded as a communist country. Now people like billionaires. Now he reckoned there was like 500 billionaires in China, or they live in China, whatever. And that kind of goes against that communist kind of paradigm. And he even commented on it. So sometimes when we think we know reality and stuff like that, it's you know, learning things like that makes me realise I ain't got a fucking clue, and it'd be absurd. But imagine that, 500 billionaires in China.
Go look at the Forbes article, "Disappearing Billionaires."
Oh, that woman came back actually. But she came back. There was a guy. Who was that? There was a woman. It was his wife got kidnapped, and she disappeared in China. According to the report, she disappeared, I think, for about a year. But he consistently, and very surprisingly enough, she turned back up again. But he lost contact with her for about a year because she got disappeared in China. But she came back, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she was a billionaire, or he was the husband was a billionaire as well. But they just went against. She was talking out against communist policy about the.
They'll make you disappear pretty quick. Hey Moyak, you had something.
Yeah, no, I forgot. I lost it.
Oh, I hate that. I hate when that happens.
That would have been my fault. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that we were looking at the fossil fuels versus electric. Seems like as far as efficiency goes, a car is running somewhere around 30% efficient, and a gasoline car, and that's on the best side. And electric cars run in the 80 to 90% efficiency range. And then when you look at the actual miles per gallon equivalent, they're rated at 95 miles per gallon. So even in the U.S., that's a 3-time increase in the improving the mileage, three times reduction in fuel use. So electric cars do seem to have their benefits.
Oh, they're the future.
Plus, you don't have to transport fuel to all the gas stations and shit.
That alone. You got to mine the fuel. You got to ship it to where it's needed. The infrastructure on that is fucking crazy. Crazy, bro.
Where's the fuel come from to power the electric vehicles?
Well, even that, I assume
it comes from the sun.
No, it does not come from the sun. Only 14% of our power is coming from renewables, such as
they need to focus more of the energy they use. Go ahead, Moyak.
I assumed fossil fuels. So if the power plants are still powered by fossil fuels, it's still a 3-time reduction in fuel use.
Yeah, what you do is you take all the energy we're putting towards shipping all the oil all over the place and mining the oil. You take that and you put it towards making more solar panels.
It doesn't work. It doesn't scale. You can never have the amount of power we need in this country by solar.
Really, because I got Elon Musk saying all we need to do is put solar panel a small corner of Utah.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, you're smarter than Elon Musk, Zanuck.
On this particular topic, it seems though.
Every house has to get solar panels. That's it. No worries.
Have you guys heard of the dangers with some of these cars charging them? They say don't let your battery deplete lower than X. Start a fire. Don't park it in your garage. And then they say don't leave it charging over X%. Ignites and burns in a fire.
I think you're referring to
lithium-ion.
There's a certain way.
Lithium
there's a certain way.
Lipo batteries are notoriously problematic, and that's not a huge percentage, but it's enough to be concerned with. They haven't stabilized this. It's just a nature of the beast. They use these AA cells by the thousands in these vehicles with multiple hundreds of volts powering these motors, and you're going to have some issues, and especially in crashes. They haven't quite protected it yet from these, because you figure all the cars that crash. Yeah. We still have the number of crashes we have down the road when we have all electric vehicles. Now all these crashes become pretty nasty when they're major impacts and they start igniting these batteries. They're fires that cannot be put out.
You think the automation is going to cut down on the? You think the self-driving cars are going to cut down on the number of accidents, or what?
Eventually, it will. If they are all self-driving, they get the software squared away and the sensors. Right now, there's still accidents caused by these cars having a mind of their own.
Yeah.
Is there more or less?
There's nothing wrong with the. Let's not knock the solar panel, because that is going to be humanity's savior. I guarantee you, from the sun, and you're going to say it's not good enough. Please, let's not be that naive. Come on.
Yeah, we all know photoelectric cells do work. We know we can extract energy from the sun. We know the energy density per cubic or per square meter on the Earth. We know all this, and to the cost associated with putting solar panels on if you put it on your house, if everyone did it on their house, what does that cost? We can do it. I'm not saying it can't be done.
The cost of not doing it is too high.
What's the cost of not doing it?
We keep burning fossil fuels, global warming.
How do you know global warming is attributed by man's introduction of their CO2 to the atmosphere? How do you know this?
It wasn't at the mainstream narrative.
That's the mainstream narrative. Doesn't mean it's actually true. There's plenty of mainstream sites.
I don't believe that shit. I don't even believe that shit.
Well, you just said it. So let's say, for sake of argument, it's a 50-50 bet, which is probably generous on the global warming side. But let's say it's 50-50 that man is. Well, what are we going to do about it right now? We're not doing anything. Even anything we did do, the Chinese and the Indians aren't paying by the law. So it's it's like drying your car off in the rain. Is that a smart thing to do? No. So why are we rushing into it? No, we shouldn't be rushing into it. But it's beside the point. If we did allow everyone to build solar panels and put on every single house in the country, and we all bought electric cars, what would that cost be to us? What do we be for you, Jeremy? Say you want to go buy some version of a Tesla. What would it cost?
The solar panel, it doesn't cost anything because in 7 years the solar panels pay for themselves. So you get enough solar panels. Yeah. You get enough solar panels so that instead of paying an electric bill, you pay the solar panel bill.
Right. So you're saying there's a break even. Okay, so there's a break even. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm saying, okay, you said so. It's a 7-year break even point, which is
depending on where you live. In the UK, it might be longer, and in Florida, it might be less. Where I am, it's about.
I'm in California, and it's going to be there's like $20,000 to put solar cells on my house, enough to where I could charge cars. And
yes, but they lease them. They lease them, and then you pay them off like you're paying your electric bill. It costs you nothing extra.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like one of their selling points.
The cost will come down as more people get them.
You're right. That's true. Then what is the cost of the car?
Right now, we're approaching price parity. The only reason that the costs are high is because the demand is so high. Tesla's raising their prices like crazy because the demand is so insane.
Just the other vehicles where they're 30, 40 grand. It means I have to go out and spend $30,000 or $40,000 to get this new vehicle. How much gas is that, Jeremy?
Go look at the average price of a new car in the US.
I know, but I'm like, I don't want to buy a new car. But now you're saying I have to buy a new car so I can go electric.
If you want, I mean, you got the choice. If you want to go electric,
right? I don't want to spend $30,000 on a car. So why should I? There's no marginal utility for me to do so.
Then just keep killing the environment, Zanuck.
We're not killing the environment. First of all, fossil fuels are still burned. Fossil fuels are still burned to power the car, even though they're more efficient. They're still being burned. You still have inefficiencies in transferring electricity from where it's produced to the distribution centers to your home. So there's not a huge. It's not as much as it's not like suddenly you're not burning fossil fuels anymore. You still are.
Except solar panels on your roof.
Yeah, solar panels. So you're spending $10,000. Okay, so he says we're breaking even on the solar panel, so it's going to even maybe make money after 7 years. What Jeremy's saying, that's fine.
Yeah, but I know someone that has solar panels on their roof, and they sell electricity back to the grid.
Right.
There's a guy in here that does it. Bandsaw does it in here.
We all get that, but it's still as far as the dollars that you're making or dollars that you're saving, it's still a small pittance to the $30,000.
You can't afford to not do this, Zanuck.
Hold on. Yes, you can, because it's costing me $40,000 to play by what you're telling me. It's going to cost me $40,000 to do this. Now that's a lot of gas. That's more gas than I probably would use in the rest of my life.
We know your enemy. We know you're an enemy of
even racing cars.
Hold on, man. Allie interrupted me. You thought that was time for you to go again?
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
But I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at Zanuck.
I was finishing a sentence. I said, even for me with racing, I still wouldn't burn enough gas to make that worthwhile. I'm talking about $30,000 or $40,000 out of my pocket.
That's only 5 years for the gasoline.
And after 6 or 7 years, when the solar panels paid for itself, and now you're taking $5 or $10 in every day, it's going to reduce the cost every day you have those solar panels.
You're taking 5 or 10, but you're selling $200 a month back to the electric company with your solar panels on your roof.
Yes, my friend.
Yeah, and after 24 years of the profit of that, I'm sure that $30,000 car price is going to come way down to probably free.
No, that's not even close.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely. I know so, because I know the cost of those components. I know the cost of the controllers. I know the cost of the AC servo motors. I know the cost of the suspension components, the chassis, the materials, the copper, the neodymium magnets. I mean, the list goes on. No, the costs are not going to come down much lower than a gas car.
And you missed my point. You missed my point. You spend $30,000 on the car, $20,000 on the solar panels. Now you're in it for $50,000. Okay. Now your solar panels, after 5 or 6 or 7 years, are going to be taking in electricity for free, which is going to bring that $40,000 or $50,000 initial price down because you're now going to be getting money.
Still, I'm out $40,000 to buy the car. I don't want to buy the car. I can always get the solar panels. That's independent. Hold on. You're thinking illogically. I can always buy the solar panels and I can make that money. I can increase my income and probably keep up with inflation. That doesn't deter from the fact that I have now spent $40,000, and my gas bill generally is about $1,000 per year. That's 40 years to pay off that car. Just for what? For nothing. Nothing's happened. All I've done is burn through more lithium, more neodymium magnets, and more copper. And now we got to figure out how to dispose of all these cars after 10 or 15 years as well, by the way.
Nicely put.
It's an ecological nightmare, these cars, right now.
Yeah, man, nicely.
You're a nightmare.
Right now, it's a nightmare.
You're a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not a good comeback, Jeremy.
No, it's not.
That was succinctly put, I have to say. That was very succinctly put. I'm in 100% agreement with you there. It's a pure con. It's not.
Of course, it's a con. Of course.
Give you some more statistics. It is a con. Let me give you some more facts. That documentary I was talking about that was held in Germany, when they analysed the polluted, so-called polluted air, the majority of the contaminants was coming from the ceramic brake. It was brake dust that was more of a problem than actually exhaust fumes. Okay? There you go.
Well, yeah, you may be unusually low fuel usage, Zanuck, but the average person goes about 15,000 miles per year, which represents about 500 gallons gas per year, or $2,000 at current prices. That pays off a $30,000 car in 15 years.
15 years. I'll be dead in 15 years.
Well, the other way is buying a regular car.
Why? Are you okay?
No, probably in a wheelchair by then.
Zanuck, you can't die from Zanuck, you can't die from stupidity. You're going to be okay.
That's not being logical. It means I'm going to spend all that money and I will not recoup it. I'll break even by the time I die. 40 years. My gas bill is about between $1,500. Well, it was about $1,000 to $1,500. Now it's more like $2,000.
Well, think of the kids, Zanuck. Don't you have kids?
Yeah, think of the kids. I don't want them to spend. Why should they spend $30,000 for a car?
Buy it for your kids.
They got cars. They don't need a $30,000 bill for a car. When they buy the next car, maybe they'll buy electric. If I had to buy another car, maybe I would definitely like to buy electric, like electric Tahoe. That'd be cool. No more gas. 90, 80, maybe 70, 80 miles a gallon equivalents. Government subsidized charging. Shit, why not? I would definitely do that, but I'm not going to do it right now for more like $80,000 for it would cost. So to get my equivalent car, it's going to be $80,000. $80,000.
What about my V8? What's going to happen to my V8 if they do away with fucking an electric V8? I don't think so.
No, it's not an electric V8. It's a power equivalence of a V8, which they can do very easily.
Yeah, but I want to hear the noise, man. It's the whole.
Then you get a little recording that plays on your radio that shows the new
play a fucking MP3. These electric cars, though, they blow the doors off at all those gas-powered cars. I see them get smoked all the time.
I know, right? So, but in order for me to have the same performance I have in my Tahoe, I gotta spend about $80,000 to get an electric 4x4 that can pull my race car on a trailer.
You put a 500-watt sound system on it, and you have it blast out V8 sounds.
Yeah, we're not worried about that. So now we're talking $80,000. Why should I spend $80,000 for an electric vehicle?
It's going to be a while before pickups are going to be convincing electric-wise. Someone did a test of a F-150 and next to a Rivian, and the Rivian's range when it was pulling a trailer was less than 100 miles. It's going to take a while before electrics can catch up.
Yep.
That's because big oil.
Even when they do,
big oil's been stifling the battery progress over all these decades. That's why that's like that, probably.
Well, you realize that a very small percentage of all the oil is brought into gas. Very small percentage of all the oil we drill.
Where does it go? Where does it go, Zanuck? Where does it go?
Hold on. So only maybe 5% of the oil goes to gasoline. Everything else goes in all the products we actually use day to day. Everything from our roads to things you have in your kitchen. Everything.
You said only 5% of the oil gets turned into gas.
Correct. Do you not believe that?
I'm a little hesitant to believe
Well,
you.
then you should believe
think
it
about
because
it. They're all polymers, roofing, asphalt.
everything. Yeah.
Can I correct you on that? Can I correct you on that? It's 45%.
No. For
Ready
gasoline.
contention.
Gasoline.
All right, I'm looking
barrel of
here.
crude oil is refined into gasoline.
I got a number that's a little bit higher than that. In the United States, 71% of petroleum products consumed are used in transportation.
But that doesn't mean they're used for fuel. That's not fuel. Making the car.
Oh, yeah, that would include
the
roads.
tires. Making the tires. The production equipment. Most of it is Hold on. Most of it is lubricating. Lubrication.
Do you do an oil change?
Machinery.
Do you do an oil change in an
No,
electric car?
not lubrication. Factory machinery, things that you use to make roads. All this equipment has to have lubrication. Even your electric vehicle has to have lubrication.
So you do oil changes on electric cars?
We don't have oil changes on electric cars. We have lubrication. Everything we have, anything that has motion in it has lubrication. These lubricants are made out of oil, or oil based.
Well, we're talking about using oil to lubricate rather than just burning the oil. Another fun stat here is it takes 19 to 20 gallons of oil to make 1 gallon of gasoline. Yeah, that's really, really, really nice. I didn't realize that there's that many.
All right, I found out that it is 45% is refined into gasoline, but an additional 29% is refined into diesel fuel.
You fucking lost big time, Zanuck. You're way off your 5%.
What do you fly your plane? What do you fly your planes with? What do you fly your planes with? The entire aviation industry. The aviation industry uses these kerosene, these diesel type oils that come out of refining crude oil, and we're not going to fly planes on electric. Okay.
Do you see why I didn't believe? Okay, do you see why I didn't believe your bullshit 5% number? Here's Moya coming with.
It's 5%, but you haven't looked at the actual number. Gasoline for automobiles.
Moya, tell them the number again.
How about this, though, guys? Right, is that the diesel during the process of making petrol, diesel's actually the process that's actually produced before the petrol. So you would think it would be a lot cheaper, but that's produced before in the process. Before it, because it goes through loads of process. Exactly what Zanuck's saying. It gets processed into loads of things like paraffin and all that, and lubricants and everything. But diesel comes out before petrol does. You know, in the process of refining.
11 to 12 gallons of crude oil is converted into diesel, so it's slightly less catastrophic as far as that's concerned.
Ah, right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I knew it was something like that, but I was surprised when I learned. I thought,
yeah.
Right, wait a minute, and it's like it comes quite before the process. It comes before a lot of that product.
Here's the thing: I'm not a global warmist. I'm not a tree hugging, environmental lefty, sandal wearer. But I think just
Sandals
not
are good, man.
Sandal wearer. Sorry.
Sorry.
I used to be hippie. Anyway, it just makes sense. I mean, I remember as a child, as a boy, riding my first motorcycle, and it was noisy and smelly and all the rest of it. And then as I got to about teenager, I just thought, oh, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to deal with these noisy, smelly things anymore? Well, 40 odd years later,
here we are.
It's kind of.
By the way, someone said 19 barrels to make 1 gallon of gas. Who said that?
Gallons. You said gallons. You don't listen or pay attention.
No,
to anything.
That's right.
19 gallons of gas.
Yeah,
or 19 gallons of oil.
Yeah, 19 gallons of oil to make 1 gallon of gas, and 11 to 12 gallons of oil to make a gallon of diesel.
How many gallons in a barrel of oil?
I don't have the slightest
42.
idea. Is it?
How many gallons of those crude, based on that statistic, would you need to make gas? Roughly half of that.
Zanuck, knock it off with the math.
Hey, 19 to 20. He's got to admit look. When you have misinformation here, you got to call it out.
But caught out by what?
It's one barrel. 1 barrel makes 19 gallons.
No,
that's a stat. Yes,
not
19 barrels makes 1 gallon. You said 19 barrels makes 1 gallon.
No, I said 19 gallons. Let's get this.
19 gallons makes 1
19 gallons of oil makes 1 gallon of gas.
No, no, 1 barrel makes 19 gallons.
I'm more ready to believe this guy because you're already wrong on the amount
confused.
of
1 barrel.
You're already wrong on the amount of.
We've already admitted that some. Look, I'm not even conceding the 45%. But if it was 45%, if you have a 42 gallon barrel of oil, and you get 45% made for gasoline, it'd take 1 barrel to make half of it, which would be 20 gallons. It's not rocket science.
That's not right. That's not right.
It's not 20 gallons to make 1 gallon. That's 20 to 1. We're talking a 2 to 1. You're saying both things out of the same side of your mouth. Come on, get with the program.
Hold on.
Don't hold on anything. It's 45%. If a barrel is 42 gallons, then if it's half, it'd be 20 gallons.
I was wrong.
Of course I'm right on that. I mean, God, it's basic math.
No need to shout about it.
It's okay. You don't need to.
I know, but no, you're belaboring the point. I mean, Jesus.
Don't panic.
I'm not panicking. You just kept on fighting me. Look, I didn't fight you on the 45% yet.
I was wrong on the internet. What am I going to do?
I know. You guys are Google maniacs. I'm going off memory, and sometimes that can fail me too. I'm not going to fight you on the 45%. I'll get to the details of how much of it actually goes to gasoline for.
It's all
for
good.
cars.
It's all good.
I know it is.
You're
for
right.
Cars.
You're right. I read it wrong.
I'll just go for. I will fight you on the 45% because I saw that too. I looked it up, and I'll tell you. Oh my God, I can't even finish the sentence.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Right.
No, I think they're great. I think electric cars are amazing, actually, especially these days. I never thought they would get to this level. And I do like the sound of a big rumbling V8. And I do race the cars, but if I could use it as the racetrack and not have it on the street, I would love it. But I'm not going to spend 70, 80 grand to have something equivalent to what I have now.
Yeah. Have you seen Formula
You're
1?
A cheapskate.
Formula E. It's just there's nothing. It's just
nothing.
You just see the cars moving.
Horrible.
There's no drama. There's no noise.
You don't have any of it's the same. There's too many nannies involved with the car. Yeah. It's basically driving itself. You're just steering it.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you.
Yeah,
totally.
I mean, I think we got to have some rocket noise.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with cars,
you're an enemy
because I'm older now. But I love having something fast. It just kind of zips up like a friggin', I don't know what you call it, the name would be, but it's just like a missile. But it doesn't have any noise. Whoosh! Just takes off like
you guys
I love it.
know about the world,
and I can't stand. You know what else I can't stand? Like Jeremy.
Let me just jump in.
Real quick. I can't stand oil changes and think when I'm in traffic, everything is wearing down on the car. Like it's overheating, it's wearing, it's running. It's just a waste. Such a waste of everything. I agree. I'm totally on board. But I don't want to be forced to go buy one. That's my point.
I totally get you.
Right, how about this, right? Here, I seen I don't know if you guys have heard about the World Economic Forum or the meeting they have at Davos, right? Yeah. About 4 years ago, and I think it's on for about a week, but they have little talks and they broadcast them live. And I seen a little talk by these experts, not the famous names like Klaus Schwab or anybody like that, just these analysts or whatever. And they were talking about the future of sport. Now these people started talking about, there's they've got the technology now. This is about 4 years ago, to send out what do you call it, like football matches, and it's all robots. There's no humans involved in it whatsoever. It was just when you guys were talking about steering, the electric cars, you're just about steering. But actually, sports are going to end up like that. Like it's just going to be robots. You'll be watching robots playing baseball and football and all that. But they were just that.
I would hope not.
Well, they were talking about it, and usually when they talked about things at the World Forum or whatever, they usually come. They usually come into fruition. But it was quite interesting. I was like, fuck's sake. Imagine that these people actually, got into a position of power where they could actually put that through and convince corporations, hey, this is the way it's going. And so all the money, all the funding from National Scientific Foundation or other foundations that control what direction science goes in, actually goes into that, and we'll be left with like no human participation at all. Sorry, it was just you triggered me talking about the racing cars. No, that was all. But they were talking about that, as I say, about 40 years ago. How it could. So, possible scenario. Yeah. What do you think?
Sorry, what was the point of that?
It was just that robots are going to pretty much be like, I don't know, like robot. I don't know, just like sports, like
the entertainment that are bred in circus. That entertainment distraction is just going to be watching robots. That's what I was meaning.
Well, I mean, I love. Have you ever seen? I think it's called Battle Bots, where they go in and they fight to the death with the Battle Bots. Those are pretty neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, we got that in the UK. It must be about 50. It's longer than that. Maybe 25 years ago. But it was developed in America.
They're old.
Yeah,
they're old. I saw them over 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, the Battle Bots.
Yeah, but brilliant. Yeah, we used to. I remember watching it. It used to come on. I think it was every Saturday night. It's on for an hour, and yeah, it's just guys. You know what I mean? Guys making the most destructive vehicle they can possibly make. Some of them were killers, man. You know yeah.
Oh, now they got drones. Some of them got drones that pop out the top. All kinds of goofy shit. I mean, pretty soon you're gonna have to start pretty soon you're gonna have to start a league for because they're getting good at making human looking bots and shit. Pretty soon you're gonna have a robot soccer and a robot football league and all that.
Well, Tesla, he's actually bringing out his first humanoid robot. He's actually developed it. That's when he's thinking it's when was that?
I mean, we need a Rosie the robot from the Jetsons.
It's going to be a while before that one's actually out. Right now, it's just a mannequin. Unfortunately,
Tesla does have a self-driving motorcycle coming out. I saw that.
Really? Where? I don't think so.
Yeah.
People keep posting stuff on YouTube and it says SpaceX official or something, whatever, and it'll say some breathless headline about something Musk is saying or doing, and it's complete rubbish. And you look at the views, and it'll have thousands of views. But you go to each of the channels, and each of the channel is like a day old. It's so strange. And you go to the channel, the channel will be opened in like 2014 or 2012, and it'll have one video.
I think MIT developed a motorbike. In fact, this is years ago.
Hold on, Ali, real quick. BMW's the one making the self-driving motorcycle.
Elon Musk is very, very, very anti-motorcycle. He was nearly killed in a motorcycle crash. He will never, never make a motorcycle.
Yeah.
No, I said a human. I said a robot. But the self-driving motorcycle's been around for years. They raced it around a track. It might have even been Top Gear in Britain or whatever. But I seen a program years and years ago. They actually developed this motorcycle, and they got the guy. I think it was that guy Rossi, that world champion. Yeah, that dude. The guy that does the two-stroke. I think it's the 250s. Is it? I think it was or the 500s. I can't remember.
It's a 500.
But he did that.
Yamaha.
Yeah, right. And he done a race round the track fitted with these sensors or whatever. They fed the data into the bike, and the bike drove around itself. Followed the curves, but also took the same lines as what Rossi done. But it drove around itself. But the point was, I don't think it didn't beat his time though. That was the thing. But it was taking corners and everything.
That's amazing. I love it. I love stuff like that.
That's a fascinating tech there. So, and this is years and years old, because I always think, right, how they talk about how technology, it's like exponential, or like that so-called gravity, or whatever, the square law, or whatever you call it, it goes times two, times two, times two,
Inverse
kind of thing. We're saying that about science. Well, this is stuff I seen years ago. I'm just imagining what they've developed now. I'm sure they've got walking robots. You just have to look at that DynCore. Have a look at their atlas.
Well, here's the thing. What sometimes happens is you'll have these big breakthroughs, but then they can't do anything with the technology, and it just sits there. Or the technology gets bought by somebody and they don't do anything with it. You'll have these leaps and bounds, and just like electric cars, and it'll just sit there for years and years and years. I used to subscribe to this this website, and I get news, tech news, and it was all very exciting and all very lovely. And it would say, oh, these solar panels are 500 times more efficient, blah, 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 blah. But they couldn't mass produce them and efficiently, you know, and they couldn't make it work. And I stopped reading it because I was getting tired of reading all these headlines about the amazing future that just wasn't coming. So,
how about this paint, right? They've got this paint now. It's black paint, and it works exactly like a solar panel, but it's paint.
Yeah.
And you spray it onto and it reacts and it creates basically electricity, right? And it can actually make electricity. And this paint, you just spray it on, and you have to. I need to look into it more. It was my mate. He's got a camper van, and he was watching a video of this guy sort of doing it, explaining the tech behind it. But I haven't watched it yet. But I thought that's fucking fascinating. You know how that is. How that can paint, like, transfer energy or electricity. How's that? What's happening there? There must be some kind of process kind of happening there. Fascinating shit, man. But the point is,
I was going to say, I looked at how much oil is turned into diesel, and I read it wrong. So Zanuck got me all flustered, and so it says 11 to 12 gallons of diesel fuel, each 42-gallon US barrel of crude oil. So yeah, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, Hugh.
Yeah, that's one in your file,
Can
Hugh.
you hear me? Hugh,
don't worry
can you
about
hear me?
it. No, and I don't know where that 5% came from. I'm still digging. I'm pissed off at where I get whoever gave me that information. I was arguing with about someone about that. And I finally believed him. I didn't do the research, but yeah, if it's 40, if it's half, that's a lot. And if you can do if you could fire all the solar cells up that take up 21,000 square miles, and that would be, you know, obviously someone's mentioned something about Arizona, but that wouldn't happen because they'd probably spread it out over the country. And I bet it would be close to what all the oil refineries or drilling companies have as far as leased lands all over the country. Yeah, we could then power, but think about the billions and trillions of dollars of solar cells that would cost. I mean, it's nice to think about it, but maybe over time, I mean, so we just kind of convert over time, but wouldn't it be better to figure out a way to deal with nuclear waste? That we do that today. And that's much.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, Japan is in a big trouble with nuclear waste at the moment. So that's
there's ways. There's ideas like Arizona where you just take all the waste.
I can't even talk, can I?
Bury it.
Right. I mean, I was trying to say that here in Japan, it's difficult for them to get rid of this nuclear waste. Yeah,
right.
Nigh on
impossible. That's because it's a small country, and you have all sorts of seismic and other issues with the island.
But the actual nuclear waste, Nevada, Zanuck, the actual nuclear waste can't be got rid of. It doesn't matter how much land you have; it's still going to be there. Where are you going to get rid of it? Bury it underground. That ain't going to work.
You bury it. You bury it underground.
Nah, that won't work, man.
Why won't it work?
Dig. How much land you're going to need to bury this stuff, and then
there was already been a calculation of how you could do that.
Hang on a second, Zanuck. What happens when it seeps back into the land? What are you going to do?
No, we're talking about deep, or can't seep anywhere. It just has radiation, and the radiation is contained in the land.
Well, that's going to take some serious. How are you going to dig?
There's already been analysis for that. This is nothing new. I'm not the guy that invented it. This is.
Do you understand
can I say something?
That's going to involve? That's impossible. They thought about
that. It's not impossible. It's impossible to build the solar cells. That's the same thing. It's not impossible to do any of this.
Look. It's Japan is mostly mountainous. Okay, it's a mountainous region. They've got all this nuclear waste. Now you want them on the little bit of stretch of land that the populations live on. You want them to start digging down there. Are you mad? Come on.
This has already been addressed, and this is not new information. So what we really need is nuclear fusion. Now, nuclear fusion will be the ultimate holy grail. Then we can forget about all these friggin' harebrained ideas of covering the entire country.
Anything.
God damn it, Jen! Seriously?
Toxic.
Fuck! Are you listening to yourself?
We don't need nuclear.
Are you listening to yourself?
Listen to yourself.
Are you listening to yourself?
Are you listening to yourself, mate?
Yes, I was talking. That's how I'm listening to myself.
Come on, guys. Come on, Jen. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. So with nuclear fusion, suddenly there's none of these drawbacks. We should be fighting for that, and people are working. In fact, my nephew's working on projects right now, not only for power for the country, but also for space flight. But nonetheless, these are the things we should be spending money on, not some idea that we can cover the entire country with solar cells.
Okay, let me now put my official stamp on what you just said. It's a load of rubbish. It is dangerous. Look at the problems we have now. So when nuclear goes wrong, it goes wrong in a very dramatically bad way, endangering lives. We don't need that. But anyway,
nuclear fusion.
I want to address.
Do you know the difference between nuclear fusion and fission? Jen, do you know the difference between nuclear fusion and
fission? Let him finish, Zanuck. For fuck's sake, he waited for you, man.
Let him go. Let him go. Go ahead, Zanuck. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, he's muted.
Do you know the difference?
Finish it up, Jen.
Do you know the difference? Just ask me a question.
Yeah.
Do you know the difference between fusion and fission?
Yeah.
You probably don't. Okay, that's why you responded the way you did.
I roughly understand what nuclear fusion is, but I still think anything nuclear is just going to cause problems.
Well, that's not true. Nuclear fusion would be the holy grail.
Hang on, can I not finish what I'm saying then? I'm saying that there is inherent danger in any of the processes, and when they go wrong catastrophically. Okay, but carry on.
No, that's with fission, not fusion.
Yeah, fusion, there is a fraction of the risk.
Oh, but it's still a risk. That's my point.
A fraction, much less risk than anything we're seeing. Oh God,
fusion.
The reason I wanted to speak was mainly to Hugh. Anyway, Hugh, I have posted the German documentary. It's called the Diesel Disaster. Can you see it? I posted it just a few minutes ago. Can you see it in the live stream text? Hugh, are you there? Are you there, Hugh, or is he gone? Probably gone then.
Fusion isn't something that you have to worry about a lot about to get contained.
Yeah.
It's not something that goes by itself. You have to keep like adding energy to keep the fusion going, which is not the same with fission, because with fission it easily goes by itself. Like if you don't balance the proportions. I mean, I don't know a lot about this, but like there's a equilibrium you have to meet in order for the fission not to stop and not to just keep going on itself and get out of control. That's with fission, not with fusion. Fusion doesn't tend to like doesn't have positive feedback loops as fission has.
One thing I always found interesting is the American nuclear fuel cycle for fission only uses like 3 or 4% of the fissile material. I think the French are like using breeder reactors, and they're getting up like into the 50s and 60% ranges. I'm not sure about the number I've been looking for. But so we have tremendously more nuclear waste per nuclear plant in the U.S. per megawatt. 10 times more.
Okay, well, I still think there are better options than nuclear fusion. That's what I think. I don't think we don't need to be doing nuclear of anything, of any kind. It's a dangerous thing. The risks are too great. The benefits are little, minuscule really at the end of the day. There are better ways naturally that are abundant that we can utilize, to benefit everyone at a safer and more environmental way. Yeah,
I agree.
Thank you very much. Yes, you've made some really interesting points today, Ali B. Full of the good topics today. Very well done today. Fuck.
Like the risk with fusion isn't associated like with catastrophes. If the risk is like for the employees themselves, it's not like any catastrophe can come out of fusion reactors. It can't. If you stop trying to make fusion go on, it won't. It will stop.
Yeah, the point is, how would you utilize this nuclear fusion in your home, in your car? What are the risks of fire, disaster? Come on.
There is no risk of disaster.
hang on a second, right? How much is it going to cost to put this machine together for the whole country? Let's say your country to utilize it. What are the cost benefits?
I can't judge the cost of a technology that doesn't yet exist. But in terms of risk,
there's no need for it. My point is, yeah, go on.
Talking about disaster and risk of disaster.
Yes, the risk is
doesn't. There's no such thing as a risk of disasters with nuclear fusion.
There's a risk there. There's a risk of
no. The risk is not to cause a disaster.
The very nature of nuclear is it gives you that it evokes danger when the process is.
That's because
nuclear and fusion are not safe.
That's because they're used to fission. Fission is inherently dangerous. Fusion isn't. What you're picturing in your mind there is the problems that come with fission, not with fusion. That's why it sounds dangerous, because the word nuclear.
Still problems. I guarantee you, it isn't as safe as you're telling us. Okay, I know that.
It is. There's no danger of disaster just because it has the word nuclear. No, the word nuclear reminds.
What's the difference? What's the difference? What's is actually, because it'll answer me. It'll save me googling it if you know. What's the difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission? It's not a gotcha or anything like that. It's just I can't be bothered.
Yeah, fusion is when you combine the nuclei of the atoms, and fission is when you break them up, when you split them, when you break them.
All right, okay, cheers. Nice one. That'll do. That's a nice one.
And the problem, like the word nuclear, got associated with fission, because nuclear power plants use fission. Nuclear bombs also use fission, right? Because the problem with fission is that when you split an atom, the atom can split another one. They can split another one. So you have an ongoing reaction that, like, you have this chain reaction that just keeps emitting more and more energy exponentially. That's why fission is so dangerous. And people have associated the word nuclear to this type of danger. But fusion isn't like that. When you have to put a lot of energy to merge the nuclei of atoms, and if you stop doing that, they will simply stop merging. It's something that you have to actively keep doing in order for it to keep happening. So
when you have a meltdown, though, because Jin, he lives in Japan, so he'll know all about nuclear meltdowns and stuff. But when you have a meltdown, that's dangerous, though, right?
Yeah, but the meltdown we have is meltdown with fission reactors, not with fusion reactors. And if you have a meltdown in a fusion reaction, it's gonna stop the fusion because it's gonna break the equipment. But
I'm just saying, I think that's what we were.
That's why I said.
Now I've learned something.
That's what I said. The only risk with fusion is like for the employees, the people that are working in the reactor. If the reactor for some reason malfunctions and it gets too hot or it breaks or whatever, that's a risk for the people who work there. It's not going to become like a risk.
It's still a risk that we try to reduce. I think we should be going more. Hang on. I think we should utilize things that are more natural and readily available rather than go down that route, because nothing but disasters happened so far, and the efforts that have been put into the nuclear fusion, as you call it, I think is a waste of time, because it's not what we call bang for buck, economical. It's a waste of time. Research is costing a lot of money from the taxpayer, but we can use natural. It's readily available, and we can move on. We do not need
all the natural ones.
Save us.
All the natural ones have a lot of problems that fusion. All the natural ones have inherent problems that the fusion reaction wouldn't have.
No,
that's why it's worth investigating.
I don't see solar energy having any problems at all. Solar energy is clean.
Yes, it's not completely clean.
Can I not finish? Now? Can I not finish? I'm still talking, yeah? The solar panels can be made from hemp, okay?
We've already addressed
biodegradable, okay? You can make hemp solar panels. Am I breaking up? Okay, well, we can actually use hemp to make your solar panels. Anyway, carry on. Carry on. I yield. My communication.
You produce a lot of waste producing solar panels. They also don't last forever. They take a lot of they take a lot of area, and they don't work for half of the day. So you need to store energy, and we don't have batteries that can deal with that.
Panels on your roof, solar panels on your roof. It's not going to take up a lot of room. It's on your roof, on the walls of your house. Okay, that's your house.
What do you do?
Are you aware? Are you aware that when you have solar panels in your room, in your house, you don't use the energy from your solar panels. You sell the energy from your solar panel to the network.
Yes,
and then you buy cheaper energy from the network because you can't store the extra energy in batteries and then use them at the night. Batteries aren't good enough for that.
You got it wrong. Hang on. Let me just slow you down there. You can store the energy, the solar panels, into a compartment in the basement of your house. So you store the energy, and the surplus gets sold off to the electric company. So you're making money there, already. And then as for the solar panel, when they reach the end of their life, they can be recycled.
We don't have efficient ways to store energy. We don't have efficient way to store energy. You spend a lot of time to charge the batteries. You spend a lot of energy charging the batteries, and you don't get all that energy back.
You can store it in water. Jin's right. You can store it in water.
Also, not an efficient way to store electrical energy.
Well, it is. Well, it is actually, because the energy you get out of water is actually more than what you put into it. So
how do you store it in water? You get it pumped up to a power.
Well, that's it. Go and have a look. Just Google. I haven't got the thing. Just Google it. You'll find loads of papers how to store energy in water, how to store energy wherever you want to.
But that's not in economies of scale. Like a power plant out in the Nevada desert can pump water up to a lake at the top of a mountain.
Right,
you can pump water up to the top of a mountain.
But you can store it. You don't have to put it back onto the grid.
You can store it as heat.
Yeah, I just think
another way, but then you can transform it again to something usable.
Yeah.
Are you referring to that? Are you referring to that storage that uses like the store as energy in the form of gravitational potential energy? Is that what you're referring to, Moya?
No.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that can only be done. That can only happen like specific places. Specific. It needs a specific geography for that to be a viable way to store energy.
So if you look at Iceland and the Scandinavians, they're leading the world in this kind of technology, and they're using thermal energy as well. Now they're lucky. They're in a region where you can do that. Okay, so there's a lot of clean energies that we can be using. Nuclear
thermal energy from what?
Sorry. Hey?
Thermal energy from what?
No, volcanoes.
For heating their house and keeping themselves nice and warm.
Where they're getting the heat from?
It's from underground, under the ground, piped in.
You mean like geysers?
It's
essentially they pump water down.
Yeah.
Flash boilers in the geothermal vent.
Yeah, it's called thermal energy.
Yes, it's called thermal energy. Yes, they're using it.
Yeah, you can dig down.
So thermal energy isn't like a single. Like there are many ways you can produce energy that are like thermal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But how about this? Right? How about think of this concept, right? Say you've got water, right, and you've got a source of thermal energy. Now that's the source of the energy. Now you want to store that, so you can store it by heating up the water, and hot water or that water will be able to produce something for you to convert into perhaps driving a pump or warming up your heating or whatever. And that's what it's meaning about when I talk about water's good for storing energy, is that way. But you can get electricity out of the water, but the process it's the fact that, if you know what I mean, the water acts as a battery, but in a way you're not maybe using it, switching it on or anything. You're using it in another way.
Yeah, another way to store electricity using water is to split the.
Yeah.
Exactly what? I didn't even say what. You have no idea what I was going to say.
Jeremy, you have cute background noise.
Yeah.
Lovely. It's nice to have a kid.
Another way to store electricity using water is to split the oxygen and the hydrogen, and then you can use that for power. That's actually used now. People use that now because it's supposedly efficient or something, more efficient than an actual battery.
I don't know about that because I mean the highest efficiency I've seen for electrolysis really surprised me today was 80%. Batteries typically charge, I think, at 90% efficiency, but that's close. I mean, that's close enough that I wouldn't call it anything. But I do find the 80% number is highly suspect. Like that would take
once you get the hydrogen, though, you don't lose anything unless your tank leaks. With the battery, you're always
Right, as long as it doesn't leak or catch fire, you're gonna
explode. Yeah,
it's
definitely
a very long-lasting system.
Yeah,
the electrodes will dissolve. You'll have service and maintenance.
I mean, this comes from a context in which Jim is trying to make the case for safe energy. I don't think then splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen is a very safe way to convince Jim to use available sources of energy.
Well, the fail-safe on that
is the risk of explosions and stuff like that. Then we need to reduce that risk somehow, you know. But like I said, you know, if we're going to be using nuclear fusion, I think it's not going to be cheap. I don't think it's going to be a cheap energy. That's my point. A lot of research into it. It's not going to be cost-effective to the end user, the customer, and I just think it's going to be a waste. I don't see it being cheap. That's my point.
That really depends on where the technology goes, because it's a free fuel source, and you've got a very complex machine. So it's how efficient we can get that machine to produce electricity. Yeah, and then you just feed it hydrogen, and now you've got a fuel source.
Again, it's hydrogen again, you see, so there you go. Potential explosion can happen. So, you know, there's no safety
that's actually
there.
you only have to produce enough hydrogen on demand to feed the reactors. I mean, you wouldn't be talking about storing thousands of tons of hydrogen. You would be storing a few hundred pounds of hydrogen.
Yeah. I still think there's a simpler way. Simpler and cleaner way there is.
Simple isn't always the best answer. I mean, it's nice, but when you try and say simpler, you actually have to take into account all the complexities. And like I said, you know, with the biofuels simply just don't cut it. And simply, yes, you can make fuel out of grass clippings. You know, it can be done. Can you produce it and give us the same quality of life that we have right now?
I think so. I don't see a problem there, really. At this point, it's definitely doable. Definitely.
Except for the fact that numbers totally defy that argument.
No, I think you've missed something there. I'm sure I am confident that it's feasible. Confident that it will.
Then all you have to do is go through my numbers.
Because we can make the vehicles themselves are being run inefficiently in that's where they're being manufactured. They can be manufactured to give you more mileage per gallon. It's a definite restriction. The injector, the carburation, that stuff, that's where the trick is. We can definitely tune the engine to use less fuel to give more power output. Definitely can be done. I know it can.
Well, I mean, with the most efficient, I showed 4 crops per year using every square inch of arable land in the USA. That left us with probably 80% deficit. So we'd have to increase the vehicle efficiency by more than 80% in order for that just to cover our bare demands of today.
I swear to you that it's definitely going to be doable. You're dramatizing this thing to a place.
Yeah, but you've got to rotate. Jen, the thing is, you've got to rotate the crops, Jen. You can't just say, right, I'm going to plant palm trees here on this big plot of land. You can't keep growing the same crop, otherwise the soil will die. You have to rotate.
Hang on. With hemp, it regenerates the soil. That's the thing. Hemp keeps going forever. It doesn't matter where you put it. It's actually, if you can grow hemp in your soil, it means your soil is very healthy. So it's not going to die. Not hemp. Not hemp.
Yeah, well, hemp's a weed. That is you're taking away material.
That's right.
And it doesn't replenish the
So
soil.
it'll grow anywhere.
Sorry, yeah.
But I need to look into that.
Hang on.
To a gardener, I'd have to look into that. One second.
To a gardener,
I'll have to look into that.
Weed is your best friend to your gardener. Weed is your best friend. That's what I learned from a gardener. That if you've got weed, it means your soil is going to be nice and fertile and healthy. Weed is your friend.
That's all true until you start taking the material away and using it for fuel. Now you're taking all the good stuff. Now you're taking away all the good stuff. Now you're taking away. 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 Now you're taking away all. Now you're taking away all the materials from that soil, leaving yourself a soil that is depleted.
That's a good point.
You're not taking the thing away, are you? You're not putting it from the roots. You're cutting so it grows back every year. You don't take the whole thing out from the roots, do you?
You are taking material, at least 39 gallons worth of it per acre. You're taking away.
Mm-hmm.
You're using the material wisely. It grows back naturally. It's a natural cycle. You don't pull it away from the roots. You don't do that. You just snip, and it grows back soon.
Well, 39 gallons of that left. 39 gallons of that were burned up in your engine.
Don't worry. It's going to be good enough. It's going to be good enough. It's going to be good enough.
The simple fact that
it's going to be good. There's more than enough to do it.
That is every inch of arable land right now.
No, it's not 20% of the demand. You're making out, mate. You're making out.
You show me where my numbers are wrong. I put this before you. You show me that it doesn't have that many numbers you have to research.
It's definitely wildly inefficient to be growing crops and then transporting the fucking thing, and you got to process it, transport it to where people need it. It seems highly inefficient.
Yeah, I didn't do any of those numbers.
No. You're missing the point there, Jeremy. The point is the infrastructure to use to make gasoline, petrol that we have now. That infrastructure can be used to make the hemp oil and hemp fuels. So the infrastructure is there. Just needs a little bit of tweeting, and you can do that. So it's not going to be that crazy to be shipping it and everywhere else. You go to your pump and you fill up as you would do normally. Only you're filling up with hemp rather than stupid carcinogenic crude oil, diesel, and
what about the problem? What about the problem Moyak's bringing to? There's not enough land to grow enough hemp to get enough oil to power the stuff.
Moyak is an alarmist. I think there's an alarmist there. That's all I have to say at the moment.
And you're an avoidance.
He ran the numbers. He's not the best math guy I've ever seen, but he ran the numbers. I mean, you have a problem with his numbers?
Yeah, I did look at his numbers. They didn't look good, but I think there's something wrong there because I believe that we can work it somehow.
There's always something wrong with a baller's numbers. There's always something wrong. Sorry, Danny.
Show me. And there's only 10, 12 numbers you have to look up?
Okay, I'm going to look into it a bit more myself. Don't worry, I'll get back to
you. Said that almost a year ago.
Yeah, I said that about 6 months ago, perhaps.
Let's pretend there is enough land to grow all this hemp. Then you got to have farmers farming this shit, cutting it down.
They'd be happy to. They'd be happy.
Machines. Think of all the machines you're going to need just to cut all the hemp down on every square inch of land we have.
It's not a lot of machines, Jeremy, it's not a lot of machines, Jeremy. The same trucks you used to transport your corn or whatever you grow, you used to transport your hemp. Cutting it is going to be the same way. The thing is, the recycled stuff that comes out of hemp, you can use to feed the cows, used to make hemp products. So the farmer will use every facet of that plant. What goes for fuel goes for fuel.
Oh shit! Then we're not putting the stuff back in the soil.
Hang on a second. It's all coming from the first harvest, yeah? So some of it will be what goes to the fuel goes to the fuel. What's left can be used for making hemp clothing, furniture, feeding your cattle and everything else.
So not back to the soil. Not back to the soil.
The soil is already being replenished from the actual plant itself.
I took away phosphorus, I took away nitrogen, I took away silicate, and all sorts of other whatever stuff is needed.
Jen, in order to if you're going to keep growing crops, I mean, farmers even do this now. Though they might grow crops for 2 or 3 years on one patch of soil, and then they'll let it sit for a year or two, and they got to spread cow shit over the whole thing multiple times to replenish the nutrients. If you grow hemp and you take the whole plant away, or cut it off at the root or whatever, that's not going to leave anything to replenish the soil.
You know what? I think you need to look into hemp and how it actually grows and how bad it is for the soil. You need to look into that because it's being, hang on, Jeremy, it's being offered as a savior for humanity, especially in America. There are numerous documentaries talking about the farming of hemp and the benefits to the soil, to the farmer, to the cattle. Okay, I'm just giving you.
I have no doubt that there's benefits to it. I have no doubt that there's huge benefits to it.
Problems where there's none. You're creating problems where there aren't any. You're creating problems because even if you have to redo the soil, it's not going to take long. You're not going to take long. You've still benefited for a while. So, I don't see the problem.
So you're telling me we could have 1 square acre, grow hemp on it, year after year after year, and not have any issues?
No, you're going to have to treat the soil at some stage, but not as dramatic as you're making it. Oh, and it's the end of the world because we've got to start to treat this, give the soil some nutrition.
So where do we grow food now? We've now used all the soil for making fuel.
I don't believe
where do we grow food?
All the soil. I do not believe you'll be using all the soil.
We don't even have enough, close to enough.
By the way,
according to Moyak's numbers, we don't even have close to the amount of soil we would need, even if we used every square inch.
Yeah, that's what he says. I'm saying there's something wrong with that.
His numbers might be up.
Have to look at that properly because it's been billed as it's feasible that you only would need to lock off. This was a number of years ago in the 90s. You would have to lock off only 6% of America's land, and you could grow enough fuel to sustain your country.
You're having
and
a
never
ball.
need to go. Hang on, and never need to go to OPEC. That's what it said. You don't need to go to OPEC.
Right, but what makes you believe them? What makes you believe their numbers? Because I went through and I did the numbers independent of. I did my numbers I'll just talk over you again.
You know what?
I did my numbers independent.
Because they want the best for humanity.
Please control your animal.
They want the best for humanity. Hemp is not something that makes that. Can I say?
You're not going to control your animal.
It's not expensive.
Did he cut you off? Jin, let Moyak finish. Why don't you? All right, Jin, let Moyak finish. Also, you still have an echo, Jin. Jin, you still have an echo. Let's let Moyak finish.
I'm not echoing for everybody else. I'm sorry. There you go. Anyway, the point I'm saying is that we need to look at that more closely because the people who are putting it forward want the best for humanity. That's why I trust them. They want the best.
People who sell hemp. People who sell hemp talk good about hemp.
Well, and that is
of course they would. Of course they would. But when you look at hemp compared to the carcinogenic oils, hemp is a cleaner, safer. It's cleaner, safer, healthier, more environmentally friendly. No one dies from hemp. Right. Carcinogenic fuels, cancer, there you go.
Are you going to ever shut up or are you just going to keep going?
Please carry on.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, again, if you find out where I went wrong with my numbers, the number of gallons the country uses per year, that's pretty set in stone. Every resource I could find found that it was 39 gallons per acre. With those two pieces of information, and then the number of acres that are arable versus and total number of acres is already there. Right? Those are immutable numbers. So I mean, from there, where I derived all my numbers. There's not a whole lot of sines and cosines in here and places I can fudge them.
Hemp is the way. Hemp is the way. Hemp is the best. So is the flat earth the best. It's all happening, man. Okay, don't worry.
I know. I guess the middle of my sentence.
When I find out, when I find out those numbers, it will be a revelation. It will be a behold on the flat earth. So be careful. Here I come. Watch out.
And the worst part about this is these numbers assume that I'm using all the land for fuel production, and I no longer am able to grow food. I can no longer have farm animals. I am using every arable acre and using that to grow fuel. I've got a problem now. Now I've got to import all of my food, everything, every shredded wheat, every banana, every cucumber has to now be thrown somewhere else.
Don't need to do that. Don't have to use. Yeah.
And that was only to
Something's wrong
cover
with
about
what
20% of the demand.
Something's wrong with what you've done.
I mean,
Something's wrong with what you've done. The experts have said that they only need to do 6%. Yeah, that would be 9 years ago anyway, or so. But there you go. In the 90s, sorry, 9 years. In the 90s.
Yeah, well, it seemed like everything they said was horseshit. It seemed like every number they said was horseshit.
I mean, show them the numbers, Moyak.
No, I've seen the numbers, Jeremy. I've seen the numbers, and I'm still questioning. Okay, so
what's
the
question on the numbers?
I'm going to look into it. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, Jeremy, I'm actually going to look into it. You know?
All right. It just doesn't sound efficient. It doesn't sound efficient at all to be growing hemp. Listen, I'm all for hemp, and I have no doubt it's been suppressed.
Yeah, whatever.
Do big textile. You still got an echo. Big textile, oil, tons of companies, big pharma have suppressed weed, you know, but I just don't think this sounds doable with the growing it for all the oil fuel consumption. Moyak, did you count the rooftop gardens?
No, but I'm going to put that in the category of flea fart. How much? What is the amount of acreage on rooftops compared to the total property? Like, if you make everybody's whole yard becomes a hemp farm, you know, now your backyard's gone. You're going to grow weed in the backyard, from the corner of your little white picket fence all the way up to your door, and then you cover your 10% of your yard that's rooftop. That comes
it sounds easier. It sounds like it'd be easier to just cover your roof in solar panels and call it a day. Then you don't have to. All you got to do is wash them off once a year. You don't have to go till the soil and fucking grow crops and cut them down and then ship them somewhere else.
Oh shit, yeah. I mean, when you go for acres on that, you could power your whole world, with just the power on your roof, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like you're going to have to grow hemp in your living room. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
You will.
You go there.
You'll have to by Moyak's numbers.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust those numbers yet. So we'll have another
You'll have to have hats with a hemp plant growing out of your hat.
You'll be wearing it all over the back of your clothing. Hemp. I'm growing for survival.
Well, let's look it up together. I did give you all the links to the raw data that I used when I sent this to you the last time. Let's see. Total barrels of oil per.
Just think all the transportation you'd have to do for all this hemp. Oh my God, the amount of.
You're doing transportation already for the fuels, for the food that you eat already. So, I mean, come on. It's just nothing extra.
Yeah, we'd have to. It's a lot of extra. It's a lot of extra.
It's new jobs. You're creating new jobs. So obviously, with that comes the economy. Everything's boosting. It's wicked, man. What are you talking about?
The economy is bad. No, the economy is bad. The better your economy is, the more inefficient and wasteful you are.
No, it's going to be a win-win for the farmers anyway.
The more sick people, the more people in prisons, the more waste your country produces, the better your economy is going to be.
Well, that'd be the mad country called America for sure. Yeah.
You're talking about a consumer economy where we consume goods and services rather than make goods and services. Our economy has the wrong focus. It's on making, food, restauranting, services, but we don't really make anything. And when we start making stuff, we ship it out to China and other places. So we need to shore up our manufacturing base again and start making American once more.
Now listen to the master has spoken there. The master has just spoken. Are you paying attention? Yeah.
Jim,
right,
I did find.
You're too kind.
I did find a little problem, Jim. My numbers it has gone up by 1 billion barrels of oil per year. So it's gone up by about another 20% in the fuel use.
Well, whatever.
So that makes all the numbers worse, 20% worse.
Yeah, that's okay. I still think hemp can save the world without a doubt. without a doubt.
We also, well, the nice thing about this, Jeremy, is we also tilled up all the roads and put crops in, so now there's no need for fuel.
Oh, better go upstairs. Hang on a second.
The amount of fuel you'd have to grow just to transport this hemp all over the place, you'd have to grow a third extra of all the hemp just to power the fucking all the shit to process.
Well, I mean, look at it. Hello, the energy you use to get the fuel in the first place, there's a lot of energy being used already. So you're just, we're trying to move from dirty, not really nice petrol, diesel. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Everybody wins. The farmer wins, the consumer way.
I think one of the places where they mislead you in that documentary that he gave you, they didn't tell you any of the numbers really, but in their numbers, the quantities that they kind of indicated you might get per acre, I think include technology that doesn't exist, like converting the cellulose to sugars and using that to produce more fuel. So they were using the entire plant to make fuel, but there's no mechanism by which to do that.
What happened? Were you talking to me, Moya?
I don't know who I was talking to last.
Yeah, this doesn't seem doable with the hemp. I mean, Jesus, how much more efficient would it be to just have to clean some solar panels off once a year instead of harvesting crops and fertilizing the soil, tilling the soil? I mean, you're only going to be able to pull crops out of the same soil for so many years before you got to let it sit and rejuvenate. That's what the farmers do now. I don't see why hemp is different. If you're pulling the materials out, like you said, you're losing nitrogen, all kinds of nutrients and shit that the plant needs.
You got to wait for it to break down out of the existing rock and stuff that's in the soil again.
Solar panels and wind turbines.
Now, if you wanted to do something like biofuels for, you have most of your fleet be electric, but for the cars that need to absolutely transport great distances, you might want to go with an alternate, like maybe a diesel or something with that, so you can go thousands of miles in a day.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. You get charge stations. Electric cars, you charge them up. How long does it take to charge a car these days? Don't they do a fast charge in like 30 minutes?
That's fine, but if you had a business where you had to go around and deliver shit all day or whatever else, you don't want to have that vehicle taken out of the running, or if they're going cross country, you don't want to have to add that into your transportation costs, another 24 hours of charging or something.
Yeah, that's true. If you're like, if you got a thing where you got to drive across the country and you got to stop for fucking hours on end, that's why they need to do is start doing like battery swaps or fast charging. Even fast charging is too long. You can't have guys on the clock. You can't have
I don't know if you know, but you dropped out, Jeremy. Here's some crop yields. Hemp is sort of like a middle of the road crop. There's other higher crops.
Yeah, what were they? Grapes, though? I mean, we have
grape seed oil. I'm not sure what that means. No, rapeseed, R-A-P-E.
Rape?
Yeah, I think that's one of them. Let me look through the list of these.
Is that a fruit?
Rapeseed is like looks like some kind of a grassy shit. Go down the list that I posted, and you can see rapeseed's like one of the best ones.
I'm driving to work. It's not doable. It's not doable. It's not efficient. You're gonna have to harvest all this shit, right? That takes time and effort, and then you got to ship it to whatever plant that's gonna make the fucking oil. There's more time and effort. Then you got to ship it to the fucking gas station. Why not just solar panel your house? You go home, you plug your car in, your car gets charged. Nobody had to transport anything. You had to wipe solar panels off once a year.
Now, if we turn the whole country into a big lake, algae in an open pond generates 10,000 gallons per acre. So you just make America a big swamp.
We use Florida as model.
And you still got to cut down all the trees and get rid of the wildlife stuff.
Yeah, nothing's gonna beat solar and wind. The combination of them both. I don't know how much maintenance a wind turbine takes. I'd have to imagine those little ones take next to none.
Now, what's his name? Cody's lab. He made a algae farm using soda bottles.
Quiet.
And I thought that was kind of neat, the algae farm. He was only making a couple of grams a day.
You might have to You might need to maintain the wind turbines once in a while, but that's not going to be a problem. Solar panels made from hemp, you're laughing all the way to the bank. Yeah,
Oh, solar panels made from hemp.
Yes, because you can utilize hemp to make hemp solar panels. Yeah, no problem. Best material apparently.
Wow, that's an interesting one. Hemp silicone, or
I mean, hemp is a great textile, and I'm not sure, but I'm guessing hemp or the big textile probably contributed to lobbying to keep marijuana illegal.
That's right. They did that, didn't they? Because hemp was about to take over, and the likes of DuPont and the other petrol companies put the nail in the coffin for hemp for a short while. Now that it's coming back, good. Now it's just coming back a bit too slow for my liking, but it's coming back. Everyone's having their recreation at the moment. Okay, let's get serious.
They just made it federally. They just made it legal on a federal level in America, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's why you got to get rid of that federal, because they're just it's another government. The federal is a government in its own right, isn't it? The federal. Fucking hell. What are you
And you
living?
can't get rid of the federal government. Who's gonna keep track of the army, and who's gonna pay Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and keep all the interstates
You're such
up?
a panicker, aren't you? Look, there you go. Look, there you go again.
I'm not panicking.
You
What
need
if
the
Russian?
government, you need the army, you need this. You know, your country lives in such a cesspit. That's probably why. But once you actually get going and start to clean it up, you start to see the benefits. Panicking straight up. We need the army. The army that gets, as I told you yesterday, the army that gets poisoned by its own government and then gets sent out to go and kill other people, innocent people. That army are you talking about, are you? Fuck.
And let's say America.
The army that contributed into 9/11. That army, yeah? And that government.
Let's say America.
Yeah? And that federal. And that FBI, yeah? And that FEMA.
Let's say the United States tomorrow we were like, all right, we're getting rid of the federal government, we get rid of the military. And then the day after that, Russia comes and takes over America.
That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen.
Why? We have no military to stop them.
That wouldn't happen.
Why not? We have no military now. We got rid of the military, remember?
You know, you'll always have some weapons. Yeah, the people of America would rise up. That's when the people would need to rise up.
Now our country's in war-ridden turmoil for who knows how long, trying to fight the Russians with guys with guns when they're coming in with tanks and aircraft carriers and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're not fighting in Antarctica, we know. Antarctica, there's no war, so they're not really all pals. Why do you always get it all wrong, eh? Do you know what I mean? They're not fighting in Antarctica, but yet they're going to fight on the mainland. Come on, you know they're all pals. These wars have been specifically designed to fool people like you, so you're always scared. That's why, yeah? You don't seem to want to rise up. You want to be under the federal balls. You want to suck and lick the federal's balls and ass and bury your head in them. Well, good luck. I don't want to do that anywhere on this earth. Thank you. Fucking hell.
Right, I'm not scared. It's just that I know that evil that men do.
You're scared.
No, I'm not scared. I know how countries are and how leaders are and how the world works.
You don't know. You think you know. You don't know. You're forgetting the one thing. Antarctica is a clue. They're all pally down there, and they're pally in the G8, the G20 meetings, the Bilderberg groups. All these meetings they have, they're very pally. This war in Ukraine is just a fucking smokescreen. Okay? Come on. Are you that blind? Fucking hell, man.
I do have one eye. That's beside the point. The point is, if we get rid of the military and somebody tries to take over, we fight back. Now we're fighting a war on American soil for who knows how many decades or years it would take if we would even win.
No one's
and
going
you
to
talk the whole
America.
You didn't hear anything I said, and you got an echo.
Yeah, you're not gonna be being attacked, Jeremy. You're not going to be attacked. Don't worry.
You don't know that.
Never happened.
What are you,
it's never happened. The only time you got attacked.
You definitely got an echo.
Yeah, look, the only time you got attacked was, okay, Japan attacked you once, but Roosevelt knew. So your government knew Japan was coming, so that attack needn't have happened. And then the other time, 9/11, that was an inside job. So the only people you got to worry about are people within your country, your government. They're the terrorists, okay? They're the ones you want to worry about. Other people coming to fight America. It don't happen.
Have you ever seen the movie Red Dawn?
The movie what?
Red Dawn.
Red Dawn? I can't remember it now, but yeah, vaguely, yeah. Why?
They did another one recently where it was China instead of Russia.
Yeah.
Like these scenarios they're not like crazy ideas where another country would come try to take over America.
Predictive programming with America focus in the center. It's just predictive programming which you buy into. That's all it is. Stop watching Netflix, will you? Come on, man. Right. Honestly. You know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, remember, I was born in 1961. By 1963, your country killed its own president. Fucking, what a world we live in, yeah? Your own country is killing its own president, yeah? Huh?
Well, we don't
and then
know
it goes
who
around
JFK.
causing mayhem in Vietnam and other parts of the world. Your country is the problem. Your country. Fuck.
Jim,
Talking about attacking everywhere. Wake up, will you? Wake up.
You don't know who killed JFK, Jen. Come on.
I know who killed him. We know.
Who killed him?
It. We know who killed him. Okay, we know. Okay?
Who killed him?
It was nothing to do with Lee Harvey Oswald was not the man. He didn't even have the gun in his hand, the rifle in his hand. He wasn't even there. He was downstairs. It wasn't him. So that's one thing. All right?
No, not all right.
So we know that sorry?
Who killed him?
Who killed JFK were the people, the mafia was involved. Loads of people were involved. Loads. All organised by the FBI, the CIA. They all helped to organise that. George Bush was involved in that, organising that plan and that. He was involved. Even Nixon was involved. Nixon was involved in this as well.
Prescott Bush?
Not Prescott Bush, George Bush.
He would have been a little kid back then.
No, he wasn't. He was there on the day. He was a grown man on the day he was there. He was working for the CIA, and he tried to say that he wasn't, but he was. Because it wasn't. Listen clearly, it was a Mr. Bush that tipped the police off, supposedly, that Lee Harvey Oswald, they gave a description of a man, and it fitted Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, and then Lee Harvey Oswald apparently shot this officer Tibbet. Now, question, why would Lee Harvey Oswald be shooting a police officer for no apparent reason? I mean,
because they were trying to arrest him, you fucking moron.
No, he wasn't. At the time Tibbet was shot, he was in a car. He was in his car, okay? And someone else shot him. It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. Somebody dressed up like him shot Tibbet. Oswald was in the bloody cinema already. So
okay, Pete.
Man.
No problem, Pete.
Yeah, don't worry. I've been looking at this thing very long time. But like I said, so they killed their own president. They go around the world causing mayhem, Vietnam and the places. You know, come on, man, wake up, will you?
So Vietnam, that if I'm not mistaken, Vietnam was a byproduct of China trying to take over Vietnam. So it was kind of like two actors there. So you just suggest that it's okay for China to take over countries, but not okay for America to go in on the behalf of people who don't want to be.
What you got to remember, right? That was all planned. It's been
planned. But did China try and take?
It's all planned. It was.
Did China feed them the arms and stuff so that they could take over?
Feed who the orange where? I mean, what are you talking about now?
Okay, Vietnam, the Viet Cong. They were going up against the established country that was there, and they were trying to make it a communist country. Now there was people in the country there were people in the country who did not want to be communist, and there were people in the country who wanted to be communist. China was supporting the people who wanted to be communist.
Yeah, the North.
Yes.
The Northern Territory.
Yeah, so that's okay. That's okay for China to stick their nose in and give arms to people so that they can take over the government.
Look,
and
you see, the thing is, it's got nothing to do with the USA. It's got nothing to do with the USA.
No, it has to do with
it's
Vietnam.
a separate country. So if South Vietnam is fighting with North Vietnam, that's their business. You had no business.
Who was giving them arms?
Even Kennedy said that.
Who was supplying arms and manpower?
Why would you do that? Shouldn't
that's what the Chinese did.
Well, whatever. The thing is,
whatever. It's okay for the Chinese to go in and topple the government. It's okay for the Chinese to topple the government.
It is not okay for the Chinese. What should have happened should have been the League of Nations, if it was alive, but then that's the organization should have stopped that. That should have been the world police. That's the whole idea. But it doesn't work like that. Just like now, we have the UN. Every country is a member. 2 countries having it. It should have been the rest of the UN straight in, take out Russia, push back Ukraine. That's what should happen. The UN, but it's not happening like that, is it? You don't even know what you're talking about now.
I'm talking about Vietnam. You fucking went off to Ukraine.
I'm talking about the real thing here. If
real thing.
There
Vietnam,
was a real
yes.
problem. If there was a real problem, then the League of Nations, the League of Nations.
Oh, the League of Nations is going to help in Ukraine?
Well, they should have been, because every country is a member. They would have a military force, and you go in. Every country is against that. Yes, that's what should have happened.
Wow.
I think with the United Nations now, that's what should happen. Every country that's a member of the UN should have been banded together, equipped, and gone straight over to the Ukraine and Russia and pushed them back. If that was a real war, but it's
so
not.
You're talking planned. You want to have World War III. That's what
No, I don't want to have World War III.
So what are you saying? If we go into Russia, we attack Russia, Russia decides...
It's peacekeeping is what
it is. Yes. No, when you attack Russia and Russia attacks back. Now there's 2 ways they can go. Russia can Russia can tuck-tail and run. Russia can tuck-tail and run, or Russia can decide to go on a war footing with the world.
Right.
And China is sort of on the fence on that. I'm not sure what China would do.
If it does do that, then that's what's going to happen.
Right, World War III. So you're all for World War III. Cool.
I'm not for World War III. Of course I'm not for World War III. But
well, maybe that's what's stopping the United Nations from taking action.
I'm not for World War III. Absolutely not. I am not for World War III. That's the first thing.
So do you think the United Nations has a reason for not taking action?
Listen, let me just get this cleared up here. I couldn't give a shit about Russia and Ukraine. Bunch of fucking idiots they both are. And because it's all part of the plan that you guys have bought into, like it's a real thing. Like it's a real war and it's real anger. Bearing in mind, in Antarctica, they're drinking and having a laugh and enjoying it down there. You know, no war's going on down there, eh? But they're fighting here. You're forgetting, man. You're losing it. Come on, man. It's all part of their plan. They're planning everything, yeah? You're buying into it. You can't divorce yourself. Move out and look in properly. Have an overview.
So you think that it would be a
timeline? Do a timeline research in what's been going on all through your life. Look at the patterns.
So you think as a practical, you think Russia, as a practical matter, would go to war in Antarctica to take over perhaps 4,000 people? Wow, that's a big battle. What a battle that was. And what do you gain by doing that?
The treaty is there.
Yes. But what do you get by going to war with them?
Don't you think that is odd to have a treaty in one place and then be fighting in another place? It shows
that happens all the time.
This is a deliberate plan. It's a deliberate plan. That's what it is. You don't.
You're an ignoramus.
Fine. It's okay. I mean, you think you're.
I know it's okay. You think that it's okay to be an ignoramus, but you are one.
I think you're ignorant of it all, really. You're not even looking at the history in your lifetime and the recognizable patterns. You're just not doing that. You're ignoring all that stuff because you bought into the narrative all the way. You know, you're on a globe spinning through the universe that you've never seen measured.
The globe or a flat earth makes no difference for war.
Now you're believing in all this nonsense that's going on in the Ukraine.
A globe and flat earth make no difference for war. There's still the same amount of real estate.
What I'm stating is that you are unable to discern anything because of the state of your mind and the way you buy into the
Yes, I use logic and reason.
You're not using that at all. You've dispensed with that. You're not thinking logically. That's what I'm saying to you. To even think that
I understand that, but
I would condone World War III. Really? No. I'm stating it basically, practically. If we had this UN that's supposed to be a force for keeping peace, why isn't it that they haven't got themselves banded up, ready, equipment, and gone straight over there? Because the UN...
Because of escalation,
Can I not finish? Can I not finish? I'll only be 5
You're never
seconds.
finished.
Literally 5 seconds. The UN is a dog without teeth. There you go. Carry on.
You are for escalation. The UN has to take into account escalation.
I'm not for escalation at all. We are de-escalating if it was real. Russia would hear and Ukraine would hear, look, the world is coming to stop this nonsense you're doing. So you better stop it now yourselves, or we will stop you. Guarantee we will. So what is it going to be? You two against the rest of the world, or are you going to stop your fighting and let's get on with doing some serious diplomatic repairs here?
You can do that, but they do have some big toys that they can play with. And there's always a chance of escalation. And people in Europe don't particularly want nukes raining down on them. And I don't think you do. And you're not even a fan of going in the first place. So they also have to deal with their constituents, morons like you, saying that we don't want to go in.
Are you calling me a moron now?
Yes, I am.
Are you calling me a moron?
Yes, I am.
Or what, I'm calling you a spastic then, mentally handicapped, retarded, stupid human being, lost in his space of the universe. Carry on. Of the highest degree.
Yeah, let's not go on this, please.
My God.
So, Jeremy, are you all for the UN going in?
The UN?
Yeah, let's get the UN in there. Just march troops over into Ukraine and start shooting Russian.
Exactly. No, stop both parties.
Stop
both parties. That's what I'm saying. Stop both parties. You don't pick on one. Both parties stop now. That's what I'm saying. If the UN is a real organization, but like I said, it's not real. The war is just a joke. That's a smoke screen to keep everybody scared. Poor people in Ukraine, but then you deserve it anyway. They fooled you about coronavirus and shit, and now you are.
Okay, that's coronavirus. You're off topic again, like normal.
No, I'm not. I'm on.
No, I know. You can link anything together. I can also link pickles to the price of gasoline in China.
Well, whatever. The thing is, it's just a smoke screen. What's going on? They decided all this when they had their Bilderberg meetings. That's what they decided, and they're laughing at us. Well, not at me because I know what's going on.
Yeah, you're brilliant.
I'm so concerned.
Yeah, I didn't call him a name. I said he's brilliant.
There you go. I'm more concerned about people who are
peacekeepers. Now, what happens when one party doesn't play nice with a peacekeeper show up? I'm sure the Ukrainians would be happy to pull back and let the NATO kick everybody out, all the Russians out of the country. But is Russia going to leave when NATO shows up, or are they going to start shooting at the NATO people?
Well, this is what we're saying. This is what we need to find out here now. You said hang on a second. Bloody hell, I said to you, you send them the notification we're coming in. It'd be blasted all over the news everywhere. The whole world would know because everyone's involved. We're looking after we're trying to stop we're trying to stop a fight at another side of the flat earth. Families are fighting over there. We're trying to stop that. We're all one family, remember, yeah, if you think that way. So we send the UN in. We're coming to stop the fighting. You understand? So you either both stop now or we're going to come in and stop that fight. And we will be coming for you. So be prepared. Let us know within a day or two, minimum.
Russia has two possible responses to that. Yes, okay, and no way.
Well, then we're coming in to stop you then. Sorry, good luck. Good luck, yeah, Putin, because we're coming for you, Putin. Putin is the man we want. We're taking him out. We're not going to kill him. We're going to capture him. That's how we roll.
How are you going to do that?
We can do that. Don't worry. We're coming in.
Yeah, he's going into Russia now. He's actually fighting a war in the massive country of Russia.
We have to do that.
That's an expensive war to get
Putin. We have to do that in order to get Putin, of course. That's why we're going in. That's what it's all about now.
Well, there's only going to be about 1 million people.
They started the nonsense. They started the nonsense. They deserve what they get.
Really? The population of Russia started the nonsense? Because they're the ones who are going to suffer and die.
They're not going to suffer and die. Don't worry. We'll be strategic.
Yes. Strategic.
Yes, we're going to be precise.
The Russian troops won't figure that out.
It's going to be raining people. It's going to be raining military personnel and the correct weapons to destroy whoever wants to attack that horse. It will be done.
That's another sadly mistaken part of yours. Is America has probably one of the biggest militaries in the NATO group. So basically,
that's why
America going in, and you have a couple of Germans and a couple of French and a couple of English people going in.
That's why the UN will be very well equipped. You see, the UN will be very well equipped, And if the US is going to take part, they're going to have their limited amount of men coming into the UN to come and join in. It's all going to be restricted. It's going to be controlled nicely. And if we need more men, we add them numerically per country, and we go, and the equipment go. The UN will have the best equipment. They should have it if they're a peacekeeping force, but it's not. It's all a fucking show. We know this because you know what I'm saying is correct. Anybody with half a brain knows what I'm saying is absolutely correct here. If it's the UN,
you're literally discounting your own argument. Are you listening to yourself?
I'm listening to myself. I know exactly what I'm saying, and I know exactly what I want to achieve. If this war was a real thing, it was a real problem, and the UN was a real entity, this is how it should have been working. Should have been working. But
you were literally saying the UN will go in, they'll succeed, they'll kick ass, they'll do what they need to do, they'll capture Putin, except they're a bunch of inept people that have no idea what they're doing.
Look, the whole reason to bring Putin and the other leader in is to sit them down at the table and discuss if this is a real war, this is, because I know it's not, but if it were, that would be the reason why. Okay? And then Putin will have to pay the prices for being the aggressor, picking on Ukraine, and then they'll pay a penalty for that. Okay? He'll be in jail anyway. That's for sure. That's part of it. And Russia will be paying some kind of dues to Ukraine in the tunes of financial and rebuilding of that country after they destroyed it with all their weapons. That's what would happen, without a doubt. If I was trying to say this is how the UN should be operating, yeah, that's what I'd expect to see. No, I'm not blind, man. Okay, I'm not blind.
But you are blind, dude.
No, I'm not blind at all. I'm not. I can only go
as
with what I
of that.
see. I can only go with what I see, and what I see I don't like. Okay, and I can see it's smoke screens. So what I'm doing is I'm cleaning it out and giving you a basic layout of how it should be if it were real. If these things were real, if these entities were real, that's what should be happening. But it's not. The UN isn't that entity. Smoke screen there. Everyone's corrupt. And then what's going on has been planned for years before. They've planned all this nonsense. It's all planned.
NATO commands an army of possibly 3.5 million personnel. I think that includes the 2 million U.S. personnel. So in Europe as a whole seems to command about 1 million personnel.
Yeah,
now we're going to go into a country of millions of square miles, hundreds of millions of square miles, and we're going to just march over there. I think the Germans tried that. It didn't work out too well.
I think you must understand that the United Nations, I think Germany and them that are part of the UN, are they not?
Yep.
Well, then there's no problem. No problem, because if they're part, then they're part of the family that needs to help control 2 family members that are out of control. It's simple. I'm telling you, I'm keeping it simple. Children can understand.
The problem is not everything breaks down simple, and only simple things
No.
it
It doesn't when you're confused like you and you're believing the narrative. I said, I know the narrative. I know it's fake. So if it were real, this is what I expect to see. If it's real,
right? You expect
it's not real. It's not real. NATO is a problem on this earth. NATO, it's a problem. The UN is a problem, and the war in Iraq. Sorry, the war in Ukraine between Russia is theatre. It's Shakespeare for you to go and watch. You bought the ticket.
So, people, this is a question I have for you: are there bombs going off in Ukraine, and are people, civilians, and people being killed there? Is it real, or is it completely made up CGI?
I do feel that the Ukraine people, because they're sleepwalking, they don't know their earth is flat. They think they're on a spinning ball. They've just
are they being bombed, or are they not being bombed? I
will finish what I'm saying.
Are they being bombed?
I will finish
are
what
there
I'm saying.
bombs going off in their cities? Are people starving and dying?
I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and that is
this:
that the Ukraine people. They are blind.
Hey, Jeremy, have fun with this asshole.
They've just had don't call me an asshole, you spastic. Two years of coronavirus, and now they've got wars. They need to think what's going on. What's happened here? Now it's raining bombs on their country. Stop voting for your demise is what I say to them, because the system is not real. It's taking advantage of you, but you don't realize.
Later, Jeremy. Have a good one.
I think, Jen, the problem is
don't blame me. Don't blame me for anything. We're grown men.
Left in He left.
Don't blame
just
me
try to
for
be more.
anything, Jeremy. Don't blame me.
Okay, relax. Listen, you're interrupting me. Now let's try to be more concise, please. He left because it's tough.
He left because I kept it simple. That's all. And I accused him of believing in the narrative and not looking straight. That's all I said. Nothing else. I haven't changed my tune. That's all I said. And then he called me the moron. Okay? Remember? Right. So I called him what? I called him a bloody ignorant, confused, delusional, blah, 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 of the highest degree at the end. We're all grown men here, man. Come on. We're not children. Remember, you can't have a treaty in, where is this? Antarctica, and you start having wars everywhere else. That's absurd. You know, we flat earthers, we see through it all. We're sharp.
Do you think if Russia invaded Cuba, do you think the U.S. would have it?
If Russia, no, the US won't have that. No, they won't.
Hell
but
no.
That's a plan. Yeah, but that's a plan, isn't it? That's all a plan because Cuba is not the boogeyman.
If NATO decided to go into Ukraine, think Russia would have it?
I don't think Russia would have it either, no.
That's why what's happening is supposedly happening.
No, but it's all part, my point is it's all part of the plan. It's not a real thing as such that it's just there to keep the human race scared. And unfortunately, it's the Ukrainians that are suffering and some of their stupid Russian soldiers have died. If it's real, I don't know. You know, we can only take what they say. Can we trust the media? We don't trust them. I don't. So has anybody died? Have they really bombed up hospitals? I don't know.
Well, they did. I totally agree with you. Up front, I do agree with you. But as far as bombing hospitals and bombing schools, you see those articles, right? But what the articles aren't telling you, no children were in the schools. The Ukrainians were using them as headquarters for military headquarters. So yeah, they bombed them.
Okay, well, fair enough. If that's the case, fair enough. But
Yeah.
it's the news report makes women and children are dying and they're crying and all this nonsense. I think, look, I can't shed a pity at the moment. So many lies have been told, and if you look at the history, you can see there's a pattern. How did you end up in this situation? Because you believed in your democracy that now it's raining bombs. There you are. There's your democracy for you. Okay? Good luck. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Isn't the Ukrainian president, like, quite literally, actually an actor? Like, has a history of acting?
Yeah, they all are. From the moment they had to go through 2 years of bloody COVID, that's definitely acting.
Oh, no. I meant literally, quite literally, actually, was a professional actor. Like,
oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. Well, there you are then. I didn't know that. Like, say it was like a Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an actor, wasn't he? Yeah. Wasn't he? Ronald Reagan was an actor, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I think this guy was a failed actor.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But still.
Failed actor, I love it. But, I'm a peaceful, loving guy. All I want is peace. But when you see all these things going on over these years, there's a pattern that's appearing now, that's emerging. We're being ripped off. We are the slaves. Once you know that, you think, right, why would I even dream of voting for my enslavement? Why would I do that? I mean, that's just not something. The opposite to that is revolution. That's all there is. It's clean and clear cut. Simple. Stop this nonsense. All the countries of the world need to stop this disease that's called democracy. It's a cancer because it's actually, what's the word? Mastatizing into bloody dictatorship. That's what you've got, folks. And you're being told you're living on a spinning ball for the price. Good luck, folks. I can only say what I say. You act how you want. I won't be with you when you're busy in the voting booth. I'll be fishing somewhere.
Well, I couldn't vote because they would make me wear a mask, so I didn't vote.
Yeah, okay, well then that's good. At least you didn't want to wear the mask, so you stood up for the right thing anyway. First and foremost, you don't need to, choke yourself to go and vote. I mean, come on. When I saw that mask slapped on people's faces, clearly the system was saying, shut your mouth and behave yourself. And then the social media platforms, you can't talk about certain subjects now. So your freedom's gone there to speak now. Now you can't even speak on your platforms. And this is a joke. Yeah. Somebody's coming in rather bad there. But, you know, like I said, I just want peace. Peace and harmony, that's all. Nothing else. I want the ability to travel around and enjoy other people's cuisine, meet the people, enjoy the culture, the music. That's all I want. So it's enough, isn't it? Not much to ask.
So, Jen, you don't have to say, but whereabouts in Japan do you live?
Well, I live north of Tokyo. That's where I am.
Cool. I've always wondered, I think I already know the answer, but how many Kool-Aid hair trannies are running around in Japan? They don't deal with that stuff, do they? Like, they don't even tolerate it, do they?
Trannies?
Yeah.
No,
Really?
in Japan, the Japanese people are into all the modern trends. Okay,
Oh,
so
Lord.
they love all that stuff's nothing. That's anything new, they're into it. So if somebody's a transvestite or a tranny or a gay, no problem. You're free to enjoy everything. No one. The prejudice is very, very low, almost non-existent. You know, anti-gays are just not there. You don't see people protesting on that at all. It doesn't happen.
I was aware that they're into anything modern or trendy, but I didn't know if they were into that woke bullshit.
No, they're very open-minded. They're very open-minded with the transgender and the LGBT and all that. You know,
wow.
They're into that. I mean, look, they're helping those refugees from the Ukraine who they've invited them to Japan. They're giving them housing and they're putting them into education. If you're a university student, they'll send you, help you to get to university. That's what they're doing. They're doing that now as we speak here in Japan. So they love the world here. Okay, so they got no problems, man. As long as you're getting on with it and you're enjoying yourself and you're not being negative to the culture and themselves and that, and you got manners, they love you, honestly. So if you're LGBT or you're gay or whatever, transvestite, lesbian, no problem.
I heard the older, more traditional folk are different, though.
Well, you know what? They just don't bat an eyelid. It's not something they concern themselves with. The likelihood of them coming into contact with someone like that is so rare, they don't have to worry, do they? They don't bat an eyelid. They carry on swinging their samurai swords as they practice or using their hoe to harvest the wheat, and they just carry on doing their fishing. It doesn't even bother them. They're not being bothered because it's a small percentage anyway, isn't it? It's not really, they're not causing a ruckus over here. You know, they got their own little clubs that they can go to and that, and they're quite trendy, quite neat, clean, very inviting, and they go in and enjoy themselves just like anybody else. Very organized, I'll have to say. Yeah. Mind you, I haven't met, I can't say, well, I've met a few gay men. I've spoken to a few gay men and gay women, but I haven't really met the transgender yet myself. I'm coming to.
I gotta say, I do miss the '90s. All those little cute little blue-haired emo chicks were actually chicks back then.
Yeah, they were cool, weren't they? Yeah, cute, weren't they? Yeah. That trend is still there, by the way. That hasn't died either.
Yeah, but they're not girls anymore.
No, they're not girls anymore. No, that's right. They're mixed now.
Some of them are, but
yeah, but that trend is still there, though. By the way, still there.
You don't know nowadays. Toss up could be anything.
Yeah.
It's like a.
Yeah, the colored hair got corrupted.
Yeah.
Used to be punk. Now it's Kool-Aid hair.
Yeah, the punk thing's still alive here in Japan as well. That punk stuff still alive. People still play the punk music and that. I helped a few, two bands prepare their music lyrics because they wanted to sing it obviously in English. So we translated Japan into English and made a couple of nice songs. I've actually got 2 CDs from them. Yeah.
Can you rattle us off something in Japanese, please?
What do you mean? Rattle what? Anything? What? Conversation?
Yeah, yeah, just say anything. A phrase.
Okay. Okay. Ohayou gozaimasu. Kyou wa kayobi. 4月の26日です。今は6時半。今の季節は春です。今日の天気は晴れで暖かい天気です。風が吹いてるは少しだけ。Okay, what did I say? I said, good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 26th. The time is 6:30. We're in the spring season, and today's weather is going to be warm, sunny and warm with a light breeze.
I didn't doubt you. I just wanted to hear it.
Yeah, there you go. That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah. I always loved listening in Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese people, they speak nice.
Have you ever seen the older TV series called Shogun?
Yeah. I used to watch that.
Love
was
that.
aired on the BBC in London for a while as well, Shogun. Yeah, I used to watch it in London, that program, before I came to Japan, way back. It's had a long series here in Japan, a long series. That's the thing about the Japanese.
That was a good movie. The show, I think it was called Shogun. It was part of the ancient old Wu-Tang series, and they would, the Wu-Tang used to use them for a lot of excerpts. I think the Jizza used a few from that movie.
Yeah. In Japan, they like to keep things going for as long as possible if it's making revenue and that. And yeah, it goes on for years, decades. Shogun, that's been around a long time. And then one of the best ones was The Shogun's Assassin. That was a good movie.
That was the movie. That's the one I'm talking about. Shogun Assassin.
Yeah, that was a great movie, man.
The Jizza, you should listen to the Jizza CDs. He used a lot of excerpts from that movie.
Yeah, that movie was brilliant, man. The Shogun himself, he had his baby in the cot, and he's defeating them with his one arm on the samurai house. Amazing. Chopped the geezer's head in half, right down the middle, split straight down. I thought, wow, that sword is something else. Can you imagine that? Splitting a human head right down the middle like a melon. And then the blood started spurting out the middle. I thought, wow, man. Yeah, what a movie that was. I'd like to see that again, actually. Must watch that again. So, are you thinking of coming to Japan? Any of you thinking of coming over?
I always thought it would be interesting, but then again, if I had to choose, I thought I'd want to go to Australia instead. But now, seeing the nonsense in Australia, I just want to stay home.
So you don't even want to pay Japan a visit? Oh, that's a shame.
Oh no, I'd love to. I'd love to see it. I think it'd be very interesting.
You would enjoy it.
I would have to go see the shops that sell the samurai swords, the katanas.
Okay, so your call sign is Oblivion, is it? Oblivion?
Yes.
Talking to Oblivion?
Yes.
Okay, so Oblivion. Did you see that movie called Oblivion?
Yes, I love it.
Did you see the movie?
Yeah.
With Tom Cruise. Yeah, I bought it. I actually bought that movie, Sentimental. The ending was good. That's why I bought it. Yeah.
The sounds in that movie, great.
Yeah, the sounds. Yeah. I like that movie. So I bought it, right? And then I loaned it to my students, my adult students. Yeah, great movie, watch it, Oblivion, yeah? Because I'm always talking to them about, what if Japan was different in the way that you didn't have all these American bases? You're an independent, sovereign country, really, blah, blah, blah. What would you think, and how would you make it better, and things like that? And, you know, the revolution thing and that, I thought, yeah, they might be interested in Oblivion. Watch it. And they loved the movie. Because they can on their CD player, it can be watched in either Japanese or English. So they just have to click to suit, you know? Yeah.
That's because America makes the best movies, Jen.
Yeah, I'm not going to knock that. I'm not going to knock that at all. I'm not going to knock that at all. Good imagination, yeah. Like I said, your country is a 24-hour film set. That's where you live, you see. And then it's in a prison with a business. That's what your country is. It's not really a country. Fuck. Mad ass. But, yeah, they get some good movies from time to time. I did like the bike. That was a Honda XR. I used to have one of those. Right, Honda XR 600. That was a nice bike, especially that futuristic look. I did want one of those. It was compact. Very Japanese-like, because the Japanese are into that. You know, compact, you know, put it together quickly and then away you go. And then when you get to the destination, you fold it all back up and that. I think it was the Japanese who invented the folding bike, I think. Great idea.
Certainly a fan of their motorcycles, their sports bikes. I love them.
Yeah, I love the sports bikes and I like the off-road bikes as well. And I don't mind an easy rider, you know. I don't mind the easy riders as well because they're nice. Relaxing, nice relaxed ride. But you can get a relaxing ride on an off-road bike as well, by the way. So yeah, single cylinder, 650, thumper, boom, 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 down the road. Yeah, a lot of torque there. Yeah, a lot of usable power. Very agile. And if you drop it, it's cheap to repair. Yeah, go on. Do you ride bikes yourself?
I used to. I had a motorcycle, and then I was in a parking lot, and a lady turned right into me, deflected me into a concrete post, and I flipped over and broke my neck. I'm fine, but it just puts the fear into you. And since then, I haven't pulled the trigger on a new one or another one.
Yeah.
I hear you. I remember playing Little League as a kid, and my uncle was the coach. And one year I got hit by a pitch, and I'd be scared to step to the plate after that. And he always used to yell at me. You know, you get that fear put in you by getting hit with a pitch.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I got hit squared in the face with a softball, right? And you know, when the teacher said we're going to play softball, as a kid, my first image was, oh, the ball must be soft, you know, right? Right. So then we've gone to the pitch. I still haven't touched the ball yet. And then someone hit the ball and it smacked me right in the face. I was nearly knocked out. Right? And I was scared of that game. Ball hit me right in the face. First time, first experience. I went to catch it because I saw it coming. I went to catch it, yeah, and it went right through my hand. Fucking the force of that ball. Right? And it's square in the face, man. My nose was bleeding and everything, man.
And that's softball. Baseball's even worse.
Yeah, I was lucky. It wasn't a baseball, but yeah, man. So I asked the teacher, why is it called softball? Stupid thing. Yeah. That was at Regent's Park. I was at elementary school age then. Probably a sixth grader. Yeah, I was in the sixth grade, man, towards the end of my elementary school days, and bloody hell, that was painful. Yeah. Didn't like that game. Softball. Yeah.
My son is 17, and I notice he's been looking up motorcycles for sale, and I'm like, no way. Nope. Not gonna happen, buddy.
Yeah.
Dude, we had a moped when we were kids. That shit is so fucking dangerous, and that thing only went 30. If you had us on a motorcycle, I mean, I probably would have been dead right now.
Well, I
Yeah.
grew up with mini bikes when I was really little, and then a dirt bike, three-wheelers, my whole life. So a street bike is not a big deal. It's just that my kid hasn't really ridden anything ever.
Yeah.
So hopping on a street bike, a sports bike, hell no, he'll get killed.
Yeah, no, I love all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've trained my children well with the bikes and that because I'm well into them. So my biking career started off with a tricycle at the age of about 5 or 6, I think. That's when I got my first bike, tricycle. And then I went on to borrowing my friends' bikes because we couldn't afford to buy me a bike for myself yet. And before I got my bike, my younger brothers got theirs first. So I was the last to get the bike. Being the older brother, I should have got it first, I thought, but my dad said, you've got to be patient, let's get the younger ones first. Okay, no problem. So I got my bike anyway, and I rode it for a couple of years, and then I converted it into a 5 gears, right? Because I could see that I wasn't getting enough speed with my pals. They were like leaving me behind. And that was because they had gears, I didn't have any. So I saved my pocket money, and I, converted the bike into American style. Cow horns and the banana seat with the long frame at the back, the back headrest. That's what I had. Really nice. 5-speed.
Of course you converted it American style. We're the best, dude.
Yeah. Well, that was good. It was definitely more special, more stylish than the regular British rally stuff. So I went for that. And my inspiration for that, or motivation, was watching the Sesame Streets and the American program. So there you are. I could see, I know a good thing when I saw it. I thought, yeah, I'll have some of that. So, and you could buy that equipment. So I converted my bike. And then, I was thrashing my friends, keeping up. And then we used to go off-roading because by this time, mountain bike, trekking was, again, American sport. So that was beginning to pick up the trend in Britain. And we used to go to a place called the Spaniards, which is like inside the forest. And it had some really good courses and that. But you still had to be careful. If you got it wrong, you're smacking into a tree like my brother did, and we were cracking up, me and my other brother. But we had a really good time there, and we used to go there every weekend. And then I went on to get a motorbike after that, an XL 250. A Honda CB100N was my first bike. I bought it inside a Kawasaki shop. I went to buy a Kawasaki KE125, but the money they were asking for it, and I was going to get it on a loan, I couldn't afford it. So I had to go down a couple of CCs. I ended up buying a Honda. And I rode that, and then I went on to an XL 250. And then from there, it's history. I just bikes galore.
Yeah, I do 50 cc's, and I'm good.
Yeah, no, I went on to 250, 500 XL, KLR. I got a Kawasaki in the end. KLR 600, I didn't like it. So I sold my Honda, my KLL, to get this Honda Dominator 650, brand spanking new. That was the first time I ever bought a new bike, 1988, lovely machine. And I used that for 2 years, and then I traded it in for a Africa Twin, Paris-Dakar Rally. And in 1990, I went to Africa on it. 1991, went to Africa because I was motivated by the Paris-Dakar Rally. I used to watch that every year. Took my girlfriend as well. Came back, rode it a couple of more years. It got involved in a crash around the British government area. A couple of foreign diplomats in their cars cut me up, so I drove past them, kicked the car, gave them a couple of fingers. Then I carried on going, parked up at my destination, and before I knew what happened, the car drove into my bike, knocked it down. But before they could get away, 3 to 4 motorbikes surrounded the car, and then the police came down, right? And they took his number plate and that. So the insurance, I got the insurance money from that. And
you can do anything you want when you're a diplomat. You have immunity. You can literally.
Yeah, but I still have to pay the money for my insurance for my bike. That was good. And I got the money, and I got myself a Honda, and it's the first time now, CBR 600. That was the first time I got a race bike after riding so many trail bikes. Yeah, I loved it though on that sports bike. It was so quick, easy to handle. After riding off-road bikes, riding road bikes is just piss easy. Piss easy. You know, and I used to love it, man. Triple disc, all that power. And then one day, I had it for about a year and a half. And then one day I gave it a complete full service and cleaned it up showroom standard. It got nicked during the night. Someone stole it during the night. And I thought my brothers were playing a joke and moved it around the corner. So I looked, it wasn't there. So I went upstairs. I said to my brothers, hey, where did you put my bike? He goes, no, never touched. I said, where's the bike? I goes, well, it's been nicked. What? Your bike's nicked? Yeah. I better go and tell the police then. Fuck. So I had to go and report the bike missing. Just gave it a full service that day. You know, just complete service. Spark plugs, oil change, oil filter, air filter, forks, suspension adjustment. It was nice. Took it out for a test ride. Cleaned it up. The wheels were red spokes, everything clean. And then parked it by the window, and I'm talking to my brothers and that. Brother came back and they didn't say anything. Then in the middle of the night, I went to check, it's not there. Hey, fuck. And guess what they said? My neighbours, they saw you know those breakdown trucks that come and pick up your cars? They said they saw one of those came up, a bike one, and they thought my bike had broken down. I said, no, they were the thieves. They stole my bike. And that was it. So, you know, I lost it. I got the money, and then I got the 1000cc CBR Honda. Yeah, that was nice. So I went up from 600 to 1,000.
Was to say big step up, isn't it?
Oh yeah. But I'm well used to it. You know what I mean? Because the weight was nothing too much. Because once you start moving, then that's it. You can flick it around. And like I said, when you ride off-road bikes, it's easy to ride a road bike. And I was just unstoppable, unbeatable, mate. I used to burn everybody. I used to love it. And then from that bike, CBR 1000, I went on to. I've got to think.
Yo, do they do over in Japan what they do in America? Like they'll get a whole bunch of guys with motorcycles and they'll drive around the streets all crazy doing tricks, and the cops will be chasing them, and the cops can't stop them and shit. They do that over there?
Yeah, that happens here in Britain as well. Yeah, but you know what? They've created a special place we can do that, because we used to do that at Chelsea Bridge, doing the wheelies and doing all the wheel spins and everything over Chelsea Bridge every night, you know, during the summer months and that, even the winter. And the police used to cordon it off so we could do that. Then they moved that situation to North London, a place called the Ace Cafe. That's where they hang out now.
Well, here we just do it wherever we want because there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they can write your plate down. Most of the motorcyclists either don't have a plate or they'll like flip it up so you can't see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it's illegal for them to hitch it. They can't like hitch you. They do catch those guys once in a while though. Those guys will fuck up.
Yeah.
And they'll get caught. It's rare, but it happens.
Yeah, now the British police are very strict.
Right there.
They're very strict on their patrol.
One time a group of us were riding and we all decided to pull over because a couple of us were hanging back. And all of a sudden this cop car went right up to us, slammed the brakes, and I hear him going on the radio, I got him. Like, I can't believe I got him. And he's like, I can't believe I caught you guys. We all looked at each other like, what? And he goes, he tried to reprimand us, you popping wheelies, which one? And we just looked around going, who popped a wheelie? Which one of you? And he's like, don't start that shit with me. I'm like, who popped a wheelie? He couldn't do anything. He had to let us go. He didn't even know. He couldn't even identify who did it.
That's right, because you're not going to say anything to incriminate yourself. So you just said, no, that's it. That is the rule. Never say yes. Never say yes.
Yeah, he couldn't believe he got you because you weren't doing anything wrong, so there was no reason to run. If you were doing something, we could have just dipped on him.
Yeah.
Nobody even knew he was after us because we were like so far ahead.
When they introduced the speed cameras, okay, it was like an end of an era, you know, in a way of like, you know, because you're going to get flashed now. But shortly afterwards, you know, within months, you could buy a number plate where the camera couldn't pick up the number plate if it flashed you. You understand?
Or you could just flip. Don't you have those things where you could flip your plate right up and no one can see it ever?
Well, we're talking about 80s no, late 80s when the cameras came in. It wasn't. We didn't have that stuff then. It wasn't available then. You see.
Isn't it a screen that refracts the light in front of the, like you put over the plate?
Well, that's exactly what you get. You can buy these special number plates, okay, where it refracts exactly what you said. That when the camera flashes you, it doesn't get the number because it's like it's bouncing the light back, so that when they flash it, the number doesn't come up. That's the beauty of it. So I had one of those on my bike.
Yeah, but a cop could manually still get your plate though.
Manually,
just flip it up manually.
Oh, manually.
You do get stopped when you're doing something legit.
Yeah.
But when they try to laser you, it doesn't bounce off the plate because the plate is the most reflective thing they point at, and it just diffracts the freaking beam and it comes back error.
Yeah, that's it. That was the beauty of it. So we all had those. We had those number plates, right? The funny thing is, right, in 1988, when I was riding that new bike that I bought, okay, I was in the city of London. That's where the bank, the Bank of England is there, right? I'm at the lights, okay, and at that junction, there's like 7 other roads leading away from where I am. And sometimes you have that lapse of concentration where you're looking at the wrong traffic lights and your mind is just somewhere else. You see green, it's time to go, don't you? And I did that, but my lights were red, so I've gone for a red light. And right there is a police officer who's actually directing the traffic, and he blew his whistle. He said, "Hey, you, come back." I just rode off. And before I knew it, I had 2 police cars on my tail. But I just went down some of the steps, because I was on the off-road bike, stepped it into back streets, and I was gone. And
I mean, it's really there's really no way cops can catch you if you're on a motorcycle, if you're good.
Yes.
If you know the city.
Yeah. So I was in the city of London, right in the middle there, which is it's called the Square Mile, and it's a financial district. Making a delivery, and when I made the delivery, and then I was on my way back to the office, and you just had that lapse of concentration where your mind is. I was thinking of something, and my eyes was focusing on a set of lights, but I'm just thinking and studying. Those lights went green, but they weren't for me, and I went, "Wow."
Yeah, I've done that before too. If sometimes in America there'll be lights, and there'll be like a red arrow, and green arrows and shit, and some of them will turn green, some of them will stay red. I did that once. I got pulled over instantly. He's like, "You ran that light." I'm like, "No, I didn't. It was green." He let me go, but I was like, "My bad, dude. I don't know. I'm driving Uber. I'm not like out here going crazy running red lights and shit."
Yeah, I managed to get away from the police. I was lucky that day. I was like, "Well, I'm glad."
I got a friend who's a sergeant in the police department in my city, and I can get away with definitely speeding.
Wow. Yeah.
He's gotten me out of a few tickets already.
Yeah, no, I could get away with speeding because if the camera flashed me, well, obviously, I mean, I knew I had the number plate. I'd always try to stay within the limits, of course, because I know it's there. But there are times when I'm racing Porsche turbos and that. I mean, I remember one lovely race I had from Southampton back to London on the motorway M3, and I was racing a Porsche in the rain, and I took the bike up to 130 miles an hour. I loved it, man, and that Porsche just didn't have a chance, man. He had to slow down. He was scared. And then I slowed down, and when I slowed down, he started to sneak back up. So I let him come up, and then I hit the gears and just dropped the gears and away again. Yeah, man. In the rain. 130 mile an hour. Loved it.
That's some Final Destination shit right there.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie?
Which movie is that?
Final Destination, with the guy on a motorcycle with the logs and the truck.
Don't remember that one. I don't think I've seen that one, Final Destination. The title sounds familiar, though, so maybe I have.
They did like 5 of them.
Yeah, I must have seen one.
In the 2000s. It's like an older horror movie. Death is after them, and it's weird.
Maybe not then. But yeah, no, I love biking. Any weather. Doesn't matter for me, any weather. Because I wear, if it's raining, I've got Gore-Tex socks. I have adequate waterproof.
You got Gore-Tex socks?
Yeah, so you don't get wet feet, you see, because I've got Gore-Tex boots, first of all, Gore-Tex boots, then I've got Gore-Tex socks, then I've got gaiters that go over the boot and the sock, so the water doesn't get, so your feet do not get wet at all. Remember, when you're on an off-road bike, for example, that tire and the mudguard are very, very, very far apart, so the water gets chucked up. As soon as you start turning corners, you're being sprayed with water. It's like a fireman's hose at times, okay? Let alone coming from the rain itself. So your feet get very wet. If you don't protect your feet, you get blisters and that in your boots. So obviously Gore-Tex socks, you know? Yeah. They're made by
I didn't even know they made those.
Oh yeah, they're made by a company called Alpine Stars. Okay, so you put them on, they come up to your knees. Okay, and then you put your boots on, Gore-Tex boots. Then you put the gaiters over those, and then my waterproofs are thin, so I'm agile. Nothing bulky like the Michelin Man. You know, slim, nice jacket, and then I wear what's known as marigold gloves. They're the washing up gloves. They're yellow, so I do my hand signals because I don't have indicators on my on the XR, for example. There were no indicators, so
you ain't got no blinkers.
Not on the XR 600. You don't have it on the XR. No, you only have a headlight, and because it's an off-road bike, you see, it's actually what you used to do the Dakar Rally or the Baja in California. Is it in Mexico? Baja races? Yeah, that kind of bike. So all you do is kick start it, and off the dynamo, the headlights come on and the red tail light comes on. That's it. And it's just a cutout switch. So it's just a kickstart and go. Cutout switch. That's it. Lovely, man. And so I used to use the yellow gloves for hand signaling. Okay. So when it's raining, I use the off-road bike. When it's not raining, I'm using the Super Sports Honda Fireblade on the sunny days. Yeah. So I split it so that I could really have good time in any weather. I'm the man. I'm the man, boy.
And you're the type to organize a. I can't say it. I'm at work. Never mind.
But anyway, I like to excel when it comes to bikes and that. And I've taught my children. My son, he rides a Honda VFR 400RR, and he's currently at Honda Technical College. Today he's there now, learning to become a mechanic for bikes and cars. Nice, eh? I took them mountain bike trekking. Loved that, every minute of it. In the snow as well as the good days, sunny days, yeah, rainy days when it's all muddy, yeah. Took a mountain bike trekking. Many a crash we had, many a laugh, yeah. And then repair it. So that's why I'm into two wheels. Definitely, I'm definitely into the two wheels. I wouldn't be half. It would be very depressive if I didn't have two wheels. Blimey.
You're depressing me, and I'm gonna have to get a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, yeah. You should. It's the next best thing to flying, isn't it? Really. And if you're you get onto the mountain roads, and you enjoy the mountain roads, and then you enjoy the straights for the power of the bike and the acceleration. 0 to 60, 2.6 seconds, bang, you're 60. 6 seconds, you're already going to 120, 30. Lovely, man. Yeah.
Last summer, my wife even talked to me, and she's like, you should probably think about getting a motorcycle. I'm like, whoa, I cannot believe you said that. And then I just had out of respect, I had to not.
Yeah.
I'll think about it. Maybe this summer.
Yeah. If you shop well today, you can get some really good second-hand bikes. You don't have to buy a brand new one. You could buy a used one that's in really good condition, and that's what I do. I've bought, how many new bikes have I bought? I bought 2, 3, 4 in my career. Four new bikes I have bought. 4 new ones, yeah. And the majority of them are second-hand, of course. But I bought 4 brand new motorcycles in my life. 0 miles. Yeah.
I'm just afraid the kind of bike I want, she wouldn't be comfortable riding on. So then it would make me a selfish prick if I got the bike I wanted. That's what's keeping me from getting it.
What kind of bike is that then?
My first bike was a Suzuki RF 900, so it was
Oh, I know that.
Basically a sport touring version of the GSX-R 750. It's bored out, bigger.
Yeah.
So
Nice
even
box.
then, it was comfortable, but still not for an older woman. Not exactly super thin for a long ride. It just wouldn't be comfortable.
All right. Yeah. But I feel
Would you
that
say you
again, you've got to be
it thick?
physically fit to ride the bike, or you could end up in trouble as well. It's not about just sitting there pulling the accelerator and letting the bike take you, and no, because you've got to control that. You've got to be in control of that power. It's not just sit and go. None of that. So it's a good idea to do the exercises so that you keep yourself very nimble, but yet powerful enough to muscle the bike when you have to. You see.
And more weight on the back makes it less comfortable, less convenient.
That's correct. You want to live within its balance, of course. Yeah.
I could picture Jin like the kid from Zombieland doing calisthenics on his thing before he. Remember how he used to do calisthenics before he would get into it with the zombie?
Yeah, I think Jin's talking more about not stretching and shit, but more like doing the tricks on the bike. Just basics.
Yeah, exactly.
Turns and being nimble.
Yeah. Because you need to be able to do all that and control it. Stoppies, power wheelies, extended long wheelies. Yeah. So you need to be physically fit to be doing that. Otherwise, you could end up in some serious trouble. And if you do wipe out, you could break bones, and then you're not going to ride again, are you?
Oh man, my mom used to date this old biker guy with one leg. He used to get the best fucking weed because he was in a biker gang, but lost his leg in a motorcycle accident.
I almost lost my leg in a motorcycle accident as well. It was a priest, okay, driving his car, and he jumped the lights. Okay, he didn't stop at the red light. As I've gone through, he came from my right, and I saw the car. You know what? I just lifted my leg up in time. Okay, lifted my right leg up. He goes into the bike. I'm on my XR, right? Goes into the bike, and because of my forward motion, I was able to kind of because I was jumping as well. You'd be surprised how quick you react when you're fit, yeah? So my leg went up, and I'm now lifting my leg up as I'm standing up. Do you understand, yeah? All in one movement, and I kind of stepped over the car and landed on the road and rolled up, stood up, and I just slagged the geezer off completely. What the fuck do you think you're doing, You know when your arms are right out. What the fuck do you think you're doing, I went for suck. And then you apologise and everything, exchange details. Yeah. So when I looked at the damage to my XR,
did you tell him the Earth was flat?
Not in those days. I was not flat. I should have done if I had known. But the damage to my
if you get pulled over by a cop and he's giving you a ticket, will you tell him the Earth is flat?
I'm gonna definitely argue about the refraction on his laser detector.
I'm definitely going to be telling him the Earth is flat. Yeah, for sure.
Tell him have you checked the refraction index today?
Yeah, we're definitely going to be going deep, and I'll bring that shit to the judge.
Yeah. So let me just finish this little story off. When I picked up my motorcycle, the XR, the only thing that was damaged was my right foot peg, where I put my right foot on the foot peg. It was bent inwards, so that now the kickstart couldn't kick because it needs to go past the foot peg in order to start the bike up. So lucky for me that there was some builders working and they had scaffolding poles. So I asked them, could I use your scaffolding pole? Yeah. I put it in with a bit more effort. I brought it back round, and that was it. That was the only thing that got damaged. And then I rode off. And I went to the bike shop later on in the day and got them to make an estimate for damages that didn't happen, but I put it all down. And then we gave the estimate to his insurance and they paid up. Lovely. £2,000. And all I did was straighten that didn't cost me any money. So there you go. But yeah, that was lucky.
Oh, I've had so many car accidents where somebody will just tap my shit and it's like $500, $1,000 or something. And it's like, I'm not fixing that. Thanks for the $500.
Yeah.
Hopefully somebody else hits me right in the same spot. Maybe I'll fix it then.
Yeah. The reason I did that was because the motorcycle mechanics at the shops, Honda, I used to work for them anyway. They said, Gin, if you get into any bother with the bikes, be sure to come to us because we'll give you a good estimate. All right, Gin? I said, yeah, definitely. And that was it. Yeah. They taught me the tricks of the trade. They said because it's not like they're going to lose any money. It's the insurance. They get the money back anyway. I go, okay, nice. I'll do that. No worries. So yeah, I always had people looking after me in that respect. That's how you learn. I used to sell bikes on a Saturday. And I served some famous actors and musicians in my time, selling them bikes.
Who'd you sell a bike to?
I sold a bike to a guy who, his name was Hugh something, who came to America. He's a comedian, a British comedian, yeah. And he came to America and he made himself, became successful. Hugh something, I can't remember his last name. Then I served the lead singer from the Commonards, sold him a 50cc bike. And another guy from the Depeche Mode, another singer from Depeche Mode. 3 people. That's my claim to fame.
My mom ran into. I met Ben Stiller before.
Yeah,
he was at Limp Bizkit. He was at a Limp Bizkit Eminem concert, like chilling before the concert. They had this little fenced-off area.
Yeah,
that was neat. He was big back in the day, Ben Stiller.
Yeah, I also met Diana Ross. Yeah, I met Diana Ross. Do you know Diana Ross?
What did you talk about with Ben Stiller? That's pretty cool. You met him.
And then I just said my friend was chatting him up. I was kind of like starstruck. I met him. I was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan." Shook his hand, and then my friend started chatting him up, who I went to the concert with.
Wow.
I met Twiggy, the bass guitarist from Marilyn Manson. Saw him in a mall. That was pretty wild.
Yeah.
Because I was actually going to their concert that very day. So we were just killing time in the mall, and I guess he was doing the same thing. He was a prick.
The day I met Diana Ross, she was in England working on an album at the Sony Studios. I was working at Body Shop. I was a stockman at Body Shop on Carnaby Street, Great Marlborough Street, sorry. And she came into the shop. I was downstairs in the stockroom, so I wouldn't have noticed she'd entered the store. But the staff upstairs called me up. They said, Jen, I think Diana Ross is in the store. I said, are you sure? She said, yeah, come and have a look. Quick. So I came upstairs and then I made out I was tidying up the shelves and that. And then I looked at the woman and I got one angle, but I wasn't quite sure. So I went round the other side and had another look. And I said, it's Diana Ross. It is, So I just watched what she was doing, I stayed by the door and just watched what she was. She had a look around. She bought a few bits of cosmetics. She got served. The staff would look excited. Then when she went out, I followed her, okay? And I said, hello, Diana, I'm a friend of yours. And before I could finish what I was saying, can you go away? I want to be private, she said. Can you go away? I don't want to be private. I said, Diana, I'm a fan. What is this? This is not the way to treat a fan. I just wanted to say hello and ask you what you're doing here. She says, well, I'm working in an album in Sony Studios. Okay, I goes, okay, good luck. And that was it. I walked away. And she was dressed very casual, just jeans, shoes, and a really ragged, rough T-shirt. And her hair was all frizzed up. So she was trying to look inconspicuous, but we spotted her, And then she was walking to the studio, back to the Sony Studios on Great Marlborough Street. The same studios George Michael belonged to. Yeah.
Remember Dukes of Hazzard? Roscoe
I love that
Crane?
program. Yeah, I love that program.
I was in Key Largo, Florida, at a restaurant called Perry's, and seafood restaurant, and all of a sudden he came walking in. And I was a little kid. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's Roscoe. And he just looked at me, gave me thumbs up, winked at me. And I was like, that is so cool.
Yeah, man. That is cool. That would have been. I love the car, man. Love the car, love the color, 00, the way they used to get in, no door. Just get in, get out. Wow, what a car that was. Yeah, man. Good program that was. I used to enjoy that. Me and my brothers. We used to watch that on a Saturday evening. It used to come on in Britain. Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah. Always look forward to watching that.
I guess one. Yeah, you guys know who Susan Sarandon is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like meet and talk to her, but I was like within like 5 feet of her. She was like, yeah. And then Tim Robbins was there too. They were both there.
Oh, Tim Robbins is cool.
Funny.
I would have led with Tim Robbins.
Yeah.
It was like this outdoor like festival kind of fair thing. So it, I could have gone up and talked to him, but there was like loud music and stuff. But yeah, like we all spotted them and we were like, yeah, they were pretty close to us.
Whenever I see a celebrity, I just feel happy enough just to spot them. I'm always like, I don't want to go up to them, and because I mean that's everybody does that. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. I always say, I love your acting. I always say something like, love your program, love your acting, man. Thank you. They reply. I think, yeah, great.
Good.
That's it. Yeah, I always used to do all that.
I went up to that bass guitarist from Marilyn Manson, had a quick little chat with him, and as I walked away, he went to his bodyguard and said, "That's the perfect excuse," or what did he say? "That's the reason I'm for handing out firearms at schools," or something like that. I was like, "You fucking asshole!" Yeah.
What does
in other
that
words,
even mean, though?
it means I was such a fucking idiot that they should just hand guns out at schools to weed out the idiots or something like that. It was just a prick, a shitty remark.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
And then a year later, I went to another Marilyn Manson concert, and I saw his bodyguard that he was with at the mall when I saw him. And I said, "Hey, you remember me?" And he's like, "No." And I go, "You remember we saw you at the mall?" And Twiggy said, "He's, they're the reason I'm for handing guns out at schools." He's like, "Oh yeah." Oh, he remembered that.
Yeah, and that's what he would remember, wouldn't he? The Wally. Saying that to a kid as well.
Yeah, I guess it's a bad experience like that where I don't approach them anymore. Celebrities.
Yeah. When Diana Ross said she wanted to be private, I thought that's not good. We're the fans who buy your records. I said that's not right. That's what I said to her.
Well, you're out trying to conduct business and stuff and go on about your day. You can't be, think if everyone did what you did, she'd be there all day. Wouldn't get nothing done.
Well, no, we're just saying hello. Acknowledgement is fine. Hello, yeah, nice. That's it. Come on, man. Can't be that
that's fair.
Please, just saying hello.
That's fair. You still got an echo, but that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not asking for a telephone number or anything. I'm like, bloody hell. Just saying hello, mate. But of course, she didn't want to attract attention. I understood that now because she didn't really want to attract attention. And suddenly a whole load of fans come up and she had to start giving autographs. So she was trying to get rid of me quick, but I wasn't that. You can't get rid of me that quick, lady, even if you are famous.
Yeah, that's my tendency is to really not go up to. I mean, I probably wouldn't really go up to any celebrity and kind of say much of anything, just because I feel like, just kind of let them do their thing, and they probably get approached by so many people that, unless it was someone that I really wanted to talk to, maybe I would. But
yeah, like I would have never approached Ben Stiller, but he was in like this locked off area, and everyone was going to talk to like him and Limp Bizkit and shit. So I was like, oh, okay, they're like doing like a meet and greet or whatever this is with the fans and shit. So I just, normally though, I wouldn't go up to him.
I did actually meet. You guys probably don't know who it is. It's the band Phish, like Phish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I would have loved to have actually met any of them, but I didn't get to meet any of them. But the guitar player for Phish, Trey Anastasio, he did a whole like solo tour thing, and at one of those shows that I was at, there was like this backstage area, so we were all kind of just seeing if we could get in, and somebody basically gave me like a backstage pass, so I went back there. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet Trey. I would have loved to. He was actually like he was like inside the building, like 20, 30 feet away, and I was kind of hoping he would walk out and I could talk to him, but I didn't get to meet him. But I did meet like everyone else in the band, like their bass player and the drummer and stuff. And I actually had a long talk with the drummer, so I know that's not necessarily like, you know, maybe it's not considered like mainstream celebrity, you know, musician type thing, but yeah, I like those guys' music a lot, so it was pretty cool that I got to hang out and talk with them.
They were in my area. They were in my area a little while ago, maybe last year or the year before that. They did a little show in Albany.
Yeah, they play Albany a lot. They just did 4 shows at Madison Square Garden, actually, just a couple days ago. I guess like because of the Omicron thing, they had to reschedule because they were going to do New Year's Eve in Madison Square Garden. So I guess they just rescheduled it for April. So they just did like 4 shows there.
Yeah, I myself I've gone off famous people and celebs these days. Since I've been a flat over 7 years, I've decided that really, you know, I would have expected to hear more from the celebs, but I'm not hearing much in the way of flat earth truth from that bunch. And yet the amount of work that the flat earthers who are pushing out content are putting in, you know, is really good stuff. I'm thinking, right, I'm going to stop following these famous people because they're not really helping anyone. In fact, they're part of the predicted programming and nonsense. So let's switch off from that. And that's what I did 7 years ago, a conscious decision to say, right, no more movies. Let's stop this. Let's start to promote these flat earth content producers because they're doing real good work. And that's what I've done now. So if I see someone famous, I won't be running up to them to say hello. That would not be happening anymore.
How about flat earth celebrities? You ever met any?
Oh, definitely.
I'm kidding. There's not really. I mean, I guess if you want to call them, but you know, content creators.
Look, let's say if I knew what you looked like and I saw you on the street, I'd be shouting out, "Hey!" Be calling out your name. "Hey, Gio, man, you have his flat, yeah?" You see what I mean? Yeah.
I'd have to tell you now I'm busy. You know, I'm not signing autographs.
I said, hang on a minute, I'm promoting all your stuff, mate. Hey, I'm promoting all your stuff. I'm sharing all your content.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably be more interested, like in terms of a celebrity, if it was, you know, whatever, some, you know, actor or musician was standing there, and then if I saw Dave Murphy, I'd probably more rather go to Dave Murphy and strike up a conversation.
Exactly. So would I. Yeah, definitely.
I went and saw Owen Benjamin when he played about 40 minutes away from my house. Wow. That's about the closest to flat Earth celebrity I could think of.
Yeah, that's cool. Did you get to talk with him?
My wife and I agreed that we don't need to stand around and wait in line just to talk to him. I'm like, everyone else is doing that. So we just went outside and then I walked out the front door and there's, oh God, what's his name? Oh, I forget his name. E. Michael Jones standing there in his bow tie. I was like, oh my God, another YouTube celebrity.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I guess like
one time I was at the mall. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say I've met Jaronism and ODD are the 2 kind of content creator guys that I've met. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good, man. I'd like to meet them. Give them a handshake and that. All the good work they've done, especially Jaronism. Wow. You know, I just love the way he attacks NASA.
Yeah, I remember the first time I talked to Jaronism, I felt like I was talking to a celebrity.
Yeah.
The humble guy. He's pretty damn humble.
You met him, Jeremy? Or you met him or you talked to him?
No, I talked to him and he has a Telegram channel. I talked to him a few times in Telegram.
Yeah, me too. I talked to him on Telegram as well. Yeah. Yeah.
I remember I was listening to Jaronism on one of his shows a long time ago, a couple years ago at least, and he was explaining how they had a conference and whatnot, and he was driving people, trucking them back and forth from the parking lot, and these guys are in the back of his car. They were talking about flat Earth stuff, and Jaronism was like, really? Who do you listen to? And they're all like, oh, Jaronism, and they didn't even know it was Jared driving them.
Hilarious.
That's funny.
Isn't it? That is funny. Yeah. That is, isn't it? How could you not recognize him? Wow.
It was just cool because most people don't know what he looks like so much. They listen more so than watch, you know.
Okay.
So he's a
I
humble
feel
guy.
like I would have been able to recognize his voice, though.
You'd think.
Yeah. Yeah. You recognize the voice.
Yeah, no, Jaronism was big back in the day. I mean, I only used to listen to Jaronism when I first got into this. I didn't know there was like a lot of people doing shit, so I would just listen to him, and then it was tough though because he didn't put out that much content. So it's like, oh, I watch Jaron. Now what do I do?
Jaron put out a lot of stuff from, because I joined in 2015, yeah, and Jaron was just every day there's something new coming up with Jaron. This man was unstoppable, and he was always attacking NASA. I loved it when he was attacking NASA all the time. Yeah, you know, he was really pissed off with NASA.
As we should be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man, I loved him for that.
I don't get it. They used
Yeah, go on.
Yes, they used to use the excuse as to why, I'd say, why the wide angle lens? Why not give us an accurate representation of what's going on out there? And the Globers would say, well, they want to show you as much of space as possible. That's why you get the wide angle lens. So now we got 360 cams. You're not going to see more than a 360 cam. Where they at? Jen, you still have an echo, Jen.
Yeah.
Jesus H.
Not much I can do, mate. It's the best I can do. No one else is complaining. No one else is complaining. Only you. Only you.
All right, Jen, let's somewhat get to the bottom of it. You're using a cell phone?
I'm using an iPad, which I've been using for 7 years.
Okay. Well, that might be the problem.
7 years.
He's the only one who's complaining.
No one else it's an ongoing issue. It happens every time.
Guys, like, I don't hear any echo coming from him.
How?
At all.
It happens to you, but doesn't happen to others, you see. That's the problem.
It's kind of intermittent, actually. But is there any chance you can get some kind of earbuds or headphones? I think that might be the only solution, because unless you can change settings on it, because like some devices, like cell phones, tablets, some of them just have echoes, and there's like little you can do other than maybe try to tweak some settings, or you just have to get a headset.
Settings. There's not much I can do with the settings, and I've tried the sensitivity and things, and it hasn't rectified anything. Bear in mind, I go to other servers and people don't complain when I go to other servers. No one's complaining I've got an echo. This server, and only certain people. Something's wrong.
You're roboting, Jen.
I don't understand. Echoing. No one.
Yeah. Now you're roboting.
Not even on 24/7. But yeah.
The echo it's kind of intermittent. It might depend on like how far you are from it, or the volume that you have it at. Or the other thing is there's always a delay. I wonder if that's connected to the iPad as well. So yeah, I don't know. I know you probably I know you don't want to change anything. I get that, but obviously it's getting to Jeremy.
It works if no one ever interrupted anyone. We wouldn't even know Jen had an echo, and it wouldn't matter. But people are always over talking to each other, so it's a thing.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, Jen.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
That sounds pretty damn clear.
Yeah, am I echoing now?
That sounds really good.
Keep your mic open. Keep your mic open for a second. Is your mic open?
Yeah, my mic is open. My mic is completely open, the mic. Is that okay?
I think you're good now. Yeah, what'd you do? Whatever you did, remember this moment.
Well, I just plugged the headphones in. That's all I did.
That sounds really nice.
There you go.
Yeah, this sounds better too. But yeah, this will probably solve it. If you have headphones that you can use.
He's using them.
Yeah, I'm using the headphones right now. I've just plugged it in. I've just plugged the headphones in.
It sounds much better. Your voice sounds more clear.
Okay, well then there you are. There you have it then. Okay, guys, we shall be using this headphones from now on. I don't like using headphones, but there you go.
When I first started Discord, I used to use earbuds, and I would be on Discord so long, my ears would get all nasty. It's hard to explain, but like ear infections and whatnot. So I ended up having to get literally a headset with a microphone, so my ears can breathe.
Yeah.
Dude, I keep an earbud in about 15 hours. I don't think there's always an earbud in my ear.
Does it bother you?
Never had an issue.
Never? Wow.
Never had an issue. I use the old school iPod ones, not the pros, the old school iPod ones.
I reckon that's what you've got a problem with. It must be the iPads you have, then the iPods. Yeah, that's probably why you're getting.
I do need some new earbuds though, because I hot mic crazy.
The kind I used had a rubber end that I would literally stick in my ear, so maybe that's why. It's like wearing an earplug all day long.
Yeah, see, the AirPods just have a pieces. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that'll mess your ears up fast in just a matter of a week or so.
Well, since we were on the topic of celebrities or musicians, if there's one person you could meet and sit down and have a dinner with them, who would it be?
I would go with Tesla.
Oh wow, you're going with someone that's not even alive. That's deep.
Or something.
That's deep.
What's up? No, I meant not Tesla. Elon Musk. Or Bezos.
You would spend your one person on Elon Crust, that shill liar?
I will try to talk him into helping us out. Helping the world out.
Oh yeah,
I would blow my one chance to chit chat with someone and try it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he'll ask his demonic overlords, and I'm sure they'll give him a green light on that.
Yeah, right. You gotta try something. I would pitch reincarnation to him. I'd be like, hey, listen, what if reincarnation is a thing? Don't you want to make sure everyone's good? Maybe you could get to him that way or something. I don't know.
I mean, I just think you'd have as much luck there as if you asked, I don't know, if you asked George Bush to do something good. I don't know. I was trying to think of someone that's...
I was thinking the same thing, but George Bush Sr.
Yeah, get George Bush Sr. to help us all out.
I hear you. It's a shot in the dark, but what are you going to do? I'm a sucker for a long shot. Maybe Bezos would be easy to pitch something to, because I'd be like, listen, the more money people have, the more money they're going to spend at your place, and that means you're going to get more. I would pitch it to them in a way to where it's beneficial for them. You know what I mean?
I don't know if he's going to tell you his rockets are bullshit, though.
Yeah, but he's in his position because they're screwing everybody else over. So, I mean...
I know.
Man, that's a good question. I don't know who I'd want to speak to.
Yeah,
I think
I'm having difficulties as well. I can't think.
So if I didn't try to pitch someone to help us, I'd probably do Tesla and be like, oh, listen, I know you're holding back. Do you have anything good for us, like, technologically that we could use right now? Because we need something.
So wait, are you talking about Nikola Tesla? Like, are you talking about...
He means Elon.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla.
Oh, Nikola.
Nikola Tesla.
Oh, I thought it was Elon again.
No. Before it was Elon. Now it's really Tesla.
Yeah.
If I wasn't going to try to pitch someone to help us like Bezos or Tesla or Musk or Bezos or someone, if I wasn't going to waste it to try to pitch them, you know, to help people, I'd probably go to Nikola. I'd try to get something out of him. I'd be like, listen, I know you got something you saved that you didn't give us. What do you got for me? I'll bring it back to him.
Yeah, would you really try that? I mean, I wouldn't want to waste my time with those people. Bezos and that, they're lying to the world every day.
Yeah, but you got to pitch it in a way though that makes it beneficial for them. Like, be like, hey, what if there's a slight chance there's reincarnation? You know, if more people have more money, they'll be spending more money at Amazon or buying more Teslas or whatever the fuck.
No, I can't. I don't want to do anything to make anything beneficial to them. Like that word and to them. No, can't do.
Yeah, but it benefits us too. The thing I'm going to pitch to him benefits us a lot.
I don't want anything from him. I don't want anything from him. I don't want him. I don't want him around. I don't want him around. Thanks. No, thank you. Sod that.
I'm ignorant on the topic, but wouldn't it be cool if you could harness lightning and try to get it to like build special towers to encourage it to hit and like make it hit and capture the energy?
Yeah, the world gets hit like a fucking zillion times a day with lightning strikes or some like insane number. So if you could even capture a tenth of them or something, I mean, how much power is in a fucking lightning bolt? It's got to be a lot, right? It looks like a lot.
Yeah. Well, they always say that lightning actually comes from the ground, but so, yeah.
I think it goes both ways. Like Kosho.
Oh,
is he here?
Sick burn.
He's not even hearing a bird. Yeah, I heard it goes both ways, up from the ground and down. I mean, I saw a TikTok the other day. The guy was like, just buy a couple pounds of copper wire and put it up in the air and bury one part in the ground, and you get a current out of that. I think the electricity is just in the air, in the ether, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a big ether guy, but
it is. Yeah, exactly. It just there's no current, so it's not able to be actualized unless you have some way to actualize it. But yeah, there's definitely like free voltage.
You get a small, tiny, like millimicroamps or some teeny tiny amount or something.
Well, like I mean, as as legend has it, Tesla, what he was working with was this oscillator technology, which is apparently what's needed to pull the voltage from the ether into usable current. And how those oscillators exactly work and what happened to that technology is a whole question in and of itself. But
that's why I would go back. That's why my one guy would be Nikola. I'd be like, come on, throw us a ball, man. I know you left something off the table.
Ask for the blueprints to his.
Yeah, I would go back. Absolutely, I would go. I would, as soon as I was done talking to him, I would just put that shit right on the internet all over the place. I wouldn't try to get a patent or nothing, because I know Tesla was all about that. He wasn't trying to get rich or nothing. He was just trying to help us out. Like he wasn't all about the money like Edison was. He just wanted to like further advance humanity or something. I don't know what his main agenda was, but he definitely wasn't in it for the money.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. You know, he died a poor man, didn't he?
Elon Musk got Tesla turning in his grave, probably.
Yeah, I hated him for doing that. That's why I don't want him around, because you know, he's taken a good name and tarnished it, putting a Tesla to Mars. Honestly. Oh, definitely turning in his grave.
Isn't it such a coincidence that Edison, New Jersey, is where Edison's company was?
Oh.
You sure about that? Because I live right near General Electric.
I'm talking about Edison. I'm talking about Thomas Edison.
Yeah, Edison.
What does that have to do with GE?
What does Edison
I
have
think
to do with
GE
GE?
was. I think. Well, you
General
just said
Electrics.
General Electric.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was his
Just two
fucking.
separate things. No. GE was. I don't know who started it, but I think Jack Welch is the famous CEO. But GE, I think, was started in probably 1900. The year 1900. Probably a good guess. I'd look it up.
I'm pretty sure.
And I think GE was started on Long Island.
Yeah, Edison General has been founded as the Edison Electric Light Company in 1878 by Thomas Alva Edison. It's a weird middle name. To market his incandescent lamp and other lamp products, other later products.
Oh, okay. It looks like there was a couple things going on at the same time.
I think the actual telephone inventor was an Italian, and Edison somehow managed to get his patent out before. Yeah.
No,
And he
Marconi
managed to
stole.
Macaroni.
Marconi stole all fucking Tesla's patents.
Okay, that might make sense there, yeah. But when it came to the actual patenting of the telephone, this Italian was trying to get it there, but Edison made a deal with the people who actually did the register, and they put him on top of the list. That's what turned out.
It should have been the
at
Tesla
bottom.
award and not the Marconi award.
I agree.
They still give out that award?
I don't know.
Not since coronavirus.
Somebody comes in, it's like I invented some new landline technology. Give me an award.
Put your
Like, all right,
mask
guy.
on first, will you? Put your mask on. Have you got your vaccination certificate?
No, you accept your award over Zoom.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, cleaner. Yeah.
Zoom Nobel Prize ceremony over Zoom call. Yo, they still give out like $1 million awards for Nobel Prizes. It's like if anybody wants, if you want to make money, just win a Nobel Prize. It's that simple. You get $1 million for it.
What about meeting up with Bob Dylan? You know, he'd be a nice person to meet. I think he took his time to accept that the first musician to get that nominee, yeah, the Peace Prize.
For what, Peace Prize? Did he get it,
Yeah.
or was he just rejected?
No, he got it. He accepted it in the end, but it took his time to accept it. It took a while to say yes. I thought he wasn't going to accept it at one point. The Nobel Peace Prize for music. Yeah, his music's pretty good.
He was probably too sad. Bob Dylan was too sad to even drag himself out of bed or whatever.
Yeah.
He had to comb his hair or something. There's that famous story of like Bob Dylan. He has like a mansion on like the Hamptons. It's a part of New York.
Yeah, I know the Hamptons. Yeah.
He was one time famously like cited. A policeman gave him a ticket because they thought he was a homeless guy loitering in the Hamptons.
Ah, right. So that
That happened almost 20 years ago. Yeah. Bob Dylan was like, I live here. I have some money. Please don't give me a hard time, Mr. Cop. Mr. Policeman.
Yeah. Very good impression.
Hey there, policeman. Sing a song with me. The Jingle Jangle. Come on. Come on, settle down. Simmer down, policeman. Why don't you just love and smoke and get stoned?
Yeah. It'd be good if they could all meet up again and do one of those lovely concerts, because I think it's needed now. You know?
Oh, all the surviving hippies.
Yeah, definitely.
Bob Dylan and another guy, the Spotify dude. What's his name?
Yeah.
Neil Young. Is that his name?
Neil Young, yeah, Neil Young. That's right. Yeah.
A lot of them have died off though.
Yeah.
Probably COVID killed a lot of them.
Really?
I don't know if some of these guys are still around, like Pete Seeger and I think how many Beatles are still left? Ringo?
Yeah, 2. Ringo and Paul McCartney.
McCartney has so
That's
much
it.
money. He can pay to like have himself like cryogenically frozen. Shit, he's probably not gonna die.
That's the fake Paul, though. That's the Paul that they replaced the original.
Yeah, Paul is dead. Right?
So you reckon he's been replaced then? Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the guy who's Paul McCartney now is not the original Paul McCartney. Yeah. I mean, from what I've looked into and researched on it, that's the conclusion I've come to.
So the real one died in that car crash then, yeah?
Well, I don't know. I'm not convinced he died in a car crash, but that is part of the story of it. You know, that was involved. But that I'm not sure that's what happened though.
Well, why did they replace him then? What was the point of replacing him? Why? How did he die? He died. He must have died. Yeah. So I thought if that was the story. No?
They could have just killed him. They could have just taken him out and then.
Yeah, but why? Why would they just taking him out? What would be the reason for that?
No, I think the thing is like the real Paul McCartney died, but they had to replace him in order to keep the band together because they were making so much money and they were touring. They were selling out so many shows that they had to keep the act together.
I don't know. I felt that they were a tool, for a certain agenda, certain kind of messaging that they were sending out, perhaps. And
I guess the whole like British invasion thing was going on.
I don't get it. I don't know. That that's too hard to believe that. Paul McCartney dies in a car crash, so they had to get another one in, a stand-in, keep the band together.
Yeah, but the stand-in guy is like a Freemason, and he's in the whole family lineage of these people. So it's like they put their guy in. So he's been knighted, Sir Paul.
Yeah, he's Sir Paul. Yeah, Sir Paul McCartney. Yeah, that's right. Lifetime achievement as well. He's got that award as well.
I mean, he basically became like the leader of the band. Like after all that happened, like when they came back with Sgt. Pepper's, like that's when the transfer happened.
Yeah.
Right before Sgt. Pepper, and I mean, coming back, he was the leader of the band essentially.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like him because he. That's why I didn't like Paul McCartney, because he was fighting for leadership. I mean, John Lennon was doing all the work, all the writing and all that. And John Lennon didn't like the Beatles' smart suits and all that. He was very influenced by the American casual way with the leather jacket, jeans. He wanted that rock and roll look, John Lennon. He didn't want to have this suit and stuff on and that. That's why he split up with the band. That he split up because of, what's her name? Yoko Ono as well. Paul McCartney took a very negative view on her as well for no reason. I don't like Paul McCartney. Didn't like him at all.
A lot of those musicians and stuff are Freemasons. Like I heard Jay-Z's a Freemason.
You have to be a Freemason to be a musician.
Without
you have to be an Illuminati member.
There was a rap prodigy from Mobb Deep. He had a couple lines that went like this. It went, Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society trying to keep the eye on me. You guys never heard that? You're not into Mobb Deep?
Well, also Jay-Z is Troy Aikman.
I don't know a single track of that guy. Don't know one track. Jay-Z.
Oh, Jay-Z? You should know because like a lot of his songs, he just says his own name. He's like, I see you tracking Jay-Z, tracking Jay-Z. He just says his own name.
I don't know the music, never heard it. Don't listen. Not tuned in.
Yeah, Troy Aikman looks like Jay-Z, by the way.
No, he doesn't. What?
When you see it, you'll see it.
Were you guys
okay, first off, Troy Aikman is white.
Do you remember Prodigy? And a
Like
fire
I said,
starter. Well, that was good.
we're all from Africa, dude.
Yeah, I know Prodigy.
Yeah, that was good. The fire starter track with that hairdo and the stunning the tongue and that. When I saw that, I thought, what? Who's this? I thought it was American at first, yeah, because I didn't realise it was British. I thought, who's this lunatic? Because he had the American kind of like stars and stripes on his, trousers or whatever. And I thought, who is this guy, man? Music was good though, kicking. I thought, wow, this guy's a lunatic, right?
I like smack my bitch up.
Yeah, smack my bitch up. Guess what? Here in Japan, the kids were frightened of him. They didn't put him on. They didn't hear him. In Japan, he was frightening. I thought that was funny when I heard that. Yeah, Prodigy. Good group. He died mysteriously.
Well, actually, Skrillex died recently also. Yeah. Or there was like a rumor that he died. I don't know if he actually died.
Oh, wow, I'm gonna look that up. But he died.
No, there was a rumor that he died, but he didn't die.
Ah, right.
My mistake.
But yeah, the leader there, he died mysteriously in his house, hanging. He hung himself. Why would he do that? He completed the actual leader of the group with the studying, the lunatic. Start the fire starter. I'm a fire starter. Woo! Yeah, you know what I mean? Right. He took part.
You do have to be a fucking drug-addled lunatic to be a musician, though. Like, you can't be a musician and be like a level-headed person.
I think I can. I think if I was a musician, I'd be level-headed. Wouldn't be out of my head on drugs. That's for sure.
Maybe you could be, but you would be a small minority of musicians.
I was just going to say that.
It takes a certain type of person to go up on stage every night and make an ass out of yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I could be level-headed. Oh, no, make an ass of myself. I don't play jokes and do silly things. I'm good at doing that, But what I mean by level-headed is not drugged out of my head.
Yeah, why is there such a connection between great skilled musicians and drug use to that extent? Like even the drummer for the Foo Fighters, Taylor Hawkins, that recently passed away, and I guess they said that. Actually, I don't know if you guys had heard what the final sort of toxicology thing, but I think they found like a lot of heroin in his system and a bunch of other drugs and
vaccines.
What's going on with that? All that drugs.
Foo Fighters were the first big band to go out there and be like, we are not hosting shows unless everybody's vaccinated. And so like it took David Grohl a lot of time to convince what's his name? Haskins, was that his name? The guy who died? Yeah, David Grohl had to convince Haskins to take the jarb. I'm not going to say the magic word.
Right.
You're talking about Taylor Hawkins? Well, actually, some people actually suspect that the jab did have a role to play because of the fact of how many people have died from heart issues, and apparently they say it was a heart, something with his heart that happened. Of course, I mean it could be something else as well, but like all those athletes that have been having heart attacks after getting it. So
DMX.
But I know what you mean. I think you're right. Like Foo Fighters did do some like pro jab like concert and all that stuff, and then could Taylor Hawkins have been
a victim?
Yeah, he was like the most hesitant of all of them. David Grohl had to like convince him. I think David Grohl had to like bring like Dr. Fauci in with like a Zoom call together with all the other band members and be like, okay, we brought Fauci in here. He's going to convince y'all.
All right. So now, at what level? I know you troll a lot. So, at what level are you trolling? And what level is that actually a thing?
No, David Grohl is like a top like activist. He's like the Leonardo DiCaprio of musicians. Like he's like in there. He's like connected with all like the women's groups and all that shit. But he's like a big like political activist.
All right, but did they? Okay, I hear you on that, and I think I did hear that they did some like concert thing for the jab, or so.
Yeah, and a lot of his bandmates didn't want to take the vaccine. They were hesitant because they're rock stars, dude. They're used to being kind of like transgressive and kind of like doing drugs and doing wild shit. Yeah, so they were hesitant about that shit. And a lot of them are used to flying private, so they don't fly like normal airlines. so they could get away with
Well,
it.
I know, but that's what I'm asking. Like, how much right now are you just like trolling and making up, and how much of this stuff is just stuff you've actually heard that is a real thing about, like Taylor Hawkins not wanting to take it and Dave Grohl convincing him? Is that stuff made up, or did you hear that somewhere?
I heard it on a podcast about how Hawkins was the most hesitant. Definitely.
Oh, okay. I got you. No, I was just wondering if you heard that on something or whether you're just like just.
No, I'm just kind of putting two and two together, especially the fact that David Grohl is so influential on the Foo Fighters, and he is like, he is a top political activist. Like he does a lot of he's all in that shit. Like he doesn't keep
if that's the thing, that's potentially pretty dark. Like if that's a thing, like if Dave Grohl did actually kind of more convince him to take it or had to urge him to, and if the jab had something to do with his death, because those guys were like, from what I could tell just from seeing videos of them, like they're like best friends, like since they met, they're like super close and through the whole thing. So for that to happen, like talk about the karma involved in that. It's like, wow.
And you also know the connection between Dave Grohl and the band Nirvana. So like the band Nirvana has recently in the last 2 years gotten a big like cultural boost. Like you see a lot of these like African American like TikTok influencers, they're now like aping the Nirvana like grunge aesthetic. Like they've really started to like I'll go to the mall and I'll see a lot of like mulattoes and black kids and Spanish kids and white kids as well. But a lot of them are wearing like that Nirvana t-shirt ironically. Like they're doing that whole like irony bit, like, oh, look, I'm a young guy, but I'm listening to my parents' music and shit. And so like, and that I think that is connected to Dave Grohl because Dave Grohl is supportive of like the social cause issues and Nirvana there. And so that's how Nirvana and the grunge and the modern music scene has kind of merged.
Sounds like he was an all-round good guy then, and then he's gone.
Have you heard that Kurt Cobain didn't actually kill himself and was actually murdered?
Oh, what was his girlfriend's name? The skinny girl?
Yeah, she had something to do with it, I think, for
Courtney
sure.
Love, right?
Courtney Love. You know what's wild about that whole story? I don't know how much, like, if you've looked into it or not, but what's wild about it? Courtney Love hired a private investigator, like weeks before Kurt Cobain died. She hired this guy. And he was like, an ex-police officer, like has all the credentials, like perfect record throughout all of his like military and police career and all that stuff. So he's like, but he was like, he had retired from his being a police officer. And then I think he was even like a sergeant at some level. I forget his exact history. But anyway, so she hired him to be a private investigator. And he actually came to the conclusion that she had something to do with Kurt's death, essentially paying someone to kill him. So the actual private investigator that she hired through being involved in the whole thing,
like the Spider-Man pointing to Spider-Man.
He's done a bunch of there's a bunch of documentaries and interviews with him, and he tells the entire story. Like it's all detailed and well documented. He has like recordings of him on the phone with her, and like it's pretty fascinating. And there's been
that's probably evidence that Courtney Love probably had some sort of split personality disorder, right? She probably like had this other personality that did nothing wrong and was Kurt Cobain's loving girlfriend, and then the other side of her personality was like vindictive and killed him. Maybe paid someone to kill him.
Yeah, she's definitely got some demons. I mean, she's an intense person, but yeah, because apparently like they were married but they had a prenuptial agreement that was signed in their marriage, and basically Kurt Cobain was changing his will, and then was basically like going to be divorcing her. That was like his plan. So he was already like talking to his lawyers and stuff to start a divorce. And had they done the divorce, Courtney Love would have ended up with probably a very small settlement, very little amount of money, compared to getting all of it, which I think they say is between it was like at the time like $50 to $100 million. So
there's actual evidence too. There's actual evidence, like, there's a name for the wound that is created when you commit suicide with a shotgun and you stick your thumb in there to pull the trigger. The trigger guard strikes your thumb and leaves a wound. There's a name for it. He didn't have one.
Interesting. I hadn't heard that little piece. The one thing I did know about though is that the shotgun shell was on his left side, but had he like Yeah, it should have been on the right. Yeah, it was on the wrong side. And like they were saying, the only way that could have happened is like if he right when he shot the gun, if it's somehow perfectly twisted, 180 degrees, to have the shotgun shell go on the other side. But I don't know. Apparently, there was an analysis about how that's extremely unlikely to have occurred. And then there's also another thing with that as well. I forget. It has to do with like the way that the muscles. I forget what. It's like some kind of a state that the muscles are in, like after it pulls the trigger, and it kills you that quickly. And apparently his was not in that. So yeah, there's like a bunch of indicators that he was killed. And that little scene was set up.
If you think about it, in order for the shell to eject, it has to be a semi-auto shotgun. So the question is, was it a pump action or a semi-auto? Because if it's a pump action, it would just remain in the chamber. So I suppose it must be a semi-auto then, in order for the shell to eject.
Oh, he probably has the more expensive gun.
I don't know, but as I've researched that whole story, there's just so many interesting things about it. It's wild. The way that the case was like shut down too quickly, like they called it suicide way before actually doing a proper investigation. So there's even like cover up involved. I mean, it could have been something that Courtney Love was involved somewhere in the music industry. I mean, I think Kurt Cobain was quite like a rebellious character, probably was not going along with whatever agenda they had, I'm assuming, because he seemed like a pretty independent guy who probably just didn't want to fuck with corporate, music executives and shit. So I'm wondering if he was, kind of not giving into what they wanted. And then all they would have had to do is kind of team up with Courtney Love or whatever, and then essentially have that all worked out. And then, because I wonder if there was some kind of clandestine, CIA, FBI, whatever, some kind of military type operation that was involved. Not really military, but you know what I mean? Like these kind of secret society groups and their little hit teams that they have. Because yeah, there's like other components about like how it was pulled off and then how the police like basically quickly just called it suicide and buried the investigation in a way that was like not normal for something like that.
I just Googled it. It's a semi-auto shotgun he used.
Yeah, so that's crazy. So if it was Courtney Love plus, whatever forces in the music industry stuff, that's or it could have just been her, but yeah,
I'm reading the lyrics here of Smells Like Teen Spirit. And tell me if these lyrics make any sense. A mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. Deny. What does that even mean? A mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. What? This dude just putting words together.
Well, sometimes there's art to that. There's beauty and art to that. I know of a lot of songs that have lyrics that seem nonsensical, but the way they sound, the way they rhyme, like I suppose it's all in the eye of the beholder, but they don't have to always, in my viewpoint, they don't always have to make, some kind of logical
There was that Weird Al Yankovic did a great parody of the song, and Weird Al is just basically just doing the thing where like he sings as if he doesn't know any of the words, so he's just like saying he's just mushing like syllables together.
Just making noise. Just making noise.
And that's the entire song. And Weird Al has like his hair like is just insane, and his beard is all patchy, and he's like throwing his guitar, and there's like retarded looking kids off to the side making like grimacing faces the entire music video, and he has like he takes on a character of like a janitor in a school, and the janitor of the school is like a rock star on the side, and he's just like kicking over like chairs and smashing the chalkboard and everything, and just saying random shit,
reliving his school days.
I do think I've seen that parody. Yeah. Well,
that's hilarious.
It does sort of sound like he's mumbling the lyrics. Like, I mean, Kurt Cobain, I think, was a genius on so many levels musically, and he's so unique. But yeah, in that particular song, the lyrics were very hard to make out, and it did kind of just sound like unintelligible in some ways. Unless you like know the lyrics, it almost just sounds. Unless you know the lyrics, it's pretty hard to hear what he's actually.
It makes no sense. You have no idea what he's saying. Yeah, you have no idea. But yeah, that is a kind of art form as a singer where you you say things and where you sing things and no one knows what you're saying. They kind of know, or they think they know. They might know if somebody tells them, and then you act like you knew that the entire time, like that whole thing. But
yeah, well, there's ways in which like words can have certain tonal qualities and certain
kind of pantomime
dynamic. Like there's this one. It's not really a band. It's more of like it's like a whole symphony and a director and so on. But it's called Ademus, and it's really beautiful. Like this female singing and like orchestra and whatnot. But I only bring it up to say that like all of the lyrics that she sings and that are written, for her to sing and so on, are not even in any language. They're not in any language. Like they're no language at all. They're literally just like sounds that are put together. It almost sounds sounds like it. Yeah, it is kind of like. Well, it sounds like it is its own language, but it's not. It's pretty interesting.
It's like double speak. Yeah, there was I brought up pantomime. It's like there's also that French form of like play acting where the French mime does all these gestures and faces and everybody plays along as if like they know what the story is, but really it's like nobody knows what the fuck's going on in the story, but you go along with it because it's like just because of the presentation, right? It's like, oh, this person must be doing something profound because look at his hands. Oh my God, he's walking on an invisible wall. Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, this is dramatic. And then you're supposed to clap at the end and then like eat your cheese and wine.
I can't.
It's it's just.
I'm not really.
It's just
following,
pure theater.
I'm not really.
It's just theater. A lot of music. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm not a.
I just posted. That's actually a playlist for the one Ademus album that I've listened to most of. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of really.
How do you spell that?
Beautiful tracks on there. I just posted it. If anyone wants to check it out.
Sounds like the word Adonis.
Adiemus. It's kind of Adiemus because she does kind of use that lyric in some of the. But yeah, it's like I find myself singing along to the words that she's saying, even though they're not really words. They're just different sounds that are put together. It's pretty
right.
Cool.
It's like the songs that you hear in your dreams. Some people have music in their dreams, but the music doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, it's like just all this ambient kind of chanting.
Well, it just shows how like the human voice can be used as an instrument. Not only like a language meaning producing kind of thing, but also just as like an instrument in and of itself.
Yeah, the human voice is supposed to be. Humans are meant to sing. Humans are meant to communicate in a. Like I've always found like a lot of women have naturally good singing voices. Not all women. Some women do sound awful when they sing, but like the famous scene from Step Brothers where like he forces his wife to sing and he's like, oh no, you're terrible, stop singing, no, you don't even look good when you sing. But most women do, like a lot of women do have naturally like very soothing voices. It must be, maybe it's evolutionary, maybe it's from like child rearing, because like a kid, a lot of upbringing is like singing songs to your kid, right? And so women are supposed to like have that soothing kind of way of singing. Could be just evolutionary, There's also that ancient story of like the sirens, right? The sirens, is that from like the Odyssey or something, right? You got these very fair women on the side of the ocean, and then men get distracted not just because of their beauty, but because because the women their voices can carry over the water, and it sounds like comforting and stuff. And we still use the word sirens to this day, right? Sirens is like ambulance, police. Gets your attention. There's also this like, if you ever like listen to like club music, especially like on the radio, a lot of these hip hop stations, they pump in that like emergency frequencies, music sounds. They do that like, and and they pump in like the ambulance music. And I guess it's like it's supposed to invoke like, oh, you're in the club, you're standing there with your boys, and oh my God, the women, they're here. It's time to turn on the alarms. Get your hair ready. Get everything ready. They're coming. This is your chance. There was this song by Weird Al Yankovic. He did the that Chameleonaire song. Remember that song? Like they see me rolling, they hating. And Weird Al Yankovic did such a good parody of that song. He did the White and Nerdy song. Like, look at me, I'm white and nerdy. I'm white and nerdy.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. Have you
in my mind,
seen
he did such a good job with that parody that I think a lot of people don't even know that the Chameleonaire song exists.
Have you seen the Globe Earth one?
The round and curvy.
No.
It is no.
Yeah, round and curvy. It's like a.
I never heard of it. That's
it's
funny.
like a. That shit is awesome.
Yeah, Friend of Yahweh, isn't that his channel?
That guy killed it on that beat.
I'll see if I can find it.
Round and curvy.
All lives. Yeah, it's
just
basically
like
nerdy. Yeah, it's almost like more of a parody. It's more of a parody on like Weird Al's White and Nerdy, but it's like,
right. Yeah.
But it's about the Globe
Got
Earth.
the Russian dolls there going. As time goes on, there's a new parody.
That round and curvy shit is hilarious. That's the best Flat Earth song I've ever heard.
It's pretty well done. Here, I found it. I'll post it.
I'm just too NASA nerdy.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey, Gio, maybe if you have your own show, you can use this song as your intro, Round and Curvy. You might have to pay a lot for the rights to it.
No, man, it's his song, but yeah, it's well done. He did a really good job on it.
I've never seen it before. It's funny. Maybe YouTube never promoted it.
Oh, of course.
Watch that shit. It is hilarious.
You won't be a Globe Earther after watching it.
How about somebody stream it? How about somebody stream it? Do a visceral react.
That kind of brings up a question, like Jeremy. This kind of goes to you, perhaps, or anyone else. But like, do you think there's something about like? I'm trying to think how to put this. Like, I guess what I was going to kind of get at is like some people that stick with the Globe, they're only doing so because, and no offense to anyone, but it's I'm just going to say it like this. It's like they haven't figured out that it isn't a Globe yet. And so they're just on the Globe. They're kind of like on the fence, but they're just on it because it's the mainstream thing. So they're just kind of flowing down river with everyone. But like not as much that they're actually like sided with the Globe, but they actually just can't, for whatever reason, like decipher the information to see that it's not a Globe.
Well, I'm telling you, it's at the base. Everyone has that. I know I always talk about this. Everyone has a model of Earth in your head, whether you like it or not. And at the base, at the, the foundation, the rock bottom, which you're sitting on, they got you on the Globe. It's hard to snatch that out from under people. You can't really, it's not easy. And plus, there's some people in here that just like to, so if you're doing it from the Globe side, you got all the science and all the, the measurements they don't have, all kinds of stuff. It's easy. People like to take the easy way out these days. I think it's more about the model everyone has in their head, though, and they have the Globe as a foundation of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Jeremy, did you get my message earlier?
Yeah, I passed that on to my people. Don't worry, we're looking into that article.
Okay, all right, okay.
my light peoples. Did you read it?
I didn't read all of it. I read some of it, but it seemed like something you might be interested in taking a look see.
Oh, that's right up my alley. Oh yeah.
Well, like from the perspective that the Earth is a stationary plane, then it would be something to figure out. Because if it is just reality, then that means that everyone eventually will know what reality is, whether it's like in this lifetime or possibly after they die. But I mean, it's like no falsity will be held onto for until forever. So if it is that the case, then like it's almost like deciphering a magic trick or something, like actually decoding it. And so from that perspective, perhaps it's not something everyone can do, at least not right now. Maybe like later when there's more actual physical, tangible proof, it'll be easier. But like right now, it's occulted. It's hidden to some degree. And they pump so much what people think is evidence out that it's kind of enough for enough people to kind of sign off on it, to kind of co-sign on it.
Yeah, dude, they pump it into your brain since you're right from the jump when you're a child. Then I don't know how long they've been doing it for. Look at the Paramount movies or whatever one uses the little globe thing. Like right from your birth, they pump it right in you. My kid watches cartoons. I can't tell you how many globes and spherical Earths they show. It's like they're like Disney Junior. My kid watches Disney Junior. I'm not even joking. If there is ever a desk in the scene, there's a globe on it. Like they're pushing it hard. Right from birth. So if somebody keeps telling you something enough times, you end up thinking it's true, especially if that's how you're raised and that's how everyone else is thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yo, Barstool Sports just posted a hilarious tweet.
Like if we were growing up and they were like Earth's a cube, and they always showed a cube and everyone else thought it was a cube, running around thinking Earth's a cube. You could do it with anything. You could do pigs fly, whatever you want. As long as you keep pumping that shit into people's heads from birth, put it in the books, put it in the textbooks, you're good. Show kids little spherical cutouts. They cut the little triangle slice out of the Earth, show you all the different layers. It's not brainwashing. What's the other word for it? Indoctrination.
There's another word called inculcate, which I think would
inculcate.
Yeah, inculcate. It's kind of similar to indoctrination, but it's more like drilling a certain concept into someone's mind in like a repetitive way. It's like a little bit more of a.
It means the same thing, basically.
Well, not quite though. I'm gonna actually look up the definition just to see how it, because I've looked it up before. Yeah, so here's the definition: to implant by repeated statement or admonition, teach persistently and earnestly, to cause or influence someone to accept an idea or a feeling. So yeah, it's more like indoctrination it does that too, but like inculcate, it's like more like literally repeating certain statements and like very much trying to kind of almost force someone into accepting some kind of idea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell that?
INCULCATE.
Yeah, and actually, one of the definitions of indoctrinate is actually to teach or inculcate. So, yeah, I mean, inculcate's like directly connected with it. But I think indoctrination is like a little bit more like you're kind of one of the other definitions is to imbue with learning. So it's kind of like, in my sense of it, indoctrinate is a little bit more like you have a structure and a system to kind of do it, whereas inculcate is like the actual drilling the idea.
Indoctrinate sounds more malicious. Inculcate sounds more like benevolent. Like inculcating good habits, inculcating hard work. Nobody says like this person was indoctrinated with hard work.
Well, the thing is like it like indoctrinate comes from like doctrine and has to do with like teaching. So it's sort of like to implant
ideological teaching.
Yeah, more like that's what I'm saying. Like the whole like the school system is the reason that's like indoctrination now is because it's like a whole structure that does that has like a doctrine that they're teaching. Whereas like I think when I think of inculcate, it's more of like the specific act of like drilling an idea into someone's, to get them to accept a certain idea. Yeah, like one of the other definitions of indoctrinate is to instruct in a doctrine, principle, ideology, etc., especially to imbue with a specific partisan or biased belief or point of view. It's kind of like that's like the, it's like kind of like the, I guess the way I think about it is like that's kind of like the structure of having a certain doctrine and a system to push it, but the inculcate is like the actual process of doing that. Which, yeah, it's pretty much what all teachers are doing, like in our schools. They're like pretty much just repeating certain ideas and forcing you to just repeat them and put them on a test, and that's how you get good grades. It's pretty dark, actually.
The schools, the movies, the cartoons, the television, all of it. Even society, we do it to ourselves.
It's pretty dark.
We do this stuff to ourselves. I told you. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Well, I told you about the thing with the monkeys where they put a ladder in and a banana hanging on the top of the ladder. Anytime a monkey climbs the ladder, they soak the monkeys with ice cold water. But then they change one of the monkeys out and he goes to climb the ladder and they all beat him up. And then they replace another monkey. And before you know it, no monkey's even been splashed by cold water. Constantly beat the shit out of any monkey that tries to climb the ladder. They don't even know why.
Hey, misery loves company, right?
Well, I've often said this, Jeremy, because I actually think that there's something within the human design, like the system of humans, this actually has a positive reason for that, where like when we have like our elders, and our elders are supposed to be those that are actually holding wisdom and integrity, that are actually like solid in that way. And so by like the youngsters, in the human community and the teenagers and so on, having elders that can actually impart wisdom to them, the survival of that human community depends upon that wisdom and knowledge being transferred, of like the medicinal plants and the, all of that, like within the environment and the nutritional, all the things that are needed. And so the youngsters in that environment, like would actually want to have a very strong like connection to their elders. Of course, if that's done with like wisdom and knowledge, then it's all good. But what they've done today, this current like group of entities that are doing what they're doing now, it's like they've hacked into that pretty much and then just twisted it. Like they corrupted it to where they took that energy within people and then, twisted it with like corruption, like corrupt, ideas and lies and all this stuff. And then found a way to like tap into that to where humans are like, now they're like, instead of grasping onto like the actual wisdom and the knowledge to help them survive, now they're grasping onto like all these lies and deceptions to like feed their agenda. But it's like they've hacked into that part of humans that are actually doing that, for like a survival purpose. But then they've, put in like kind of inserted their own ideas and system and then gotten us.
They took the truism, like it takes a village to raise a child. They took that phrase and then like bastardized it. So now it's like, it's not so much it takes a village to raise a child. Now it's like, it takes institutions to raise a child.
Yeah, basically it takes the NWO to raise a kid now. Yeah.
The authorities, the companies, the algorithm.
Yeah, the faceless, the nameless demonic entity that's torquing humanity right now.
And the timing on it with the media influence and the propaganda that goes into that. I mean, like Disney is like a an example we often use, like Disneyland for adults. But when you think about it, as far as like the mentality of like being at a Disney park and that people just thinking of their reality as this Disney park and not taking it seriously enough. So that if someone were to come in there and be like, like it's almost like they're thinking that they're all under the assumption that the people in the suits, the Daffy Duck and the Mickey Mouse and everybody, they kind of know they're actors in there, but we're the ones running in there and saying these are actors in here. We're like pulling the heads off the people with the costumes on, like they don't. That's how much difference it makes to them. Us telling them the truth. Like, okay, yeah, we know they're actors. It's okay, I just run. My kid wants to get in line for this next ride. That's kind of basically the attitude that they've made of these people. About the very existence, the very nature of their existence is treated as a Disney park.
Yeah, I hear you.
We're going to Disneyland this summer. My wife just booked it yesterday.
Yeah, there's so much programming and all of that. It's crazy. Like
that reminds me, Jeremy. Just real quick. It reminds me. I was gonna make sure you checked into something about solar panels. I heard you said you were gonna pull the trigger on that. I heard from a friend that has a friend that worked in the business that they only last 10 years, if truth be told. Just maybe check into that.
Nah, they last. They got warranties, 25 years. Some of them are even longer now.
Okay, maybe he was wrong. Just want to make sure.
Well, my wife's doing it. I've been trying to talk her into getting solar panels for years now. And
there's also the
finally...
LED. There's the LED form that can work at night that they're going to start putting out, which is way better. Just let you know. Go ahead, Gio, don't lose your thought. It's an LED form of it. I think it's actually using LED lights. Talk to Flat Earth Solar about it. But Gio, don't lose your thought. Sorry about that.
Your house is about to look like the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's gonna be lighting up and shit. Be playing like opera music, lighting up, powering your house.
I mean, when we get a new roof, my wife figures, fuck it, we just put solar panels on. They got plans where like pay as much as your electric bill would be anyways. That way, there's no like it doesn't cost anything. Extra, and then in 7 years or 8 years or however long it takes till the solar panels are paid off. Once that happens, you're home free.
Oh, okay. So at a certain point, you'll be making extra money.
The grid buys it back. Some places the grid won't buy it back.
Yeah, I would imagine upstate New York probably has a...
Back to Disney. Let's not talk about that. I'm sorry for diverting the conversation that way. Gio had a thought about Disneyland. Maybe he lost it. I don't know.
Jeremy, you going to Disneyland or Disney World?
Oh, I guess what I was going to say is that I think like humans have, there's like an archetypal symbology language within like the human DNA, and it's part of how we like actually like there's a lot of like deep components to that. And I think what they've done with a lot of the like cartoons and Disney and all that is that they partially use those archetypes, so they grasp our attention like genetically and like deeply from that, but then they make it all like goofy and bizarre and wacky and wild, which is kind of like almost like more unnatural, like the caricatures. And then they add in, predictive programming stuff as well, on like dinosaurs and outer space and all the rest of it. So it's just like a complete and total hijack of like the human imagination and the human like symbology and like archetypal language, and just twisting it into this just like doctored form of it, like just a fake kind of altered synthetic type form of it.
Yeah, and totally overstimulated. The overstimulation, you know, like the Star Wars or some of these movies that are just so in your face and so like the graphics are just beyond like what you could ever, you know, imagine, I guess. And it does. I think that totally takes the place of the more simple and nuanced things that kids could come up with because of that overstimulation that can't compare.
But that stuff is still cool too. Like, I mean, I love like a lot of the stories and a lot of those movies. At least, I mean, I don't really watch them these days, but I mean, I have appreciated them. So yeah, I know what you mean. Well, because they do captivate our minds and they get us to feel all those emotions and yeah, a lot of it's great artwork too, and like a lot of the stuff's well done. But yeah, I was kind of also thinking of like the Disneyland kind of cartoon, that whole industry, the whole like Disney, NASA, JPL, Werner von Braun, like just, you know, those basically the kind of empire of indoctrination institutions that they've established through Disney and NASA and mainstream media, to the point where if you go to Disneyland, that's basically what you're going to see. It's like NASA meets Disney for children with the globe and Santa Claus.
Yeah, we're going now this summer. We're going to whichever one's in Florida. I don't know if it's World or Land, whatever the Florida one is.
Disney World.
Disney World, yeah.
Think of it as the Epcot Center, right? You got the globe there. World.
Yeah, you might as well check it out. Dude, I went to this one, like my family was visiting. I was down in Southern California, and I went to the, what's it called? Legoland. And it was like a whole amusement park, you know, built out of Legos and the whole thing. It was actually pretty cool. Like there was actually some cool stuff there. But at the entrance of it, they had a massive globe Earth. It was huge.
Yeah.
That's 70 feet tall. It was like this huge globe.
They put that shit everywhere, dude. I'm not even joking, man. Everywhere they can put that shit. Go watch a Disney Junior cartoon. You know, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or Minnie and Mickey, whatever goofy shit they got. Anywhere there's a desk, there will be a globe on the desk. Like they just put globes everywhere they can.
Yeah, they really do. It's at the beginning of every movie too.
Yeah, so I mean they pump this. They pump it in your brain at birth for your whole life. So
yeah, they somehow have gotten it like fused with people's identities to where they are human and they're on a globe. You know, it's like foundation. Yeah, it's wild. Like that is who they are. You know, for what they currently think. Yeah.
Yeah,
that kind of gets. Yeah, that kind of gets to what I was trying to get at, maybe a little more now that you say that. And the way they've done it is so subversive that it's not like a religion where they've made you go through all these like rituals that you kind of like end up hating and, you know, give you more reason to reject the religion or whatever it is, you know, that a more serious religion will do. It gives you that Disneyland form of it so that you don't literally think you're on a globe. No one thinks about it as a globe, yet at the same time, they just accept that it is a globe. You know what I'm saying? No one thinks about, oh, I'm right side up from where I was earlier today. You know, I'm right side up and upside down every day. No one ever thinks that.
Check this image out I just found. This is actually not the globe that I remember seeing at the entranceway that I was talking about, but I just Googled it. But this is some other globe, and it was, you know, it's like one made out of Legos. And look at what it says right behind it. It says imagination, and then there's a big Lego globe.
Oh, I want to go back.
Sesame Street. I like the one from Sesame Street where she brought the Muppets into the library, and she's like, "This is the fiction section," and it has like the word fiction, and then right next to it, it's got like the globe and a NASA rocket. You ever see that one?
Yeah. Well, that wasn't Sesame Street though, was it? It was. Wasn't that the one they also had George Carlin on, where they were talking about the moon landing and everything? Remember that clip?
It was Sesame Street. There was Elmo was in it, and like the Cookie Monster or something. I forget.
Oh, okay. You know what I'm talking about with George Carlin though, where they were talking about the moon landing hoax, and it was like a
no,
kid's
I never
show.
saw that one.
Oh, you got to see that. I'll find it. I want to go back,
DM
Gio,
it
and
to
just
me.
made me think of when we were doing in the text chat that night, where we were doing the globe sales, and we were going back and forth with get your what was it, like the heliocentrism, allows you to be on a roller coaster nonstop, 24/7, yet feels like you're just on the ground. Like the whole pitch back and forth we had that night. That was hilarious. I got to find that little conversation we had. The sale of the globe and how it was just, and it was Doofus in the chat. He was getting so mad when he was on trying to go back and forth with Godric, and he was already frustrated, and then we were just like totally trolling him from the live stream text. That was hilarious. I'll find it. You remember that, Gio? Have you seen that one with George Carlin? You know what I'm talking about?
I've seen a lot of George Carlin stuff. What is it in particular again?
No, it's a kids show with George Carlin as like a guest star, and they're talking about basically directly the globe hoax. I mean the moon landing.
Well, they're talking about the moon landing and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Not as much the globe, I don't think. Right? It's just
not the globe.
Landing.
Totally,
yeah,
but
I do remember that. Yeah,
direct in your face.
Yeah, but I don't think that was made for kids, right? I mean, it was kind of made for adults, but to look like a
no,
kid.
Yeah, right. It was one of those adult kid shows. Yeah. What's up, Issa? Issa's here.
Hey.
Somebody called him Izza the other day.
Yeah, I was hearing that's funny.
I was about to be like the Jizza, the Rizza, the Izza, the old dirty bastard.
The double G of Dizza.
So Shizza, Banizza?
That's it. Yeah, man, what's good?
What's up, Flatties?
How you doing? How you doing, Damon?
Doing all right.
Yo, what's up, Damon? Your boy Elon making waves.
Who's that?
Your boy Elon Musk.
Oh,
What
who's
are you
that?
doing now?
He's making waves,
Oh,
right?
the SpaceX dude.
Yeah.
Oh, who gives a fuck? He's a weirdo.
No, right now he's killing it. He just
Oh,
fucking
yeah?
bought Twitter.
How you buy Twitter? You bought part of Twitter, maybe.
He bought Twitter, dude. That went through today. Like fucking, or I don't know how much he bought, but he just bought Twitter, dude.
Yeah, good for him.
I can't imagine what his E-Trade portfolio looks like. But you could just log into your E-Trade and be like, I'm going to buy $3 billion worth of Twitter today.
Yeah, well, not surprisingly, Dogecoin shot up 30% today.
Did it really?
Yeah. And that's connected to, well, it's totally connected to Elon Musk. So it's not, if he just it seems like it's kind of like today's news that he finally bought Twitter, and then he's connected to Dogecoin. So whether he pumped it or who knows, but yeah, it definitely ran up.
He probably bought $1 billion worth of it or something. You buy $1 billion at the bottom, you wait for everyone to jump on the train till it goes up, and then you sell off.
I think you can buy Teslas with Dogecoin.
No, I think he stopped that because of the tree hugging hippies were getting on him because crypto's so unenvironmentally friendly, even though they have no idea or basis for comparison. They want to say, oh, it uses so much electricity to mine the coins, but they never added up how much fucking electricity banks use. I guarantee if you added up all the energy we put into the banking system. What's up?
Oh, yeah. Banking uses way more, exponentially more.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but if you would change the system over to the same, right? Then you have, not only do you have a banking system, you also have all the mining fucking shit.
Well,
come on, man.
It's only the proof of stake coins that will have mining because, yeah, there's proof of work and proof of stake. But meaning that that's not all necessarily needed.
Anything of value, right? It's like, come on, man. I mean, this goddamn.
Hold on. Proof of work is the mining. Proof of stake is the There's no mining with that.
Right.
Just
so because it does
like
the mining is done through the actual nodes of the networks.
Yeah, but
instead of having to be done by essentially a third-party process. But I do think there's differences in like stability and hackability and whatnot. I mean, because Bitcoin, perhaps part of its stability has to do with the fact that it's proof of work and actually still has all that mining. But
yeah, but look, it's like any other fiat, right? Like, so if people just decide that it's no good anymore, just on a whim, then it's no good anymore. But like, if you have a state backing it up, right, then you have at least some security. This is why we have like FDIC and all this other shit. Like, so like, yeah, great, you got this fucking Bitcoin, but like, what if someday, in the future, somebody decides like, fuck that shit.
Right, but how about that happening to the fiat dollar? Because if they try doing a big reset and then they end up trying to get everyone onto their digital currency, it'll be interesting to see how people actually respond. Like, we have a huge chance. And when I say we, I just mean like we, the people, meaning not the people that are, in control and doing this stuff. So like, if they try to do that, like, if we traverse that successfully, we could get to a point where we're not on the fiat dollar and we're not even on their new digital currency, or where they only have some people on their new currency and there's actually other options that will be.
I think you missed the point is that the only reason why anything has any value is because somebody has made it so. And the only reason why our fiat currency has any kind of value at all is because it's backed up by a whole entire government, right? Like the 50 states of the United States.
Not really. It's backed up by a...
No, it is. That's how it works.
If you could please try not to interrupt, I'd appreciate it. But it's backed by the Federal Reserve, essentially. It's a private.
No, the Federal Reserve is no more like it's okay. Whatever. I'm not going to go down that conspiracy rabbit hole, but like, just trust me that when like the Federal Reserve that prints money has nothing to do with the backing of the fiat currency. Like, it just doesn't.
There's no backing. What backing?
It's what our government uses as currency.
Yeah, what's interesting is actually like
but what's
in the 1800s.
It doesn't use Bitcoin. It uses American dollar.
Hold on, bro. Please try not to interrupt. Go ahead, Issa.
Yeah, so like in the 1800s, right? Like the collateral was the states, and then in the 1930s, the collateral became the citizens. So that's what gives the value of the backing. That's the collateral.
There's nothing backing the dollar right now. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Jeremy's right on this faith and credit of the United States.
No, it's just your belief that it has value.
Well, if that's true, then I think the dollar has no value, and I think
give me all your dollars then.
I think cattle chips have way more value than the dollar. So
you're not the majority.
I'm going to deal with cattle chips.
And it makes sense what Issa said. Like, we are the collateral. However, Issa, the thing is that like whatever we are in their system is a piece of paper of a birth certificate. So in a strange way, all they really have is pieces of paper. And our belief.
Exactly.
Right. But those pieces of paper are, and they're
currency
they're called like notes and stuff. And this is why we were talking about last time.
Are you people done?
And I'm not going to get into it. We have these things called like notes and stuff like that are financial notes. And like, because of our bankruptcy that we entered into in the 30s, we have the UCC to explain it to us. But you're essentially right. It's just paper, but we've given it value.
Yeah, and
once it was taken off.
And I was just gonna say, and it has legal ramifications in their system, which they have the police and military kind of supporting.
Issa, just real quick, give them the bit about how the reason that it's okay or better in some ways that the immigrants come in is because the national debt is actually owed to us. Give just a quick one on that, if you know.
Well, no, the idea is like, if you have, like, we've given over a birth certificate, they printed money regarding that birth certificate so you could work in the marketplace. The thing is we have a bunch of illegal people here who are taking those dollars and sending them overseas. So they're no longer in our fucking marketplace. So when they have like amnesty and shit like that that's going to happen, it's because they want the documentation from the people so they can print the money and put it into the marketplace. What they don't want is for them to send it all over. But because we're doing that and everything's under the IMF, it's all kind of registered and whatever anyway, balanced. But yeah, like, you know, amnesty is what creates more money. That's why they allow the immigration shit to come, because they got paperwork, they got bonds, they're going to be converted, from my estimates anyway. But the gentleman was right when he said the states were the collateral. But they were the collateral, and then they moved, and there was a further default, and then the citizens became the collateral. Because the first citizen was the freed black slave or whatever. That was the first citizen. The first they didn't have state citizenship, so they gave them United States citizenship, and that became the collateral, or added to the collateral. And then because it was the property of the states that refused to pay the tax, then they restructured it. Lincoln tried to say, no, you can't do that because we can print our own money. Well, they shot him in the fucking head.
I think that's why they killed Lincoln.
That's what I'm
Absolutely, he
saying.
wanted to introduce Lincoln wanted to introduce the greenback, an American-controlled currency.
Well, what he tried to do was get away from the previous agreement that the United States was involved in. And they were like, look, this is contract law. You have to settle this debt. And he said, well, I don't really have to. I'm just the United States, and that doesn't mean anything. That's just paper. And they were like, okay, boom. And then they fucking ended up collateralizing all the other shit, and then they made, you know, that's where they went into their other currency. You know, they like got him out of the picture because he was trying to create an interest-free money, and they were like, no, you can't do that because of the alternative history that is the United States lost the war. So he was trying to stick to the guns of like, no, we won the war, and they were like, no, you don't understand fucking history actually, and if you're not going to play by the rules and you're going to try to say that it has no value, etc., then boom.
And then JFK wanted to get rid of the central banks. You know,
Right, because they're operating off of a false pretense of what they understand history to be, and they can't because it's gangster. Your word is your word. You're supposed to do what you fucking said, and the United States is on the hook for some shit. So the beautiful part is that it's under an ecclesiastical system, which entails the terms of the church, which is forgiveness of all the debt of the paper money that actually doesn't mean anything. Because that's the cool part, is they give you that if you're intelligent enough to know. That's what I think.
The Catholic Church.
Yeah, like for instance, like I think I've walked through this before, but like in 1215, England tried to get away from the Vatican. The barons made King John sign the Magna Carta. Later that year, after the Pope threatened to destroy England and starve it, he fucking came under the fold and got resubmitted into the church because he didn't want to starve his people because the Vatican was that powerful. And so he made this new agreement where the Pope nullified the Magna Carta, and in doing so, in order to be back in the good graces of the Pope, they had to owe the Pope all the taxes on the mineral of the soil of everything that Great Britain ever owned or ever would own. Fast forward down to the 1700s, and after the Revolutionary War, where the King of England wrote the Treaty of Paris, saying that he's the King of the United States, it clearly shows that the United States came into the fold of what would be taxed for the Vatican.
I got mad beef with the Vatican, the Catholics, the Pope, all them motherfuckers.
Well, that's the thing, is that like in their own system, they give you this leeway of if you are intelligent enough to understand that you can come to them through the ecclesiastical system, all of the paper and everything like that is meaningless because they understand that man created it. Therefore, man can discharge it. But man has to do it, not a human, right? Because that's not a man, and not a citizen, because that's not a man. But a priority security interest holder, as it's put in the Uniform Commercial Code, is a great title for what we're referring to, which would be us as men and women, not strictly the citizen or the collateral.
Yeah, but
What's up?
oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
I was just going to say that you have a citizenship. You have a citizen. You're not a citizen technically, right? Unless you think you are, and then if you're going to act like you are, then you get all the punishments for being a citizen, which includes the collateral and the national debt, not being protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. Because why would you I've likened it to the citizen is like a chair, and everyone's saying if I'm like, are you a chair? And they're like, yes, I'm a chair. And it's like, well, the chairs go in the closet. And they're like, yes, but I'm a chair. And I'll fight for my rights as being a chair. And I want to, in reality, you're a human, you're a man who uses a chair. You use this thing. This thing shouldn't be your complete identity. But in materialist rationalists' perspective, with no guidance in religious or ecclesiastical teachings, they think they are the chair.
Now, a lot of people
I
might
used
get
to
this
be a lawyer,
confused.
man.
Yeah, well, he helps people. But hey, Issa, real quick, I think a lot of people are getting this, might misinterpret what you're saying as, well, then I've got to do what I can to not be a citizen in the way that they're defining me, and then do this paperwork that makes me not a citizen so that I can have my rights back. But that's the confusion that's added to it to kind of trip people up, right? You just have to know who you are.
Right. And the thing is that you're clearly not a chair. And in the same way, if you look at a citizen as a chair, you're clearly not a chair.
Well, what I was going to say is that my understanding of it, the way that they've kind of turned the current system into a corporation and the way they control that with money has made it to where what you're saying is essentially not really available to us at this point because of the way that we're really treated more as products in a corporation, and therefore they can treat us like cattle, and then they can use their military and police to basically do whatever they need to make sure that we don't upset the system or break out of it.
Well, the issue is they're operating under the assumption that if I ask most people on the street, like in my town or whatever, are you a U.S. citizen? They're going to say yes. Well, unfortunately for them, that immediately puts them in the category as collateral on the national debt, blah, 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 blah. It's and it eliminates all their rights and protections because of those things. And it's a good thing if you're dealing with people who don't know how to control themselves, because they immediately they say no once and they're done. You see what the cops do. You know what I mean? They're not tolerating fucking too much disrespect. And, and some people are very disrespectful, et cetera. So, that's why they have that catch-all, that they can get anyone on that. But if you're intelligent and you understand some of these things, A, you're not going to be some stupid criminal, God willing, that's going to even understand this shit or be even interested in it. And furthermore, I just think, I've seen it, dude. The cops understand fully almost what you're doing. It's weird. You know what I mean? The cops, I think, understand when you're trying to separate or make a distinction between yourself and the citizen.
Right. I was gonna say real quick, yeah, because they, in my view, they were sworn in by the original constitutional republic, swearing in process, but then they're also owned by their corporate leaders. So it's they're kind of 50.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why they are insured. They're insured by the reason it has to be corporate, because it has to be something that's insurable, because they're doing a job where what they're liable for is deprivation of rights under the color of law. So that corporation, it's good it's a corporation because you can sue it. It's insured because it has to guarantee the protections with its sworn oath to protect. Part of that oath, though, says that, hey, U.S. citizens don't get dick. And then everyone's like, well, why am I being treated like shit? Well, it's you're going in and saying you're a chair is for one. There's a lot more to it, but that's one strike against you. You know what I mean? It's the idea that we don't know who we are, and we're acting as though we're, and we're proud to be something that has no rights. It doesn't mean that it's a bad thing and America sucks. It means that you have to have an understanding of where these things are involved, what
You're
they
too
do.
advanced, Isa, than the common man. You have to understand that.
Well, I think but I think we're
the
all
stuff
capable.
that not the common man doesn't know. So,
right, but that's his point. That's his point, though, and I've heard him say this for years, by the way, and I still don't get it fully, to be honest. But it does make sense, and it's protected by giving you the thinking man, the guy, the one that's intelligent enough to figure out what he's talking about. If there was too many of those, they might be a threat to the system because they'd figure out how to, make sure everybody knew that they were protected, right? But if
we were talking about that last time,
point, to get to that point, then they're not threatened by those people because they realize, oh, it's really actually there for protecting the individual, but you have to do the work to get there, and why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah, but my point is, as long as there's just a few ISAs around here and there, and he's all intentional good, I have nothing against the man. But you know what I'm saying? It's like that knowledge is very rare. Not too many people have it. So as long as it's just a few ISAs, they're not going to bother. But if
Right.
you know, if it builds up and there's a lot of ISAs, the majority, then we have a problem.
Well, that's why, you know, a lot of us would have, at least I wouldn't have heard it anywhere else. So I appreciate him repeating it as many times as he has, because if he's right, that is something that may come in handy at some point.
Absolutely. Yeah. No disrespect to ISA whatsoever.
No, and I think I just think even like the simplest of things, like, you know, learning court procedure. You know what I mean? Like learning court procedure is huge. You know what I mean? Like that is huge. You know, some lawyers don't even understand court procedure. It's weird. But like, you know, our history is so that everything is in writing. And so like, you know, and everything is in writing, and there's a maxim in law that says an unrebutted affidavit shall stand as the truth. So if you're willing to use, let's say, a notary public to have them witness what you're saying is true, and you go into a court of law and you've made the other party an offer, and they themselves have not come under notary seal penalty of perjury, your paperwork is considered to be the truth.
Let me give you a scenario. Let's say I get a ticket and I go before the court and the ticket is $150. Can I say, by your reasoning, and I don't know how I would word it, I would leave that up to you, but can I say, look, I'll offer you like $20. That's the offer I'll make. Do you accept, yes or no?
Yeah, I think I've told people to go do that. You know what I mean? And I've had it work, dude. We discharged the fucking what was it? What was it? It was some student loan fucking thing where it was like, you know, like something like
Hey,
50
if it works, I'll try it, bro. I'm
Check it out,
telling you.
check it out. So it was like 50
But
grand.
discharge is different than offering of $20, right?
Well,
Discharge
no,
is
but it's
actually
not. No, because discharge is the discharge of the debt. Look at it like electricity. It's the discharge of like where a short could happen. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's the like, you know, there is like, it's the solving of the problem. You know what I mean? Because you know, the discharge is like the potential energy, and you're getting rid of it so that there's no threat there. There's nothing there. And so the idea is like when you discharge it, you could discharge it using $20 because they've accepted your offer. And by them accepting the offer, it discharges the obligation. In fact, it's crazy because in the UCC it says that it's either acceptance or refusal is discharge, which is really.
But isn't it kind of like insurance, Issa? Like as long if you're discharging it with your signature on the back of the paper and whatever you do to discharge, they can then go into like, because I'm sure everyone's heard about like our secret accounts where, you know, your name's traded on the stock market and the interest is, you know, you should be able to have access to it, but you don't know enough to get there and all that.
Jeremy brought
I'm
this up.
saying they would get more than the $20 if you discharged it that way, because then they could dip into your account and get what the full price was by you discharging it, right? Rather than $20.
Jeremy asked me a question and had me thinking about this, about how governments work last time we were all running through this. And this is kind of the way I envision it. It's like they run off of credit. So like, you know, if you have like a lot of debt, you know, and you know, you can't really pay your bills. Like, you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to get too much money. Like they're not going to extend you a line of credit too much. But when you start knocking off all that debt that you have, you can get more money from them. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you've shown that you're good for paying some of your debt. Right?
Right. And if you do it by discharging, we brought this up real quick.
Well, what you're doing is you're taking away the obligation of their debt that they owe to you as a man or a woman. on their books, the one who gave them the birth certificate that they identify as, and the person who got that has the social security number. So that's your identifier, that's who that person is who would have the responsibility to discharge it.
Right. And real quick, I'm going to put a link to one of my other friends' channel that does a lot with this, Jazz. Jazz, and also some recommendations for channels that East has talked about. But one of the things I brought up to you one time, and I think you said that this is probably the situation you have to deal with when you discharge debt. Like, say you had a credit card debt, and then you went and discharged it. Well, then, if you're going to do that, then they're going to, according to Jazz at least, what they'll do is they'll report it as not paid, even though you discharged it. And then you have to go and talk to the credit bureau and say, no, it was a legitimate form of payment. And you kind of have to fight it and get your credit cleared, because if you discharge it, it can affect your credit. And you have to go through the paperwork and make sure
Dude,
it doesn't.
I've seen it go, or I've seen both sides of it. Some people, I've seen that happen, and I've also seen it discharged.
Well, no, it gets discharged either way.
Well, no,
it works,
but
whether they report it or not. Yeah.
Right, and that's what I mean. Is that it doesn't necessarily, because it's also the entity who understands what to do can write that off. So if they understand what to do with that paperwork, they could write it off. But instead, somebody who doesn't might go to a collection agency.
Right.
And have
but
it,
you have to stay on top of it
and go through that route. But I mean, yes, you would have to stay on top of it, and every letter they send you, you would have to respond to, because it's when you go silent. And remember, they're going into, everything is in paperwork, but they don't ever come under notary seal. Most people don't go under notary seal. Even worse, they get an attorney who doesn't have any firsthand knowledge of the facts, and he's just going to go and argue with another attorney. And as soon as you've got two parties who are arguing in the courtroom, all the jurisdiction goes to the judge. So that's why it's funny to me when attorneys are like, or someone thinks my argument is so good. It's like, the fact that you're arguing gives the judge jurisdiction. It's when you found the remedy and you provide it to the judge as the agreed upon remedy by their failure to respond. That's when you can't lose. Because they don't want to come under notary seal for whatever reason. So therefore, the only affidavit in front of the judge is your fucking paperwork. And if you've done it correctly, you've got a motion and all the correct procedural shit that he needs to authorize your fucking whatever you want. But I just think of it in the sense that, it may seem complicated, it may seem like this, whatever. But the idea is that there is a way. There is a way to learn.
But do we have to break from the corporation first, or can we do it even within?
Well, you've already, think of it like this. It's like, it's Gio. I know what you're going to say, right? And you say it proudly. Where do you live, Gio?
In consciousness.
Well, right. You could say you live in your body too, right?
I would say I live in the spirit world. Ultimately,
right. But your spirit lives in your body. Would that not be true?
It does for this lifetime, yeah.
Okay, so if you have it, your body is your residence for right now, right? It's not where you're from. You're only here for a little while, and you're going to be going back to where you came from. The idea, right?
On the spirit material connection point, yes, I would say so.
Right. So, when someone says, "Where do you live?" It's, to me anyway, it seems the obvious answer is to, I live in my body, right? So immediately by doing that, I've disconnected myself from the corporation. Now it's, how do I operate with the corporation over here and me understanding where the fuck it is? I don't need to file some paperwork to Ogden, Utah and pay somebody $1,000 to fucking get rid of my citizenship. Nobody needs to do that. In fact, that's like getting rid of your birthright that they've given you.
Yeah, that would be I think of that if you, it's kind of a crude analogy, but it's like owning cattle, where it's like, if somebody owns that cattle, they kind of can do what they want with it. So it's kind of like somewhat the system now, where they can basically just enact certain laws, and then again, they have their military and their police kind of supporting it.
Right, but so check it out, right? So I think it's CFR, which is the Code of Federal Rules. chapter 23, 7211, if my memory serves me correct. And it is that all crimes are commercial. Well, in a system that you have an unlimited amount of ability to discharge any commercial claim, how would we not love it?
Well, the thing I agree with you on is that the original constitutional republic, let's just say the United States, was at least rooted in, at least in our somewhat recent history that we're aware of, has all of this in it, and I completely agree with you. But now it seems like there's been this kind of corporate takeover. But what's interesting about what you're saying is that since the writing is still in there and the actual roots of it are still there, even though it's been kind of covered up by, because they couldn't really annihilate it, because they had to kind of convince us that it was the same system and then slowly take it over. Now, maybe their New World Order thing, that's what they're going to try to do. But what you're talking about, to me, kind of resonates with the idea of like going back to the original actual structures and then holding to those and then seeing if the judge will hold to it as well. And I mean, if you really went all in with it, like you might be able to, get to the Supreme Court or whatever it is. And
Well,
really
no, but there's no reason to get to the Supreme Court. The only reason is to handle my case in that little town with that fucking judge and be on my merry fucking way and let everyone else just fucking wonder what the hell happened.
No, that's fair. The only I hear you for sure, exactly. But the
And
only,
also, real
the only
quick,
reason
I want
I
to
even
clarify.
I just want to say super quick. The only reason I even said Supreme Court was not to say that like that would be the end goal, but I'm just saying like if you were able to hold something to that level, like it could make a larger change, I suppose.
Right, but it's like real quick before I forget, it was chapter 27 of the Code of Federal Rules 72.11. That's what it is, chapter 27. Anyway, the thing is though, like I wouldn't even. It's like, or I was gonna say, it's like I've said before. Like let's say I knew how to like sue NASA, right? Like, and I was gonna sue them for like $1 million for like lying to me about whatever the fuck. Part of my agreement would be that I'd never tell anyone that I just sued NASA. I would make it agreeable for them. You know what I mean? I don't want the whole world to know that, like, let's say NASA paid me $1 million because we went to a quiet court case and they settled.
Yeah, I tend to agree with.
You're saying sue NASA and sign an NDA. That's a good deal.
Right. Because it helps you out. You can then go turn around and maybe take that money and feed people if you wanted to. Do something good with it, whatever you wanted. But I don't need to take down the whole power structure. I just need you to fucking pay me. Thank you.
It's good to idealize stuff, but I tend to agree with Gio what he said about corporate takeover. And it's easy to see where through the lobby system. And we get results like have you seen the latest judge they swore in? The African-American woman, I forgot her name.
The one who's not a biologist?
That would be the one, yes. That's the result of the system we get. They asked her, what is a woman? Can you define woman? And she couldn't answer.
Like, isn't that something they check? Isn't that something they check, like, to make sure, like, okay, you're Samantha Jones or whoever, female, and I'd be like, excuse me, what do you mean by female? Can you define that? And they wouldn't be able to define it?
Yeah. They're completely subject to the corporate takeover. Like, they're thinking, what are they going to think? Like, what are they going to think what I say? Are they going to support my next campaign, right? It's all about the lobby system and money, their next campaign. It's a complete takeover by the corporate entity.
Yeah, I mean, lobbying is a crazy system we got. I don't think lobbying is really good because it's not like the regular people are down there lobbying and getting their voice heard. It's the guys that are pumping millions of dollars into the like big pharma or big oil or whatever.
Yeah, the corporations. It's not hard to see, man. I mean, it's right there in your face.
Well, it all is kind of rooted, like after World War I with the Federal Reserve. I've actually been thinking lately a little bit more about the Titanic sinking, where there were these several people on there that were opposing the establishment of the Federal Reserve against, J.P. Morgan. And J.P. Morgan actually financed the building of the Titanic. He like literally financed all of it and owned the company that made those 3 ships. And anyways, and the people that were on it, there were several people that were like opposing the establishment of the Federal Reserve. And of course, the Titanic sunk. They died. The Federal Reserve was quickly enacted shortly thereafter.
Just like Lincoln, man.
Yeah.
That's an interesting angle. I never heard about that one. The Titanic.
Essentially, the idea that my understanding of it is that it was purposely sunk. The iceberg story is just the cover story. And it was sunk on purpose to essentially kill several of the people, like I said, that were opposing the establishment of the Federal Reserve, like the politicians. And
Yo, did you hear about what they did with the LLC with the Titanic too? Right after the Titanic, fucking whatever, they put they put the boat and something else into an LLC. So when the families tried to sue, all they got was like $90 each, and it was like $400 for a ticket back then.
Oh my gosh!
Didn't the Titanic have a sister ship that was identical? It was called the Olympia.
Right? Yeah, so
something like that.
Something.
And then one they lent out to the military to use, and they fucked it up. So it had like a permanent list to it that was tilting. And didn't they swap the names and send the fucked up ship out to get fucked up because it couldn't get fixed anyway?
Yeah, it was like an insurance, just like they did with 9/11, the big insurance scam.
Yeah.
See, I think they do those huge insurance moves. It's not because they need the money, because they print the money, but by having a huge event like that happen, it's like it sags the markets. Like by doing that huge insurance, play, it causes the markets to shift on a level to where they can then manipulate it more and kind of do their takeover, which I think is similar, like, the trillions of dollars that were missing right before 9/11. It's a similar kind of move that they do. So yeah, there was a huge insurance thing with the Titanic too, like you said, switching the ships and because the real one that sunk would have not actually been the Titanic. It would have been the original Olympia, and then they changed it, or the Olympic.
They're definitely, my bad, they definitely try to fuck the markets up, because if you're sitting on all this money that you don't got so much money you don't even know what to do with it, what do? You fucking crash the market, and then you buy up all these stocks for pennies on a dollar, and now you're sitting on a board, or you have controlling interest or whatever. You have a say in what these companies do that you got for pennies on a dollar instead of spending, a nice chunk of money on it.
Yeah, it's just odd though. Like, you ask anybody, and they're like, "Oh yeah, the Titanic was the one of a kind, the biggest ship in the world at the time," and it's like nobody gives a shit. There were two, like, even after.
Well, it was like a whole psyop. It's weird because they called it the unsinkable ship, and like when you hear about people that were like, that were around back then, like it was, just absolutely, talk about propaganda, like pushed so strongly in everyone's mind that it was the unsinkable ship, and then they didn't put enough lifeboats on it. It sinks. It's just, it's crazy. Like it just seems like a huge psyop. But yeah, I just posted this. It explains a little bit of it on this. Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidore Strauss, who's the head of Macy Department Stores, and John Jacob Astor, probably the wealthiest man in the world, were all killed when it sank. Those three men were in the main opposition to the creation of the U.S. Federal Reserve. By April 1912, all opposition to the Federal Reserve was eliminated. In December of 1913, the Federal Reserve came into being in the United States, controlled. Well, this says controlled by the Illuminati banksters, but yeah, the only reason I actually brought all that up though is to say that it seems like once they had that Federal Reserve, hold on the world, essentially, they then kind of, into the 1920s, the Great Depression, then World War II, and then right out of World War II, you've got NASA and from there, everything forward. So like the idea of the kind of the corporation thing, like that would have been, seems like the main point, because the corporation is run by money and it's controlled by money. So if there was some way that we could, like, that is, to me, it seems like what would need to be shifted. Because like what Issa's talking about, like if we were not controlled by their money, then we could have a whole different system. And of course there is like the police and the military level, but that's what seems like it needs to be unwound so that we can get some semblance of like integrity.
Right, but you can't get there without the discharge of that national debt. That's why they shot Lincoln. That's why they fucking. That's why they. took all those dudes out on the Federal Reserve. This is what's interesting about the time we're in right now, is that we have an opportunity where at the end of the 3 terms of 70-year contracts, which we were up in 1999, now you think 20 years later, we're dealing with the resolution to this issue. And I think, but you can't escape this issue without discharging the national debt.
But isn't the debt theirs? I mean, it's their system, it's their money, it's their BS. Because when they write, money to be printed from the Fed, they just basically, issue it, even though it comes from nothing.
I often think of it like this, Gio. It's like
it's their debt. Fuck their debt.
And can you forget their debt that they owe to you? Now,
well, yeah.
Can you forgive them the debt that they owe you? And that becomes the philosophical question of, can you forgive this system, or whatever you want to fucking label it as? Can you forgive them in order for everybody to be forgiving each other and get out of the system? And most people are like, I'll never forgive them. I'll never, and that's where you hear all the fucking anger. And then you realize people are their own worst enemy because they themselves cannot forgive themselves out of this issue.
Now break that down, Issa, because I've heard you say that a lot too. And okay, so first of all, getting out of the system, what does that do for us?
Well, I'm just trying to say, even not even getting out of the system, but in order to get out of the system, you have to have the books balanced. Everybody has to be even. Like, a contract is only done, like, let's say you hire a plumber to come in and fix your fucking whatever like that. Well, you're only doing business until he's come in and fixed your shit and left. And you've paid him. And now everybody's whole for what they've done. Right? So, in the same thing with this contract, it needs to be completed before you can even move on from it. Doesn't mean you have to never do business with each other again.
But what if we just disengage?
That's why they shot Lincoln. That's why they shot JFK. That's why they'll come after you. That's why they'll make, you know what I mean? That's why it never ends.
Right. They don't want us breaking away, of course.
Well, no, it's not that they don't want you. It's that they owe you. It's like they're chasing you because they think you're the employee of their group that owes this mystical figure. Well, it turns out the mystical figure that they're trying to actually get the money to pay is fucking you. But you don't know that, so you think you're part of the fucking employee structure, and you're trying to help pay the money, the fucking or whatever, or you're saying this is stupid. Oh my God, there's no way I could pay this debt. You're right. There is no way you could pay the fucking debt, and there's no way for them to pay the debt. So can you not turn around, recognize, well, as the priority security interest holder, I'll set off, let's discharge that thing because I am the priority security interest holder. I'm not one you're looking for that you're going to eventually want to pay anyway. And the problem is that nobody understands that but the judge. So you wind up in a courtroom when you're dealing with
okay, so you make it. Well, you make it okay. So you make it sound like that discharging the debt would be good for the system, right?
Well, it'd be good for the dollar. It'd be good for everything.
Okay, so then why wouldn't they want to give us more hints on how to do that?
Because they themselves do not know, and this is why I said the system is from God. Because I don't know who fucking made this complicated, weird ass shit, but it's fucking intriguing enough and intellectual enough that it just has supernatural written all over it somehow. I don't fucking know. But
that goes back to like the roots. I was going to say real quick, the roots of the system go back to like ancient spiritual texts and structures, I think, as well.
Right, dude. Yeah, man. They're not ignorant of that. They're not ignorant of that.
They can't get rid of it. They can't get rid of it. They've tried to control us through the church and all that. But see, that's the thing. They can't get rid of it. But perhaps their New World Order is going to be their attempt to do so.
Think about it like this, though. Those judges, let's say they know some of this shit, right? And they come in there, you go in there, and he says to you, well, who are you? You say, well, I'm so-and-so, Jimmy, whatever, bag of donuts. I live at 233 fucking Flower Street. You know what I mean? Like, automatically he knows he's dealing with a fucking nut job who's got nothing coming. Because your identity, you've given up. You're in a room that says "In God We Trust," and you don't even try to call upon the idea that you're the son of Adam, even if you were weird about it.
Well, but it's not really a nut job. It's just a regular person that was never taught how to use the car that's sitting in his driveway.
Only because their parents forsook their own religion, man. I don't know what to say. It's like, and then you could start trying to blame people and shit. But that's why the point is that it's each one teach one.
Right, but it's really hard information. I mean, even though you're telling us directly what you've learned, it's even hard for us to understand what you're saying completely. So, not to say we should just say everyone's, not responsible for whatever. But yeah, I know what you're saying. But most people don't know how to figure this out and wouldn't know even if you told them how
You
to
know, the
do
thing
it.
that
And
gets me though,
you
bro,
said even they
it's
don't
like
know.
this, bro. It's like this though. You know that old like thing, like where like, somebody says like, you say to like an incredible musician or something like, "Wow, you're gifted," and they're like, "No, no, no, I just practice a lot." And then well, no, you just have a special talent. And it's like, no, 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 I practice like about an hour and a half every day. And they're like, well, it's because it's a God's gift to you that you understand how to play music. And no, 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 I practice every day. So if somebody like myself
Well,
can
it's a
do
little
it,
of both.
that's where I think of it. Like, it's like, I think of it like, you just have to do the practicing. You have to do the woodshedding.
Yeah.
You have to take the books. You have to go want to know it. You have to want to know it. Because nobody taught me
Right.
this shit. Like, I fucking fought for every little ounce of this information by myself. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's
Right.
why I look at it
I
like,
took
at
notes.
least
Did you see the thing I posted? Did you see the thing I pasted in the live? See the thing I pasted, Issa, the notes that I took from one of your talks?
No,
Have you found that? Have you found that talk, by the way, that you said you were going to look for? That it was called let's see, it was Visigoth. Visigoth did a podcast with the Informer.
Yeah, I sent you that, right? That video.
No, you said you were going to look for it. You weren't
I
talking to
sent
me
it to you.
at the time. It was
I
someone
sent
else.
it to you. Sorry, man. No, I sent it to you. It's in a
Really?
private message. Yep, I think so. Yep.
Was it
I
Visigoth?
looked it up and I was like, no shit. I was like, nice. Yeah, Visigoth and the Informer. But here's the thing: you start listening to like, in my process, the way I came up was like it was all a bunch of angry fucking sovereign types, and then a bunch of depressing fucking sovereign types. You know what I mean? And everything's we're all just slaves, and like they even because of the district system, we have no fucking whatever. And then that's where when I found like Gordon Hall really was that was the switch to where you realize like, wait a minute, this is actually could be positive in a lot of ways. Now Gordon Hall's an interesting character, and I don't whatever I like the guy. I would defend him as I think he's pretty cool from what I've learned. However, he's his own bag of whatever. But from what I learned from him was that positive twist of, hey, this is a game to be played and to be won, and and that also God is good, and that He wouldn't create a game for us that we couldn't win.
I do hear you on all that, but like, where does the interface come to? Like I was mentioning, like, police, military. Like, for example, in terms of like being a constitutional republic, there's absolutely no legal ramification for, let's say, making cannabis illegal and imprisoning people for it. But the federal corporation thing enacted that, and as far as in our lives, I mean, now cannabis is more legal and whatnot. But I mean, let's say back in the 90s, you get caught with a tiny bit of weed and boom, you're in jail, you're on probation, you're fines like crazy. I mean, it's crazy. Some people are spending like life sentences in jail for having some weed. So it's unbelievable.
You want to know something, dude? I gotta go.
But just to finish my point on, I'm just saying, like, when they have the police, it's like you can't. Like, how do you get out of that? You know what I mean? Like, because they have the kind of muscle there.
Well, I'll tell you what. Just recently, right over the last, like, friend. I don't know if you know about like the Last Prisoner Project, like any of that shit with like the weed advocates and shit. Like I know I know a lot of people, right? So it's called the Last Prisoner Project, and a friend of mine is heavily in it and all this shit like that. But they got involved with some grow house that was in Jersey and wound up getting arrested for it. The chick that listened to me got all her shit back and the charges dropped. The kid who didn't, who I love dearly, ended up fucking doing like 2 years. So, my thing is that's why that's why you would want to know this, is because yes, the military wing of the fucking government is no fucking joke. So you better have your fucking ducks in a row because they understand the procedure. They're going by the book. If you go by the book, you can win. It's people who aren't going by the book in whatever way, shape, or fashion that are getting wrecked.
See what it is, Isa? What you're saying will work for the single man and this and that. But I think what I'm trying to say, and I think what Gio is trying to say, we're looking at it in a more general, more global sense. More.
Oh no,
You know
I
what
get
I'm
it.
saying?
But you know what? It's also like see, here's something else too. I
Keep
learned
that global season.
is that it's usually but here's the thing: it's the most. it's and I'm not saying this about you guys because I was very much in the camp of like I want to change the world at one point in my life, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But the point is that it's like, we have to have our own shit in order. And it's like, take these lefties that want to make everyone fucking, get electric vehicles and everything like that. They're doing it out of some earnest belief that they're going to help the world. So you have the most unhinged lunatic trying to impose their fucking view of the world on the world because they think they're right, even though they're an unhinged lunatic. So it's like, and then that's what tells you, like, the real intelligence moves to change what you can. And this is the kind of shit you can change. How you deal with something on an individual basis at a one-time shot. You know what I mean? Like how you deal with things versus how the world is going to adapt to your opinion. It's like, only the most insane people want to change the world kind of a thing. And it's only when when we realize like, dude, I was there. You know what I mean? Like I was a fucking pro-Palestinian motherfucker back in the day, dude. Like, shit, I used to walk around the Lower East Side with a fucking wife beater that I wrote in a fucking, I think, it's a PLO, Death to Israel, dude. Like trying to fucking fist fight people on the fucking street because
Yeah, I'm not
that's
saying
how
that, bro. I'm saying
that's how I
find the
fucking
middle
felt.
ground. I mean, there's no.
I'm just saying, like, when people start get like, oh, you love the system, and like, dude, I have fucking warred. I like, you know what I mean, over my shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at one point, like, I did want to change the world, dude, but I just learned that that was naive and stupid of me at the time. It's just, but it was part of my trip. Whatever.
And real quick, let me just say, I think part of you mentioned before, I think you're kind of saying that part of the psyop that they're putting us through is to try to get us to hate the system, to try to get rid of the system that actually is there to protect us and give us benefits that no other system ever has.
No, part of the hope is giving people hope, like I said, that you can make a change like that. But you can't really. There's only one way to change the system. There's only one way.
Which is
what? Well, I mean,
revolution.
Well, see, like,
they won't give you up the power. These money boys, they run the show. Any country that goes against them, look at all the wars: Syria, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, Russia. All these countries are not on the IMF, right? It's as simple as that. It's mob. It's like a mob thing. It's my territory against your territory. Like, it's as simple as that, man. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Have you ever read Hannah Arendt? You ever heard of Hannah Arendt? She wrote a book.
Doesn't matter what you say, Isa. It really doesn't matter, bro.
Well, do you go ahead, Isa?
Well, Hannah Arendt wrote a book called On Revolution. And, like, I hope you would understand my point, I see Montreal. Like, I literally used to walk down the Lower East Side in a wife beater that said "Death to Israel," ready to fist fight fucking anyone who thought otherwise, dude. Like, I thought revolution was the move, dude. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not naive to what you're proposing. What I'm saying is that, like, for instance, like, I read this book by Hannah Arendt and, like, on revolution, and it took the wind out of my sails because I realized what a fucking pawn one would have to be to join a revolution because it's going to get infiltrated, taken over, and you're going to fucking go to jail for 20 years for some shit your friends did. So, like, it's like welcome to the show kind of shit. It's naive.
And they may want a stage of revolution to take away what we thought we were fighting for. It seems like that might be where they're headed.
Even worse is they clamp down and say, oh, everything got a little more violent. Now we're going to fucking really clamp down and shit. I mean, do you know about, like, the Battle of Algiers, Essie?
The Battle of Algiers?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell me what's the significance?
Well, the French, there's a great movie called The Battle of Algiers, but in Algeria, the French government was in control, and you should watch the movie, man. Battle of Algiers, and like, I used to be all into, like, Che Guevara, all that shit, dude. And, like, read the Motorcycle Diaries, like, studied fucking, just thought I was so cool, right? Fucking, and but, like, the Battle of Algiers, the French government was in control, and it's all about this, like, terrorist cell that's in Algeria, and they're fighting on behalf of their freedom fighters, and they're doing all kinds of, like, anarchistic tactics, right? Which I'm not going to get into, and it's about, like, how they were, they were fought against and they were tortured and all this kind of stuff, and if I'm not mistaken, it's like they ended up it was De Guerre or something like that. One of the generals. I forget if they won or not, but it's like it got so extremely violent and brutal, dude, and it was just disgusting. And you see it in that movie, man, you know. But revolution is not as romantic and as I think as people think.
No, I'm not making it out to be, and I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm saying I agree with you that you can make change on a personal one-on-one level, and I admire what you're doing. But to make the change that I was talking about, it can't be done that way. That's what I'm saying. The people in power, doesn't matter what you say, what you think, that they want that. They want people like to philosophize, and it doesn't matter as long as they run the show, and they always have been.
Well, they
right?
also do you not think that they
As
want
long as you go shop with that dollar bill tomorrow, anything you say doesn't matter.
right? But do you think like let's say like somebody were to go like have some sincere revolutionary movement and there's a violent activity? Like, you know, do you think the government's going to clamp down on everybody? Or do you think it's going to be like, you know what, you guys were right?
I think we stand no chance the
Right.
way
So,
we are
like,
now.
so it's
Yeah.
so what you're proposing then is a suicide mission.
I just clearly stated I'm not proposing that. I'm saying
Well,
for the kind of
do you,
change that for a one-on-one, what you're doing is great. I'm saying for a greater change, it won't work. That's all I'm saying. I'm not proposing revolution.
okay, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like for a greater, yes, I understand what you mean. But yes, on an individual basis, I think like, you know, it's like take like just even if like the fathers of the communities took time to study the tradition of an American family, i.e., the man was supposed to be the businessman, the attorney, the doctor of the household, and like and I just think when we take to the tradition and we understand our Christian heritage, we understand how the Christian heritage has affected our legal heritage, and we understand that the actual legal heritage is so it actually regards the ecclesiastical religious side so highly because it answers all of the procedural issues as well. Like, and I often think of like, man should have dominion over the whole earth. Well, therefore, this is a part of what man is supposed to have dominion over. And I think the judges would understand that only a man who has dominion over the earth would actually would know enough about this and be honorable enough to execute it, so that so that you're doing the business of the court and the business, and you're making your moral case for what you're doing, but you're handling the public and the private side and leaving nothing to anybody, because you understand that you're in control of it. You're in control of the private side and the public side, so there's no room for reproach. That's the idea. But there's also the understanding that you could have done wrong, and that's why God has given us the language "forgive me," because forgiveness is the currency of heaven, if you will.
I admire you for your. Was that you, Jeremy? Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I've been listening to Issa for 7 years now, and I think he's on top of his game. I saw him go from just starting out and learning about this to the man he is now, and so I've heard it before, and I get something new every time. Actually, I was just going to recommend Eric Hoffer, The True Believer, was a book back in the '60s. I think you might have even read some of it at one point, Issa. But I was familiar with it before that. But it's about mass movements, and the people that are in charge definitely know how to manipulate the masses, right? As we know, and they may give us, like I was saying, somewhat of a revolution because that's what's needed at the time. And it may feel like a win, but it may be a loss. So that's the problem, Like if we talk about revolution, we got to be really careful about what we're buying into and what the results
Too
really
is
are.
like, and look at like, I mean, even just take a look at like the whole hippie movement was created out of fucking, what's that? Laurel Canyon in fucking Hollywood. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, watch out what
Yep.
revolution you're joining. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, and who
Tavistock.
knows? Yeah, who knows who's leading the show? You know what I mean? But one thing they can't control is the individual. They don't know which way he's turning. You know what I mean? And this is the other thing too about government, dude. They're like trying to herd 330 million cats. You know what I mean? It's chaos to them. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to keep up appearances like they got it all under control. You know? I'm just saying, like, it's, and, but I'm just saying, like, don't, I remember there's a good book called By Way of Deception, and it was a book written by an Israeli Katska, which are the agents for the Mossad or whatever. And he wrote, and he said, like, how they used to get these CIA guys, and they were so prim and proper because they were all, didn't have a record, never had a problem, da 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 da. And they would have to tell them that, and the guy goes, we tell them 95% of crime you get away with. And like they like had to break it down, like how they taught these dudes to be fucking criminals, because that's what you have to be able to do, right? And like one of the statistics was to try to get them to be badasses was like, hey, you're probably not going to get caught, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, I know you think like, I don't know. It was an interesting point in the book.
Yeah, to bring it back to flat Earth, like I like to ask people in general if anyone wants to talk about it. What it seems like there's kind of this unspoken goal that we all have in mind that we all really can't describe. Like we're not going to ever get them to force us to tell us the truth, right? So we're not going to look to them to say, oh, okay, you caught us, now we'll tell you the truth about everything. That's not going to work. And a revolution, no one's going to put their cell phones down and pick up a gun, and we know it's useless anyway, just a suicide mission. So yeah, really, I think we've already won in a lot of ways because we've normalized the conversation enough to the point where now the people that were laughing at us just don't want to talk about it. They're running away from us, and it's not laughed at all. It's actually most people know we're right, but just don't want to know we're right. So, that's the big win. Plus the inner revolution that you come to by realizing that there's a bigger picture than what you've been told. But, does anyone else have any idea what the goal would be that we're working towards, if there is one, or if you could even think of what it would be? Like in the best possible goal, realistic? Like SE Montreal, what do you think?
I would say our only hope is to get the message out to a wider audience. But if that happens, then we're in real danger. So, warning. That's
a catch-22, isn't it?
Yep.
Right. And they know that, right?
Yeah, as long as you're small, you don't have to worry about it. But if the message grows and you get big, you're gone. It's as simple as that.
Or they may use it to their advantage. Like, what if they absorbed flat Earth and then started like indoctrinating us with some weird, biblical shit that wasn't really true either. Not that the Bible's not true necessarily, but that they may interpret the Bible in the way they want to do, the way they used to. Like, I think one of the things that Issa and I agreed on, like, it could have been a lot worse, not to give them any excuses, but if we were, raised with the flat Earth and they told us we're in a dome, you can't go outside this perimeter, God's always watching you masturbate, whatever it is they wanted to, that could be another way that they, played it out. But like Issa says, the space religion gave people the opportunity to be non-secular. And he
You
can
know
explain
what,
it
bro?
better.
You said something very ingenious right there, which I never thought of, which is, and it's been done in history before. What if they take over? What if they say, okay, yeah. Like, I'll give you an example. In the Eastern Roman Empire, which was then, I believe, was the Byzantine Empire under King Constantine, they adopted Christianity. They were killing people before, right? Crucifying them. And then when the movement got too big, they said, wait a minute, man, this is too powerful. Why don't we take it over? So maybe you're onto something, bro.
Well, what if that was part of the plan to begin with, and they want to get us into smart cities? And I've said this before, but if you haven't heard it, what if the plan is to eventually absorb flat Earth, or the reason they rolled it out was to get us into this flat Earth mentality, unite the world under that new realization with this dome over us, and then they could say, oh, well, now the air is contaminated and it's trapped inside with the dome. So now you got to get in these little smart cities to protect yourself with these little small domes from the air in the big dome. It'd be the perfect way to Pied Piper us into it. Or the other thing is to tell us that it's an infinite plane and there's outer ponders, and that's where the UFOs always came from. And now we got to do what they say, or be their friends or whatever else. They have real-time gods that are either benevolent or damning or whatever they want. There are UFOs. We all know that. It's probably their technology. But even some flat earthers would believe that, because most of us think, yeah, there's probably more land.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, anything's possible after that. If they adopt, like when they adopted Christianity, yeah, they agreed with the 10 Commandments. They built churches. They put their popes in. They put their cardinals in. You understand? They took over the system through the church.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe.
If they came out tomorrow and was like, yo, Earth's flat and we're in a dome, people would be flocking to the dome with hammers and chisels trying to get a piece of it. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
You know the story of the
I doubt
Tower of Babel? You know that story? You guys heard of that story?
Of course.
They tried to make a tower. Yeah. So what if that's what's going on, and they're like, yo, we can't let people go to the dome because it'll fuck everything up just like it did last time. So we're gonna we'll tell them Earth's a globe and shit. I don't know. Who knows? There could be a lot of stuff going on that we don't know about.
I don't think people have the means to even get there. Even if they do get there, I think that if the plan was to use flat Earth to get to another stage of society, then they made sure the perimeter was secure before they did that. And people can't get there anyway. Who's going to take a boat out there, go and start hammering it? And who would know what hammering it even does? Like that story about them.
We don't know what hammering is.
That makes no sense. Like, I don't think they were ever trying to break.
We don't know what hammering it does, but we're idiots and we don't care and we can't be contained.
We're already contained. The ball contains us anyway.
I know, but I'm telling you, if people, dude, if they came out with people, okay, first of all, we can go to Antarctica. People could definitely go there. We would bring the chisels and our hammers and we'd try to chisel a little piece off, souvenir, try to get out, whatever. Whatever you got going on, we want to get out. We don't want to be caged up. We want to see what's on the other side. Break on through to the other side. Remember that?
Yeah, but think about it's perfect timing though, because they have the virtual reality now, right? And you can escape to other worlds in that way. You don't need to go to outer lands any longer. They want people to. I think part of this whole thing that's going on is to get us to, like, the real reality to be just as fake as the fake reality. So it doesn't even matter where you go. If you're in the virtual world or in a real world, it's just as fake, right?
Now, look, what Jeremy's trying to say, I think, is this. If right now everybody thinks that they live in a sphere, right? It's a limited territory. If they go up anywhere away from that land, they're going to end up in outer space, right? But if they come and they tell you, look, right where Alaska is, it's not really the end. There's like more land there. There's like a barrier there. You think not everybody's going to want to go over there and see what's going on?
There's going to be a lot of people going over there with their chisels and their hammers, and they're going to want to see, what's on the other side. They're going to try to get a peek of it, touch it, all kinds of shit.
But that's why they use the outer ponders in coordinates with the announcement. Because if they give you the demonstration with the blue beam technology or the green screens that they use or whatever, and they announce these outer ponders that are basically ancient aliens, but there are ancient ancestors who have developed, beyond our capabilities, and they're, the ones where the UFOs come from. And then you do some demonstration with directed energy weapons or make them scary. No one's going to want to go fuck with them or go to the wall even near them. Or you could even say, yeah, we can go to the outer ponds, but you have to earn it, right? Then they could have a heaven outer pond or a hell outer pond. They could just create the whole, paradigm right there with, paying. It's just like going to Mars. You have to pay your life savings to go to Mars, And if you want to pay your life savings, yeah, we'll give you a trip to the Paradise Outer Pond. And we'll never know if they go or not. But they could just say it. Or they could actually make a place that people go and it looks just like Disneyland. And people live to be 3 times as long. Even if it's not true, they could say that and people will believe it. But it's so much more accessible and usable. To get people to think that they're going to outer space to a planet, that's really, maybe people think that in their minds, but they don't literally want to go there. Nobody does. It's ridiculous. 9 out of 10 people that got in the rocket would chicken out once they realize they're about to go that high to outer space. When they really think about it, and it's barren. This way, you could have like a paradise already constructed because it's more advanced than your civilization, and use that as the lure.
I don't know.
There's a lot more opportunity for psyops with this, and it could be true there's outer ponds, but they may just tell us there's outer ponds. Either way,
I think either way they're not going to tell us, because if we didn't learn our lesson from the Tower of Babel, I don't know. If there's outer ponds, why would they tell us? Why would they tell us? Why wouldn't they keep all those resources and land for themselves?
Because we don't know how to get there. They have the special keys. They have the special access to the people there. It's just like having real-time gods. They can say what the outer ponders want or don't want, and they can use the directed energy weapons to make us scared as fuck of ever going near it.
Yeah.
What was the lesson learned from the Tower of Babel?
Don't fucking go near the dome.
Or?
Well, what happened in the story? We got split up.
Well, it was about God, right? It was about God confusing our language, right?
Yeah, he split us up, made us different languages.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want people organized. If you're trying, okay, let's pretend you're a creator and you're trying to keep people inside this thing. Kind of getting outside of this thing. Split them up, have them speak different languages. Now they can't communicate with each other good. They got their own societies and their own civilizations, and they're worried about themselves. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, if they wanted to do a depopulation thing instead of doing the jabs, well, yeah, go ahead, go for the dome. We got like a little perimeter set up, and it's a little suicide mission. You want to take it? Go ahead. We got aim. Yeah, we got radar on anybody getting close to it, and that's the price you pay, because we told you don't go near the dome.
I used to think that depopulation thing was bullshit, but with the level of automation that's coming up, honestly, like, most of the people are going to be worthless. You don't really need, right now, the way the system's set up, you need a lot of people, because we got this fucked up economy it's a Ponzi scheme. It depends on, you need constant growth for it. But with automation, when automation comes in, these people are going to be worthless. They're just going to be a drain. They're not going to do anything. What
about the virtual worlds? What about virtual worlds? All the jobs and opportunity. It's like having all these new worlds that people can be employed in.
Don't fucking do nothing. What? Virtual worlds?
Yeah. Like it's like a version of reality that you can still be employed through, but you're going to have like basically, a feeding tube. You don't really have the enjoyments of the real world any longer because you're so involved in the virtual world.
The virtual world's nonsense. It's not even real. In the real world, they're really going to have to put resources to you. They're going to need to pay rent, keep your house cool. They're going to have to put a lot of resources to keep you alive, let alone in a virtual world or not, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're still going to have to put real resources to keep you alive. And, they don't really, once automation hits, they're not really going to need us. We won't even serve a purpose. Why? What do they need us for? They don't need maids or butlers anymore. They got little robots running around. They don't need people to clean their shitters or build their houses or make their yachts or whatever. It's all
I go back and forth too. Like the ideal communist type ideal utopia would be like to scale it down and then have it mostly automated, so that you could have a little utopia as long as you don't have too many people. That seems like that would be a reasonable plan. But then at the same time, the more people, the more growth, the more, you know, the more abundance. Does anyone else have any thoughts on depopulation, whether that's part Issa? What do you think? Are you still here?
I mean, dude, you could have the automation and an unlimited amount of people, but these people are greedy motherfuckers. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Who knows?
I think they're very aware of what people know and don't know, and they know exactly what we're talking about as we speak, as well as what potential they have for using whatever we might or might not believe to their advantage. And, you know, and their minds probably justified by saying, well, we're going to have a golden age, you know, of some sort. And that this is the price we're paying right now. We're at the time of sacrifice, and we're going to take away everything you love and then give it back to you and make a killing on it. But, you know, that sacrifice is going to make it feel like a brand new, you know, reality that you appreciate from not having it. It's like starving you for a little while, give you like, you know, a good meal. Maybe.
I mean, these people are psychopaths, so who knows? You know, on one hand, they might want to, you know, they might see us as this people just using resources. Like it's just we would just be a waste of resources after a certain point. Like, what are you gonna do? Give everyone universal basic income? Where's that money come from? You can't just keep printing money. Like, I don't know if heads know this, but everyone thinks they can just you can't just print unlimited money because your money won't be worth anything after a while. So like, where's the money going to come from? They're going to end up just paying us for nothing. Like it doesn't seem like a feasible plan to do that. I wouldn't do that. I would just kill everyone if I was one of these psychopathic motherfuckers. Like, I'm not going to just pay these guys to sit around and do nothing. Let's just fucking kill them.
That's what the war is for.
You know, they have unlimited resources already if it's an infinite plane, right?
That's what the wars are for.
The wars? Well, the wars are if you're not in the IMF. I wanted to speak to that earlier. It's like you have a gang. Pretend you have a gang and you go in a store and you're like, yo, I'm here to, you know, I keep you safe, but I need protection money. I need protection money. So they're like, all right, here's your $100 a week or whatever. And then if you don't come with the $100 a week, they're gonna fuck you up. That's what they do to anyone who doesn't use the money system.
That's exactly what it is, bro. Yep. In a nutshell.
Yeah.
And then you have Isa, the one little shopkeeper, Isa, trying to fight the system. Poor guy meaning well, you know. They'll leave him alone if he just, you know, maybe one or two, but if he gets too big, they'll mess him up. It's gone. Sorry, Isa, I love you, brother.
Well, what about flat Earth? Is that fucking the system? Why aren't they killing us off?
Because we're mosquitoes to them now. We're nothing. Well, we have 100 people listen to us, 400 people, let's say. Big deal.
Yeah, how many people are really in this arena? Like, if you added up all the Oakley views and Jeranism views, like, how many people are actually onto this? You know what I'm saying? A few thousand, 10,000.
I would say 9 out of 10 people in America know about flat Earth now. Whether they know it's flat or not, or know it's not a ball, I'd say at least 9 out of 10 have at least heard about it.
I heard about unicorns. I mean, I don't think that really.
It's not the same as unicorns, though, because they've most likely been engaged in a conversation with someone who either, you know, has heard about it or knows someone who has, you know, learned about it. And like I said, you know, they're running away from the conversation. They're not laughing at it anymore, and they have to start by laughing at it. And then the next stage is to start, you know, looking at why people are taking it seriously, and then realize why people are taking it seriously, and then eventually they're going to use it. Like I said, there's all kinds of hints. They got it in The Simpsons. They got Barack Obama talking about it. Even if it's supposedly negative, it's actually a positive, because people wouldn't have even thought about it unless he's saying we don't have time for a flat Earth society. Now we got 2 major commercials that they run all the time. One with Ewan McGregor and one with McConaughey, whatever his name is, and he's like in space, going space to final frontier, and he's got a spacesuit on, and then he goes, nah. And then you see he's in a fucking hot air balloon. And then the other one,
telling
with,
you, before people,
Ewan McGregor, he's walking with, astronauts on strings, and then he walks behind the TV, and they're looking like they're in space. They're telling you about the PSYOP in your face in major commercials.
Yeah, before anyone's gonna take us serious, I think we need to really like get a measurement down.
Are you serious about those commercials though? Those two, because I don't watch TV anymore. So
Yeah, I'll post them in the chat right now.
cool. I'd like to see those.
There's all kinds of predictive programming going on with this. Whether they plan on using it to their advantage or not, or whether it was a rollout from the very beginning, I'm not even making that claim. I'm just saying they're using it already to gaslight us, at least.
Before anyone's gonna take us serious, we're definitely gonna need a measurement.
They've got
Still
measurements.
water or something.
They've got measurements. What are you talking about?
For flat Earth?
Measurement or an average, Jeremy?
Dude, fuck that bullshit.
That's how you do measurements. You just take the average of 3 measurements.
Listen, you're gonna tell me light's not refracting sideways or something. We got measurement. Light's not refracting left or right or whatever. We got measurement. Let's see the measurements, man. Don't just say, "Yo, we got them." You can't have them. I don't have them. We have an average. Who knows if they've made a mathematical error while taking the average, or who knows?
Crazy stuff, man. They
have They have no measurements. He was bluffing all morning. I couldn't take it anymore. I was about to spaz out. I didn't eat breakfast yet. Bluffing.
I heard you were gonna pop a vein there. Yeah.
Straight up bluffing, bro. I went over this bullshit for 3 days in Gems one weekend. I had a long weekend. I spent all 3 days on this spherical excess shit. Finally, I fucking brought it to Bev. Bev opened my eyes on a lot of he's like, that's not a fucking measurement, because it was going 3 minutes. Sorry, it was going 3 decimal places past the arc second. Bev's like, there's no way. I was like, oh shit, this isn't even a measurement. So I went back. I'm like, where's the measurements? And they're like, oh, it's an average. Averages are measurements, and they've been arguing that ever since. That bullshit.
Yeah, it's all crap. Yeah.
Who the fuck thinks an average is a measurement? That's just dumb.
Yep.
Well, you ever ask what a henway is?
Here we go.
About 10 pounds.
Anyway,
Okay.
Good one. How much does a hen weigh?
Yeah, about 10 pounds. The oldest joke ever.
I don't get it.
A hen, bro. How much does a hen weigh? A chicken?
Or what's a hen weigh? 10
What's
pounds.
the joke,
buddy.
though?
We're using an approximation as a measurement. About 10 pounds.
All right.
You gotta be there, man.
I don't get it.
Anyway, I was gonna
Is it
say I
supposed to be
like
funny?
those Matthew McConaughey Lincoln car commercials. Remember those? How awesome those were. Where he
I
was
don't know. I
like,
loved him in The Wolf of Wall Street.
sometimes you gotta go back to actually move forward. Where you been? How you got there? See where you're going. I just liked it.
We don't. Do we have measurements of flat Earth or what?
Yeah.
What do we got?
I'll send you the wiki page that has all the measurements. Yeah.
It's on Wiki?
There's a wiki flat Earth. Yeah.
All right.
I think what
break me
Jeremy's
up with
asking
that
is,
shit.
do we have measurements of flat Earth, not measurements that we claim doesn't work with a ball Earth? Because at least all of the things I've seen are just, here's what the ball Earth should be, and I don't find that. Not, here's what the flat Earth should be, and I do find that.
I'll post it, see if anyone wants to look into it.
I mean, just break me off with one real quick in the voice chat because I'm at work right now.
All right.
What's the big one? Like a number
I
one
just from
measurement?
the other server. Just have to go to their wiki page here. Long distance tests, man. There's lots of long distance tests. There was one that was done just recently at 35 miles.
That's exactly what I'm describing, though. That's not proving the flat. That's disproving globe.
Right. So if it's 35 miles,
what can we do?
So you're saying it's a bigger globe?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just to do with the measurements. I'm saying what Jeremy's asking for is measurements of the.
There's lots of ways to disprove the globe.
Yeah, we need to measure still water being flat or something. All right.
Yeah, some exclusively indicative evidence, flat Earth.
Yeah, like water, flat, still water, not curving. That'd be a flat
Because
Earth.
you could do all of your
measurement.
long-range tests, but exactly as you just said, new perspective, it could be a bigger ball. It could be not a ball, but also not flat. It could be a whole bunch of things.
It can't be a bigger ball. You guys are locked into the R value at this point.
Yep.
You couldn't just change. You couldn't just change R. Your whole shit would fall apart. What's up?
Could you change R? Do you believe in the R value?
There is no, and R we trust. No, there is no
so
R.
Evidently, it's okay that some people discard the R value. Does it mean that it is definitely now flat?
No, but then you got like all the other reasons. Like we don't. Okay, so it's a bigger ball. Great. We still don't feel movement. We still don't see any curvature. I mean, all the other reasons that flat earthers have really pretty much realized that we're not on a ball are there.
But see, from the globe perspective, you're not supposed to see curvature from your perspective, and you're not supposed to feel the movement due to our sensory thresholds. I mean, it's kind of strong.
We've all heard it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of like
those aren't straw men, though. Those are observations saying that we don't observe the things that we would expect to if we were on something shaped and working like you think it is. Isn't the same as a straw man. He's not saying that those are your arguments that we would see those things. That would be the straw man.
We're getting way off track. What we need is a measurement of still water and it not, it being flat. That's what we need. Like we don't need, I don't know what other.
That's right.
Like that's what heads ain't gonna take us serious until we have that. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Well, why do we care if they take us serious? Who's going to take us serious? Who do you mean take us serious?
I don't know. What are we doing here?
Exactly. What are we doing? If Flat Earth ever goes mainstream, it's because they wanted it to go mainstream, is my point.
I don't know about that, but I'm just saying, like, if you want to, they control it to an extent. You could buy any airtime you want with enough money.
You can't just go put whatever you want on airtime just because you bought it. You know that.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. Yeah, you can. I could make I could go rent a billboard right now. I could go rent a billboard right now and put Flat Earth on it, and the guy that rents me the billboard doesn't give a fuck as long as he gets his money.
It's different
than
a
Super Bowl
examples
of that. There's that woman.
A Super Bowl
with,
commercial. That's what I'm talking. You can't just
speech in the UK for putting up a definition of the word woman on a billboard. Say it's an adult female human.
Yeah, there's been Flat Earth billboards. There's been Flat Earth billboards already. That's not anything new. I'm just talking about like a Super Bowl commercial. Yeah, but you can't put whatever you want in a Super Bowl commercial that you bought.
Why not?
You don't think if I offered them triple the price of a 30-second Super Bowl commercial, they wouldn't let me put that on there?
Oh, okay. So then what if your Super Bowl commercial says that World War II wasn't what we thought? Would they allow that?
Well, there's protected versions of speech. So if you are doing Holocaust denial or other things, then yeah. But I mean, that's nothing to do with the mainstream. You're not even allowed to say that out loud in a bar. If you're saying why can't I engage in hate speech, then the question of whether you can get a Super Bowl commercial is moot.
Consider Flat Earth hate speech.
No, but you specifically went to an example of that is protected speech.
Well, basically, you can't put whatever you want in the commercial. Is the point? They'll check it,
You could
and they
definitely
can
put
either
flat
approve
Earth
it or not
stuff.
approve it.
We're not discussing whether you can put, you know, a picture of a baby being decapitated on a Super Bowl commercial. We're saying, could you put something to do with flat Earth on a Super Bowl commercial? Absolutely. If you've got the multiple millions to do so, you can.
Well, they already have. They already have. There's been like 3 Super Bowl commercials that have pretty much told you the Earth is flat in so many words, in a subtle way.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Want me to? I'll post them in the chat right now. They got one with Patrick Stewart, and they're all in Antarctica, and they got all the stars going down there, and then the little snow globe pops up from the ice at the end. Then they got the other one where it's there's a commercial with, I think it's Siri, and it's Siri, tell me something interesting, and it's like back in the olden days, and the woman's got a wheelbarrow with the body in it, and and her name's Siri, that's the old version of Siri, and she says, Siri, tell me something interesting, and she goes, well, the Earth is flat. Now you could interpret it one way or another, but they basically told us in many different commercials, including the 2 that are currently running that I just put in the chat. Wow. They're telling us without telling.
That's one of their weird things, honestly, is that they have to tell you for some reason. I think it like clears their their karma or something. I don't know, something weird where they like inadvertently have to tell you what's going on.
Right. That's why they play golf on the moon.
Yeah, if you have enough money, I don't think they control this coming out. If you have enough money, you could absolutely get the word out there. You could go rent 20 billboards in every major city, coming in and out of the city. No one could miss it. You know what I mean? You could rent radio ads, TV ads, all kinds of shit.
But just hearing about it doesn't make you know it. You have to go do the research. So it doesn't matter what you say.
We got to get a measurement.
Who's going to believe it? They could just say it's just somebody trolling. They fake the measurement. How are they ever going to know it's a real measurement?
Yeah, that's a good point. Wouldn't hurt to have one, though.
I just posted the one that supposedly leaked, lots of them. And then the one that just came out, there's that documentary that just came out a little bit ago, and it's got JR, what's his name, with the infrared guy, and it's 35-mile test with a laser. I mean, there's all kinds of long-distance tests. We see too far. That's one of the basic reasons that this exists, right?
But they got an easy comeback for that, though. And people buy it. They eat it up. They're like, oh, refraction. And they say, we know how refraction works. People eat it up even more.
Yeah, but then again, what's the goal, Jeremy? What even if the majority believed us, what happens then?
I don't know. We got to get, we got to do something, right? What are we doing? We're just treading water, doing nothing.
We already won. We're talking to each other about it. Just the right to talk about it. If we lose that, we're fucked. The fact that we're talking about it has normalized the conversation to the point where, they can't stop it any longer, and it's normal. It's not something that they're going to, make against the law, or they probably were okay with it because it's caused a lot of separation. But it's an inner revolution. You're never going to get people to put their cell phones down and pick up guns and fight the government over the flat Earth. That's like ridiculous. And why would they? Right?
Well, no. If you get people,
they're using the truth to sell more lies.
If you get enough people involved and you wake enough people up, then you could do some real serious shit. You could have people protesting on NASA's front lawn or something. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the next step is. I know that we got to do something. We ain't been making no
right. Well,
it's just I deal with the same people every
scenario.
day. There ain't. What's up?
Work out the best case scenario. Write down 10 best case scenarios. See if any of those are even feasible, and then make sure that's not what they want. I mean, they're like I said. I think they could probably use this to their advantage and make things a lot worse for us. To be honest.
I don't know.
Sad to say, but it's true. We're already winning, Jeremy. We're winning right now. There's Globers here arguing with us about what we think. If it was a globe, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't have to be.
Come on, left
I'm
lane.
just saying, bro.
Left lane was laughing. He wants to say
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I just find it interesting how we get interpreted as actually being flat earthers just because we're here having the discussion, and it's incorrect for one thing. It's just an interesting perspective. That's all.
Well, if flat Earth was a verb, we're flat earthing. We're all flat earthing right now, whether you think it's flat or not. Right.
Yeah, I see.
What do you find fascinating about it, Left Lane? I know what I find fascinating about your side, shall we say?
Well, I've said many times before, I just find it's fascinating that you and I can look at the very same thing and interpret it so differently.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. That's how I... Exactly that. So we're both saying, look at those numbskulls. How are they seeing that way, right?
And I guess over the past 3 or 4 years, I've just sort of become ingrained in the community, and here I am.
Yeah.
It's a privileged conversation. Meaning that we're not like just we're not fighting for survival so much so that we don't have time for this conversation.
Well, most people
I mean, if
on the street have no clue. They wouldn't even know where to begin talking with us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the Globers are right, and Earth's a globe with the 3959, it's really no big deal. There's a couple people who are wrong about something. If we're right though, it's a big fucking deal. And if I was a Glober, I'd be trying to, I'd be like, do these people have anything? You know what I mean? Let's try to do science and falsify the model. Science is all about falsification, right? But it doesn't seem like they're trying to falsify it. It just seems like they keep trying to prove it day after day and not do science by falsifying it. They're science haters, science deniers, science haters. I can't tell you how many times they deny science. Tell me Einstein didn't replace Newton.
Einstein didn't replace Newton.
And science denial right there.
That's not science denial.
No.
That's mainstream science. Mainstream science view that I can get you about 50
mainstream
quotes.
Science. So how is that science denial?
I can get you about 50 quotes right now saying that from all mainstream science people saying Einstein replaced Newton.
No, we can get one quote from Einstein saying that he did not refute Newton.
Okay. And yet we have mainstream science saying he replaced Newton. So
yeah,
so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter if you distinguish between Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. Gravity still exists. It doesn't matter if you want to try to say that science is denial, this replaced that or that replaced this. The fact is that gravity exists.
no, it doesn't. The bending of space-time.
Who interprets it in what way.
It doesn't still exist. That's false. False. You're wrong. It doesn't still exist.
There's a downward force which you can't explain other than saying that's the natural order of things. And after 7 years of hearing that's the natural order of things, we're kind of expecting a little bit more, and waiting for it to happen. That's all.
I'm fine with that. So Newton and Einstein were wrong, correct?
Well, no, that's the claim. Newton and Einstein are all wrong, but there's nothing to replace it with other than you saying that's just the natural order of things. Things find their place or whatever. That's we need more than that.
No, but I have proof that they were wrong.
If you have proof they are wrong, after 7 years, we would be beyond the stage of debating it in Discord chats.
Yeah, but nobody listens. I have the proof. I say the proof, but nobody listens. Like I'll tell you, and you'll brush it under the carpet. I bet you anything.
Well, it's still what I'm saying is it's still a conversation we're having on Discord. It isn't a conversation we're having, in scientific, terms. It's just someone's opinion on the internet. That's still what it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is that's still what it is. We haven't gone beyond that stage.
But now you're changing the story. First, you said there wasn't proof. Then I told you I can give you proof. But now you're changing it to we haven't gone beyond that stage.
Okay, I would like to hear from you your evidence or your proof that both Newton and Einstein, who are generally considered two of the biggest names in all of history, they're both wrong.
Sure, I can do it very easily.
Go ahead,
yeah, I can do it very easily within your own model. Dark matter and dark energy.
Dark energy is a killer. Okay. It's a killer right there. Okay. You got some ad hoc shit. My bad.
Yeah, both those two, yeah.
That's your evidence, is you think that's BS. Literally, that's it.
No, I didn't think it's BS. I'm explaining it to you.
Okay.
They were wrong. I'll give you a detailed explanation if you want. Newton got it wrong, was replaced by Einstein, and Einstein was wrong because of the rotation of the galaxies, which were wrong. And in order for them to say, well, this Einsteinian gravity doesn't work, they came up with dark matter. That's a detailed explanation of why Einstein was wrong using your model, sir.
Also, dark energy.
Let's
not forget dark energy, too.
Yeah, but I'll start one thing at a time.
I wish we started with dark energy more. Anyways, go ahead.
We can do that if you want, Jeremy. Yeah. Dark energy.
Fine.
The repulsive force. There you go.
Space expanding.
Was that not sufficient enough for you?
No. How was that sufficient?
Well, how is it not sufficient? What's your rebuttal to it?
It doesn't actually. It doesn't actually refute anything. You just say it's wrong. You're just basically saying it's wrong, and that's.
But I explained you why. I explained you why it's wrong.
Yes, it's wrong because
he doesn't understand.
Words. No,
he doesn't get it. I bet you he didn't get a word I said.
I'm not a scientist. You go try and say that to a scientist, and
bring any scientist you want here. Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah, bring any scientist you want here. The bigger, the better. Yes, I will say that to him, and I would expect an explanation from him.
You realize Einstein said things can't move faster than the speed of light, and then we observe galaxies moving away from each other at faster than the speed of light. And you think that didn't break Einstein right there?
No.
Because you came up with some ad hoc bullshit.
Wait a minute. We never saw any galaxies moving faster than the speed of light. What are you talking about?
That's not what they're doing?
No.
So galaxies aren't moving away from each other at faster than the speed of light? Really?
No. Where did you get that from?
I'll bring up a fucking citation real quick. Unbelievable you guys don't know this.
I love this.
Are you guys fucking with me right now?
It doesn't matter. It's still what I'm saying.
Or do you not really not know this?
What?
Dude, sign it down.
You know the bullshit that came up to explain that, right, Jeremy?
You're just calling everything BS. That isn't
97% of galaxies.
It is. Yeah.
Post some citations. I'm at work. I can't believe these guys don't know this. It's unbelievable that they don't know this.
Post it.
Don't know.
Dude, search galaxies moving faster.
You just said you had it. Post it.
Just Google it. It says 90%, 97% of galaxies in the observed universe are moving away from us faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
It's
unbelievable.
Now I have a question. Your belief is that this is a well-coordinated, well-planned, highly funded, multiple generational, international conspiracy.
Why are you changing the subject?
No, are you going to address
a minute ago you were laughing at Jeremy.
Are you going to address the galaxies moving away from each other at faster than the speed of light?
Yeah, address that.
They're not moving faster than the speed of light.
Okay, that's what mainstream science says.
No, it doesn't.
Go ahead, my bad. Let this new guy talk. What's your name, by the way?
Hugh, but the screen
Oh,
name's
it's you.
Hugh. Yeah, yeah.
You, go ahead.
I'm
I
just
know who you
saying.
are. Go ahead.
What you're saying is that there is a conspiracy that's lasted hundreds of years, if not thousands, involving who knows how many people pulling the strings in the background, and they can't coordinate one simple thing like the speed of light. And then
No,
Newton
that's
comes
not
along.
what I'm.
Newton
That's
comes
not what
along.
we're saying.
Newton comes along, and he is part of this deception.
No.
Did he cut off?
Yeah.
Dude, his bait and switch was going so well.
Hey,
Yeah.
I don't why he's trying to do a red herring off of this. Can we address the galaxies moving away from each other at faster than light speed that this other glober's trying to deny for some weird reason?
Just switching the convo. Yeah, that's what they do. Go from one topic to the other when you get them.
And you're saying it doesn't even happen. I don't know why they would be saying that.
He's lit up like he's talking, but I don't hear him.
Hugh, we can't hear you, bud.
Yeah, trying log off and log back on. Try that.
There he goes.
Yeah, so who's the guy saying that the galaxies aren't moving away from each other faster than light speed?
All right, try that.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, okay. You know what? It wasn't that interesting. What I had to say wasn't that great, so never mind. Carry on.
We know. We know.
Oh, well, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
So, in the meantime, we've got galaxies moving away from each other faster than light speed.
I don't know. I've never measured it.
Mainstream science has, and they say that it's happening. And Einstein said nothing can move faster than light speed.
Okay.
Boom. That's it.
Boom. Boom. What?
Boom. Einstein debunked. You just did it. Nice work.
Einstein debunked by?
Einstein said nothing can move faster than the speed of light. Are you familiar with SR?
So, but where's the boom?
Einstein said nothing can move faster than the speed of light. We have galaxies moving faster than the speed of light. Hello?
Okay. Was Einstein part of the conspiracy that you have to have in order to have flat Earth?
Can you address
Why do you keep going back to that all the time?
Because it makes no
what
sense.
What is that, man?
I know. What I'm saying is,
Why can't you answer a question?
I know it's annoying, and I apologize. I can be annoying. I really do apologize. But let me get to the point.
You think?
Hey, Hugh's one of the more reasonable Globers, I have to say, though. He's actually able to admit some things are troubling, like some of the graphic images and things like that we talked about the other night. But yeah, he's more about the conversation and a little bit more about the humor. So maybe give him a little break.
I get it. But Jeremy's trying to hold him to task. That's all. He's trying to keep him rated.
It's the idea that one scientist refutes another scientist, or another group of scientists come along after a certain scientist and refute or contradict what they say. I get that. Yeah, but
the problem is
gotcha.
No, it's not. You're not understanding. It's not that. What you're not understanding is when that happens, when one side refutes another one, right? They don't say, well, he's wrong. They just come up with a patch. Like they come up with a 2.0, a 3.0. Instead of getting rid of the program and rewriting it, they just patch it up.
Isn't it what they call an acceptable paradox?
Yes, sir, Buster. An acceptable paradox.
How about this? I'm familiar with, I don't know, I look at stuff like this. Teslas. Okay, Teslas, how Teslas are built. Stay with me here for a second. Teslas are iterating on the production of their cars. Instead of just having one model, and then they just produce the model and then make that model exactly the same way for a year, and then produce a second model, introduce a bunch of changes, put that in the new model, retool the line, and off you go with the new model. Tesla does iterative changes to small and large parts of the car constantly. That is science. So you have the brakes. Let's say the brake pads have a certain coverage of the disc, right? So when it grabs, it's a certain, you know what I'm saying. And then they make the brake pads slightly larger to be a bit more effective or whatever it is. And that change will happen mid-production. And so it isn't that the old brake pads were wrong. It's just that what we have now is better brake pads. That's what science is. It's not
Okay, we're trying to
necessarily the old stuff is wrong. It's the new stuff is better. That's what it is.
Yeah, we're trying to explain to you in the meantime why Einstein was wrong. Are you familiar with special relativity?
Basically, I mean, but it still comes back to the fact that you just one scientist coming along 50 years or whatever, how many years after an older scientist and saying, oh, if we've got better information, we've got better science, we've done 50 years of investigation, here's what we found. This was, we're going to update this guy's opinions or change this guy's formulas. That doesn't make science. It doesn't make
but you're not equating this properly. Look, take your car analogy, right? You're equating R&D, right, with tested true things. Brake pads make them bigger. We can understand that and agree on that. We're talking about one model that is completely different from the other model. One model, it says matter attracts matter, and the other one takes space and time and makes it into a fabric. Completely different. One has nothing to do with the other one. And to top it all off, those two models were proven wrong because of dark matter, bro. You don't seem to understand that.
And dark energy, please.
And dark energy, yes. And dark energy. Jeremy's going to kill me.
How is explaining things different ways wrong?
This isn't a different way,
Do you understand the difference between matter attracting matter and the bending of the fabric of space-time? First of all, can you wrap your brain around what a 4D fabric is? Can you do that?
Yes, I'm still.
Yeah, but that's part of the problem, though.
How is that wrong?
Only valid. It's only valid conceptually. That's it. Period.
Yes, Buster. Yes.
They're both. Yeah, they're both concepts. They're both just concepts. So, if you disagree, then come up with your own concept and develop it. Get a group of people together to hash it out and develop your own concept, a competing concept, and then see what the people who have the current concept see what they think about it. They'll probably say, oh, that's a load of rubbish. But at least you're going to do that. Right now, you're just telling me your opinion on Discord. Get together and get some science.
So let me get this straight. I'm going to go now to the boys that are running the show, that are getting all the grants. And I'm going to tell them, boys, you got your shit all wrong. You're all wrong. Now, pass the reins over to me and let me set you straight. This is what you're telling me.
I go over well.
No, that's not really what I'm telling you. I mean, that's obviously SE. That's not going to do anything. We've talked before. Obviously, that's not going to do anything. But if you come up with your own competing ideas, that's what science is. It's a long, slow, passive aggressive fight over ideas. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make it right then. The prevailing idea agreed upon by the majority, right, doesn't make it right.
I heartily and totally agree. And I can cite two instances, evolution and the Big Bang. Because everyone
you got to
agrees
say it faster.
They exist. I don't think that makes it true. But if
you got to say it faster.
Say again?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. You got to say it like this. Big Bang. Real quick.
Big Bang?
Big Bang.
Okay. Is that like when Jackie Chan says Hong Kong?
Yeah, it's just a joke. Anyways, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean
to. Anyway. Yeah, science is refuted by better science. So get some better science and then go.
Yes, and they refuted Einstein with this better science that they got.
Okay, and no one has a problem with that. Notice that?
So wait a minute
Is your
now.
model
And are you
afflicted?
saying until I get a better science, you're still gonna believe Einstein after I just showed you that that
I'm not
he was
believing.
completely wrong and they had to come up with 95% of the known galaxy, dark matter, and dark energy? Shout out Jeremy to make things work.
Yeah. Well, okay. Rewind and show where I said I believe Einstein. I'm not saying I believe Einstein. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if Einstein is wrong or the current ideas are wrong, the current Einstein came along with his ideas. Now people have come along with their ideas. That is science. It doesn't make any of it necessarily wrong, even though some of it may be completely wrong. They used to think the fruit flies came from rotting fruit. That's what they used to think. Right?
Or that geese came from a tree, didn't they think that as well?
Yes, it was just they believed all sorts of things until better science and better understanding came along.
But I think that's a different classification. If there's real science and pseudoscience, and we're deciding between which is a better pseudoscience, and both of them are wrong, that's not better science. It's just conceptual science that's calling itself science.
You're kicking a can down the road.
That's
So why do things fall down?
So what, Jeremy? Actually, you know what? In scientific terms, you're kicking the scientific can down the road. You're absolutely right. A lot of things they haven't got a clue. They haven't got a clue. Not one clue. But I challenge anyone to come up with a better way of trying to understand things.
No, but why do you put it there? Why can't you just leave it at they don't have a clue? And you know what? Maybe we should, just think about it and come up with our own ideas. But why do you think that we have to replace that idea in order for you not to agree with it or believe it? I don't understand that.
Oh, I don't know if they suddenly come up with a new idea of how bones how to fuse bones once they're broken or something like that. That's going to make all the old ideas of how to do that look silly. But no one is going to say, hey, you told us crap all these years. No, they're going to be happy because now they've got a better way of fusing bones.
But what if there's so much invested in the old way to make bones, and the new way anybody can do for themselves, and they don't want anyone to do that because they want to make the money on the old way of mending bones, so they make propaganda about the new way and say it's a quackery or whatever, and
absolutely,
that's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
And what if the kid, the prodigy that could give us a big clue about our reality is born into a system that's not even allowing him to explore that idea because they're saying it's settled science.
Yeah.
Settled.
Very well
there is
said
some
there.
settled science. There is some settled science. I get what you're saying, new perspective. I really do. And you're not entirely wrong. Absolutely. That's very, very true. Toyota put ads out dissing electric cars. Toyota was part of I think Toyota GM was part of a group trying to get the government not to pass legislation to allow electric cars. That's absolutely happens. I totally agree. But there is some settled science. Some of the science is settled. Most of it isn't.
They had electric cars in the 20s, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying the settled science, it's proven?
No, I wouldn't even say that. But just to answer SE, yeah, the Baker Electric. I watched Jay Leno's Garage, and he has the Baker Electric in his collection. No, I wouldn't say that the settled science is necessarily true. I would say, though, that some science is settled. For example, I'm a human male, right? And I cannot fly. Humans cannot fly. That's settled science. You
Can
can't
you
fly.
get pregnant, though?
No, and that's settled science. No, I can't. I'm a male.
You should go over in GEMS and try that one.
I know, that's why I'm not there, dude.
No, we have advancements in technology now that allow that, so it's just better science, right?
Yikes. That would be painful.
You've clearly never seen Arnold and Jr. That's all.
What was that?
I said you've clearly never seen Arnold in Junior.
What is Arnold in Junior? Oh. Yeah. Okay, I just got the reference. Arnold in Junior. Is that a what? What that was? Got it. Arnold Schwarzenegger in the movie Junior. Got it. No, I haven't seen that one. No, I haven't seen it. I saw Twins. That was brilliant. Anyway.
So yeah, I'm glad you didn't put light years and gravity into the subtle science category.
No, I mean, there's a YouTube video done by, I think it's either Smarter Every Day or Veritasium. Veritasium, go watch it. Just remembering now, it's the video, basic, I think it's entitled Why We Cannot Measure the Speed of Light.
The one-way speed of light. The one-way speed of light.
Yeah, one way we measure it one way, but not. Let me look it up.
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, is it
yeah,
two?
We measure its return path, but we only use presumptions to assume that it's traveling the same speed each way.
That's right. That's
Correct.
right. Yeah. So the actual trip there, we're just assuming it's the same. It's a safe assumption, right? I mean, but it is an assumption.
Yeah, that's a good video. I like that one.
Yeah, so everything else is an assumption. All the measurements that they think they have between us and the sun and all that stuff, it's all assumptions. It's all theoretical. It all came from somebody's brain. Nothing is fact. Absolutely nothing. Zero.
No, come on. It's either on, but some facts. I'm human male, just established one. Are you not a human male? That is an established fact, right?
I was talking about the cosmology that they sold us.
Cosmology.
Yeah.
Well, we can do our best to get the best estimate. You're absolutely right, though. I mean, as far as definitive, short of getting a tape measure, you're absolutely correct.
But if they're really not doing their best, and it really was reverse engineered to feed a system that doesn't really spend money on anything but more concepts to reverse engineer it more perfectly so the calculations work out, then that's the problem, right? If that's true.
If that's true, yeah. But if they're scattered all over the place, like 1 minute it's mass, 1 minute space-time, I'm struggling to find where the source of this reverse engineering is, and where it leads, where it goes. Where does it go if they're all over the place now? They've invented dark matter. I think dark matter's a crock. I think that's just just invented that, pulled out of thin air.
Dark energy is even more.
If
dark matter is a crock.
The explanations I've heard of dark matter are that they are saying we know that we don't understand this, so we'll call it dark matter.
That's it.
Exactly.
Dark matter is a crock.
Dark matter. They're saying we give the name of our ignorance. We call it dark matter.
If dark matter is a crock, then dark energy is a fucking alligator.
Jezza is on fire tonight.
Yes, he is. The question you got to ask is, why did they feel the need to invent this dark matter and dark energy before Jeremy shuts me down?
They just saw an effect that they couldn't explain.
Yeah.
Why? Explain what? Explain what, Left Lane?
The motion. Yeah, the motions
of distant galaxies,
They're pre-assumptions of the motions of the galaxy based on the erroneous assumption of the calculations of Einstein, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And he doesn't add up. And so
but ask these guys that. You readily admit it, and I tip my hat to you.
Yeah.
But ask Left Lane and Eggshells.
No, I always say that dark matter is a placeholder for what they don't understand.
Yeah.
So Einstein and Newton were wrong, correct?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I would say, okay. I mean,
yeah, but I'm not asking you. Hold on for it. Just listen to this, my new friend. What do you say, Left Lane and Eggshells? Was Einstein and Newton wrong?
I say with respect to the distant galaxies that there's a lot of unknowns, but as with respect to here on Earth and the way things work and the way technology is developed and how we utilize these principles, no, it's not a mistake. They do know what they're doing.
You hear that, my new buddy? They will never, ever, ever say Einstein and Newton were wrong. Ever.
They're getting paid massive amounts of money. They're not. It's like a politician admitting he was wrong.
Exactly.
They're getting paid
It'll
lots of
never
money.
happen.
Well, here's the thing is the more money there is, it makes it more difficult. For example, Apple will never admit they will never put a press release out saying we were wrong, okay? Because that just makes them look bad, and that's all it is. That's all that is. The science is no different. It's people with a lot of money, not wanting to really say yeah, we screwed up.
Well, I wasn't talking about science. You're right about that. I was talking about specifically left lane and eggshells. Because it was nothing for you to say, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, they're wrong, right? They will never have the humility to say that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, it's entirely possible that they're wrong. I'm just not sure that scientists calling their ignorance dark matter in any way implies that Newton and Einstein were wrong.
I mean, like I said, remember that in most instances, a lot of instances, especially with astronomy, and you have to make a series of guesses. That's what a lot of science is. You make a guess, and then you do experiments to see if your guess is right. And then if
it's wrong, what do you do if it's wrong?
If it's wrong, you do some more experiments to say, wait a minute, I really, really think this is true. And then you deny it and deny it and deny it until you don't have anywhere to go. And then you say, okay, yeah, I was wrong in the end. And
exactly.
It may take, but if you get a grant, for $10 million to push an idea, you're not going to immediately just throw all that away.
Now you're talking, my friend. Exactly that.
That's
yeah, but these guys get that, bro.
That's of course that's going to happen. Of course.
Yeah, of course. But left lane and eggshells would never accept that or admit to that.
Well, what are you talking about? You're such a weird person.
Talk to them, bro. Here, I'll go on mute. Talk to them.
It's fine.
I think they have some measurements of dark curvature now, by the way.
Dark curvature. Oh, what? Really? Are you serious?
Don't think they need measurements of dark curvature.
How crazy it is,
in the light
That's
enough
how
that we don't
crazy
need to.
it is.
It's not very
You believe? You think I might be telling the truth? The fact that dark curvature might be a thing doesn't surprise anybody. That's how crazy this world is.
Because someone came up with magnetic declination, and I just went, okay, you got two science words slapped together, but actually it's a thing.
Yeah, I think I don't know what it is, but I've heard that said before. What is it?
Magnetic declination is
magnetic.
I forgot what it is. I don't know what you have to look it up.
Oh, it's the difference. It's the difference between magnetic north and true north.
There you go. There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
So,
but because I thought it was the other one, which is they've got some compasses that do this if you go into the polar regions where it's testing how the compass needle is pointing down, like the deviation from horizontal rather than trying to find your bearing.
But there's so many of these different phrases that you just go, oh, wait a minute, is that that sounds that's okay.
If this clip is long enough, I've been wanting to show this clip of this new drone I got.
Hey, which one do you get?
Oh, no, it's too big.
Let me guess, it's the DJI?
No, the DJI, I've had about 8 or 9 of them, and they are shit.
Oh, are they really?
They're not great drones. They're like, I mean, they're really good if you want to fly, if you're a sort of like camera operator type and you want to frame your shot perfectly, but I always want to get it to catch me following me on the bike, and so I got them because they've got active track, but they just suck.
Yeah, that's a
this
shame.
one's amazing, but I can't. Yeah, it's too.
What is
big
it? What
file.
brand?
Skydio.
Skydio?
Mm.
Okay.
By the way, Hugh, they did find dark curvature. I just put a post in the link.
Are you serious? That's hilarious.
It's another live stream voice time.
Okay, cool, thanks. By the way, SE, we have talked before. It's been a while.
What was your name when you were talking to him? That probably help.
Gosh. I had two names, actually more than that, but I can't remember the others. One was Channel X, and one was Red Cloud.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost didn't voice verify you one day because of your name. I thought you were just a fucking troll. You know?
Yeah, I didn't think you took me seriously, and I didn't realize, this the stupid screen name.
Yeah, I instantly thought troll when I saw your name. Like, oh god, this fucking guy. Listen, dark energy doesn't get mentioned enough. Right? It's the most goofiest shit ever.
Jeremy Damon in the chat says he's still muted.
I didn't mute him, but all right.
That's what I'm saying about this. It's meant to be a placeholder for our ignorance. Like, I would look at the name
Thank you.
dark energy or dark matter as if it's scientists' fancy way of saying, and if you look at it that way,
It's their way
it
of
doesn't seem loopy that then they go. It's like seems weird to be like, oh, it's bullshit that exists.
Can some ad hoc? Go ahead.
Can somebody explain the purpose of naming your ignorance rather than just saying we don't know?
Because you need to be able to talk about it. You need a shorthand. When you go, we don't know, you're like, oh, we're trying to study the we don't know. Well, of course you are. You're a scientist. What kind of we don't know are you studying? Oh, the we don't know out there, the we don't know in space. Well, which we don't know? Oh, the we don't know that means that galaxies are expanding and moving away at an increasing rate, which requires both energy and suggests extra mass that we don't seem to be able to, detect or see.
But by calling it those things,
this was a much shorter conversation than giving the I don't know a name.
But the things you're listing would be things that they say they do know, not things they say they don't know. The galaxy's moving and stuff like that. That's stuff they would say they do know. So they can't be naming that, right?
No, you've not heard what I'm saying. They believe they know. I mean, I think there could be a lot of problems with it, but they believe they know that galaxies are moving away at an increasing pace. To increase pace, at least this is my understanding, to increase pace, you need energy. So that's what they call dark energy, where they're like, we don't know. There must be probably some energy causing this. If it is being caused, so we'll call it dark energy. And then there's something to do with how much matter they can see in the galaxy holding itself together is not enough. So there must be extra mass. So they'll call that dark matter.
Perfect.
So it seems like what they're doing is they're deciding that a thing is the case and then putting a name on the stuff they don't know to show that it is the case.
Well, that's not what I was trying to describe. But to me, it's like calling a body in the morgue that doesn't have ID Jane Doe. We need to give it a name. We need to process the case.
No.
Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Give it a name.
It can't be like that because you can literally detect the body with senses. The body is there.
Right.
You just don't know the name that was given to it by other humans. You know it's a body. So it can't be like that. What we're talking about is a thing that they literally can't detect and are assuming must be there because of other things.
Sure, I mean it's mysterious to me. It's mysterious to scientists. I'm not going to suggest it shouldn't be mysterious to you too.
It's not like they said,
it's not a matter of being mysterious. What I'm saying is, it seems strange. It seems like there's a certain goal being accomplished by rather than just saying we don't know what's happening. Instead, they put a name on it, like dark energy or dark matter. And I'm wondering, I
So
was
you
asking
can talk about it.
you guys, if anyone here knows what that goal is. I mean, I have an idea maybe of what I think the goal is.
It's like saying X, like we have X, but like you just put a name on it so you can talk about it. It's just holy shit.
Okay, but it's not like having X,
Good example.
because
Algebra.
an X is a variable that you can make whatever you want for teaching like math and stuff. X is not a specific thing that has to be for the rest of other things to work.
It is if you make it, if you define X.
Okay, so if you define it.
Here's my point.
So it can't be X because they can't define it, right?
Well, here's my point that's annoying, but I'd like to come back to it. If their intention is to deceive, why would they admit to a problem in their understanding?
Oh, I didn't say it was to deceive.
That's a good point, though.
But if they're out there to deceive us and out there to say this is something that it really isn't, for whatever nefarious purposes, whatever the reason, if that is what they're doing, they would be lockstep agreement with all scientists. And there's never lockstep agreement with all scientists, not even on the Big Bang or evolution or any of the big topics. There isn't lockstep agreement.
No, my guess wouldn't be that they came up with that to deceive people. I don't think that's the reason at all.
Okay.
I think the reason they came up with it is so they could keep going, so they can continue. They have no way of explaining the situation that they say is happening, but for them to continue along their imaginations, they have to call it something rather than actually explain it. And they can't explain it, so they can't do that part. So instead, they come up with this name and basically put it on a shelf and say, we can't explain it. And then they move on down the imaginary trail so they can continue having their fun inside their head, basically.
It's not like they saw. It's not like the Kool-Aid downplayed it. It's not like they saw galaxies moving far faster than the speed of light, and they said, "Oh, we don't know." They said, "Oh, space is expanding. That's why it's happening." They didn't say we don't know.
No, they're saying it would suggest this, right? Like from our understanding at the moment. But what the hell? This is the weirdest thing, right? Like basically what you're saying is because that there's this phenomenon that we witness, which is the galaxies expanding at a rate faster and faster. We're not quite sure.
Which totally debunks Einstein.
No, it doesn't. But anyway, it's basically like you're saying, like we have to dismiss that there's 2 + 2 = 4. Like you know what I mean? Like you have to get rid of everything that we know because there's this one thing that we've decided to like name because we can't quite put our finger on it. And we don't quite have an answer for it. So therefore,
it goes beyond that.
Everything else is wrong.
Nobody said that. That's incorrect. Nobody made that statement whatsoever. But what it's actually like is saying 2 + green = 4, and green has to be in the equation because of this other thing that we decided is true. So we have to keep green there. We can't explain green, so we're going to set it on the shelf and keep going with the equation without ever telling you what green is. But it has to
for
be
them
in
to
the
keep their
equation.
model. Hold on, for them to keep their model, light's got to be the speed of light has to outrun the expansion of the galaxy. Your model is hit a screeching halt because under y'all's model, it's come to a point where the galaxy's got to be for us not to be in the middle. The galaxy's got to be expanding faster than light travels. So that's fucking game over.
Nonsense. You just said a nonsense thing, and like what I'm saying is that because there's not an answer for this one thing, you're basically saying that everything else is a lie, right? Like we have to throw everything out with the bathwater.
No one said that.
We've reached the limit of our understanding, but like all the evidence that we have and all the theory that we have that works, right, in our understanding. So like from quantum to Newton to like Einstein, all those things that we can do to have cell phones and satellites and fucking whatever else that we have technologically, and any other understanding we have,
What's
we
that
have to
got to
just
do with
throw
it?
it all
You're
out.
mixing up
No,
tech
so
with
yeah, he's making
you're saying throw away reality.
actually made. Okay.
So
Yeah,
they
that's
see
what I'm saying.
galaxies.
Here's the problem. The things that you listed, you say that they all work, and you're saying we have to throw those all out. No, we're not saying you have to throw them all out because they work or because something else was found. What we're saying is whenever you have all of these things based on that stuff and you think it's true, and then you find something contradictory, the answer
It's not
isn't make up
contradictory.
dark this and dark that to make it fit what you already think is true. The
Well,
answer would
that's
be, hey, we don't know, we were wrong.
Well, that's just fucking stupid because
No, it's not stupid.
Just shut down
they're not. They're placeholders for something we don't understand. That's
You'll
it.
never be able to explain the reason the fucking stars on the outside of galaxies are keeping up with the stars
It's
inside of galaxies.
imagination.
Anything we see here on Earth. We see the fucking stars.
It's not imagination. We know something is going on. There's
Imagination.
something there. There's something. Either
What
something.
is something? That something
There's
is
either
based on
something.
the assumption.
There's something or some things in our understanding that doesn't quite add up, or there's
Add up
something
to what?
extra
Add
out
up
there
to
that we
what?
don't know about,
Add
and
up
we
to
think that it's
what?
this.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You can't prove that thing is there. The thing that you're talking about, you have literally no way to prove that it's there. You're saying it has to be there
Science
because your
doesn't prove
conclusion doesn't
things.
work otherwise.
Nothing is provable. Science doesn't prove things.
You're just saying words, bro. Add up to what? You're
That doesn't
saying that
change
it
what I
has to
said.
add up to something, right? What is this something that it has to add up to?
With
It
respect,
doesn't.
Go ahead.
see, we're all just saying words.
It may be nothing. It may be a misapprehension in our understanding.
Of what? Understanding of
I
what?
think we should just
I
turn all
don't know.
telescopes away. I think we should just quit
Of the
looking at
current
the
model.
stop making
I think-
progress and just forget all.
I don't think it has to be. I don't think it
things
has
isn't
to be all or
progress. That's
nothing
not
like you
progress,
guys are
Russell.
saying. But you're saying if we can't have our this, then you might as well just throw it all out. And no one's saying that. I think Brian had a good point when he was talking about the speed of
not.
light and all that. And you said you just said a nonsense thing. You didn't have any reason why that was nonsense. You just want to call it nonsense and just wipe it away as if it didn't make any sense.
Well, because he's going from the opposite end, right? Like he's saying top down when it's bottom up. So like what we're saying is that all the information that we've had from the very simplest forms and the understanding that we have that builds on top of each other, right? The sort of dark energy and dark matter is way out on the fringe, right? It doesn't have anything to do with the stuff that we've already learned and understand.
Observation
Right?
shows us hold on. Observation shows us in the center, and the only way around it for in the heliocentric model for y'all to keep your model was to say the universe was expanding. Okay, but that violates some of your other fucking.
Oh gosh, we have way more proof than that, right? Like there's way more observation than that. We know that the universe is expanding.
Wait, did you just say proof? I thought science doesn't prove things.
Well, it's a colloquial term. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I'm sorry.
Well, what do you mean by it then? If
I
it
won't
doesn't mean
mix
the
up your
thing that we think it means,
brain.
what does it mean?
I use the colloquial term.
Because apparently it doesn't mean prove. So what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, your proof means like an absolute thing, right? My proof is a colloquial term meaning to show evidence for.
You're just talking
it's a
for the
worthless
sake of
term then,
talking,
because
bro.
anything
That's it.
is evidence for anything.
No, it's not worthless. But
It is if it doesn't mean proof.
It's
if it
easy
just
than
means
saying-
evidence, we have a word for that evidence, and we don't need another word called proof. It's a worthless word. We can throw it away.
It's
Dialetheism, man.
It's a monosyllabic word that's much easier than saying we have this evidence for.
No,
When it comes to their model, they have proof. And everything else, science doesn't prove things.
I want to go back to Brian's point, though, which is more interesting than whether someone defines proof as one way or another, because that's a good point. And what he said is pretty damning. If your model is in trouble because of this, special placement or ever expanding universe, what's your interpretation that's different than his, and how do you explain it differently than he explains it?
Well, it definitely ruined Einstein's model of SR. No question. They just did some ad hoc shit to try to preserve Einstein.
Does a Glober have a better way of explaining it that makes it more acceptable?
Yeah.
Than... Okay.
Yeah, every bit of knowledge that we use today to do everything, to understand everything, is an absolute. It works. There's nothing wrong with it. So
what does that have to do with dark matter?
An absolute.
To say
what is
that
expanding? Is it
Hold on, guys.
space?
Let Damon finish. Guys.
it means it works. It
Let
means it
Damon
works in
finish.
all known cases.
What
Now,
works?
Okay, is the space in between the galaxies? Is it the space in between the planets? Is it everything expanding? Like is Earth enlarging, or what? What exactly
the universe
is
is expanding in all directions at once.
Okay, do you mean the space in between planets or the space in between galaxies? I mean, can you?
Yes. The answer is yes. The answer
space
is
in between
yes.
planets. So the planets are getting
Matter
further
is
away.
not expanding, but the galaxy itself is expanding. So the space in between everything is expanding.
Yes, but like the closer one thing is to another, right? Like the minimal it is,
Relatively
and
speaking, yes.
It also be expanding together. So like the moon and the Earth are expanding together with it. They're not like the moon and the Earth are not expanding apart from each other. That's
the same as saying everything is shrinking, right? That's the exact same as saying everything is shrinking. If space is expanding, then by contrast, it would make everything solid and tangible be shrinking. What would it look like if you drew a bunch of fucking planets on a screen and you expanded space? You wouldn't know if it was the planets in the stars shrinking or the space expanding. It's the same thing. It's relative.
I mean, the simpleton understanding of like what we actually know is just ridiculous. I mean, we know what is happening.
No, you don't. What does that have to do with dark matter? You're just talking about shrinking.
We observe it.
How can you say science doesn't prove things, but then we absolutely know what's going on, but science doesn't prove things? Come on.
Exactly. Dialetheism. Make a coherent sentence that makes sense about gravity and dark matter, referring to Einsteinian and Newtonian. Make a coherent sentence, please.
Look, I would love to make a coherent sentence. And I understand that my sentences don't seem to make sense to you. But if I had honest interlocutors, then it would make sense. But unfortunately, I do not.
Okay, well, no,
that's just a tactic. That's just a tactic. You're turning it around to make it like we can't understand you, and that's a tactic we recognize, and it doesn't work here. Okay?
No, I didn't say that
Brian.
you don't understand me. I said that you
hold on. If space is
refuse to be
expanding, then that
honest
means everything's speeding
interlocutors.
up, right?
It's
If
one at a
space is
time.
expanding-
Brian, relax, bro. Relax for a second.
I'm trying to keep a pin down, Jeremy. If space is expanding,
I know,
that means
we just can't have the over talking. That's all. Just everyone slow down. Let's use the talking instead.
This isn't
Brian,
a game
go.
to me.
Brian, please.
All right, one more question. If space is expanding, that means that the distance in between the planets and is getting bigger. So that means that to keep the orbits, shit would have to speed up. If it's going you say no, but if it's going a longer distance, if it's going a bigger distance because it's expanding, then it has to keep up with the orbit. It would have to speed up. You know, it's
good point.
Basic simple shit, dude.
If I'm walking on a train, right, that's in the same direction that it's going, is the train going a particular speed and I'm going faster than it?
You guys love trains.
Is the train expanding?
They love trains, man. Brian, what are you doing, bro? Why are you bringing them here, bro?
I mean, for Christ's sakes, I mean, if you can't understand simple things, then like why?
Dude,
why
dark energy, dark matter. Why are you going to trains, bro? What does that have to do with trains?
No, man, he's making this simple point, and y'all are just going crazy over it, man.
Because it makes no sense, bro.
It does make sense. Are you freaking kidding me that doesn't make sense?
Brian had a
question. And dark energy. How the hell does that make sense?
You guys are so dishonest.
Is the train
you're
expanding?
Being dishonest.
No, okay. Attacking us is a tactic. Brian had a question. Is the train expanding?
It's not a tactic. It's the truth. You're being dishonest.
The railroad tracks are expanding. if the railroad tracks are expanding, the train's going to have to do faster to complete that
Railroad
circle.
tracks are
If you
expanding.
expand the railroad tracks, but not the
Why'd you
train,
use that?
Brian, man,
Why'd
you're
you
a great help.
use that
Brian, you're a
example?
great help.
Why did you use that example, Damon, if it wasn't a good one?
Well, nothing apparently is a good one, and I'm like
Well,
I
then
said,
how
if
would
I
I
had,
continue
if I
with your
had,
train example? Make the
well,
train example the same. How do you make it the
Forget the
same?
train.
I
Forget the
obviously
train. Listen,
can't
if
because I'm working with dishonest interlocutors. So there's impossibility. I will have to leave now because this
No,
is
we're
go
actually
ahead, get
trying to
lost, dude.
understand
Stop
you,
calling us
and the other
liars.
tactic is to leave when you're in trouble. But go ahead and use that one.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
That's your
Liar.
tactic to make you feel better about being dishonest interlocutors.
You'll have no effect
Calm
on
down,
how we
guys.
feel.
Calm down.
You can't have any effect on how we feel, especially with the way you're using tactics and just, oh, I can't talk to stupid people like that. We're trying to understand you, and you can't use the train to actually make a good example of it because
Yeah,
the
go have some
train tracks aren't
Cheerios.
expanding.
Go have some hot cocoa or something. You know, some Cheerios. Calling us liars. Shame on
Go
you,
get a
dude.
coffee and a cake. Listen, if the galaxy, that was a good point, Brian. If the galaxy's expanding, the stars and all the stuff inside of it would have to be going faster to keep up their orbit, or are they slowing down?
This is basic orbital
On the outer
mechanics.
edge slowing down?
This is basic orbital mechanics. When you have a larger orbital radius, the tangential velocity is lower, not higher.
Yeah, you go
Things would have to
slower
speed
even though
up.
you're going faster.
What? Okay, I want to hear
Are the
this
things
one.
speeding up?
You
Things
going
speeding up, or are they falling behind?
to enter a higher orbit, you need to increase your speed, but the rate at which you rotate will be slower. So as you speed up,
Stars
you
on the
get
outer
further.
edge of the galaxy.
So
On the outer
as you
edge of the
speed up,
galaxy.
oh fuck, man, Jeremy, you
So
get so
increase
upset
of
when people
speed
interrupt
means you're
over
going
calls, but
faster,
you
right?
don't
Yeah, I know. I
want
thought you were done. My
conference.
bad. Go ahead. Finish it up. Go ahead, eggshells.
As you speed up, your distance from the body you're orbiting will increase, which will mean it will take you longer to complete a full circuit.
Yeah, and is that what we observe with the stars in the galaxy?
Oh, I've got no idea. I mean, I think that
If we want to go back to the train example, we're talking about a 100-foot train on a 1,000,000-mile railroad track that's going to 1,000,001 miles long. It doesn't really show up on the scales that we're looking at.
What's the word we like? Negligible, right?
Nominal. Everything is nominal. You guys are too much, man. It's fun listening to you guys. I'll tell you that.
Right. Either very large numbers or very small numbers are scary to you guys. We get that.
Oh, we're scared.
Nominal doesn't mean that.
Not scary.
You know
Anyway,
what nominal
so
really means?
increase of speed means going faster. So yeah, it would be going faster, even if the rate it gets the one full rotation slower or it takes longer. It's still going faster.
I was just curious what
Brian's point.
we're actually doing. Do we observe? Do we observe the stars in our galaxy going the same speed, or are we slowing down over time? Like, what's going on? Does anyone even know?
Is it the big expanse or the big crunch? They keep changing their minds, or is nothing changing? Is it just a cycle, like a gear system?
Well, he said we weren't shrinking, so that's the consequence. I just try and pin consequence. Look, they make claims, and then consequences come with them claims, but they never explain them. They get mad, or either they leave, or look. If you're going to make a claim, then you got to be able to explain these consequences. So if you're not shrinking, if they were shrinking, that would explain it. If everything tangible was shrinking, they wouldn't have to speed up. But if they're not shrinking, then and the universe is expanding, then they'd have to speed up. But we observe the same shit year to year, so.
And you're
That's
very
my
sharp
point.
at point. You're very
How
sharp
about if
at
there's
pointing
a
out
third option?
contradictions.
How about if there's a third option? We're neither shrinking or expanding.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Do we observe it? Do we observe it to be the same? Do we observe it to be the same year after year, or what?
Yeah, 15 degrees.
Reset every year.
15, 16 degrees. Yep. They moved. The stars moved in circles above us, 15 degrees an hour. But they want to make us.
With these stars, the stars we see they're all on the edge though, right? We're not seeing stars in the middle of the galaxy, right?
We're seeing
I'm not
stars
sure that's a
close
good
and
question.
far away.
But you know what they claim though, Jeremy? They claim that they asked me like, so it's the stars spinning around us. So the stars on the outside, you're trying to say that they're spinning so much faster than the stars on the inside, and I'm like, look at galaxies. Look at galaxies. That's what happens when you look at individual galaxies. That's exactly what happens. So
Yeah, the planets further away from the sun, they don't have they go slower than the ones closer. They don't have to go as fast.
I know we're talking about the stars, though. The stars, the stars on the inside of the
thing.
galaxy. Not the
I
same
just
thing.
like the way Americans say stars.
Stars.
Oh, it's
I really
like
like R's. I really like how
Well,
Americans
just say ours.
properly pronounce their R's. Australians.
Well,
everything about gravity.
We just go star like it's got an H in it.
It's
everything about gravity says that the stars closer to the center should be moving, faster, progressively faster. That's not what we observe. And dark matter is a placeholder, whatever. That's the math. You got multiple problems. I mean, it's just it's snowballing. Since you took us out of the center, and when that's what we observed. When you said that we weren't moving, I mean that we were moving, but we just couldn't, detect it because of the light. Then consequences started piling up on y'all, and the explanations have gotten funnier and funnier, if you ask me. To where now
if you think
it's just
real closely from our
it's a
perspective,
clusterfuck of contradictions.
right? If you think real closely from our perspective, if we have something as massive as the solar system, but that is tiny compared to all the other stuff that's going on, what we'd expect to see, and I'm addressing the comment that was made earlier about how we don't see it change over a human lifetime. What we expect to see takes far longer than a human lifetime, so we shouldn't see everything changing like crazy.
The point is that the fantasy model puts you traveling at a ridiculous speed and just says these crazy things that you have to believe in.
Right, and that's an argument from incredulity. Thank you.
No, that's what you've been sold, a bag of goods, and you believe that right now you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, and you're going to fight me.
You're going to use the
nail for it.
incredulity again. Great.
You see?
That
There
doesn't
it
make
is.
it untrue just because.
No. You believe
big
it,
numbers
bro.
are
That
scary.
doesn't make
To flat
it true.
earthers, this is what it is.
Hey, Doofus, you're right. He can't believe you believe it.
Right, he can't believe the number is 1.5 million. He just has incredulity. That's not a valid argument.
It mucks me up, man, that they even the way
They even consider it, right? And they think I'm crazy. You see how far
right,
gone
you're not
they are?
using
It's
a logical
astonishing.
argument. You're explicitly using a fallacy.
Dude, I'm sitting in my couch
Not
right
even
now,
hiding that
lazy
fact.
boy, legs extended with a nice pillow. I am not moving, right?
Okay.
I think I'm
So
not
then
moving now.
you have a
think
problem
I'm
then,
crazy,
because then you
but
have to try
meanwhile,
and
you think
explain
you're
how a
moving
mechanical
at
gyro
1 point.
compass works.
Why are you talking through me? Why are you talking through me?
Well, because I'm addressing your point.
But can you wait until I finish?
You're
That
just
would
going
be
to say you're
polite.
not moving in different ways.
Go for it.
No, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Just give me 30 seconds. I'm sitting in my lazy boy, not moving. Now you think you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. Now, which one of us is crazy?
All right. Now you have to come up with an explanation as to how a mechanical gyro compass functions.
Well, any explanation's as good as yours.
Can you believe that? Can you believe this guy?
A mechanical gyro registers movement. You have to explain
Right.
Oh,
If
so you're
the
gonna
Earth is still-
you're gonna
if
test
it's
that the
motionless-
movement
wait,
that we
can
don't
I-
feel must be it.
Hold on. If the Earth is motionless, why do mechanical gyroscopes register any movement whatsoever?
Right. A mechanical gyro compass is a very
Precession,
specific
dude.
tool.
Anything
Well,
that
the
moves
mechanical gyro compass is a
gonna
specific tool.
precess. Okay.
Oh, for goodness sakes. A mechanical gyro compass specifically has to have a reference frame that is rotating in order to precess in a specific direction.
So your answer to my question of do you believe you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now is mechanical gyro compass.
Right. At the very least, it demonstrates that the Earth is rotating, whether or not you feel it.
I'm not talking about the rotation of the Earth simply. I'm talking about the speed that they tell you that they have convinced you, which I told you you would argue with me just about a few minutes ago, which you're doing right now. You're
You
equating
said you're
that
not
speed
moving,
with a
but you
mechanical
clearly
gyro
are.
compass?
Right. You said you're not moving, but you clearly are.
No, I clearly am not.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
if
looking
we're
So
going
how
around.
does a
I see
mechanical
my
gyro
TV.
compass process towards true north?
No, I look outside. I see the tree. I'm not moving. I can look. I can see my car. Oh, still not moving.
Right. That's not addressing the
we
point put to
observe.
you, SE.
Let's say we observe the procession and we're trying to go down the checklist of things it could be. One of the things we might consider is we're moving up. Well, there's no sign of that, so let's check that off. That's not it. Let's go down the other reasons that could be procession.
Okay. Thanks for the fallacy, boy.
Can I ask a quick question?
Would you like to
Would it
ask
be,
another?
would it,
Make a quick one. Make it quick.
would it be fair to say that when I'm in a cruise ship and I see the bar not moving, and I see the tax-free shop not moving, and I see my bed not moving, would it then be fair to say that the cruise ship doesn't move?
And if I was to tell you, but you're crazy because the cruise ship is going at 1.5 million miles an hour, what would you tell me?
No, I would tell you that if I look outside, I don't see it moving 1.5 million miles per hour. I see it moving maybe 10, 20 miles an hour, and I don't feel the motion. So motion isn't felt.
So you're equating with a 10 mile an hour moving boat to 1.5 million miles an hour.
Yeah, we can do this at any.
1.5 million hour, 1.5 million miles an hour in relation to what?
I was waiting for that one. That one. So you mean now, if you're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour, you need me to tell you in relation to what for you to be able to feel it? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, because if nothing to do with feeling it. Because if I'm in an airplane and I fly a drone inside an airplane, the drone isn't moving at 600 miles per hour. Even
So
though
if
it
you're
is
flying in an airplane, you're telling me you're not feeling the motion. You don't feel anything. You don't feel the vibration. You don't feel any of that.
You feel vibration. You don't feel the 2,000 miles per hour motion of the Concorde. No, you don't.
So try upping that to 2,000 miles an hour, 3,000 miles an hour,
Right. The problem
10,000,
that you have,
100,000.
SE.
Do you see where this is going?
Or the problem that you have, SE, is that it doesn't scale in the way that you think it does. If I'm on a 30 mile per hour
it's
bus,
accelerating. That's why in the gravitron, it's when
if
it
I'm
gets
on
up
a
to
30
speed, it's going a constant speed.
Brian Doofus was right in the middle. Brian Doofus was right in the middle of the sentence. You got to mute it or something?
All right, if I'm on a 30 mile per hour city bus, I feel way more motion on that than I do on a 550 mile per hour aircraft. So clearly motion is not the factor that I need to worry about. It's acceleration.
And the model that you have includes acceleration as well as momentum changes. Yes.
Many of them.
Oh wait,
The amount of
negligible, right?
acceleration.
Negligible, right? Negligible.
Right. We can actually discuss that. The rotation of the Earth, for instance, at the equator, at the greatest point where you'd be able to feel that, would be 0.03 meters per second squared of apparent outward acceleration. That's all. 0.03 is far, far less than 9.8. I don't know if you know that or not.
You
So
live
if
in
they
a
announce,
fantasy, my friend. You live in a
what
fantasy.
if they announce one day we're going to hit some turbulence here in one of these multiple rotations or orbits or whatever it is that we're doing in different directions at millions of miles per hour? Well, how would we prepare for that turbulence? I mean, that's never happened and never will, and we know why, because we're not fucking moving.
Because there's no wind in space, silly.
The Earth isn't aerodynamic.
Right, we're not running into pockets of different temperature air in space. There's no air.
You said about constant motion, right? You know what rotational velocity is?
Right, and I already gave you a number you didn't address.
0.003. Do you know what an orbit is? An oval orbit?
Right. Do the math on that. What
Right,
about
math.
1
Everything
year?
is about math with you guys. It's like you're
Yeah,
not. You don't live in
how do we
reality. I
find
just
out
gave
how
you
we're
2
supposed to feel it?
instances.
How do we gauge our expectations, Essie, if we don't know what those expectations actually are?
So do you mean to tell me that you believe you're moving in approximately 11 different vectors at approximately 1.5 million miles an hour? There's all kinds of comets and rocks and planets in your fantasy, and you're gonna tell me you never ever encountered any feeling of that, any motion. That's what you believe.
First, you can't even name. First, you can't even name all 11 of those, and motion is vector additive. You don't move in 11 vectors simultaneously. You move in one vector.
Wow, I never heard that
Feel
before.
the
You
motion
think
is a straw
it's
man.
incredible.
That's not what we say. No one says we
Right.
should feel motion. The only people saying we should feel any of this motion is flat earthers, and that's
Right.
but that's no. We should not feel any motion. Why would we
Right.
feel
Address
motion?
the actual model, Essie, instead of your misconception of it.
Yeah, like if you've got the brakes on in a car, then you have a vector, a force vector pushing backwards. But if you've also got your foot on the accelerator because you hate your car and gearbox, your car will either be moving forwards or stopped. It's not going to be moving in 2 vectors. It's not going to be going backwards and decelerating while accelerating. It's going to add those 2 together and end up with either a forwards motion or otherwise.
Eggshell,
It's
every one of them
incredible, man.
every single one of them motions that y'all are describing are all accelerations. None of them, let me repeat, none of them are linear. They are
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
They are all
Yeah,
accelerations.
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
Well, I wonder, that's
Right, and if
interesting.
you did
So
all the
why do you
math
keep
on those
talking about
things that
1,000
are
miles per
stated
hour?
to be, right, if you did all the math on those vectors that you're
There are
stating,
no linear motions, man. They're all
right, if you did all the
accelerations,
math
man. I
on
mean,
those
y'all say
motions
I know.
that you,
Hold on, Doofus.
oh, for
I got
God's
you.
sake.
Brian, can you hold on? I got you, man. Brian, do you have Doofus muted?
I might, dude, and if I do, I greatly apologize. Let me double check. I might, because I haven't heard him. I'm very sorry, dude.
Go ahead.
Right, if you do the math on all of those accelerations to find out how much acceleration each of those motions would actually impart on us here on Earth, the amount that we should feel from that is too little for our bodies to sense. The greatest one that we have, the most acceleration there is the Earth rotating.
Doofus, I'm sorry, dude. Doofus, I'm very sorry. I did have you muted, bro. I'm extremely fucking apologize. I don't know how many times I've interrupted you, but I 100% apologize, brother.
I think it's only happened like 3 times today, so it's
That's
probably
pretty
okay.
good then. That's less than normal.
That's less than if he didn't have you muted.
Yeah,
it's okay, Brian. He was
I
just
think
using
I-
Mathemagic anyway. Mathemagics, you missed only Mathemagic.
Acceleration
I
is not
proved my
mathemagic,
point
for
that
God's sake.
I think I proved my point that they're gonna fight tooth and nail
What is fighting?
to accommodate for that speed. Just like I said before, they are absolutely Stockholmed.
Right,
Absolutely.
you're gonna say we should feel it, but have no numbers to back it up.
See,
Any
numbers.
any physics to back it up.
Numbers. They're gonna go to math.
But the claim is that there is no motion, but we haven't yet heard an explanation for why gyroscopes register a precession, why they move at all.
You don't have an explanation either.
Yes.
You don't have an explanation either. No, we're not moving. That's not a good explanation. Come up with a better one.
So
Can I ask a question?
Moving,
Okay, so you have no answer then.
What answer would there be? A gyrocompass, if it's sitting, still on a on something that's not moving, would not register any movement.
How about we rule out the option?
Simple. It's simple.
Are you saying
If it's
that
not moving, how about a
measuring the
pendulum? You
Earth?
say the same thing with pendulums, but if it's not moving, it never starts moving. With all these accelerations going on, except
Pendulum
a pendulum
shouldn't start moving.
A pendulum could just sit. What do you mean it shouldn't start moving?
Why would
you know
a
how
pendulum
sensitive a
start
pendulum
moving?
is, like with a crane and a wrecking ball. You know how sensitive that shit is to movement.
Yeah. Why would a
Right, to acceleration.
Why would a yeah no?
Are you saying the Earth is rotating under the gyroscope? Is that what you're saying? The Earth is rotating under the gyroscope?
I mean, you don't have an alternative explanation currently available. But if we
Is
if we
that
go
what
to the
you're
pendulum,
saying? Just answer my
if you go
question.
to
Is
the
that what you're
pendulum
saying?
example, if you go to the pendulum example, what we actually have is if we had on Earth a pendulum, the Earth was rotating, there's no cause for that thing to start swinging on its own because the two vectors that it's currently, the two force vectors that it's currently undergoing are acceleration downward. If you don't want to call it gravity, that's fine. And the centrifugal acceleration outward. Those are the two vectors those are the two acceleration vectors that it.
What are you talking about? An acceleration downward?
Right. Things accelerate when they fall, Brian. I know you know that.
No, not if we don't pick them up. They don't.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway,
Well,
so
dude,
there's
y'all
this
always
weight
like
on the
to
end of a
start.
string.
Look, so I'm gonna do an experiment. Hold on, dudes. I'm gonna do an experiment, and I'm gonna spin. I'm gonna like get a top on a string, and I'm gonna spin it. I'm gonna start the experiment after I put all this rotation on it or something. Look, let's start the experiment from scratch. Okay, don't pick something up, you know. And if you do, measure the force you used to lift it up, because that's going to depend on how high you lifted it. So the energy it transfers is in direct proportion to the energy you put into it to begin with. Because other than that, you know, everything else is just sitting there. Either things have to grow, you know, like apples have to grow up off the ground, which is energy being put into them. Things don't just fall, dude. Walk outside, nothing's falling.
If it's on
Unless
the ground, it's not
energy
falling.
was put into it, right?
Yeah, if you let go of it, you are no longer the cause of it falling. It's going from 0 velocity to a much greater velocity before it hits the ground. And you're not the cause of it.
So if I take, say, a soccer ball underwater, okay, and I let go of it, it doesn't keep going down, does it? Okay, it goes back up in proportion to the energy that I put into it, taking it under. What's so hard to understand about that?
What happens? But Brian, what happens? What happens to oil and gas at the bottom of the ocean, where there's a pocket of gas or pocket of oil? It just moves, accelerates up on its own.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. There's natural gas at the bottom of the ocean, and there's a break in the pocket of gas. The gas starts accelerating up. No one put it there. No one just
That's
pushed
my
it
question
under
to
the ocean.
you. That's my question to you. Okay, if all the
It has
weight
nothing
is
to do with
hold on,
someone
hold on, man. If all of the weight of the whole entire ocean is on top of it, right? The whole weight of the entire ocean's on top of it. What's making it go up? Well, I mean, all of a sudden it just decide, you know, it gets water in it and it just decides to go up.
It has less.
Could
It
I
has
try and
less
explain
mass
that?
per area than the water.
Go for it, eggshells.
If I had a bucket, like a big tub full of ping pong balls, and then I had some ball bearings, giant load of ball bearings that had nearly filled the bucket. I think you could imagine if I poured the ball bearings onto the ping pong balls, even though the only force is downward, as those ball bearings filled up the bottom, they're going to be effectively lifting, particularly if you put some shake or something in it, they're going to be effectively lifting the ping pong balls. So a downward force could cause an upwards vector for things because it's sort of heavier things are falling to beneath.
Say it, dude. Denser. Say it. Denser.
Sure, density is going to be related to it in some way. It's not going to be the only thing, but sure.
But density isn't a
of
force.
the objects.
Density is not a force. You can't just say density.
Force is a force.
That's a keyword.
No,
but
it's every. Would you agree that everything is relative? Would you agree that yes? No. Would you agree that everything is relative?
Yes, that's why you float, and that's
Okay,
why you can't fly.
So density by itself, one object by itself is not a force, okay? But it's relative to something else. In other words, if you take you're going to say the ball's accelerating downwards in air, which I don't see how it accelerates for a couple seconds and then it's fast as it goes. But I'll give you that it's accelerating downwards in air. But you take that same lead ball and you drop it in water, and it's just going to trickle down at a constant rate. Okay, it's not going to accelerate. And then if you take a tennis ball, it's going to drop down, accelerate, whatever for a couple seconds, and then be maximum speed, and then it's going to hit the water and it's going to float. It's all relative, man.
There are three variables. There are three variables involved, and there's never just one. There's weight, there's drag, and there's buoyant force. If you can't reconcile all three of those at the same time, you got a problem, Brian.
Would it be fair to
I can
say that
reconcile them. I don't need gravity to explain that, though.
You do, because why
You
do
do
things fall
actually,
down?
not for drag. You can ignore gravity for drag. But if you've got weight and you've got buoyant force, both of those require gravitation.
If you show me a void, okay, you're demanding that 9.8 meters per second squared, the rate that solid objects drop in air after we lift them, you're demanding that's gravity. And I'm telling you right now, that 9.8 meters per second squared is due to relative density, because it's not a constant. You can use it as a benchmark to measure everything, and then you can add a whole nother force, buoyant force, but it's all unnecessary. All that's unnecessary. It's
Hey,
all
Brian,
relative.
Brian, would it be fair to say that density just acts like a force?
It's not a force on its own. It's not a force on its own. It's a force relative to its surroundings. And if they can show me a void, then I'll start searching for a force. But until they can show me unless you can show me a complete void with that's not with no medium, then it's unnecessary.
Weight is a force, by the way.
The problem is that things fall down in one direction. So you can't say that density is a force.
No, they don't,
Even could be
man.
thought of as force or creates a force.
Things don't fall down, dude, unless you pick them the fuck up, bro. How many times I gotta say that? Nothing falls
let him
unless
finish, though.
energy is put into it to get it up.
I know. Let
That's
him finish.
not how that works. You don't put energy into something by picking it up. There's no energy imparted into a thing by picking it up. That's not a
Really?
thing.
So I can pick something up free of energy?
It took energy to pick it up, but that doesn't impart any elastic.
What happens to that energy?
into the
Wait,
thing.
what happens to that energy? Okay, it's got to be transferred, does it not? So if I spend energy to pick it up, where does that energy go? You're telling me that it goes nowhere, and I'm telling you that it goes
in you,
into
Brian.
I'm not saying
It's converted in you is all.
Well,
So
if
wait,
you pick up a
Brian,
cup,
what about a boulder? What about a boulder that's like, just happens like other loose rocks fall below it and it ends up tumbling to the ground?
Yeah, I got.
Does it have potential energy?
That's
Yeah,
gravity.
I mean, how'd it get up there?
If you've
How
got
did it get up
got
there?
a boulder on the ground,
There you
and
go.
then you dig a moat, if you will, an empty moat around that boulder,
Energy.
and then you keep
Guys,
digging
let him
until there's
finish, please.
nothing to support that boulder. It'll fall down to the lowest point it can go. That's gravity. That's not density. That's gravity. There's
Well,
no other
relative to the
explanation. If you
density.
want to come up with
So it
another
won't-
explanation,
I'm telling you
we're
right now.
waiting.
You're saying that we could dig a moat, and so I'm telling you right now. You tell me a way that something can rise up off the ground and fall, and with no energy. But let's just talk about me. You're saying that the energy, where are you saying the energy transferred to when I lifted something up?
You took energy to lift it up, but that doesn't transfer
Yeah,
that
where did
energy
it
into
go
that
though?
object.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's got to like go into heat or
You're
fucking
thinking
sound.
you're thinking there's a kind of a payoff or an elastic force of some kind. So you pick it up, but that imparts energy into it, and as soon as you let it go, it drops to the ground because of some elastical type of. I'm not sure, but that you don't impart energy into things like that. That's not how it works. Picking
Hey, Brian,
something
I
up doesn't give it energy.
Don't start your experiment with something already with energy imparted on it. Start from scratch.
There's no
Start,
such thing as
whatever
energy
item. I don't
imparted
care
on
whatever
anything.
item you choose. Whatever item you choose, start from scratch. You approaching that item, and then you show me a way that you can lift something up or raise something up somehow without energy. Okay, because you're gonna have to put energy into lifting it. Guess what? The
Yes.
heavier it is, let's listen. The heavier it is, the more energy you're gonna have to put into it to get it off the ground, and the more energy you're gonna get out of it
Why
on the
does
way
it take
down.
energy to lift it off the ground?
Because it's sitting at rest.
Why?
Right.
Because
When you
it's
get,
at rest.
we can get into exactly why you need to counteract a force known as weight. But Brian,
wait, hold on.
the
Temperature.
energy that you're converting in your body is in your body. You're not putting anything into the rock that you're lifting or whatever it is. You're converting energy in your body, which makes your body hot because you're lifting this thing.
Okay, so
Hey,
what if I take it and rub that thing up? If I rub them two things together, okay. So I'm not there's no energy out of that. It's just me just going into me. Here's the thing. Y'all are talking about up and down and all this, like things are just always falling or something, man. Things are gonna always act in reference to what's around them. Okay, there's no getting around it. There's a good. I mean, we can measure it 9.8 meters per second squared for solids falling in a medium with no air. But until you can show me a void, things are just sitting around. That's all
Hey,
they're
Brian?
doing. Yep.
Real quick, Brian, I know what you're saying. I've heard this argument before, and I don't know that it's necessary to say that that the energy is put into something when you pick it up, because that 9.8 meters per second squared could just be the constant for whatever reason. That's what the constant that things fall. It doesn't have to come from your energy necessarily. But yeah, that's relative density is still, they have to adhere to that, regardless if they call it gravity. Weight just means, gravity just means weight. And if you include the G in there, they can do that. It cancels itself out anyway, but there is an acceleration, you could say an average acceleration, but the cause of that is what they're declaring, which doesn't necessarily make it true.
Right. The problem is that relative density cannot quantitatively describe weight. There's no way for relative density to do that.
So let me say this. So same thing with temperature. Okay. So if I raise the temperature and it goes back down, okay, once I quit heating it up, like I lift something up, I can also heat something up, and it goes back down to the temperature around it. Okay. So is it like some kind of magical force making the temperature go back down to where it came from? Same thing with pressure. I can blow something up. Okay, I can blow something up, and I can add energy and blow it up, and I'm gonna get the same, pretty much same shit coming right back out of it, and in reference to what's around it. Okay, so by blowing it up, lifting it up, heating it up, okay, it's only something falling back down that y'all ascribe a force to. When it ain't just lifting something up, we could heat something up, we could blow something up, we could do all kinds of shit, dude. And but only with that, y'all, because y'all have to have gravity. You have to have that because you have to have it pull into the center of a sphere. But things go back to where they were in nature. Things go back to where they were. Period.
That's a good clarification. That's a good clarification of your point. But I don't think that it necessarily means you put the energy into it in the way that you described it to begin with, as far as the energy transfer into the rock. But the way you just describe it, the blowing things up or picking things up, is similar in that way. I agree with that.
Let me make it simple. Nothing goes up without energy, period. Nothing at all ever goes up without energy being added, period.
And then nothing goes down without energy either, without some force. Nothing moves without a force. If you pick something up, you're applying a force to it. If it falls,
it's not going to fall if you don't pick it up, pal.
It doesn't just
yes,
sit
it does.
in the air. It has to move according to. It doesn't move. There's no force.
You can't get nothing up to fall in the first place, bud, without putting energy into it.
But you're letting go of the thing.
So let's start the experiment with everything the way it is in nature, and no trees, no nothing. Everything's ground level. No earthquakes or mountains yet. Just everything. Just let's start with a plateau, the beginning of time, and just and then hit the start button. Okay, nothing's gonna go up without putting energy into it. So let's not talk about dropping something. Let's just start from the premise that nothing ever will go up without energy being put into it.
How do you get cloud?
It still doesn't take away from the fact that in order for it to move back down again, there has to be a force applied to it. In order to have flat Earth, you have to deny that force, because that force.
So you're just going to start in the middle, even though I specially asked you not to start in the middle.
There's no way to start at the middle and start at the beginning of time, and with the plateau, there's no way.
Where you want to start is where nothing's going to fall, because everything's already on the ground. Your starting conditions
then I'll start in the middle.
Ridiculous,
Things go up. You know what? Things go up.
What? Okay, so
things go up. All I got to do, I don't even have to touch it. All I got to do is heat it up. If I take something, I can heat it up. I can heat up fucking a container, you know, like a blimp or something, I could just, or a hot air balloon, I could heat up the air. I don't even got to touch it. I can heat up the air and it'll go up.
Okay, we have asteroids that strike the Earth. They were never picked up by
Show
anything.
me a freaking asteroid, man.
You've never seen an
Yeah,
asteroid?
he doesn't
Have
like
you seen a
that too.
shooting star?
Shooting star,
I've
asteroid.
never seen one fucking coming down.
I have.
You've never seen a
I've
shooting
seen
star coming down?
Yeah, I've seen them coming down actually. Never seen them
We-
going up, but I've never seen one. I've never seen one land. How about
Those
that?
were never. Those things were never picked up.
But it is an assumption. Unless you have a picture of the asteroid actually coming in through the atmosphere and landing on the ground, we can say it's still an assumption that you're calling it a big rock.
In 4K, in a lab,
Something
in a
falls
vacuum.
from the sky and you can go pick it up.
Just take something easy. You take a rock on the beach, which is roughly a little bit above sea level, and you go to above Mariana's Trench and you drop the rock. Will it drop at over the sea level, or will it go to the bottom where it didn't start from?
It all depends,
Right,
man.
yeah, you
It all
didn't
depends.
give it any extra height. That's good.
But
Yeah,
If I
because
take-
it should just hover above the water because it's where it started from. That's the elevation.
If I do that in water, it depends. You know, it might sink. It might
No,
go to the
there
ground.
is no.
What I'm just
It's a
trying to
rock.
make the point that it's all relative to the medium that it's in.
That's
Yeah,
not a
then
thing.
it has nothing. Then it has nothing to do with the energy. Then it has nothing to do with energy imparted on it.
There's,
So the force something. Let me tell you. First off, things do not fall at the same speed. I proved that when I first entered this movement. I tested it because they had us do this test in middle school when we weren't that. You know, we weren't interested in testing something thoroughly. So the very first thing I did is they said it was wind resistance. So I took two things the same size, and I even went as far as shaving the fucking dimples off of a golf ball because some people said that it might be speeding it up but I made it the same size. I took a ping pong ball and a golf ball. Okay, according to gravity. Okay, the only thing making them fall different is wind resistance. So I went for a round object, the same size. Okay, and then I even did it with three round things. I did lead, golf ball, ping pong ball, and it's nowhere near the same. They all have the
Right.
same wind resistance, but the lead ball fell way faster than the ping pong ball. The golf ball fell in between and still good bit faster than the ping pong ball, but they all had the same wind resistance.
Brian, they all had the same wind resistance force, singular, but they all had different weight. They're all going to behave differently. This is using current science. Your test would have given you different results.
Okay, so things don't fall at the same rate. Thank you.
In
and
air
they say it's an
because of
average. They say it's
drag,
an average.
because
They
those
say it's an
things
average,
on
right?
current science are not something that says they should fall at the same rate.
The gravity equation says they should fall at the same rate. What are you talking about?
It doesn't. If you are in air, if you have three objects that have different weights but have the same air resistance pushing back on them, they should fall at different rates in air.
But you guys are saying that you're dependent on this force.
Sorry, go ahead.
Aren't you guys frustrated with the fact that you guys are dependent on this force, but then you can't really call it a force? It's just a pseudo force that it just acts like a force, and
Nobody's worried because weight is a force.
Mathematically.
Brian is master deflector. I asked him a question and he went to something totally different when I read.
I didn't. All I heard is about you bringing. All I heard was you talking about pulling something to the side. Can you repeat it?
If I lift something up and let's say there's a rock on a beach, and I drop it into the water, it'll go deeper than it was. The elevation is different, right?
All right. So we're starting with you lifting it up, and all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Then what?
I lift it. Yeah, I'm on the beach and I lift it up to an elevation of 1 meter, and
Would
I move
you
it
agree?
sideways for. Yeah.
Would you agree that every second you hold it, you know, is pretty much a wash on energy, but it's not going to stay up there without constant energy or resistance,
Sure.
right?
Sure. Let's say that. Yes. Let's say that I put it on the boat, so I'm not holding it. No energy put it into the rock. So I move it sideways.
You still got resistance though. You got resistance. Go ahead though.
So okay. So you're saying that the rock has something different when I drop it than when I already like picked it up? What's the difference?
What? Say the question again.
Yeah, I pick it up at the beach and I put it on the boat. You're saying that it has X amount of some kind of weird energy, and I move it sideways for 100 kilometers. What does that add to the rock?
Nothing. It took energy or resistance to keep it aloft. Okay, so that's a wash.
Okay, so
That's a wash.
Okay, so
Okay.
okay, so it's the same condition when I drop it than when I picked it up.
Why don't you just tell me some way to lift something without energy? Because
No,
I mean, this is
I'm not
important
talking.
to me.
No,
This
no,
is
no, no,
important
no,
to me
no.
because you can't start an experiment with something having already with potential energy. Okay, you're giving something potential energy. Okay, and then you're saying, look, explain this kinetic energy. That's fucking
No,
crazy,
I'm not
dude.
saying that.
That is
I'm
insane.
not
That's
saying that.
yeah. And in other words, you are, because you're not getting it up without giving it the potential energy in the
You
first
guys
place.
fucking suck at this shit. Brian, you got a ball. Fucking we dug a ditch, 10-foot ditch underneath us. There's a ball. There's a ball. We got a piece of wood. Little trap door on the wood right underneath the ball. Okay, we hit the button, the trap door opens and it falls.
What the fuck are you talking about? So you're gonna go all the way to the you just put
Jeremy, now you're
a
fucked up.
insane amount of energy. You put an insane amount of energy and resistance to explain an insane concept. So you know how much energy
You're
you
not
just had
putting
to
any energy
expend?
into that thing that's falling, though.
Hold on, I could also do this. I could take a freaking a ball. You know, I could take a ball at the fucking bottom of the ocean, or a rock at the, or let's say a ball at the top of the ocean. I could fucking, it's floating, but I could build a fucking box with a trap door underneath it and fucking evacuate the water. And I mean, I could do all that shit, dude. I'm talking about real shit. You know, still using energy to get that fucking thing to fall by digging underneath it. Because with the energy, resist.
This thing you're saying doesn't make sense though. The rock's falling because we put energy into it.
Yeah, because the only thing that's stopping it is fucking resistance, man. According to density, if there's no, it's gonna keep falling until it's fucking hits fucking resistance, enough resistance to stop it. You can change the medium, okay? You can do that in multiple different ways. I can make something float by making the medium thicker. I could pour water in a
There's
tank.
a word for what you're saying. It's called the neutral. It's called the neutral force or fall of rest. What's it called?
It's called something arrest. It's called something arrest.
What's it called? Somebody just said it. What did you say?
But when you have the force acting back on it from a surface, it's a normal force.
Normal force. That's what I meant. That's what
Yeah, but it's also called something arrest, like something that
a fall
that
arrest
hits
is a normal force. Yeah.
But the point is like I said, man, without energy, you know, everything's just going to stay where it's at.
Except if you don't put any energy into that thing that's falling, it still falls.
I don't know. I don't think things fall. I mean, yeah, they don't fall unless you pick them up. But
that's not true. If you dig a hole under a rock, it'll fall.
You put energy into fucking digging that hole, and you change the medium.
Yeah, but
right, but you didn't put any energy into the rock, and the rock still fell.
And I didn't.
You completely changed the medium. You completely changed the medium from ground to fucking air. You completely changed the medium.
Hold on.
Then it's not energy being put into the rock that makes it fall, is it?
Yeah, it's the medium then.
Dude, it's resistance also. I could change the medium and make something float too. Okay, that's not proving nothing.
Sure, and
once again, I could change the medium and make something go up. That's not proof of anything.
That is not energy, and that's not energy.
Right. If the explanation that you offered, Brian, is that you're putting energy into something and that's why it falls, you've just falsified it.
I started off with the fact that it's all relative to the medium that it's in. Okay, y'all are trying to be slick and dig fucking holes. Okay, by digging the hole, you're changing the medium. You're taking away the resistance.
Where does the energy come into the play?
You digging for no energy? You digging with no energy, pal? You digging fucking dirt free of energy? You telepathic?
No.
You
So
telepathic
you're
or
saying that
something? Okay then.
me digging the hole somehow imparts energy to the rock.
No, to change
And
the
that energy-
medium, it's gonna
Okay, so your
involve
claim now
energy.
is that things move up and down because of the medium, and you change the medium by using energy.
Things move up and down relative to their medium, and nothing's gonna move without energy imparted. Period. If you're gonna change the medium,
Where do you?
you're still
where do
gonna
you
listen.
impart
You're still
energy?
gonna need energy if you're gonna change the medium, dude.
Do I?
To change the medium is gonna
Okay,
involve
if I put
energy.
if I put a rock on a icy lake and the ice melts, what energy did I put into the system?
The heat to fucking melt the ice. What are you talking about, dude?
I put it. Okay.
You can
And when
say
I
the
change
fucking.
the
You
medium,
can also
when I
say that
freeze,
you got a
when I freeze
lead
the
ball.
water,
Hold on. You could say you got a lead ball sitting on soil, and then water comes along and washes it out. Then I'd say it's the energy fucking that's pushing the water. I mean, there's no
what
getting around this,
energy?
bro. Nothing moves without energy, bro. So if you start from
What
scratch,
energy is
there's
used?
no forces
What
necessary, bro. Everything rests in relative to its medium.
What energy do I use when I freeze the water? When I change the medium that way?
Say what?
When the lake freezes in the fall, what energy is used to freeze water?
What energy is used? Okay, so tell me what's floating on top of the lake before it freezes, please.
Now you said that medium changes always require energy.
No, to get movement, then that's going to involve energy. Okay, so now you're using ice as an example. So now, before the shit turned to ice, you just asked me what energy to turn to ice. No, well, I'm asking you what's going to sink when the ice melts. What was floating on top of the water that's going to fucking sink when the ice melts?
No, there's gas releasing from the bottom, and it goes through. Then the water freezes, and the gas can't get through. Somehow it stops. There's a methane pocket.
Brian, I'm with you on this relative density thing, but this whole point of energy into the thing, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, I'm with you on relative density, bro. It's empirical. It's not even a question.
I would sort of agree. I mean, it has nothing to do with weight, but sure.
Well, me and you went over the 1 liter. Me and you went over the 1 liter things that one day in Gems. I know you remember that.
Yeah, and also if you have 1 liter of water and it freezes, the density changes, but the weight doesn't. So it's not density.
Y'all gave me ridiculous examples, but the point is you're never going to get anything to move, period, anywhere, up or down, without energy, period. So if we start the experiment, if we start the experiment fair before we make any measurements, let's start everything from scratch, and then any energy we put into the experiment, let's calculate it.
You can't do that because you'd need to have an environment with 0 Kelvin heat and nothing that has kinetic energy. You would have nothing in your place. Nothing.
Right, it's a dynamic system, dude. It's a dynamic system.
No,
And listen to the
dynamic
ridiculous
system
shit.
with 0 energy. You're stupid.
Listen to the ridiculous shit y'all are trying to fold instead of just fucking being honest and saying, yeah, to lift something up, it involves energy. Just be fucking honest, like a fucking man.
No one said that.
And you know, you could argue it some other way, but just say that, yeah, if I lift something up, I'm putting energy into it.
Yes, Brian.
And something falling doesn't require energy to be put into it.
What doesn't?
It falls on its own.
What doesn't?
Right, and something falling does not require energy to be put into that object.
Yeah,
Once
all
again,
it requires is for the
it's got potential energy when it's up.
Yeah, Brian, I think that I understand what you're saying, but I think that it does get confusing when you're talking about it like transferring energy to the thing, because we know that because it's more dense than the air around it, it's going to fall to its relative density, regardless of whether you picked it up or not.
Right, but like I said, they're doing their measurements after lifting something the fuck up, and that's horse shit. They're putting energy into it, and I'm just making the point. They can give me these ridiculous fucking examples that are still using energy and deny what was obvious right in front of their face. They're just being stubborn because an honest answer is, you might have to find another way around this, but you're not going to move something without energy, period. And you're not going to get something out of its equilibrium. I should have said that. You're not going to get something out of its equilibrium without energy being involved. An
Well,
honest
could
answer
you
would say,
say that
yeah, I
the
guess you're
rate?
right.
Could you say that the rate at which it finds its equilibrium is what we're that 9.8 meters per second squared, whatever that is? They want to call it gravity. They can call it gravity, but we could just say that's the rate at which it finds its equilibrium, and that acts like a force.
Yeah, but now they're changing it to things don't even fall at a fucking rate. It was that everything falls at the same rate, and they have the equations and the math for it, and it's
I
all
think they
fucking
say it's an
m1 times
average.
m2 over r squared. But now because they can't deny it, we've showed over and over that something heavier is going to fall faster with the same wind resistance.
I think they say it's an average, though. It's an average of all, depending on the heaviness of the object and such.
It's not
Yeah.
even just about averages, because if you have three objects and they have three different weights, those are three different amounts of force, and the wind resistance is the same amount going in the opposite direction. So the thing with more weight has more force going downward, but has the same amount of force upward as the lighter object. So clearly the one with more force going downward is going to have a different amount of acceleration.
So the feather and the hammer do not fall at the same rate, correct?
No. Well, obviously
They do
feather's
in a
gonna have
vacuum
much
because that's
more
not done in
wind resistance.
air, Brian.
Yeah, it doesn't
But-
matter. They've shown it in a vacuum too. They've used multiple different elements, and that still doesn't hold. But what you got to do in air is you have to use something fairly equivalent to the medium. So, and for example, if I drop two things that are super heavy, they're like the two densest things. If I drop, let's say, like lead and tungsten, for example, in water, they're gonna fall at the same rate for the most part because they're nowhere near the density of their medium. Okay. And if I move the same thing in air, okay, I can start to see, a change. So if you're going to use a vacuum, then I'm going to say drop a helium balloon and I'm going to say drop a helium balloon in a fucking lead ball. Okay. The helium balloon's barely going to drop. And we've showed that in a vacuum. And I could argue that it's not falling until it's getting so compressed, and because most of the balloons pop. But the ones that don't, I could argue that the fucking helium is compressing in there and it can't hold up the weight of the balloon itself. But either way, it barely falls. And you're saying that vacuum, that last couple fucking teeny decimals of fucking air that it hasn't been evacuated is going to make the difference between the speed of a lead ball falling? No, a helium balloon barely falls in a vacuum, and a lead ball will haul ass. So your example does not work in a vacuum, bro.
Let's just make up shit.
Okay, I've put out 2 videos showing the helium balloon, showing how most of them pop. But if you get a strong water balloon, okay, it's strong enough where it won't expand, and it compresses the helium enough where it can't hold up the fucking when it gets down to fucking almost 0 atmospheres, whatever. I mean, it could go just continually go lower. But y'all say, when it gets that low, it's almost 0. Practical purposes, whatever y'all call it. Okay, but the helium balloon barely fucking drops. Okay, so if you drop a helium balloon in a vacuum, it's not gonna fucking race. We've seen it trickle down. It just barely fucking falls.
Yeah. And do you think that the evacuation of that vacuum chamber is instantaneous, or does it slowly drop air out
So
of
y'all
it?
are gonna ignore the fact that a lead ball is supposed to fall at the same rate as a helium balloon in a vacuum. Yet the
It's
helium
not a good
balloon
enough
trickles
vacuum
down
then.
to the bottom. There's no 9.8 meters. Okay, but it's close
Oh.
enough to a vacuum. Okay.
Also, the balloon is probably, if we're talking about a plexiglass vacuum chamber, of course, we can see through it. The static cling on the balloon is going to make a difference too.
So there's enough air in there. There's enough air in there where the helium balloon is gonna all of a sudden in a different vacuum it's going to start racing down like a fucking lead ball. Dude, that is not an honest. Just deal with reality and let's talk about it, man. Y'all are not being honest, man. Demonstration's the globe's worst enemy, dude.
Right, and balloons stick to other things that are also plastic.
So now you're telling me that it trickled down slow. It floated until it got way, way down, dude. Like I said, I could argue that it never would have fucking sunk. I could argue that it was fucking compressed enough to where it's fucking, you know, where it couldn't hold up the weight of the fucking balloon anymore. Okay, because it doesn't race down. It doesn't fall at no 9.8 meters per second squared, and there's no amount of air left in there that could ever make it fall at that rate, bro. It falls at like maybe an inch per second, fucking, and there's no you could say a little bit of static, okay, but it's not static. That's, you're grasping at straws, bro. The thing is, it's just not gonna fall. Like a
well, Brian,
Right, it's the same.
I think
It's the same kind of tactic that you typically employ. Oh my goodness! Right, the vacuum, the amount of air removed from inside a vacuum chamber here on Earth, and those pumps, you'll have to actually have some sort of really sensitive gauge in order to actually figure out how much air is still left inside of there, and it's never going to be down to the levels of like space.
So that little tiny bit of air must be doing a lot to that balloon, dude. That fucking smidge of air, that 0.1 fucking pounds per square inch is
Right, helium's not even diatomic. That's the thing. It's very light.
Right. It's fucking lighter than a lead ball. It trickles down, bro. It's going to be
Right.
the slowest falling thing in the vacuum.
The amount of air that could affect that is going to be a lot. How do I put this? It would otherwise fill that balloon with a lot less volume for the same pressure. The amount of air that could affect that is going to be very little necessary to keep that balloon aloft. Because helium is diatomic, it is extremely low weight per unit volume.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, dude. Okay, but there ain't enough air in there. Two things. A, there's not enough air left in there to make it ever fucking speed up to 9.8 meters per second squared. Number two, I put the video with Brian Cox and the feather and the hammer in that chamber in slow motion, and they do not fall at the same rate. I did it in slow motion, and in 3 examples, you see. And that's why they click away and show it at different rates, because even the little bit they showed, they couldn't fucking, they should have been more careful, because I showed in slow motion that the hammer is instantly falling faster than the feather. And at the top, middle, and bottom, it is constantly falling faster. They show it 3 different cuts, and it's at the same rate. And in the little bit they show each cut before it cuts, the hammer starts racing away from the feather. I'm going to post that video.
Okay, the feathers, just so that you know, are also elastic. So when they do release the top of the feathers, they start falling with the acceleration rate of just the top of the feathers as it's trying to collapse. The bottom of the feathers won't start moving until that happens.
No, like I said,
it's the same thing as a slinky in
hammer
air. If you
racing
drop
away.
if you drop a slinky in air, you know how when you let go of the top, the bottom of the slinky doesn't move until the top has caught up with it.
Like I said, I showed the beginning, middle, and end. And in each example, the hammer is accelerating faster. Okay. You're running out of excuses, dude. You're just going to make excuses no matter what, dude. Just watch the video. This is reality. This is demonstration.
Feathers
man.
are elastic. That's not an excuse. That's reality.
Okay, so the feather in a vacuum chamber at fucking Sandusky, Ohio, falls slower than the hammer. Okay, so you're willing to admit that?
Sandusky,
so are you
Ohio. I
saying
don't
the
even know what
feather
you're talking about.
Are you saying the feather doesn't fall at the same rate as the hammer because it's elastic?
Upon release, the top of the feathers will begin to accelerate down before the bottom of the feathers will, because they're elastic.
So not at the at the same rate, or no, not at the same rate.
But there's a reason for what they do in exactly the same way as when you drop a slinky in air,
The bottom of the slinky does not fall until the top has caught up with it.
What about in a
Okay, so
vacuum?
yeah,
What about in a
hold on, Brian, because I'm confused. So they don't fall at the same rate, and the reason is because feathers are elastic.
The top and the bottom of the feathers don't fall at the same rate for the same reason that the top and the bottom of a slinky doesn't fall at the same rate.
So the bowling ball and the feather do fall at the same rate.
The top of the feathers, again, has to catch up with the bottom of the feathers before the acceleration will be the same.
The bowling ball and the feather fall at the same rate?
If the feathers weren't elastic,
They are elastic. So do they fall at the same rate?
they are elastic. You can't ignore the fact that they're elastic. You can't just ignore one variable and say everything must be this one variable because there's two.
Do the feathers and the bowling ball fall at the same rate?
For the same fucking reason that a slinky in air does not catch up, does not fall at the same rate. The top and the bottom don't fall at the same rate. The feathers also don't fall at the same rate, the top and the bottom. I can keep explaining that problem to you.
No, I don't.
You just don't.
I don't need it.
You don't want to
I
understand.
don't need an explanation. I do want to understand. I just need a yes or no. I have a yes or no question.
It's never just a
Does the
yes
bowling
or no.
ball?
If there's two variables involved, I need to explain both of them.
Does the bowling ball and the feather fall at the same rate? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, Jeremy. I get that you don't want to understand, but you don't have to ask the same question that I already answered.
You didn't answer it. You haven't answered it yet. You keep mumbling about some elastic feather. I just want to know if the bowling ball and the feather fall at the same rate.
The answer is not just a yes or no, because there's more than one variable involved.
It is a yes or no. They either do fall at the same rate or they don't.
Jesus Christ, dude. Go ahead and live your fantasy. Bye.
It's a yes or no question. It's the fuck.
He ran.
The bowling ball and the feather either do or don't fall at the same rate. So hard about that question.
Having a discussion with the text chat, so I thought I'd open it up. Do flat earthers here think throughout the course of a single night Polaris moves?
It should. It should if it's processing. Go ahead.
Well, sorry, man. I was going to say it goes in a very, very small circle.
So there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Northern Rebellion isn't in this voice channel.
Does anybody agree with Northern Rebellion that it doesn't move at all?
No. I think he skids video.
That's amazing. It says the current doesn't appear to move due to Earth's daily rotation. It is due to the phenomenon called axial precession. And he doesn't appear to move and just said, yeah, it doesn't appear to move.
No, the axial precession makes its coordinates change. But even if it wasn't changing, its position from an observer on Earth, it's still changing because it's not right at the North Pole. So even if there was no axial precession, you still couldn't say it's fixed because we see it making a very tiny circle.
Yeah, the reason for its movement is not precession; it's that it's not at the center.
But the way that he cherry picked that is amazing. It's like me reading an article that says cars don't move because X, and then I just say, yeah, cars don't move. They just don't move.
Are there any people here that agrees with Northern Rebellion that it doesn't move?
It's fucking mental.
I have noticed that he has this conversation a lot, and I'm surprised he doesn't. Just give it up.
Look at it.
If it didn't move, what would be the significance if it didn't move? Just mean it's exactly.
I don't know. I'm not sure the significance either way. I mean, I think that in his head it was like it's some sort of like special mark on the dome or something. You know, it's not like the other stars.
Ah.
So there's no takers for defending Northern Rebellion's view, because he was in the chat saying all. Hang on, let me just get so I don't misquote him. I said, how many people are on your side of this Polaris doesn't move fence? He said most, if not all, flat earthers.
I've never measured it myself personally. They say it does.
He's
I
put
don't
a
know.
video in the chat, which I then cut up to show its movement.
I have
Bacon's
heard a
put it in
lot
the
of
chat.
flat earthers say it doesn't move though.
Well, it's very visible. Any long exposure shot of Polaris shows a tiny circle. Like literally any long exposure shows that.
It doesn't matter for flat Earth if it moves or doesn't move, though. I have a friend
Yeah,
who did 6 months apart and showed that it looked like the eye of Ra. In fact, it had like a
This is
little
it.
Yeah,
divot.
it's not really a deal breaker.
I just showed my video I just posted saying mass attracting mass 105-year-old idea fucking debunked. I show the fucking helium balloon in a vacuum chamber and the speed that it falls. That guy's talking about static, all this shit. Look,
Brian,
I show that,
the
and in the
bowling
same
ball.
video at the 5-minute mark, hold on, almost done. At the 5-minute mark, it shows the bowling ball and the feather at 3 different places. Everywhere they did a cut and showed the basketball and or the bowling ball and the feather again. I did it in slow motion and showed that in every cut it showed the bowling ball pulling away from the feather. That's why they had to do all them cuts.
So the bowling ball and the feather are not falling at the same rate. You're saying?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's clear as day, bro. Look at the 5-minute mark of that video if you want to go straight to it.
Wow, man, they've been telling me. Maybe that's why Doofus left. They've been telling me for years the bowling ball and the feather falls at the same rate.
Yeah, he
I've
could
seen
say that. He could say that elastic shit at the beginning of the test, but I show it clear as day. This is not arguable. I show it clear as day at the middle and the end. So what's his excuse there once it's already fallen? You know.
I don't. I'm
Did you do
not
the
even
test?
worried about why it doesn't. I mean, I can't believe that it doesn't fall at the same rate. They've been saying for years it falls at the same rate.
I was curious.
What
I was
kind of
like, why did
test
they
did you
show?
do,
I
Brian?
was thinking, why'd they show these cuts, man? Why'd they show these why all these cuts? They could have just showed the fucker fall from beginning to end. You're talking about
Yeah,
1
why would you
second.
cut that? That's not even
So I
something
looked
that you
into
can
it.
put any edits or cuts in.
I watched the bitch in slow
What
motion.
kind
I
of
was like, man, let me fucking. I put the fucking meticulous fine-tooth comb on the motherfucker. Played the bitch in slow motion, and sure enough, dude. I mean, it's literally plain as day. The bowling
what kind
ball
of a test did
taking
you
off.
do, Brian?
What?
Did you do your own test? Did you do your own test?
Yeah, I did, man. Look in my channel flatter test at the beginning, like one of the first videos, probably like the, I don't know, 5th, maybe 10th or something.
Do you have
It's
a name for
gravity
it?
drop test. I fucking got on top of the roof. It's just a 1-minute video, and I show the fucking the shaved dimpled fucking golf ball and the ping pong ball falling, and they do not
They
fall at
did.
the same
Yeah,
rate.
yeah. Obviously, because there's air, because you're not doing it in vacuum, because the claim
Yeah,
is
but
in
they
the
told me
vacuum
that the only difference was the wind resistance. So they
and
said if I get
buoyancy,
2 objects of the
obviously.
same size, this was the argument before. If I use 2
But they
objects
are
of
wrong.
the same size and the same shape, okay, I'm saying that it's the fucking golf ball's denser and it's gonna fall fucking faster because it's denser and heavier. So they said no. They said no. They said if it's the same
There's
size and the
buoyancy,
same
obviously.
shape,
They,
that
whatever they are wrong.
yeah, and then they changed it, and then I proved
No,
that wrong.
no, not
Every
sure.
time you
But
update your claims, dude, we you know,
no, the physics. But you
Yeah,
didn't discover some
they are
foreign physics.
disagreeing. Yeah, they are disagreeing with high school physics. It's not that
Yeah,
yeah, they're just wrong
yeah,
for
they are.
every glober that graduated high school is gonna disagree with them.
So he agrees with reality that things fall at different fucking rates, even in vacuum chambers. That's reality. Is that what am I to understand that that's his?
Why would
Because
it? Why
I've
would a
thoroughly
thing fall
demonstrated.
in
If
a
you don't
vacuum
believe
chamber?
me, go watch the video I just posted. Go straight to the 5-minute mark and just watch 1 minute of it and show it plain as day in the Sandusky vacuum chamber. Them things not falling at the same rate. Okay, it's plain as day.
If it is density disequilibrium, whatever Why do things fall in a vacuum chamber at all? Why
Are you
those
gonna deny? Are you gonna deny that I've got a video posted in live stream right
I
now?
don't know what I'm going
Are
to
you gonna
deny.
are you gonna deny that that they're
I'm
falling
going to
at different
deny
rates?
that you have any science. You have videos, but I'm going to deny that there is any
That's what I
science.
said. I like
behind these
demonstration, man.
sessions.
Me personally, I like demonstration, man. And so if I'm gonna make a claim, I like to show it. And so I'm making this claim and I'm showing it.
So he asked a good question, though, Brian. If relative density is why things fall, why do things fall in a vacuum chamber? Because they're in. I mean, it's absent of anything relative to it.
Yeah, because you picked it up. It wouldn't fall at all if you didn't pick it up.
That doesn't.
That's why I said unless you can show me a void,
That doesn't work.
unless you can prove there's a void up there, and
it doesn't.
And
Right,
you're stuck with a medium, bro. You're stuck with a medium, and
well,
unless you can show me something moving without energy being added.
Right, but the problem is that
you're
when
putting potential energy in anything that goes up in the air.
It's not how
or
that works.
if you dig a hole under it, if you either change the medium, which involves energy, or you fucking
Right,
lift it.
he was trying to respond to you.
Okay, first of all, there's no energy imparted into an object. There's no inherent energy that you put into an object. That's not a thing. The second
So I
part
don't.
is,
So, okay. So what
if you
happens
have
to the
something
energy?
falling. The second part is
Wait.
if you have something falling out of the sky and hitting the ground that was never thrown up there, then the answer to that is that must be fake or deny that that exists.
Give me an example, man.
Any meteorite strike,
Show me.
anything like that, anything that's fallen to the ground that's now in a museum or people have said this fell out of the ground, out of the sky.
You know what? If you
That
can
wasn't
show me a
thrown there.
meteorite, if you can show me a meteorite falling from the sky, hitting the ground, I'll take it seriously.
Then that's just denial. Then
Yeah, well, I'd say you're in denial when I'm showing shit fall at different rates, bro, and you're just like, la, 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 like fingers and ears, straight up shutdown mode. I'm showing you y'all's test in a vacuum chamber, and it's like you're in shutdown mode, bro. Just a full denial.
the video's fake, right?
It doesn't matter. I've showed it. I've showed other examples. In the same video, I got a fucking helium balloon in a fucking vacuum chamber, and it's never going to fall the same speed as a lead ball, bro.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem you have. The problem is inherent with flat Earth in general, and has been for the last whatever how many years.
So you're going to gloss over everything I just said and tell me that we have a problem.
Absolutely,
So
because you can
you're
just,
going to shut down.
I can just say that
Okay,
the video is fake. That's all I can say. It's just fake.
What video is fake? Have you seen it?
No,
So
just
Sandusky is the chamber at Sandusky fake? I mean, what are you talking about? What's fake about it?
Have you watched the live cam from the ISS, Brian?
Yeah, you want me to post a video on that and show you that it doesn't match Earth? How many times have we showed that?
Fake.
Like, you just forget the conversations we've had.
There? You see the problem with just declaring everything to be fake? We can do the same thing.
You can, but it's a fucking globe video. That's why I like using hostile fucking evidence.
Does the video have cuts in it,
not
Brian?
that one. Not that one. I'm talking about the one in the vacuum tube. Whatever disagrees with my opinion, I'm just going to declare it to be fake.
Bro, this is a Glober video trying to prove. This isn't my video. This is a Glober video trying to prove your point.
Yep.
So if you want to call it fake, that's even
Not
worse.
that one. I'm talking about the one in the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, Sandusky, Ohio. Globe proof or gravity proof. Okay, it's supposed to be proof of gravity.
Well,
okay, if you want to call that fake, bro, then that's even better.
No, it still doesn't answer the question why things fall in a vacuum.
So is anybody going to acknowledge and agree and be a fucking man and agree that, okay, man, you know what? I don't know what it is, but yeah, the bowling ball is falling faster than the fucking feather. And yeah, the golf ball fell faster than the ping pong ball. And yes, the helium balloon is barely falling in a fucking vacuum chamber.
Hey, Brian, I have a question for you.
Nobody. Hold on. Give them a chance to fucking humble up. Let's see if anybody here is humble. Can anybody fucking either disprove?
I have said multiple things in here.
Who cares, dude? Listen, that does not negate my point. My point is, are you a humble man or not? Okay, because if either you're going to say,
it's not a matter of humility. It's a matter of
Yes, it is.
evidence.
It's exactly a matter of humility
You
because I'm
watched you watched the
demonstrating
video, you saw
over
a
and over.
video, and you're posting videos instead of doing an experiment. You said, get a vacuum
I
chamber
did it
and do the
myself.
experiment yourself.
I
In a
tested it
vacuum chamber.
myself. The
You got a
first thing I
vacuum chamber.
did, I give you multiple examples of vacuum chambers and the behavior of objects in vacuum chambers. And so, are you going to man up and fucking and concede, and are you going to just fucking finger in ears, just total shutdown denial, change the subject shit?
Speaking of the humility, Brian, I was just looking at your channel. I noticed your Vendée Globe race video is still up.
So change the fucking channel. They're gonna change the subject, man. No humble men here.
I want to know why you are.
Hold on, don't just change the subject, bro. That's the next item up for bids. Listen, I've just gave you multiple examples.
Cool. We'll get back to your dishonesty next.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. If you're gonna claim dishonesty, if you prove me wrong, you'll see a humble man concede. It wouldn't be the first time. If I'm wrong about something, what I do is, and if you demonstrate it, then I can see
what I did.
Okay,
Brian,
that's what a
Brian,
fucking real man does. Okay,
Brian.
now
do you
let's
not
talk
remember
about the
me
vacuum.
doing this
Okay,
with you and going through the Amoca 60s? Why are you
let's
just
talk
talking
about
over
this.
me?
Hold on. We'll get to that, like you just said. So I want every Glober here. Okay, so does anybody here, any Glober here, think that there was enough air left in that vacuum chamber to make it all of a sudden speed up from a trickle to falling at 9.8 meters per second squared? Does anybody think there's enough air in that chamber to change the speed fucking from barely any at all to fucking keeping up with a lead ball?
Probably.
What do
I have to, whatever I have to say, but probably.
Does anybody here, can anybody here watch that 1 minute clip in that video I just posted, minute 5? Go watch
I'm watching it right now, Brian.
And see the bowling ball falling faster than the feather at Sandusky, Ohio, in their fucking giant vacuum chamber.
Yeah, the argument is if there's nothing in the way, the only force acting is gravity, things would fall at the same rate, right? So the better you have of a vacuum, the closer you get to that, which is clearly the case here. It's way closer than if you drop the feather in just regular atmosphere.
No, the way the feather they drop is fucking aerodynamic, I could argue, in the first place. But it doesn't matter. I showed the bowling ball. All I did is put it in slow motion. There's no argument. I mean, it's obviously falling faster at beginning, at middle, and at end. I show it 3 different spots, and it's you see it moving frame by frame. It's spread. It's gaining away from the feather. Like I said, I was curious. Why did they put all these cuts in this 1 second fucking clip? You're talking about the time it takes the bowling ball and the feather to hit the ground is 1 split second. Why all the fucking cuts, man? It didn't make sense. So I watched it in slow motion. I was like, no shit, these slick motherfuckers. And I found out why. Because the shit ain't falling at the same fucking rate, and they're just trying to keep the bullshit going. But the fact of the matter is that helium.
Brian,
you're never going to get a helium balloon. You're never going to get a helium balloon to fall at
closer to the
9.8
same
meters per
rate
second
when you
squared
have
ever.
Brian,
they're
why
closer.
would they show it to you if it destroys the model? That makes no sense. Why would they happily
Watch it.
show it to you?
Watch it. Okay. You're asking me to tell you why. I don't know fucking why. But I know the facts. Okay, just watch it, bro. Would you rather just not watch it and fucking be, just?
Hey, I'm watching. Wait.
Videos.
One second. That video might be edited because I'm looking to the original video here, which is from 2014, and it doesn't look like the one you sent. Actually, in this one that I'm looking right now, the feather and the ball, the feather doesn't do that thing that it's doing on your video. I think that might be
watch it in slow motion. It most certainly does too, dude.
Yeah, but that might be the clip when they had air inside, and then they cut to the other clip in which there isn't. So watch the original one and come to your own
that's
conclusion.
from the original. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but in the original one, there are 2 clips. one with air and the other with vacuum. What I'm
That is
what I'm
from the
figuring.
vacuum, bro.
Let me.
You think that's
No,
from the?
Brian. Let me.
Oh my God,
let me
dude, you're about
finish.
to ruin a fucking good friendship, bro. You're telling me that I fucking.
Let me listen to
You're
what I'm
telling me
saying.
that
You're
I
not
filmed it
Brian,
from air.
Come on, guys. Let's let each
Right.
other finish each
Right.
other's
So
statements.
the video that I'm saying simply doesn't look like the one you sent when they're dropping in the vacuum. So they
Right
might
after
be
it
just.
fell, they laughed and said it shows them laughing, okay? I didn't never see them drop it in air, okay? All I seen was them evacuate it, waiting on the motherfucking shit, and them describing how long it takes to get to the vacuum, and then them showing it and them claiming it falls at the same rate. And it does appear to until you slow it down in slow motion, okay? And then right after they drop, they laugh and talk about fucking shit and shit falling at the same rate in the vacuum and all that. That is not them dropping it in air, bro. I promise you.
Three
They
minutes
do
and
drop in
9
air
seconds
first.
in the
They-
video
they-
Bacon's posted. It gives you a pretty long slow motion clip of it.
Yeah, and it
virtually
doesn't look
top of
like
the
the one.
frame to out of the bottom of the frame.
I ain't even watched it yet, and I bet it's from a fucked up angle.
Oh, it's the same angle. Let me look at this.
Yeah,
Look at this.
I don't have a
I'm
problem.
gonna go watch it. I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah. Now I'm
So
looking at the one.
I think that's another Flat Earth edited video because it doesn't look like the original one.
Yeah, it starts with that.
Bro,
shot
that's
that
not
Bacon-
a fucking Flat Earth edited video. That's my video, bro. I did not fucking edit that video besides slowing it down. I'm telling you right now, that's not a Flat Earth video. That's fucking from the clip, okay?
Well-
That's me who made that video. I didn't get it from somebody else. I watched the video. I seen a problem. I didn't understand why there was 3 cuts in the fucking thing, okay? And then I
Yeah,
fucking
but right, but
I'm
you
just telling
didn't
you
get
that
from
that's
this one,
not
right?
from a Flat Earther. That's from fucking
Right, I
the
get it. But you
let me
didn't
watch
get
your
from
shit,
this one,
though.
right? Because this one looks different.
I'll watch it.
There is 2 cuts. Like it shows the releasing close up, then it shows a fairly chunky 15 or so second shot of them falling, and then a third shot of them hitting the thing at the bottom. But I mean, the middle shot, which is the main one, shows them virtually starting from the beam, getting pretty much out of shot at the bottom.
Yeah. If they're not falling at the same rate, they're very damn close. It's
Yeah,
hard
they
to
look
tell.
very much like they are.
Yeah, the video that you showed, it's the video that is in the one you sent, where the ball is faster than the feather, is at 1 minute and 40 seconds. That the ball is actually faster than the feather, but that's still with air inside. And then if you go to, let me see.
Wait. Where's the video where you're showing what you're saying in slow motion? Because you put me
Okay, I'm
on
gonna
the,
stream
on a
I'm
video.
gonna
But let me say something. I just got remembered of something. When I first went to watch that, as I wanted to see. I thought that I'd be able to bust them. I thought that I'd be able to see fucking air move the feathers. I was like, these motherfuckers are slick, but they're so stupid usually. That usually when you put the let me finish. Usually when you put the fine tooth comb on shit, you'll be able to see something. So I was gonna see if the I was basically trying to see if the air was fucking was gonna move the feathers and shit, man. And that's when I noticed
Bacon's point, right?
And
in the
they
clip
didn't,
you've
though.
shown, you can see the feathers going up in the clip that the tendrils, whatever you'd call those, like little wispy things on the feathers, go up as a result of the air, which you're using to show. But that's not the vacuum test. The vacuum test is the one Bacon's shown, where the feathers the tendrils all stay hanging.
The one I sent actually shows both.
Well, where's Bacon's? Where is it at?
join?
Where is the one you're speaking of? I don't see it.
I sent in
All I
live
see
stream one, but I'm streaming, so we can watch it together. If you can join the live stream.
Okay.
Just watch your stream. This is a day for people posting links that
I bet it'd be a fucked up angle.
I was about to post it myself. Someone
Okay, so
already did.
this one, it's still hair. This is the same. This is the same as the one.
That's not the fucking one that I showed, bro. They are close. They almost fall at the same rate. It's not. Oh my god, dude. This is fucking insulting, bro.
Isn't this the one you sent? This one right here? Isn't this what's on your video?
That's it. That's
No, dude. Are you kidding me? You think I'm fucking
No.
bro? You really think of me, and that's
No,
how my mind works, and I'm gonna
no,
show
no.
something
I'm
like
talking
that.
about the first. I'm talking about the first
No,
clip
it's
in your
fucking. It's a
video.
tie, bro. It's a tie. They show it at the beginning, middle, and end, and it's a dead ass tie. But if you watch it in slow motion, you'll see the bowling ball start to pull ahead. You
Okay,
can't notice in
one
real
sec.
speed.
Are we watching
I'm
the
gonna
same thing?
open yours again. Then.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe you're showing that, bro. That's
No, no,
fucking.
it looks the same to me. Let me just let me
I
put them
thought you've
side by
seen
side.
mine. Okay, my bad. I'll calm down a little. I thought you've seen mine and it was
I
claiming that.
have. Let me. It
Yeah.
looks like
Watch
the
it
same.
again. Watch it again, bro. It's not
Let me
that.
put them side by side.
That one looked just like the one that you showed in your video.
What kind of fucking Sam sausage-headed motherfucker would show that in slow motion, bro? You don't gotta.
Wait a
You
minute,
don't
wait a
gotta
minute.
slow that down to
Wait a
see.
minute, who talks like that? Who says Sam sausage?
Dude, I'm just saying. But you don't have to slow that down to see the fucking bowling ball accelerating past the feather.
But you're not. I'm not sure you're hearing Bacon's point. It seems like you feel that you've debunked it in the vacuum test, but what you've shown the non-vacuum test.
Yeah, because this one that is in our video looks exactly like this one. Isn't this like the same exact one?
Yep.
If I go back a
That's
little bit.
not what my video shows. That is fucking bullshit, dude. This pisses me.
Video
Hey,
he's
dude.
showing. It's your video he's got in the other tab.
Yeah, this one is your
Hold on.
video. This one is
Okay, show it.
the one from BBC.
Brian,
Show it.
This is yours.
Show it.
This is yours.
Mass
Yeah,
attract,
this one is yours.
105-year-old thingy with a flat Earth
Hey, play it.
content warning.
Play it.
Dude, he's spurging out.
Play it, dude.
It's playing. It's paused. Let
In the
me
background of this one.
jump a little bit more. Oh, I think I might have the wrong one.
Yeah.
Is it 10 minutes long? Oh, it's this one, right?
No, this one.
Yeah, why do you jump, bro? What the fuck are you doing? Play.
isn't the
Okay, there
same
you
as
go.
this
No,
one?
there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as this.
Now keep going. Keep going, because we're gonna see at the middle and the fucking end. Okay, watch.
That's on yours.
You're not listening to the point.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're missing it, Brian.
I'm fairly confident you're not understanding the point, Brian. What is it? What is the point you think Bacon's making?
This is what you're saying, because this is
He's
this
saying
comes
that I
after.
fucking slow mode the fucking airdrop, a drop in air.
Yes.
And that's not true. That is not true.
No, I'm not.
It looks
It's the same
identical.
cut. It's exact same
Keep playing,
cut.
bro. Why don't you keep playing it without stopping,
Which
bro?
one? This one or this one? Yours or this?
Mine. Play mine. Go back to where you were. Go back to the with me talking, so we know it's mine. And
Right.
play. Just let it play. Just
Right.
let it play. Go back to
I'm
mine
here.
with me talking right at the beginning, at the 5-minute mark, and just let it play.
So, also for reference, I'm going to put in the chat. This is the one that of the vacuum test. This is what the feather looks like when it's dropping. So the tendrils don't all flap up; they stay relatively
they do.
speaking, flapped down. They don't flap up much at all. They do a tiny bit, but nowhere like in the shot above that Brian's using, claiming to be.
Wait,
like.
what video is that he's showing right there? What video is on the screen right now?
Well, now it's yours.
Okay, now go back to me talking and don't fuck with it. Just hit play and don't fuck with it.
But I'm not
That's
skipping
not-
in the video. I was just
You're
skipping the
not
part in which
playing.
nothing's moving.
You had mine on there for a second, and I would like to see, flatter tests up there, not fucking.
Well, all I did is I watched the original
This is
video.
your video, Brian. It's just got Brian Cox visits the world's biggest vacuum. It's got.
That's
that
all I
on the
did is
screen.
went to the original video, bro. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
those
it doesn't show what you
this
think it shows.
Hey, what video is that? What video
this one
is
is
that?
yours. This one is yours. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. Right. This
And
is
let
yours.
it keep playing. See, why did it jump? Why are you
I
letting it
didn't
jump?
jump.
though?
This is you.
Now let
This
it keep
is you
playing. Let it keep playing.
That was you playing, because you
Okay.
paused the video and then you played the video. So it's not me.
Yeah,
doing
right.
That. It's
Let
your
it keep
recording.
going. Okay, now let it keep going. And what you'll see is after the cuts.
It's going. It's still going. I didn't pause. Just to make that clear, it's still going. As you can see here.
Yeah, this is Brian. He's talking.
So does that flat? Does that?
Just
feather-
listen. Hold on. Just listen and keep watching.
Right. This is the second part of the video.
So
This
how did
cut
the
here
bowling ball?
doesn't
Wait.
match.
How did the bowling ball get back higher than the feather after the cut? Explain me
Sorry?
that.
You're not listening.
This is all in the
Brian.
same drop.
You're not listening, Brian. Okay,
For
let me
fuck's
show
sake.
you. Let me show you the original one. So
There he
the
goes. He
original one.
rewinds it again, bro. He does it again.
Watch
Yeah,
He only had 30 more seconds to go, and he couldn't do it.
Watch the beginning.
Okay, I'm
watch
gonna
the original
let
from the
you
beginning.
keep going then.
I promise you.
This
Okay,
is
there he
yours,
goes.
right?
There it is. Slow
I
motion.
don't understand
Yeah.
how you could have done this by accident. This is the kind of thing. Looks.
Yeah, I'm not saying you did that
Bro, if he was in
intentionally.
front of me right now, bro,
I'd
I'd
be
bite
happy
your
to say
fucking face off, dude. Calling me a liar, in other words.
I'm not
Well,
calling you a liar.
Come on, I don't see how this. You talk about it
I
would
think
take
you're right,
effort.
but I am
You
amazed
talk about
that
it
you've managed to
would
make this
take
bigger
effort to fucking
mistake.
make this. Like I'm fucking lying or something.
No,
Big
Brian.
Just keep watching. Just keep watching.
Yeah, we've been watching. I've been watched it 2 or 3 times.
The original video
I've watched
compared
it.
with your
It's
edited video.
100% shows that you've taken the first clip. I'm going to call it an accident, but
I
I'm
swear to
saying that
God
you
on my
managed to make that
fucking
video.
life.
Brian.
I swear to
Brian,
God on my
Brian,
fucking life.
Brian,
I did not do that.
Brian, breathe. Let other
This is
people
what they'll
finish.
go through, bro. They would
Is this
rather
what you-
accuse a
You're just not
motherfucker.
going to let other people speak now.
No, dude, because you're a fucking dude. I'm telling you right now
This
that
is
I
what
did
the
not.
funniest
I did not take a
already
clip
missed. He's going nuts.
of them dropping it in the air, bro. That is not what I did.
All I can encourage you to do then is check it yourself. What it clearly 100% shows is that clip that's on the screen right now is from the air experiment.
No, it's not, dude.
The time index. Tell us the time index.
It is.
Oh, you can just go forward. Okay, in 1 minute and 40 seconds of the original one, it's still the air one.
You can,
and the ball clearly hits
Yeah.
way before the feather. And then if you go to the
Okay,
let me see one more.
so
Wait, one sec.
wait,
Let
what I
me
showed-
just finish.
No,
Brian,
what I
let-
showed was the feather and the bowling ball falling at the same time, dude.
Yeah, but they do it again at this mark here. So when they do in this mark here, this is when the vacuum is turned on, right? So when they do it
you
now,
didn't realize there were two tests. That's how it is. You didn't realize they did it
So-
one with
Okay.
air, one with
Yes,
yeah,
I
this is
did
the
real-
second test.
no.
This is the test.
Okay.
This is the test with the vacuum. So they're not.
Show it in slow motion. Show it in slow motion.
Yep. No foot. No feathers.
This isn't
moving.
a slow motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
keep
that's
Or
That's
not
the
blowing
vacuum.
up.
That's the vacuum test.
yeah.
Obviously.
You've got it totally backwards, mate.
And there it is.
That's
One shot.
You've taken the first shot from a different test and accidentally called it the same test. And
Bullshit.
Check it. Check
Well,
the
we can-
original video yourself. The time.
This is the original video right here.
1 minute 41. I'll post it with the timestamps in to help you this time. This is the air test, 1 minute 41. And then go to the other test.
2 minutes 50. The
2
second
minutes
one.
50.
Show the one in air again, dude. It ain't even nowhere close, dude. So hold on a second. If I'm
I
showing
did-
the one in air, wait. No, my turn. If I'm showing the one in air, then how come halfway fucking down they're still lined up, asshole? Huh?
'Cause you-
Answer
you've
that.
cut- you've
Answer
clipped
that.
Yes, we'll answer
Because
that.
the
Brian.
yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm interrupting Bacon. Bacon was making a
Oh,
point.
that's
You've taken
fine.
clip from you've taken clip 1 from the air test, and then clips 2 and 3 are from the vacuum test.
And clips 2 and 3, it's still fucking speeding up past the feather.
Well, that's a totally different claim. We can look at that next. But I mean, we need to finish this bit first.
No, I want you to answer that, man. You're saying that I took different clips. Then how did the feather? And listen, in the clip that I showed, the feather is further down than the bowling ball, and the bowling ball catches up, bro. Okay, and that. So how are they right there, neck and fucking neck, if it's the one in air?
Because
See? You
it's
got no
not the
response.
fucking air. It's not the fucking air when it's not showing them in this angle. When it shows in the other angle, now it's no longer that test. So if you keep going with your video and you cut to the different angle, this angle here is from the second test in which there is no air.
Right. Okay.
That's why
now
they're
watch.
calling
Look at
together.
the second test. Would you say now? Okay. Now, would you say that the feather at the beginning of that was higher than the bowling ball from that angle, and then the bowling ball gains on it even then? And then
So, Brian,
yes,
They're pretty much the same to me. They look pretty much
Yeah,
neck and
but
neck.
Watch it close.
according to the first clip, the feathers
this
have
one?
caught up with the bowling ball. According
This
to the
one?
first clip. Yeah, according
Just
to
watch it. I
Brian,
don't know why you keep stopping it, bro. It show if you just
No,
play
that,
it, you'll
that's you stopping.
you'll see the you'll see the
according to
bowling ball
Brian,
gaining momentum, dude. Neck and neck.
No,
You'll
they're
see the
falling
gaining ball.
together. They're falling together.
according
Play
to
my
your
video
cut,
at that point.
That's
If
your
you play my
video.
video at that point, you'll see
That's
the
your
bowling
video.
ball gaining on the feather. Period.
That's your video.
Okay, then keep playing it.
Brian, according
Keep
to your
playing it.
cut, the feather caught up with
I'm
the
not
bowling.
pausing it.
What you showed.
Yeah. This is brutal, mate.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
it's crazy. They're saying I'm playing it in air, and they're neck and neck, and the bowling ball's barely gaining. Just watch.
But I mean, stick with the first point because the first point is the clear one that we just spent 45 minutes on. So before we get to the second clip, are you now comfortable or convinced, or do you still have questions about whether you've picked the right clip for your video?
I know I picked the fucking clip that it showed. I know that for a
There's
fact.
two clips. There's two.
I'll look
tests
at it though.
again.
I'll look at it. Listen, I'll go back and look at it. But I was
looking at
told
it
that I've
now?
used the clip in air. And look,
It's on
what
your
I'm trying to,
screen.
yeah,
Look
what
at
I'm
it
telling you
now.
now is I'm showing them two neck and neck, and you can see the bowling ball gaining on it. I want to go
But
see
just-
my own
that's
video
the
though,
second
man.
clip, Brian. What I'm encouraging you to do is look at the two screenshots.
That's
I've
what I'll go do.
posted.
That's what I'll go do. Don't talk shit while I'm gone, man. And I'm gonna go
It's
look at my own
exactly
video because
30
what I
minutes
showed,
past the hour.
y'all said that I showed a different clip, okay? But I show them neck and fucking neck. And listen, the one I showed, if you play it in regular speed, you can't even tell. You can't even tell that they're fucking falling at different rates. I had to slow it down to even notice, bro. Okay,
showing that
now,
you've
I'm
just
gonna
made
go
a
watch it real quick.
gross error,
It's-
and it
it's
now
long.
sounds like you're trying to talk about a different thing.
It's slowed down in the original one as well. This is also slowed down. And you can see that the ball is
that's-
quicker.
That's obvious, bro. Why would you slow it down to show that?
I didn't. That's how the original video is. It's
Yeah,
already in
I know.
slow-
That's
slow
not what I
motion.
showed. Okay, I was trying to see
is
the
the
feathers.
one in your
I
video.
was trying to compare the feathers in that test with the fucking feathers moving in the second one, man. And that's why I slowed it down originally. Okay.
So what
And
is
in
it? What
either
is it
one-
you're trying to demonstrate?
And
I'm
either
not
one in
getting
the beginning, if you slow the beginning down in either one, you'll see the bowling ball gaining, man. Because here's my point. My point is, you see the feather. The feather is higher than the bowling ball right now. So the bottom of the feather, right? The bottom of the feather is obviously way below the bowling ball, correct? Would anybody argue with that?
Yeah, in this one here, because this is you know that this is the one in still air, right?
Okay, so now here's my point. So the bowling ball, the bottom of the feather is fucking a bowling ball length lower than the bowling ball. But then when you see the next clip, it's not like that. You see the bowling ball had to go faster because now it's lined up with the bottom of the fucking feather. Okay, you could see it barely gaining, dude. You got to watch it in slow motion. I'm not talking about something obvious where you just see it gaining like fucking like you're showing there. That wasn't my point. My point is that you see a bowling ball linked head start with the feather. Obviously, the feather.
You seem to be making in the video. In
This
your
point,
video,
right?
you are saying that the bowling ball leaves out of frame quicker than the feather, and we can clearly see there's a disparity between them. And then in the second shot, they've caught up and they're neck and neck again. So if the second claim is about where you can see something meaningful in the second shot, you need to, I think, deal with the fact that in the first shot, you've picked the wrong clip.
Maybe, okay, I'll concede maybe, but I still want to go watch it before I do concede, but I'll say maybe. But is my point not still valid? Hold on, is my point now?
It's not
Okay.
valid to not concede a point on which you are grossly
Oh,
wrong,
okay,
and
just
walk
for the
away
sake
on
of,
the
just for
second
the
point
sake
that is
of,
utterly invalid.
that had nothing to do with my point, showing the, okay, let's say I'll concede that right now. Okay, fuck it, I'll concede it without even watching it and defending myself. Okay, but is it not valid now that the feather is a bowling ball length lower than the bowling ball? The bottom of the bowling ball is about the bottom of the feather is a bowling ball length lower than the bottom of the bowling ball. Is that fair to say?
It's
Okay.
not much meaningful to me because I'm not able
Yeah,
to
let's
see
go
the
with that.
bottom of the feather in the start of the clip. It looks to me like they stay roughly next to one another the entire way down in all of the clips.
So they should, okay.
Yeah.
So now, if they drop it, okay, now, should the bowling ball ever catch up with the bottom of the feathers from what we just seen? Should it catch up?
It doesn't.
Yes, it does, man.
No, it
When?
doesn't what?
At which point? It looks like it's
Oh,
behind the bottom of
Right.
the feather, behind the bottom of the feather, behind the bottom. It's still behind the bottom of the feather, and it's about to cut to a different shot. Whereas the other one, the feather hits first still, and it looks like it is still like an
Looked to
inch
me like
below the top of the
and
feather and
right
half
before it cuts,
roll.
Let me go look
it
at my
was already
shit,
very
man.
close to the. Yeah, right before it cut, it's already very close to the.
I'm going to watch my
destination.
video, man. I'll be back.
That's fine.
Watch, Brian, if you're still here, don't watch your video. Just watch your video. Watch the both tests in the Brian Cox video.
Yeah, this.
I'll watch all that. I'll watch all that, and I'll come back
Cool.
with either a concession or an argument. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna close the stream.
That was pretty intense.
Dude, he was
Yeah.
bringing out.
Oh. Anyway, I think
I'm
the
still
point
listening, man. I
was
really
made.
would
Yeah, I
appreciate if
know.
nobody talks shit, man. I really would appreciate if nobody talks shit about me while I'm watching
And
these
I
videos.
no, I was just going to say, Brian, if you made the mistake, I believe it was an honest mistake.
Yeah, I don't get the impression you did it dishonestly because I just don't think this behavior would. I think if somebody was doing this dishonestly, they would have ducked and run by now. They wouldn't have argued the point. I don't get the impression you did. All I was saying that might have given you that impression is I'm confused that this appears to be a honest error because it's exactly the kind of thing that had I not had the opportunity of talking to you, I would just straight up go, well, that's deception. I don't think it is, but that's if I wasn't talking to you, what I would impute. Exactly, Kool-Aid. I guess it's just like one of those things. Like I remember when I used to get shortchanged for, like I kept getting ripped off and not paid enough for work I was doing. And I was like, if it's just incompetence, why does it always go one way? But now I think I realize it, which is like, when you're getting paid, you count it. When you're paying out, not so much.
Well, just being completely honest, I was watching Brian's video before this happened. and when they released the feather in the ball, I was like, why did the feather blow up like that? It shouldn't do that in a vacuum. And then in the second frame, the bowling ball and the feathers were not oriented like they were in the release frame. It was like the feather caught up to the bowling ball.
Yeah, I think it's that thing of like when we feel that we've been vindicated and we've caught somebody out, you sort of you rush to print. Essentially, you're like, "That's it, we've got him, boys! Quick!"
Rush to print. How old are you?
Is that a boomer thing to say?
No, I can identify. It's like post it on Instagram now.
Yeah. Whereas, like for us as Globers who are like, yeah, it should be falling at the same rate. You take a second look, and they've supported that actually. They did some studies where they were like making undergrads read opinion pieces, political opinion pieces, and part of it had some like basic arithmetic of statistics, and they would show these articles to people and also ask them if they agreed or disagreed, and the people who disagreed were more likely to interrogate the statistics and find the error, whereas the people with whom the article confirmed their views were like, yep, looks good to me. I think it was on gun control or something like that.
Everyone does that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I certainly would do that. Showed me a video saying, "Hey, ball because X." I'd be like, "Yeah, sounds good."
Confirmation bias. All I did, I went to the original video and just watched it all the way through while everyone was talking. And yeah, it's before the air's removed from the vacuum chamber, they fall at different rates, and afterwards they fall exactly the same rate as expected.
I really would like to see them drop a bowling ball and a helium balloon. I would really like to see that. It doesn't seem intuitive that it would fall at the same rate, but according to the laws, it will. You know, but I would really like to see.
Yeah, absolutely, it would.
Yeah, it's
I would like to
it's
see it too.
very vacuums are super counterintuitive, aren't they? Like I think about the same thought when you're trying to open something that's vacuum sealed, like my I got like a hard case, a thing like a Pelican that got its valve pressure valve stopped up, and tried to open that and was like had to really heave on it before it goes and like a crack forms so that it can suck in the air. And I was like, it makes sense to me that there is a vacuum inside sucking the lid closed. That intuitively works for me. But the reality that it's actually all of the outside air holding the lid closed from the outside, I'm like, that just does not fucking compute.
Right, right. But it, you know, at 14.7 pound per square inch, that you multiply that.
True,
Let's see,
actually.
it'd be
Across the
12,
whole
12
area of the lid, I guess.
144 square inches in a square foot. You know, it's a lot of damn pressure.
Guys talking about my favourite vacuum chamber in Idaho, where they won't show a scale size rocket working in it. Damn.
You mean a
Well-
miniature rocket, not a scale rocket? There's plenty of evidence of scale rocket.
A little mini rocket, which would be a scaled down version. So I know what I meant, so don't try and correct me. Writing.
You put it on a whirly bird and light it up and watch it spin. That would be cool.
On a whirly bird.
Yeah, it would be. I'd like to see that.
Isn't it interesting? We can spend all that money to drop a bowling ball and a feather, but we can't do the same thing for a rocket. That is surprising.
No, it's not.
Absolutely surprising.
No, it's not.
Somebody needs to email Brian Cox, tell him we want to see a rocket motor on a pinwheel in a vacuum.
Well, I've got someone on that, Howard, actually.
Good deal.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, it'd be a real simple demonstration that I think would be quite significant.
I think so too. Especially in a large vacuum chamber like that, Howard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where the usual criticisms like it's too close to the walls or the gas is filling up the chamber, these sorts of criticisms that come. You know the ones I'm talking about. Which to me,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, to me, I think they're fair criticisms. But yeah, having something on a pinwheel type of arrangement, like you say, that's suspended in the middle of that big vacuum chamber, I think that could definitely show something and be very easy to do. Actually, very, very easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand the third law, and I've no doubt that it'll work. But all these little demonstrations and the little tubes and things like that are not very convincing demonstrations.
Not at all. Not at all.
Got my new drone going, Bandy. It is amazing.
God dang, I watched your video, man. That was cool as hell.
Isn't it just incredible?
Is it does it have like I don't know what the word is for the technology, but can you be riding your motorbike and having the drone following you while you're riding it type of thing?
There's a clip of it. It dodges trees and everything.
Oh really?
All right, I've reviewed it, man, and I will say this: I ain't even watched the original one that he posted, but I'll say by looking at the first take that it's possible that that wasn't it, but I don't think that was the whole point of the video. I think the point of the video was showing at the beginning of the second take. I mean, that might be, man, but in regular motion you didn't really see, and they look like they're falling at the same speed, if I remember right. But the point was that I was trying to make is if you look at the beginning of the second take, you know, first off, why didn't they show the whole fucking thing, just the one damn second of it falling from beginning to end? Is that asking too much? But at the beginning of the second take, the bowling ball is farther away than the feather. I mean, on the other side of the feather, and you see it higher than the feathers. You see it sticking up past the feathers. Okay, and then as it starts to come down, it starts to level off. Then when it gets like about 5 foot from the bottom, now it's level with the feathers. So it had to be gaining to go from higher up, you know, especially I was talking about perspective, but from that perspective with the bowling ball on the other side of the feathers, it wouldn't appear higher up if it was level. And it's higher up. And then the beginning of the next take, I mean, it's fucking level with the feather. So so that would be my point. But I'll concede the beginning, that first clip, I will concede that, even though I hadn't watched it, because that could have been an error. But I don't know. But that still doesn't negate my point. But you know, that changes it. I'll say that changes it. But I don't know, man. It still, to me, shows the bowling ball higher at one point. Beginning of the next cut, it shows it level with it. You know. What do you say to that?
I watched the video from beginning to end, the Brian Cox one with 4 minutes, the bowling ball in the vacuum and the feather. It shows a close up of them both releasing identical rate. Then it has a long shot, a wide shot of them all both falling at the same rate, and then it shows the close up of them hitting the ground. Again, identical. They kept pace with each other. So
yeah, well,
as
the middle
we
cut
would expect to happen.
Did you see one from beginning to end?
That is not a requirement.
Yeah, it's not a requirement.
You can't just make that requirement every single time.
Well, I mean,
it isn't a requirement for me to see that one shot.
Well, if it's supposed to be proof, you understand that
It's not supposed
that
to
I'm
be
going to
proof.
that I'm going to complain about that at least.
It's not supposed to be proof for anyone. It's not supposed to be convincing anyone of anything. It's not
So
there
this
to
fucker
convince
went all the way
people
to
of
Sandusky,
something happening that's
Ohio,
not happening.
to demonstrate a vacuum chamber test, and doesn't even show the fucking 1 second test, literally a second, and has to cut it over and over.
That's not over and over. There's a close up of releasing, a full shot, and then of them hitting the ground. That's what you'd expect in any video production.
Just show the fucker drop. I mean, what's the problem? I mean,
the problem is your demands.
My radar goes off, man. My bullshit
you
detector
level at these things are so high. No one is
My
going to
bullshit-
accede to your demands. That's the problem. That's
Yeah,
not
but
a problem
man,
for
dude,
us. It's a problem for you.
It's not asking much that if you're gonna fucking show
It is.
something, and
It
then
is
you're gonna
asking
teach
much.
all the kids, show the motherfucker fall to the ground. I mean, for
Why?
fuck's sake.
Why?
Dude, you know how much effort they had to. Why? What do you mean? Why? This
Why?
is show because how many tests do we get to see
You're
at
just hunting
Sandusky?
you're hunting and searching for anything that you can look at.
Oh, I'm just
Anything
calling.
you can show. Oh, there's some deception here. There's some deception there. That's not a
Dude,
reasonable
it's
position.
fucking horseshit. If you're gonna go to Sandusky, fucking Ohio, to show a 1 second experiment, show the fucking experiment, right?
They did show the experiment.
No,
They're
if they
never,
showed
ever
the experiment
going
from beginning to
exceed
end,
to
we
your
could have a
demands
fair
to show one clip
conversation,
or
bro.
what you would consider to be acceptable evidence, because they're not there to convince you of anything. That's not the
Okay,
purpose of it.
so you're good with that. You're 100% good with them cutting a 1 second
Yes,
test into 3 different segments.
100,000% good. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, of course you are, because it's backing up your fucking point of view, bro.
No.
If you didn't have that point of view, trust me, you would not be cool with that. If we tried giving you some fucking evidence like that, you'd laugh in our face, bro.
You just
Admit it.
deny everything. That's the problem. And
No, I don't, man.
The extent to which you deny
If you were
stuff
honest,
is
you'd say,
just
yeah,
bizarre.
man, you know, if I wasn't, if, you know, you could at least say this, you know, yeah, man, they probably should have gave a take, you know, if they're going to go through the trouble of going to Sandusky, they should have. And I would even go as far as saying, if it coming from you, yeah, it doesn't prove nothing to me. I accept that as truth, but yeah, I see why you're complaining. You know, they could at least showed it from beginning to end, but they didn't. You know,
No.
you're not giving me even a fucking millimeter, bro. When I say that if they're going to go through all that trouble, fucking show the fucking 1 second test. What's so hard about that?
Because this the standard of evidence that you require is way higher than anyone reasonable would expect. If you're shown a basketball and a feather falling at the same time, they fall at the same time, but because they didn't do one take, you somehow don't find it acceptable.
Exactly. That's a fucking no test.
That isn't a reasonable standard of evidence.
If you don't
for
show
anyone.
the fucking falling from the where they dropped it, then it's a no test. That's nothing, dude. That's not permissible in court. If you don't show the test,
it isn't a court.
They didn't show.
It depends.
I'm saying, bro, they didn't show the test, man. Yep. They didn't show the test. They showed portions of a 1 second test, and you're satisfied with that.
It depends what you call evidence, Hugh. If you are doing something to provide evidence, yes, you would show the whole thing uncut.
Yeah.
But if
Fair
you are
enough.
if you are providing something to make a TV show and maybe to give the illusion of something or whatever the case may be, well, you're going to cut and shut and plop it together.
Yeah, but I've been hearing for years about shit. I'm good with that. That's fair. That's fair.
So it's not evidence, right? So
No,
to say, Hugh, that any reasonable person would accept that as evidence, well, no, it's not evidence for a reasonable person. Actually, all it is a show. At the end of the day,
right? It's a show.
We could split
Here's the
difference a
problem.
bit
I've been
here
hearing
because
this
I
shit.
agree. I think the point you made, Bandy, is valid, which is, yeah, you wouldn't sort of use this video to enter it into a paper or a court of law. But I don't think that means that then you're trying to show an illusion. I think that Brian Cox is trying to show a real thing here, and he's just going, here's what it looks like, and the editors cut it up.
Why was the bowling ball ever higher than the feather, though? That's my main question.
None of the Brian, please take a breath, man. Let other people finish.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
None of the vast majority of the people watching that doubt that the vacuum chamber is real or doubt that that test is real. They're just curious as to what happens in those conditions. So they're not trying to present this to a hostile audience. They're trying to present it to a curious but largely on-side audience.
They preach it all over the world, bro. They preach that all over the world. And I've been hearing it I've been hearing it nonstop for the last 5 years. And then the one chance they have to fucking show me, and anybody in science should be fucking skeptical, or they're not fucking scientists. Okay? Or they're not even practicing
You've got
science.
two options.
Here's the thing. In the first chance they have to show me, they fucking put it up to bullshit. Thanks for fucking interrupting me the whole way through my quick point.
You're interrupting. The problem is you start in the middle of other people speaking and get
Bro,
upset.
I waited for you to finish.
You're doing
Dude,
it right
on sentences.
You're just doing it.
Quit accusing me of. You're done now, ain't you? Quit accusing me of interrupting when I fucking wait for you and I respond to what you just said, and you interrupt me the whole way through, bro.
Brian,
there are two options. There are two options you have. There are two options here. You can go to the people that made that video and say, I demand or whatever, or request to see the one shot, because they use 3 different cameras. So I want to see the one shot from beginning to end. Ask that, see if you can get it. Or go to a vacuum chamber yourself and drop a bowling ball and a feather.
Okay, now my response. Y'all can quit trying to say that shit falls at the same rate in a vacuum until you fucking can prove it.
Not gonna. I'm gonna.
Nope. Not at all. Not at all.
I think we have reason. Yeah, I think we have reasonable evidence for that.
No way. If we're not going to accept that, if they can't
you
show
don't
it,
have to accept it, Brian. You can just.
You can't claim it. You can't honestly claim it, bro.
Yeah, I can. If I can to myself, I'm happy with it.
Yes, that's fine. Yourself. You're good with that too.
As soon
You
as
claim
there
it to
was
yourself.
immediate accusation of fakery. That isn't
No,
reasonable.
I want to know because even in the one that fucking Bacon showed, in the middle clip, the bowling ball is higher than the feather. How did the bowling ball ever get? Yes, the fuck it is, bro.
I watched the
How
video.
did it ever get higher than the feather?
I posted the frames.
In the middle, at the beginning of the middle cut. At the beginning of the middle.
middle, and then all of them.
Now I'm talking about the first cut when they showed the bowling ball and the feather in the halfway down. Instead of just showing the exhaustive 1 second test, the very beginning when they cut to the fucking it halfway down, the bowling ball is higher than the fucking feather by about, a quarter of the bowling ball. And that's when they zoom in on it. You see the bowling ball higher than the feather, just by a little bit, but still it's higher.
You're reaching, Brad.
It's a big bow to draw.
All right,
like
I'll back off. I'll back off, man.
Do you know the exact name of that site in Idaho, Brian?
It's in Ohio. It's the Sandusky facilities, the Sandusky vacuum chamber, some shit. It's in Sandusky, Ohio.
Yeah,
I think that's the name of it. I think, or it's something research center. I forgot, man. But I know it's in Sandusky, Ohio.
Don't you guys think it is fair to say though that there isn't a fully uncut, stretch of it? I mean, that's obviously a place that none of us can go and play with. That vacuum chamber is probably multi-million-dollar thing. So it is a little bit. I mean, I know that that's just a BBC, shill program kind of thing, anyways. So it's not like I would even put a lot of stock in it.
So-
But it would be kind of cool if they actually showed it a little more scientific. Actually showed a full uncut thing instead of this kind of hacked up thing at a chamber that none of us can go verify.
It's just what'll happen is the barrier will just get higher. So if it's a full shot shown, we want to know why
If they could have. Oh, sorry.
Or
Geo, if they could have, they would have.
that's not a standard of evidence that anyone reasonable would ever take.
All of the stuff that BBC does, a lot of these larger, the Discovery, a lot of these channels, like the Stephen Hawking's one with the, I'm not trying to change it to that topic, but with the helicopter and the laser, that thing is hacked and cut up. Like they try to make these things seem like they're like science programs, but they're really just made for TV movies that are not very rigorous at all.
Nope, that's why you need your own science. And after 7 or whatever years, we have almost literally no real science from flat earthers to demonstrate anything such as gravity or anything of the sort. Most of what's going on is people are looking at videos, looking at ISS clips and whatever, looking for problems and looking for faults and looking for deception. That's not science.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree with anything you said there, but if that's how you feel, then fair enough. That's your viewpoint.
The vacuum chamber thing speaks for itself, right? I mean, go GoFundMe, get your own vacuum chamber, rent it for an hour or whatever. Go prove some of this stuff.
I'm not contesting anything that's shown. I'm not contesting anything that's in there. It doesn't matter. It's not related. I don't know why that relates to what you're talking about, a flat Earth. It's not even.
And you heard Doofus earlier. He said he wouldn't answer Jeremy when he asked, does the feather and the bowling ball hit the floor at the same time? And Doofus would not answer yes or no. So
they obviously did.
No, he didn't.
Well, the bowling ball in this instance, in the video, you can see them for, I would say, about 70% of the time traveling at identical rate in the wide shot. One's not accelerating from another one visibly at all.
Do they hit the floor at the same time?
Yes.
It's just a matter of
Watch the
watching
video.
it.
It's in the side chat.
Oh, man. God.
Yeah, Action Lab showed a comparison without a vacuum and with the vacuum of a metal object in a feather in a vacuum chamber.
Nothing I've seen there I would contest. There's no question that if you suck the air out of a large chamber like that, you're not going to have the same air resistance. It's pretty straightforward. Nothing wrong with that with physics, buoyancy, density, what you guys want to call gravity, but essentially weightedness, things that are weighted and fall to the earth. Nothing contesting in that. Now, how they might try to use that and extrapolate it into some kind of a model, a theoretical concept of some outer space thing might be a whole different topic. But I'm just saying from what I've seen in general, I've seen that program before as well. I've been kind of only half listening, so I guess I don't know exactly what everything that's been said because I got here a little bit halfway into all this. But I'm just saying in general, like that, when I've seen that footage of the feather and the bowling ball, even though it's unfortunate they didn't still show an uncut version, but.
Well, that's why I showed the Action Labs one. It's uncut.
It just would be cool to have it uncut, just because it is a big drop from in that way. But Yes, I think it still shows what would happen. Makes sense.
Let's see if you can even rent out the chamber. I just sent an email to Sandusky to see if we can rent it out for a day.
You have a party in there.
Yeah, happy days.
Let's suck our brains out for good. We'll just take the vacuum out and just.
I know. Well, they haven't responded to my first email, so I don't expect them to respond to my second one.
We could play a game. How long can you survive as they turn the vacuum up? The longest one to survive wins.
How long can you hold your breath?
Yeah.
Like it's just like this is a NASA facility, and Hugh says, "Oh well, just go rent it out." Like it's like that easy. Like any Joe Blow could just go rent this thing out.
Yeah, I highly doubt it that they would.
I know.
Who's it owned by?
It's owned by NASA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Zero chance. Yeah, no way. They don't let any civilians get near any of their equipment ultimately, other than the compartmentalized kind of systems that they have.
That's why I'm not expecting a response to my email. They've probably got me tagged or something. But we'll see. I've got actually Nate getting in contact with NASA too, Geo, in regards to some stuff. He reckons he's got a contact. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, it seems like it would be you get about as far as if you went to your neighbor's house and wrote out a letter and said, "Oh, could you send this to the president, please?"
Yeah.
Make sure it gets to them.
Please.
I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll get it right there.
That's right.
You get some automated response. Sorry, but at this time, please make sure to take a look at our space camp.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even get put onto the automated response list, so I'm a bit disappointed.
I remember Jaron talking about. Remember when there was that like Jaronism? There was like this footage that he was trying to get that you could apply to NASA to get, and oh my gosh, like he did videos on it. It's like tons of emails back and forth, all these automated, and oh, you got to talk to this person, that person. Finally, he got to the end of it. They just didn't. Oh man, it was a debacle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like all this administrative delays, oh, we'll send your email to this. Oh, this person will get a hold of you. And it's like their goal was, it seemed like it was like such a minefield to where like their goal is to kind of just get it to where people like forget this. I'm just giving up,
Yeah. That's actually what Nate was saying yesterday, Gio. That exact same thing. It's like this maze of doors that you have to go through to even get to the right person, and generally you'll never get there. So he's got a contact apparently that may know the right door to open to actually even send a request to. And he goes, that's the biggest hurdle to get over. So he's going to try that, and he's going to actually send an email to this person in regards to seeing any old footage of actual rockets working in a vacuum, and he'll be very interested actually if he doesn't get a response from them. So that's a positive, I suppose, from the Globe side. We'll see. Sorry, Hugh, cut you off, man.
That's right, man. I wasn't talking. I don't think.
Yeah, I just watched the original again, dude. And I see why I made this video.
You cut me off, Bandy.
Oh, was it you? Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, bastard.
No, I didn't even say anything.
if I may, the reason I made the video is watching the original again. Is at the beginning you could see clear as day that the feather is a little bit higher than the bowling ball. there's a little portion of the feather. They show it lined up in and stopped, and the feather is higher than the bowling ball, just a little bit, which is fair. Okay, it doesn't matter at this point. And then they show the drop, and they show them few rates. They seem to be dropping at the same rate. The feather may have trickled down maybe a little lower. Okay, they show just like about 6 inches of falling, and then they cut, and then they show it. Again, they show it up. They tried to picking it up from a different angle right where they left off, but it might be a little bit lower. But either way, the bowling ball at that point is higher than the feather. It's higher than the feather. Not only are they not level, or not only is the feather not a little bit higher like it was from the beginning. Literally at the beginning of the first cut, the beginning after the first cut, now the bowling ball is higher than the feather. But when they first started, the feather was a little higher than the bowling ball. So it was sticking up and down further, right? But the top of the feather was sticking up past the bowling ball, plain as day. And then after like I said, the beginning of the first cut, now the bowling ball is higher than the feather. And they're showing it go down, and it looks to be falling at the same rate. But then when it starts getting level, you see the bowling ball catch up. And at the beginning, when they fall, it just showed, like I said, at the third cut, they're getting closer to level again. But it's like I said, it switches from the feather being higher to the bowling ball being higher, back to the then level at the end. So that's
well, we can't see what you see, Brian. So if you took your snippet tool and got the video and snipped the screenshots of each one you're talking about, then we can do a comparative together to what you're talking about.
We were just in.
It don't matter. They can post it, man. It's a 4-minute video, so you just go right to the end.
It's
in
Is your point, Brian, that things don't fall at the same rate in a vacuum?
They can't. Like at the beginning of the video I made, it showed the helium balloon in the vacuum chamber. They even put duct tape on top of the helium balloon to get it to fall. He put a piece of duct tape on top to weigh it down, and it's floating in there. And he tried it with other balloons, and they popped. But he found some tough-ass water balloons, real badass balloons. And so he gets it down to vacuum. And finally, 2 of them, I think, didn't pop. But in this one, it's the one. Did it a couple times. And it trickles down, So what I would say is that, the helium can no longer hold the weight of the. If there was no balloon, the helium would obviously be expanding in all directions. Okay, we all know that. Okay, but in the vacuum chamber, it can't support the weight of the balloon and the duct tape.
Put the helium balloons just to one side for a minute, Brian. Right, but just say we've got 2 other objects which will fall to the ground, right? Let's not worry about the helium balloon just for 1 minute. But if you put them in the perfect vacuum, right, so that there is no resistance whatsoever, right, no drag, no nothing, right, wouldn't those 2 things fall at the same rate? If there's absolutely no
dude.
whatsoever.
No way, dude. No, and I have to refer to the helium balloon because it's so lopsided. In other words, when he gets down to a vacuum, it barely falls at all. But in their theory, that it doesn't matter what you drop. It doesn't matter what you drop, that they should fall at the same rate in their math. And so that helium balloon that trickles down, their only excuse is it's not a perfect vacuum. So they're saying that little tiny bit of air left in there that they always say is enough to make it not speed up, like to catch up with a lead ball. But there's not enough wind. If you drop a lead ball, lead ball, golf ball, ping pong ball, you can see them falling all at different rates, same size, and your intuition knows that the heavier one's going to fall first, and you do it, and that's exactly what happens. And that's just over a few feet, man, like 15 feet, 10 feet even.
That happens in the atmosphere.
I don't know. My intuition tells me if there was a perfect vacuum, right, Brian, and there was no resistance whatsoever, which we can't pull a perfect vacuum anyway, right? If there's no, I don't see why they wouldn't fall at the same rate, just because one is heavier and one is lighter.
Well, they did that shit in that one lab where they made that fucking that chamber with did multiple elements, like 8 different elements, and did a controlled test, and all of them fell at different rates.
Well, there's
No,
not
that thing was a capsule that was shot from the ground up into that tower, and you didn't see anything move until it reached the apex of its launch, and then when it came back down, that was way more complicated than just falling at the same rate.
Well, their conclusion was that they didn't fall at the same rate.
No, that wasn't their conclusion.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about it a bit, maybe.
But think about this: if it's heavier, why wouldn't it fall faster? It weighs more. It takes more energy to pick it up off the ground. Why wouldn't it fall faster?
You know, look, no,
They did the same test. They did it with the
that.
crane and all the heavier shit was falling first, man. And maybe in a vacuum it might even out some, but wind is just. I mean, air is not. It's not a big enough medium to make that big of a difference, man. In my opinion, if you drop a lead ball in a helium balloon, they will never fall at the same rate in any medium ever, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we're talking about a medium here. I'm talking about absolutely no medium here. You know, like the perfect null.
The helium balloon barely even drops in the vacuum. You know, you could argue that it got denser in that tight ass tough balloon. You could argue that it may have never dropped without weighing it, without putting a little weight on top and using a tough ass balloon. You could argue that it would have never dropped. It would have always held up the weight. But since it is what it is, it still trickles down. It never falls. You can't call it falling, bro.
Because the vacuum is drawn off that chamber. It's not instant. It's not just snap of the finger, poof. It's a vacuum. They pull the air out slowly.
If you could pull the perfect vacuum, Brian, if you could pull the perfect vacuum and just put helium in it, nothing else, just helium, do you reckon all that helium would rise to the ceiling of that vacuum or settle to the floor?
I think it's going to go in every direction in a vacuum. It's got to. Got to spread out, right?
Well, it'll spread out, right?
Yeah, it's going to spread out in every direction. It has to. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is there even such a thing as a perfect vacuum?
No, there's not. No, obviously this is a hypothetical, Brian. It's a hypothetical, right? But if I have a canister of helium here in my hand, and I pull the trigger, right, the helium's going to go up, right, up and out, like all over the place, but it's going to have an upwards direction. Yes, right. Now, if I do the same thing in a perfect vacuum, is it going to have the same effect? Is it going to go like up and out, but kind of be in that upwards direction, or is it going to dissipate evenly, sort of all the way around? Is my question. Because I think it would dissipate evenly with less upward.
I agree, man. I don't see how it could. I think it would have to if there's nothing else in there, or nothing at all in there. Yeah, it would have to dissipate evenly. It couldn't puddle together. That's how they describe like Jupiter, a gas giant. They had gases puddle together. I mean, it's laughable, man. Once you start using your brain, you realize that gases aren't going to clump together, dude. It's in a vacuum.
Oh no, they're not going to come together.
Ridiculous.
They're going to dissipate. Exactly right. They'll only layer if there's some other gas in there. Then they'll start to form these gradients.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. I would say if you had instrumentation that was sensitive enough, you would probably measure a gradient in that chamber of just the helium.
That's an idea I come up with, man. Like, you know, you don't have sound in a near perfect vacuum. We lose sound. So get a tall, like get a piece of PVC pipe or something strong enough to pull a pretty good vacuum, and put a bell at the top and a bell at the bottom, and see, you know, and try and hear it and see, because if there's a gradient in that vacuum, then we'd have to hear the one at the bottom just a little bit longer than we'd hear the one at the top. Let's say like a 20-foot tall little tube, you know, wouldn't have to, ain't that much air in a 20-foot tube, you know, just say like 3-inch PVC or something. Just put a little bell top and bottom, and see if the one at the top, if we quit hearing it first. I think it'd be equal, in my opinion.
Haven't they done stuff like that with phones and stuff in vacuum chambers where they pull a vacuum and put a phone in it and they ring it and you can't hear it, or a bell? I'm sure I've seen something.
Yeah, they've done that with. I've seen it done with both, but I've never seen
Action Labs
them
does
testing
a
for a
lot of stuff
gradient.
in
I've
vacuum
never seen them
chambers.
testing. They say that the helium. They say that stuff's got to go to the ground. If there's nothing holding it up, it's got to pull to the bottom. So one way to test that would be to put a bell at the top and a bell at the bottom. You see what I'm saying? Because if what they're saying, if it'll drop in a vacuum chamber because nothing's holding it up, which is obviously crazy, it expand in all directions. I mean, I think that's been demonstrated. It's enough to satisfy me, showing gases expand, but they say that it would pull at the bottom, and I think we could demonstrate that by, like I said, putting a bell instead of just one in there. Put one at the bottom, one at the top. If it's going to pull at the bottom, then you know, we pull the best vacuum we can and just put a tiny bit of air in. If they say it's going to go to the bottom, then we'll hear the bell. Or if we just put a little more in there, we should hear the bell at the bottom before we hear the bell at the top, if the gases are going to the bottom. But that's crazy to even think that would happen. But I don't know. I guess it's worth doing the test, but that would settle it once and for all.
It's very weird today.
What's weird?
Just the number of people denying really checkable shit now has approached sloths in the text chat saying you can't see the ISS with your eyes. Like, what? Just fucking look up, man. Happens like, it's not quite every day, is it? I'm not sure you can see it every single day.
It doesn't go over your head every day.
Yeah, it's not quite every day. I mean, it's in orbit every 5 minutes, but I think it takes like a couple of days for the those orbits to necessarily line up with your position.
So, tell you what happened today. It was interesting. About 1 o'clock, we heard a bump of some kind, just like a noise. And everyone in my house was like, "Oh, what was that?" My wife was like, "Go look outside. Did something hit the house?" We were around the house. Nothing's touched the house. So a friend of ours also texted that they had heard of something hit the house. It wasn't. It was a sonic boom from the capsule re-entering the atmosphere.
Oh wow!
What was it called? The latest, the private mission thing trip to the space station, and it was the capsule flying right over Atlanta, and it hit the sonic boom when it went overhead of us, and that's what everyone heard. We were like, "What was that noise?"
Haven't you learned anything from watching horror movies, Hugh, at all?
Bump.
Like you hear a thump in the middle of the night. You don't go outside. You don't go into the basement, right?
Someone with fangs or
exactly
claws.
Yeah, that's always the person who dies first. Don't you know anything?
Isn't it? Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, horror
This
movie
is an interesting
survival.
one. After a bunch of the times I've Googled things, this is apparently a this person reckons they've got an image of somebody spacewalking on the ISS.
Oh come on, give me a.
They've got people photographed the shuttle when it was docked. I forgot the name of the chap who did that.
I think
Where's the astronaut?
Astronomy Live.
There you go. I think that's it.
The world's largest.
Actually, that I was recommending we could give a go to. A bunch of people could gather in one spot to do. And that's
so where's the astronaut? Where's the astronaut?
I'm not even that confident they really have got an astronaut, but I mean, if you scrub through to where is it, like 36 seconds in, they're like, "Oh, see this white bit here? That's possibly an astronaut."
Freddy Krueger too. Could be possibly anything. Yeah, that's pretty weak.
I mean, you can see it with your eyes. Like, there's usually a bit of debate about what it is, but Approach Sloth seems to think that there's nothing there and you can't see it with your eyes.
Well, you can see a light with your eyes.
100% you can see a light, some sort of brightly reflecting thing going across the sky at a colossal pace.
You can't see anything else other than the light. That's it. That's where it stops.
It's also an assumption to say it's reflective. I mean, what makes you think that from that distance that a little bit of light bouncing off of some metal is going to show up that bright of a light in the sky?
Why not?
Because that's not. I mean, it would have to be a massively bright object to do that. It would be a little dingy reflection would never reflect like that.
If I was to get a mirror, Howard, right, and I was able to travel, say 250 kilometers away, and I was able to put it up on a tower, right, that would, let's say, negate your curve, okay, and point it at the sun, right, so that reflection is now heading towards me. Do you reckon you're going to see it?
Sure.
No, coward.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, it's kind of like y'all are saying you can't see the sun reflecting off the ISS, yet we see something up there flying across the sky.
Howard, you can barely see lights maybe 25 kilometers away, let alone a reflection. Come on.
Yeah, it would have to have massive spotlights on it of incredible brightness to even have a chance of even seeing anything.
So if reflections don't work but lights do, what's on the back? Like, what's a spotlight made out of? What are the main elements of a spotlight?
The spot and the light.
Right.
Jeez.
So the light is usually surrounded by something, right? A little, usually parabolic shaped, kind of mirrory thing that's called a reflector, right?
Not the new ones aren't. No.
Oh, those LED ones, sure.
Yeah, they're not.
But I mean, the original, right? Same as in a lighthouse. Usually, you've got a parabolic reflector there. So if reflections are a problem, but spotlights are the solution, then why do spotlights use reflection?
Yeah. Well, a lot of the LED
Logically makes sense,
now
doesn't it?
they use a lens to focus the light rather than a reflector.
Yeah, true.
But it goes back to the thing. What is that thing that we see moving across the sky?
At 24,000 kilometers an hour.
Well, it's definitely a light. I'm not going to disagree with that, Howard, at all.
If you take a mirror to a beach and reflect it for even like 5 to 6 miles, you'll barely see a little bit of a glimmer, and that's sunlight that you're only doing 5 miles. So 250 miles, and then the ISS is also not a mirror. It's like it's metal.
Right, but that's why there are certain times to see it best, and that's it. Like I forget exactly, but I think it's at dusk, because the panels will be square on to the sun constantly as much as they're able to be, and just after dusk the sky will be dark, but they'll also be forming the correct angle to light it into your to line it up into your eyes, and those panels are like 20-30 foot long, I think. So it's a fair bit of mirror, basically.
You don't get glaring reflections off solar panels.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. I've got them
They're
here. You don't get
silver.
glaring reflection. They're not
Well,
silver.
I've got 'em.
Black. They've got black in there, and they've got glass on the top of them. You don't get glaring reflection off.
It's.
I do at the farm. If I walk past them at the wrong time of day, I feel like it's like an extra bit of sun shining on the side of my face rather than the top of my head.
I don't.
Well, if yours are on your roof, that might be different. Ours are sort of posted on poles in the paddock, sort of about head high. 100% they reflect. I mean, what the point you're making is right. The reflection is a reduction in their efficiency. Any light that bounces off isn't light that's going into the photovoltaic, which is why the photovoltaic itself is black. But it's still got, as you said, glass on top of it. Glass bounces some of that light.
Yeah, but it's not blinding you, is what I'm saying.
Oh, people have photographed the ISS. Yeah, people have photographed it with telescopes, cameras attached to telescopes, and it's where they say it is, and it looks exactly the right shape, and it's traveling at the right speed at the right altitude. So I don't know what to tell you.
Certainly something that resembles a lot like the ISS that even amateurs get pictures of. Like if you just Google amateur image of the ISS, you get
a lot.
A load. Thomas Clem. Oh, that's a clear one. Here we go. This one's by some chap called Thomas Clemmer. I mean, of course, all of these could be plants or something, and you've got to Google them and you've got to find out the right people because it's important we check our sources unless they're in a documentary that supports our views. Here's one by Jeff Kremer. Again, looking like the same thing.
Maybe it's just a star that they've been able to plot.
Ansel, come on, man.
Come on. It's as bright as a star. Come on.
It looks like a TIE fighter, actually.
There you go. Thank you. So it looks
Maybe
like
it's
a star.
TIE fighter. Maybe it's a TIE fighter.
It looks like a star.
It looks like a car's headlights. Maybe they've got a car up there. Maybe it's the Tesla.
Right.
Tesla.
Like
it's been up there since the 70s.
It is as bright as a star. That's for sure.
Only at some times. There are many times it'll go overhead and you won't be able to see it because of the panels thing I was saying, or it's in the Earth's shadow.
Yeah, if it's like the sunset and it happens to hit it the right way, you see it.
I had a time about when I had the tracker on my phone, which I don't anymore. I deleted it because it's probably going to give me a virus or something. About 12 months ago, I noticed it, and it was as bright as the other stars in the sky. It was crazy bright.
What's up, guys? How's it going, Bandsaw?
Hey, Don, how you go, mate?
Going all as well, man. Going well. Good to hear from you, man.
We're just discussing whether the ISS is the ISS or if it is potentially a star.
Object in the sky.
Yes. That's really, really bright. That's reflecting this really, really bright light that looks like a star. It's as bright as a star.
And
Right?
it's hauling
Maybe it
ass.
is a star.
I mean, that's. I guess you can use that question or argument, but see, I would run with, as Neil deGrasse Tyson explained, how it's like from New York to like Michigan. That's how far it is above the Earth. It's not really that high, anyways, to prove the shape, because it just earlier with ARMA, we used Blender to showcase the circumference of light over a Mercator map, and it appeared sphere. It looked like a sphere. So from the ISS, it'll still look like that. You only had a small portion at a time, anyways.
Yeah.
So you think the ISS is up there and is transmitting real images of the Earth back to Earth?
Come again, Ryden?
So you think the ISS is transmitting real images back to Earth?
There could be something up there. What it is the question. But there could be something up there, taking imagery. Sure. We have engineers that are very smart or knowledgeable in their field.
There's definitely something really high up, isn't there, Don?
Yeah,
Taking
definitely.
pictures from really high up. 100%.
Yes, but ARMA still has it saved. So if at one point in time, Ryden, you want to check that out with me and ARMA, we can show you. Dude, it was amazing. He did the fish islands too, right, in Blender, and he backed out a little bit, and it showed it appearing as a sphere, and then he glide across it. It to look just exactly like the ISS and rockets. He got it to where it's concave and convex, and it was just a circle of light. You guys are aware that Ken Wheeler is talking to Glowbusters and them?
No.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler just literally said that he thinks the Earth is a plane. He said it a million times.
What?
Yeah, it's right here.
No way.
I just
did not.
I just
it is right here.
He's been a huge globe proponent, hasn't he?
Right there. Look, watch that clip right there. Watch that clip.
When did he change? Don?
I don't know, but he said it.
I didn't think he was necessarily a globe proponent, but he has been a little bit like not saying much about it all.
He doesn't come out and overtly saying I'm a globe or anything like that, but with all his views on magnetism and all that sort of stuff that that he talks about, I thought he was on the globe side, Joe. To be honest with you, I didn't think he had any flat Earth leanings.
What's
Dude,
this claim there that they've done east-west circumnavigation millions of times, but done north-south circumnavigation 0 times?
Who? Ken Wheeler?
No, it's just a shot in the background of Dave's.
No,
Dave
well, he
Rice's.
did say, I was watching it, he did say that they haven't traversed the south. He knows about that.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, Don. So, what else? I mean, what's the kind of gist of what you saw of it so far?
It's a lot of agreeable kind of understandings of incoherent electrostatics and certain things, and him saying that he's said the Earth was a plane, or it's a plane. He said it millions of times. I got it right there in the clip. Because Dave Weiss was like, "Well, I understand, it's not flat. You might not have looked into it," and that's when he said that.
Because Ken's got a huge channel, doesn't he, Don?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, man, that's pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
In that, it doesn't sound like he's. I mean, I know nothing about Ken Wheeler, but if he's saying I've said it a million times in a million different ways, I wonder if that's a smaller, harshly cut bit out of something else where he's talking about a sort of electromagnetic plane or something, but the Earth is still spherical, or I don't know.
Oh man, hey, he said it straight up, right? Because no, Dave Weiss is like, I know, I understand you don't think or the Earth is flat or something like that because you haven't looked into it. And Ken Wheeler cut him off and said, "I said it's a plane, 1,000 times." So
He also did several videos with Santos Bonacci. Ken Wheeler did, which I haven't seen those, but I would imagine the shape of the Earth came up in those chats too, because they did several of them.
I think he referenced some kind of geometry too. He said to help the case. Hang on, that's
Listen,
funny.
how many sides is a circle? Answer 2. Inside and outside, right? Right.
You're hot micing here, bro.
And it looks like Bob just posted in the chat. He said Ken and I will be working together a lot more in the future.
Damn.
Yep. Oh, I think I got the timestamp. I could probably share it when he says it though.
Could be a profitable pivot. He's obviously switched for all the money.
Sure.
The globe is another torpedo to the globe.
I don't view Ken Wheeler as a torpedo.
He definitely ain't about the money, Ken.
He's the Moby Dick.
Here, I'm going to share if you want to see it.
Interesting.
Yeah, he says it right
here. Ken
Hold
Wheeler.
on.
Yeah, so if you want to listen closely to it and
Let's catch up.
Determine your own self of what he means, all by means, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys watching it? Want to see it?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm watching it now. Yeah,
right.
play it.
Here we
play
go.
It on.
Yeah, I've watched Ken Wheeler a couple of times, and he puts a lot of big words together and says a lot of big things, but I've never seen him demonstrate anything.
I'm watching one of his videos. I've seen one of it, and it's a huge amount of word salad.
Hear that? That's true.
Arugula, and he's got
dielectric density, shadows. He's just going on.
Very complex salad.
Yeah.
Probably sounds like most
what do you think?
physicists, doesn't he? Man,
What do you think, Dan?
That's the bomb, Don.
That's
Oh,
the
is that
bomb. He
another
admitted
big name?
Dude.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what it's
Heard of him.
about.
Is he a scientist? Is he a physicist? Is he an astronomer?
And your point being,
He's
Hugh.
a guy. He's another
Right?
guy on YouTube. It's okay. He's another guy on YouTube.
Okay, he's another guy on YouTube
Yeah.
that puts big words together that to you
Yes.
don't make any sense. Like a lot of
Dielectric,
astrophysicists or
magnetic,
physicists and
toroidal.
all that sort of stuff where they spit out all this bullshit just to make themselves sound intelligent. Yeah,
Well,
okay.
people
You're more on your side. You're more on your side doing that sort of stuff than what we do. That is for sure.
Yeah, I start talking about some of the things I do, and it can sound a bit like gibberish, I suppose. Anything technical, but there's word salad, and then there's stuff that people can understand, that other people can understand.
Well, maybe get in contact with him, send him an email, and say, "Hey, Ken, could you put this in layman's language so me, Mr. Layman, that doesn't understand what you're talking about, can understand it?" Maybe you could do that.
Okay, well, his last video is entitled Ether Unification.
He's a
Right.
big ether proponent. He's a big ether proponent. Yep.
Okay.
And what's the problem with ether? What you're going to say?
Aside from the fact that it doesn't exist.
Wait,
really?
whoa, wait a minute.
I know, Don. That pricked your ears, Don. I know.
Yes, it did. Okay, so you know who Mark? Do you know
Where
who
is
Martin?
ether? What does it do?
Okay, so you know who Martin Gusenik is?
I do not.
Okay, so he's a guy that mocked up the Michelson Morley interferometer experiment, right?
Okay.
And he did it in the horizontal. He did not have no interference pattern. He did it in the vertical. He had an interference pattern, I think 1.5 degrees, something like that, at 180 degrees, 1 o'clock. It went clockwise, or counterclockwise. I might get it not verbatim, but it goes clockwise, and then at another 180 degrees at 7 o'clock, it goes counterclockwise.
Yeah, we watched that. That was fascinating.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, super cool. Yeah, he gets the interferometer and rotates it vertically, and the interference pattern heads one direction, and then sort of when it's at about 90 degrees to or sort of 45 degrees to perpendicular, it switches around. Some other guy went to debunk it, but I found his setup and his conclusion a little bit not super compelling.
Yeah, what did it all mean?
There's an interference pattern with light. Something has an effect on it in the vertical. There's actually a 3-axis gyroscope. You know about that? They have
usually just three gyros attached together, isn't it?
Yeah, there's one in the y-axis and one in the two of them in the z-axis, pointing, vertical. You want me to show you?
Post a pic.
Yeah, this is awesome that they did this. Yeah, the Glowbusters guys and David Wise talking with Ken Wheeler. It's amazing how long it took for them to do this. You think about all these years and they've never really done this before. So it's pretty momentous unfoldings.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, because see, as far as I know, that term flat Earth, as far as I know, Ken Wheeler hasn't done anything, sort of associated with that term.